girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mason Marchment on the forehand, pass, shot, score! Score! Tyler Seguin! The Stars have done it! Back-to-back overtime wins! 2-1, they lead the series. 2-1, they win Game 3.
And that is how we start the Thursday edition, Draft Day, here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. As Tolo J said, I'm tired as S, but we are here to listen and here to win. Artemio with a scarier tweet saying it's NFL Draft Day. Get ready for some Mexican candy shots at Pluckers and Mesquite tonight. Oh, my. But good morning to all. Hopefully you stayed up for the Dallas Stars stealing another one. Are they getting closer to stealing this series? As Mason Marchment, to me, gets the GOAT label off of his shoulders. The bad GOAT after the high stick and the 4-minute penalty that you think is going to cost them, if not at the end of the third, at the start of overtime. The Stars kill it. And then you have Ratinen setting up Marchment. Marchment is falling down before this assist to Tyler Seguin for the game winner. And the Dallas Stars have led in this series for less than 90 seconds, yet they're up 2-1. Wow, on the road in Colorado.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the high stick. It wasn't that he was getting redemption from. There were a lot of people in game one who felt like it's a 2-1 game. They're in the third period where it was a 2-1 game, and Marchment's got a clean shot and just put it right in Blackwood's chest. And a lot of people felt like it wasn't a good shot given the look that he had. And there were people like, man, that kind of changed things. It made it that would have been 2-2. Instead, they score a few minutes later. They're up 3-1, and then they get the empty netters, and everything falls apart. So, yeah, redemption for Marchment. And, the last two games, we've had significant storylines where it's been Marchment and then, with Blackwell, where he comes in after not even playing in the first game and has a great game the entire time and then gets to put it on top with the final goal. But this is feeling good now. We're feeling good.
And you withstood the emotional return of their captain out for 3 years. He also had a nice little bump towards Ratinen early on in that game.
Crowd loved that.
Crowd goes bonkers. Colorado was 25-5 leading after 2 periods. 25-5 going back their last 30 games, and they end up losing this one. How about Esa Lindell with the save with his hand? With a wide open goal. It looks like it's game over. He's able to go ahead and start staggering and falling to the ice. He reaches out. He deflects the puck and the shot in the eventual game winner. Pepe, your thoughts?
Look, Colorado, Denver, really, it's not supposed to be an easy place to win games. And the Stars, the last 2 years now, have won 4 straight games in Colorado. And I think the Stars have only led for 70 seconds this entire series, and they're 2 wins away from winning it. So I know we've talked about, the Mavs possibly moving to Vegas, but if there's one team in DFW to move out, it's the Stars going to Colorado. Because they just keep winning games there. They keep winning games, and I think that's now 3 straight overtime wins against the Avs.
Pete DeBoer after the OT thriller.
Gutsy win. You're going after the game and you want to acknowledge some of the key guys and key plays. And I could have gone around the room. Everybody jumped on tonight and did their part. And I thought we worked for a win. We did a lot of really good things. Our penalty killing's been one of the best in the league. The last 3 years. I think we felt confident going into the overtime that we could get the job done, and if we did, I think there was a good feeling that we were going to win the game. And knowing Mason, and how he was feeling about that penalty, I just you couldn't have written a better script for how it ended.
The way everyone was talking about last night's game is that it was worth all the hype of the series. Great goaltending, well played on both sides, very good coaching. That's the way that this series, Steve Levy was saying this was his most anticipated series of round one, and it is living up to it. Back and forth, razor-thin margins, and that's exactly what you have with a team who doesn't lead for 2 minutes up 2-1.
Is that what you want in the
no.
like from the standpoint of entertainment? Sure, it's good, but it's also just it's disappointing to think one of these two teams isn't going to go on. Like this feels like this should be something closer to the Western Conference Finals.
Yes,
but
it's definitely disappointing for my REM cycle.
Oh, it's screwing you up. Oh, tonight's going to really screw you up too if you're getting Mexican candy shots too on top of it.
Well, I would say you're screwed. Zach Walchuk yesterday is definitely screwed. I mean, Zach never left the building yesterday. He was here from 8 to 10. I tried to not even involve him in crosstalk so he can go back home, come up here at like 1:30, 1:45. We're sitting in the conference room after the show, and Walchuk Mosey's on in there. Then I'm driving home. I hear him on the KMC Masterpiece. They said, "Are you going to be able to survive?" He goes, "Well, the only thing that can't happen is overtime." The only thing that cannot take place for my body and my physical status is overtime tonight, and that's exactly what went down. But you working all these hours, me drinking, Walchuk working a 15, 16-hour day yesterday. There's gonna be some Monday, Tuesday sick days here.
I think you're gonna be hurting more tomorrow morning than I am, because you're gonna have to be like, I'm just gonna be sitting there watching the draft like I would normally watch the draft. I'm just gonna be in a room for it, but you're gonna be on, and you're gonna be sharing in the drinks, and
I gotta be careful.
This will be payback, Sean, for when we went out to a Mexican bar company and you were giving us all those shots because you had the next day off, but we were all drinking there.
Peyton drank the 4 in a row.
The 4 tequila shots in a row, and I showed up, when I usually do.
Tolo Rick going to be out there. Ivan going to be out there. Jake Reitman's going to recap the Stars with us. He's going to be out there with me as well. We have the NFL draft coverage at all the different Pluckers locations, but I'm not going to have the wife to drive me back home, so I have to be extra careful, and I got to pay attention.
That's why you're wearing that hat. I see. You're wearing that hat because you're hoping for a ride home.
Alba limo.
Yeah.
What about the place is 12 minutes away from my house? What do I have Alba limo pick me up for NFL draft coverage? I'm not even on the radio. So the Stars take the 2-1 lead. Let us know your thoughts and if you stayed up for it at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Franco LaFranco injury attorney text line. Messier and Subban, they were giving the Stars a lot of credit after the first period. Even the analyst on TV was like, they're playing their game. Pete DeBoer with the in-game interview, he's like, I'm happy, I'm satisfied. And I kept looking at the shot total, Peyton, and I was like, am I the only one? It doesn't feel to me like they're dominating the period. They're playing well in the period, but I think they were up like 13-5 in shots, and it did not feel that way. And right now, it's setting up the storyline is that the Stars steal a series, or they're stolen. I'll knock on wood and not jinx it. They've stolen a 2-1 lead because of the lack of time that they've been leading.
Yeah, and look, the game one, we talked about it the other day. The 5-1 loss, that's lopsided. It was 2-1 with 10 minutes left in the third period. That's a close game. You had a couple empty net goals there, but the Stars, last night, the last two games, I think they've been doing well in the offensive zone, in Colorado's offensive zone. So they put some shots on goal. Give Blackwood a lot of credit there. He's been playing well, but yeah, it feels like they've stolen the series so far.
They had gotten outshot in 16 straight games before game 2. That was the first time that and then last night they tie up in shots on goal. So I think just the fact that they've been getting dominated for the better part of a month in terms of their shot opportunities it's at least good to see. They get more shots in game 2 on goal, and then last night they end up tying it up, and it's kind of turn back the clock night, or it's a little more nostalgic getting both Ben and Sagan scoring.
All right, on at the same time as your Dallas Stars, and you could quickly tune away from this one, whether you were listening on the radio or watching on TV, with Kumar Rocker in the first.
And that's hit high in the air to center field, hit well. Pilar going ball, and it is gone. Well, the way we saw the ball travel last night apparently is the way it's going to travel tonight. Although Butler pretty much got all of that. He hit it at 105 miles an hour off a 3-2 slider. And the A's have jumped out to a 1-0 lead.
Bobby, you talked about the ball jumping there in Sacramento. I'm sitting here looking on the cut sheet. I'm like, Jock Peterson, that's the only highlight you have. Peyton, what the heck? Sacramento. It's under the Sacramento category on my cut sheet.
It was a highlight for Jock. He finally broke the streak.
Yes, it was a highlight, but it was not for Kumar Rocker, Bobby. 4 runs, 6 hits in the first inning, and the ball game ended right there. The Rangers lose 5-2.
Yeah, there's a little bit of this concern, I think, about Kumar, where it's he strikes me as though his career, at least right now, it's very early, but you get the sense like he might be one of these guys who's like, oh, we'll see which Kumar we're going to get on the hill today. Like that's just kind of the way that he was that way at Vandy at times, where it was just, you never knew which days he was going to show up and be a little wild, or he'd be over the plate too much. And last night it wasn't so much being super wild. He was throwing first pitch strikes. He didn't walk a bunch of guys. He didn't hit guys, but he was getting rocked. He was getting hit pretty hard and leaving the ball over the plate. And it's just, sometimes he's going to be on, sometimes not. I think that's going to be the case until Chris Young and the staff figure out how do we make sure that his mechanics are consistent.
Wyatt did go yard. He feels like he's living up to the hype.
Yeah.
He's not suffering that Evan Carter letdown right now. So he goes yard, but as Peyton alluded to, we finally broke the longest streak in Rangers history.
The pitch to Jock is swung on and hit high in the air, deep center field. Back goes Blade, and he can't get it. It's over his head and off the wall. Peterson on his way to second base. The throw, he's safe at second base. And Jock Peterson, against one of the premier closers in the game, has snapped his 0-41 with a double to straightaway center field.
Hey!
Greatest pinch hitter in baseball. Right there, Jock Peterson. That's all. That's the trick. You just can't have him in the lineup. You got to surprise him. Hit him with the Jock Peterson out of nowhere, and there it is. That's good for him. When you hear the booze rating down though a little bit there, do you think that's just like, great, we're the ones who gave up the hit to him? Like, is that A's fans Sacramento fans being ungrateful?
So the Rangers end up losing tonight. You can hear Game 3 on our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD, as the NFL draft coverage takes over.
You did mention Wyatt Langford, obviously kind of living up potential a little bit. He is not a qualifying batter because of that time he spent on the injured list. But if he were a qualified batter right now, like had enough plate appearances to qualify, he would be 3rd in the American League in OPS. And so, I mean, he's lived up to potential in every sort of way. It feels like if he's healthy for the whole season, you are going to get the year that, Choppy was jokingly expecting last year, which was, I want the rookie year of Mike Trout. Like, where you could see a guy who's got like a 950 OPS and somebody who hits 35, 40 home runs.
And Corey Seager, this is starting to get annoying.
Yeah.
A low-grade strain. He's going to the IL. Sandler says the expectation is he's away only 4 or close to the minimum 10 days. So Corey Seager hurt with a right hammy.
Yeah, and
it's annoying.
Boy, it felt like he missed more time even in 22, his first year here. He played 151 of 162 games. But, the last couple of years, he's missed 40 games each year where he's been, had extended stretches on the IL. And you hope it's just a little one. And so far this year, whenever they've said Josh Young will be back quick, he was back quick. Wyatt Langford will be back quick, he was back quick. You hope that's the case. But in the last couple of years, Chris Young and the Rangers, they have had a little bit of a reputation of like, oh, nothing to see here. And then it's like, oh, that ended up being much bigger deal than you guys had said.
Last night in the association, the Rockets got even with the Warriors. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, in studio for the final 2 hours today, starting at 8, is not going to be happy because Jimmy Butler, something because of Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler leaves this game early. Rockets win. Cleveland up 2-0 on the Miami Heat, and the Celtics, without Jason Tatum, beat Orlando 109-100. It was Tatum out with the wrist, but Porzingis was bloodied last night. He was down on the ground. Now, there's an audio clip. Joe Mazzulla is, as you've noted, a psychopath.
Yep.
He is a nut job. He was yelling at Tatum in game 1 to get up.
It stopped the trainer. Told him don't. If the trainer tries to go out there, he puts his arm up, he goes stop, and then he starts yelling at him to get up.
Makes him end up looking bad because Tatum misses game 2. Porzingis is on the ground bleeding. Here's the Grim Reaper in the Celtics post.
I think he can control his environment really well with how he handles the crowd and how he handles the physicality of it, and he can maintain his poise, and he just has a great way about him, and I think that helps us. And I do. I love watching him. I like watching him bleed on the court. I think it's important, and then he comes back in and does his job. So I do like that.
I think it's important.
This is not a character. He's crazy.
He's crazy.
He's got some level of just something's wrong with you.
I like watching him bleed on the court.
I guess it's a good thing he's coaching basketball, because if he was not coaching basketball, he would be doing God knows what to society.
I think I know what the Dallas Cowboys are going to do tonight with pick 12.
Well,
and it may even be a pick a little bit lower. I'll unveil what I think the Cowboys draft plan is as we get you set for round 1 on the official home of America's team with our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, Sean and RJ, just getting started on The Fan.
That's
No, that's absurd.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it?
Pepper lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg maidens. No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Happy draft day, y'all. Dallas Stars win as well. It's a fantastic Thursday. Glad you are part of the 6 a.m. club to lead you to the draft coverage tonight with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Nick Harris will join us in studio today for the final 2 hours of the show. Bobby, what time does everything get started at the Ford Center?
6 o'clock, and then the actual draft starts at 7. And we've got a full list of folks that are on the draft show this year. So there's going to kind of be a rotation. So there will be times where I'm not going quiet on you. I'm not talking for an hour. It's that it's my break time. And that we've subbed somebody else in. So, but it'll be good. I'm excited for it. And this is always the exciting. This is the best day for me of the NFL calendar. I love this day just because this is the day where you get the most excitement and the most like, ooh, what could change for the future of the franchise. And this is where you get the most gossip and things like that. This is just I love this day.
I do too. You get to judge yourself too if you're scouting like you guys. It's kind of like gambling. Like I'll make my underdog picks, and a 6 o'clock game I don't care about with the Orlando Magic. It's like, all right, was I right? I can go ahead and check in on this and look at the progress. And you guys have put in hours and hours and hours, and you can say, all right, do these teams can I work in a scouting department? Do these teams think like I do? And you can sit there and judge yourself.
Yeah, and so it's there.
Start to judge yourself.
You always look
3 years.
You always look for the validation of like, did I see this guy this way? Yep. And then if the teams pick, they're like, all right, good. They see it the same way, even though the rest of everybody else disagreed during the process. Like that'll be the case with take a guy like Josh Simmons. So Vach, Lombardi, and Broaddus, they love Josh Simmons, and
he is
he's an offensive tackle from Ohio State. I think he's fine.
Had the knee injury.
Yeah, he had the knee injury at Ohio State. I think he's fine. I wouldn't pick him in the top 15. They would. And so if he goes number 11 or he's in the top 15, Vach Botch and Brian are going to feel like, yeah, we saw it the right way. If he goes like 26, I'm going to be like, I told y'all. It becomes a little bit of like,
it's like trash talk with your boys.
Yeah, we get to determine tonight who was right over the course of these 4 months.
Okay, so here's what I think the Cowboys want to do. This is the initial plan. Ted McMillan at number 12, and then they either trade down if he's not there. You're starting to hear some Tet noise at even number 5 with Jacksonville. So McMillan or either trade down, and then the other name that I got was the kid from Ole Miss, and that would be Walter Nolan, Bobby Belt.
Yeah, and Walter Nolan is a freak at the defensive tackle position. I had somebody during the draft process, somebody outside of Dallas was trying to say Nolan is like the defensive tackle version of what y'all have in Micah. Like, he's a freak.
Whoa.
And so the biggest problem with Nolan, the biggest question with him is, why is it so inconsistent? Why do people from Texas A&M, where he transferred from to go to Ole Miss, why do people at Texas A&M have so many bad things to say about his work ethic? We had somebody at Draft 101 who showed up, and he had worked with Texas A&M football. Like, he was one of the equipment guys or done something, and he had mentioned to us there on the mic, so this is not like I'm outing anybody, but he said on the mic that Walter Nolan, his reputation around there was kind of like, that is not a hard worker. That's not somebody who's going to come in. Now, did that change at Ole Miss? Was there something about that era at Texas A&M that he wasn't a fan of and he needed the fresh start? Possibly. But Ole Miss, he didn't necessarily rack up the biggest numbers either. Like 6 sacks in his junior year. But that's somebody who, if you just look at the traits, he is incredibly talented.
Is he a little light at D tackle? I'm looking at him and he's looking a little lean.
No, so he's just a physical specimen. He's like 290, which is a 3 technique you can get away with. But he is a pass rushing monster. The traits are all there for him to be a.
When's the last time the Cowboys have had a legit scary 3 technique pass rusher?
Not like legit scary, but if you want to just talk about quality, I mean, Osa was a really good player last year at 3 technique, but the last time they had one that just wrecked shop, Hatcher 1 year, and then, I mean, really consistently, like somebody who's considered an all-pro, Leroy Glover. That was probably the last one.
It's a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while, and that's Matt Eberflus has said that is the most important position on the field to him is the 3 technique.
If they took Nolan at 12, would you be disappointed, or would you want to see that with a trade down a few spots? Because you're hearing noise right in front of the Cowboys for Nolan as well.
Yeah, San Francisco loves Walter Nolan.
And Peter Schrager, West Coast Connects, mocked Nolan to San Francisco yesterday. Quote, I'd be shocked if he fell out of the top 15 at this point. He might be the fastest riser in the draft. He's quick. He's a people mover and has had a great pre-draft process.
Yeah, so Nolan is... I would be fine if they took him at 12. I like him a lot. I like him more than any of the other guys on the draft show do. But I understand
the draft show overall doesn't love him.
I think everybody would be like, I would not take him at 12. I think you're fine if you take him at 12. If McMillan's not on the board. Yep. If McMillan's on the board, I would not want to take Walter Nolan. But to me, Walter Nolan that's a true first round defensive tackle. But I understand the issues and the concerns of like, is he going to go out there and give us everything every single play? Not that
is it like a Mozzie motor?
So Mozzie's very complicated because Mozzie, it's like a lot of people don't think he's got an issue with motor. People think he has an issue with confidence, that he gets down and then he gets taken out of the game by just getting down on himself. Nolan, I think there's more a question of, are you here? Where are you at? Are you active in here? Now that's just the reputation. It may be completely unfounded. The Cowboys have a pretty good history. I understand Mozzie has made people now say you got to throw all that out the window. But the Cowboys have had a pretty good history of being able to find and understand and do their research on, does this guy work hard? Is he a quick learner? Cut through the noise, cut through whatever the reputation is and say, what is he actually about on the football field? They're generally pretty good at that. So if they've decided Nolan is able to do that and able to move past that, especially with Brian Schottenheimer seemingly making that like line item 1, then I'm going to feel confident that, okay, they got the answer they needed, and he's going to, hit that ceiling.
I want to know everybody's 1, 2, 3 on the Franklin LaFranco injury attorney text line. I fully expect to see Ted McMillan number 1, but I want your 1, 2, and 3 preferred Cowboy options for this evening. Todd McShay, our
I was gonna say, don't say buddy necessarily.
No, our neighbor, at the Combine in Indianapolis. He's been cranking out some interesting information. Used to be on ESPN next to Kuiper. In his final mock, he has the Cowboys taking McMillan, but with a caveat. Quote: "There's a lot of smoke about Jacksonville coveting Tet if they can move back from number 5 but remain ahead of the Cowboys." So McShay saying McMillan, Dallas, but Jacksonville could screw things up.
Yeah, and that was also somebody that Jeremy Fowler was talking about yesterday as could be interested in McMillan. We've also heard a lot of chatter about McMillan or Genty in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
So and luckily there's really nobody ahead of Jacksonville that people think would take Genty. So Genty might be sitting there at 5, then hopefully you just say Jacksonville grabs him, and then you're set up to where that knocks at 1. I think they're also concerned about New Orleans and New Orleans potentially going, all right, we can take that. And I was talking to some folks in New Orleans yesterday, and I was like, hey, which way do you think they're leaning right now? And a lot of the feedback was they could go anywhere of like 5 different places depending on who's sitting there.
Well, one of the places, according to McShay, that Kellen Moore is not going to go is Shedeur Sanders. He said the Shedeur plummet is probably the number one storyline tonight. Get Dion up there, get him whining and crying, have Shedeur with the cameras on him. That's probably the number one storyline. And Todd McShay says not only would Kellen Moore not take Shedeur Sanders with the first pick that they have in the round, he's not taking him with the 40th pick either. So he's making it sound like the Saints are totally out on Shedeur. Now you're starting to hear noise out of New York with the Giants that Brian Daboll does not like Shedeur Sanders, and there's some more Jackson Dart noise. Now, not necessarily for the Giants. This is the type of rumor stuff I love, the possibilities, all the tea. Not for the Giants to take Dart at 3, but to move back Bobby and still get him. And then apparently, I don't know what it is about kids and sons in New York, but Joe Shane's boy apparently went on social media with some Jackson Dart highlight package and then set his account to private quickly after that. So you got Woody Johnson's kid playing Madden. You got Joe Shane's kid apparently loving Jackson Dart, but apparently Daboll is not in the Shedeur camp. And Diana Rossini said at one point, Shedeur Sanders was the number 1 guy on New York's board, and that is no longer the case.
What was the Giants' son? It was last year. Wasn't Joe Shane's son the one who went viral for Hard Knocks, where he's draft Jaden Daniels, and he's trying to tell him to go up and get Jaden Daniels? So Joe Shane clearly talks to his kid about this stuff.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I guess it's just the New York way. It's how late does Shedeur Sanders have to go before I can just call Will Chambers and mercilessly mock him? How late would it have to be? Would he have to go in the 20s?
Yes.
That would be okay. Because I think I've got a chance. This is going to be one of my big dubs if this. And I've got Shedeur as the top quarterback. That's who I like. I've got him in the second round. If I was going to take a quarterback, I think I'd pick him because I want the upside.
Pay.
So from the Tolos, 877-881-1053, they're 123. 817 says 1 Mimbo, 2 trade back for Booker, 3 trade back for Simmons. 903 says they want a wide receiver, then D tackle, then a running back. And then 214 says in the first round they want Golden, or Ibuku, and a running back in the second. Ibuka, I think.
Ibuka. Yeah, no, that's clearly people are talking about positions there. So one guy, so if one person's saying, give me Tet, Golden, or Ibuka, or as Peyton just said, and then somebody else is saying, all right, I want Membu, Booker, or trade back and get Simmons, which those are all offensive linemen. Armand Membu from Missouri, offensive tackle. Tyler Booker, guard from Alabama, who Schrager gave Dallas yesterday, I think, was Tyler Booker. And then Josh Simmons from Ohio State, that's an offensive lineman. So I don't know. I think that tonight, if I was to narrow this down, and I'll have my mock draft today, but if I was going to narrow this down, I would say I think Tet McMillan is the clear number 1 for them. I think that's who they're focused on. And then after that, I think the names that really need to be watched are probably who you mentioned, Walter Nolan, Michael Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia, and then Matthew Golden from Texas. I think those are the three that most stand out.
There it is, Bobby Butt, our Cowboys insider. You with the choices on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Nick Harris will join us at 8 o'clock in studio to answer all your Cowboys and NFL draft questions. And tonight we'll have the post-draft show as well right here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys with the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Peyton Russell has the audio of the craziest interview of all time. And do we need to start treating RJ Choppy like Shaquille O'Neal with the porter potty? It's Thursday at 6:40. It's the payload. Next.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is the Payload every Thursday at this very time, 6:40 on Thursdays. And gentlemen, we're going to start off with a sensitive subject here. Shaquille O'Neal. We love him. Some hate him. We all love him, I think, here. Love Inside the NBA on TNT.
Who hates him?
I don't know. I feel like someone always got to hate him.
I don't love his basketball analysis.
But you love Shaq. Everybody loves Shaq. I think.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. I think he gives back to, family businesses, stuff like that. He's a great guy. But look, I feel like most people, male and female, have been in a position like this before. Shaq was in the middle of doing Inside the NBA on TNT the other night, and all of a sudden he stands up and rushes off the set. Something you don't really see. You usually wait for commercial breaks to go to the restroom, no matter how bad you have to go. And the conspiracy theories are out there of why Shaq was actually running off the set, and we have the audio and the video here on the fan cam.
The other thing about Kawhi is, you all right, big fella? You all right? No. Catching a cramp?
Go ahead, keep talking, Jeff.
Yeah, we're on TV.
I know what we're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking.
I know.
Hey, take some matches with you. Hey, listen, he couldn't hold it.
He can't hold it.
After 40, you can't hold it no more.
That's a first.
You can't hold it.
Unless he's got something. That wasn't something planned, was it?
No,
that was not planned.
Dude, that run wasn't I got to go pee or something. That was something, that olive oil. I don't know if he's really drinking olive oil there, but
what's
something
the olive oil thing? This is a new thing in which people think they can cleanse their system, I guess.
Is it?
Yeah, it's some new thing, but
I know a lot of people in general will do olive oil shots or things just because it's oh, here's healthy fats I can get in my diet and different things like that. But, that was a big part of what you had to do with soda. You had to put 2 of those tablespoons of olive oil in your stuff throughout the day. And so I guess he could just be taking shots of that.
The matches is my move, Charles said. I cannot.
Does that work?
Yes. 2 of them. I cannot travel without matches. Yeah, got to get that burn up in the air.
So I don't think I understand the reference, the matches.
You burn match to help with the smell.
You strike a match and wave it in there so the smoke
so it
cuts through the other smell. You've never heard of that?
I don't think so.
Wow. Try it.
Oh, okay.
Try it at home because the spray still mixes not enough. You know what I mean? But 2 matches, I think that's the best thing to extinguish.
And the candle, we're just going away with candles.
I mean, I don't
mind lighting a candle in the bathroom. Get a nice scent going.
Light a candle. It's not going to work as quickly if your significant other is going in there in 5 or 10 minutes. I'm not traveling with a candle either to Oxnard.
I will say too, the smoke, the burn, the fire, that'll cut through. Whereas I feel like if you just put a candle in there, then you're just mixing a pleasant smell and a not good. And then
that's the air spray.
Yeah, and that's just oh, this is weird.
Yeah.
So you guys, being big radio, some TV stars here. And I want to know from the Tolos as well, 877-881-1053. Text in your experience as well. Has this ever happened to you on the job or at some family event where you just got to run and go straight to the bathroom?
This is Choppy. He runs over to his backpack with his CVS drugstore in it, and he gets his wipes. And he runs on over to the bathroom. Can you imagine, by the way, going into the bathroom, and I can always tell who's in the stalls, and Shaq is there. and Shaq is just sitting in one of the stalls. How quickly do you want to get out of there?
Do you think at Turner they have to also have just larger toilets, knowing they've got 3 former NBA players who sit on them?
Well, and I feel like, because this has happened to me, working radio, because it's our time to go to the restroom is either before the show, after the show. You can sneak in, a pee break, I guess, during the commercial break, but you can't go number 2. I mean, we've seen it before with Bobby and RJ come back late from commercial break.
Oh, no, these guys do that.
That's quick. You got maybe 5 minutes.
But I don't bail. I won't leave in the middle of the segment. Yeah. I have to wait for it to be done. I will say, when I was running boards in the past, you would have to get up if you had to do that. But if I had to throw up, that happened to me once. I had a stomach bug. I couldn't leave the board. So I was throwing up in a trash can every few minutes while I was sitting there running a board.
You want to throw up right now? I just looked over here at the TV. Look at the Corey Majors cupcake.
Oh, look at the condensation building up.
Look at the sweat condensation that will be in my face either today or tomorrow because of freaking Adam Silver. Hey, Corey, I protest this. Corey didn't even take his cupcake. Joey Erickson took it for him.
Yep.
Like a real man. Yeah. And now Corey wants to sit here and make me pay the price. Back to Shaq.
Look, all you have to do is just get Alec in here. Give him enough airtime. He'll take the cupcake to the face.
Oh, I thought you were saying like Alec wouldn't be able to reach my face and hit me in the chest.
Probably his hair would have gotten in his face. But yeah, so real quick, this happened I think a few years ago when I was working on nosebleeds when they were at night. We're up here, we're going through our segments, and I'm like, because I would eat dinner before the show, and I wouldn't have time to go to the restroom before the show, and so it's like I got to figure out if I could go during the show or wait until after 11 o'clock when the show finally ends. And I was like, guys, you're going to have to hold on for a second. Like, don't play any audio or anything because I got to run to the restroom. So I was gone for maybe 10 minutes of a segment one time having to go to the restroom and I was so worried because knowing Zach and Eric, they would start cussing on there or, getting a little risky there with the dump button and stuff and knowing that I'm away from the board. So... but all went well, and I was able to make it back in time.
I think Ruben was on his second shift, or like his third shift. He had not been here very long, and I was sitting in for Zach, and it was me and Eric hosting on Nosebleeds one night, and Eric's stomach started hurting, and he just goes, "Hey, Ruben, I'm going to need some time." And he tells Ruben to start moving spots from other breaks to create a 9-minute commercial break.
What?
And Ruben just not wanting to look like it was like, yeah, I got you. And I don't even know what he did to come out of the board like happen because it just was a mess. And I was like, just come back. And I had to talk by myself for like 2 minutes because it was about to be. But Eric just wanted to create a 9-minute commercial break so he could go to the bathroom.
Eric had to go.
Questions.
Eric had to go use Nancy's throne over there. All right, it is the payload every Thursday at this time, guys. We have by far the weirdest interview of all time.
But
here.
Shaq, he tried to deny this. I mean, we got to finish up the story here. He's like, "Oh, I was going pee," and then TNT brought in a porta potty.
Yeah, the porta potty
next to him. That was fantastic on set.
Guys, we do have the weirdest interview of all time here. We played some great audio over the years, but I've never before have seen this happen. So this is a News 9 in Australia, and there's these two twin sisters, Bridget and Paula Powers, and they're very famous apparently. They have documentaries about them, about their lives being twin sisters. They were on a scene at a carjacking incident and gave their side of the story. Only problem is they both gave their side of the story here.
Two sisters have told how their mother and man raced to help when the carjacked SUV rolled on Steve Irwin Way, only to find the gun-wielding car thief emerging from the wreck. Here's some of what they had to say.
And one guy, he was up there with our mum, and he went up there, and he was coming back down towards us, and he goes, "Run, he's got a gun." And our heart started to pound, and I said, "Oh, Mum, where's Mum?" And poor Mum was stuck up there, but apparently our brave Mum, she goes, "Are you all right?" Because he had all blood all over his face. And he goes, "I'll shoot you." She goes, "Hey, I'm here to help."
No, that wasn't on Echo. That was two separate people talking at the same time.
Wearing the same shirt.
Exactly. And I get they're twins, okay, go along with the bit, but come on, don't have them talk at the same time. And they're saying the same exact words. It was like they were reading a script. It was incredible.
Absolutely have them talk at the same time. Interview of the year.
This is so...
I thought this was AI.
I couldn't tell it. I did too at first. I thought it was like almost like a bit, and I had to look back. I was like, let me make sure this was actually posted by the news account. But it feels almost like she's trying to guess what the other one is going to say, rather than because they gave a follow-up interview.
The one on the left is like the leader. The one on the right.
Yeah, so they did.
And I was also looking to see if they were like Siamese or not. I don't know why.
They did a follow-up interview after they went viral with News 7, and they were like doing this same thing, and they were just like, "We've tried to talk separately. We can't. We don't feel like ourselves when we do it." But we don't feel like ourselves when we do it. Do it. But it's just that whole like echoey thing of it looks like they're trying to guess what they're going to say more than they just can't help it.
Have you guys ever thought what your life would be like as like a twin? Like if you had a twin?
No.
I mean, would you share the same friends? Is it like you have to be best friends? Because I have twin brothers, and they kind of do basically everything together. That, like, with friends and stuff. Like, they'll have the same friends, go to the same parties.
Same girl.
So that's okay. You said Siamese twins. I'm just gonna say it. The girls who were famous for they were Siamese twins, and they split basically at the shoulders. And I just always remember thinking, like, how do you? Because I think one of them got married, and it's like just one of them got married, not the other. It's like, how do you?
You got to marry the same guy.
But they only, I mean, and I get that, but they said she married him, not this one. Because like legally you can't. It's just weird.
Could your brothers like finish each other's sentences?
No, that's not. I don't think that's how.
Yes,
work.
I think it is how it works.
Yeah, it really there is like supposed to be a genuine like connection. I mean, you got to think there's so much about them that's similar already genetically.
But I don't think they've ever tried to, like, when you're talking to one, they're like trying to finish the sentence. I mean, they might think the same, but
are they like the same person basically, personality wise?
A little bit. I mean, not the exact same. I don't think they look alike, but I'm just their brother. But a lot of people say, oh yeah.
Are they the adopted ones?
No. Unfortunately, no one's adopted, and no matter what RJ says, no one's adopted in my family.
Yeoman says his triplets, which are all like a year old now, he says even at a year that they're all different. Like they all have different personality types and quirks.
It's the Payload every Thursday with Peyton Russell here on 105.3 The Fan.
Last story, guys, here. I need some advice from the guys, and not like, just you guys, but from the male species, because so I've lived with my fiance for over a year now. We've moved into an actual house, buying a house, and she brought up the other day, when can we start washing our clothes together in the laundry? Because I've just gone separate. Like I wash my clothes, she washes hers, and like we've never like combined laundry baskets before, and I never thought about it. I didn't think like it was weird, but like my parents don't do that. But apparently, it's not it's a common thing.
So when you go to the hamper, do you have separate hampers?
Yes, yeah. She has hers that she'll throw her clothes in. I have mine. So when I do laundry, I'll just go throw mine in there, and she does laundry separately. Now I know you guys will say, well, wife's supposed to do the laundry, but we're not in a situation where like I'm working, she's just at home.
Right.
You live together, you weirdo. Why are you just separating out your clothes? That's so weird. Like, I get it if her clothes need to be washed in cold water and yours in warm or something like that. That makes sense. But, like, just mix your clothes together. Why would that be like, I guess we're going to have the discussion. Do we start mixing our clothes? Do we take it to the next level?
My brother and his wife, they don't wash each other's laundry. I think RJ and Sarah do theirs separately. I don't know. How many times, I guess you and I are the only ones in this situation. How many times do you think about what your life would be like if your wife was at work every single day and the house chores and the housework had to be divided up because she has a job too? Wouldn't that suck?
Yeah, I mean, she wouldn't be able to sleep. I mean, she'd have to come home from work and then do all the house too.
I haven't done a load of laundry probably in maybe like 8 or 9 years.
Wow.
I'll tell you what, I will do laundry 10 times out of 10 before I'll do dishes. I hate dishes. Dishes is just like, I don't like if I'm sitting there washing them and I get like splashback. I hate like when my shirt gets wet. I can't stand doing dishes.
One day I strive to be like Sean Sharif here.
You don't like when you get soapy water on your shirt, but you're fine sweating through a meat church sweatshirt in 105-degree temps.
That's because it's my own water at that point. I'm fine with that.
Ugh. It's that cupcake condensation. Payload every Thursday here on DFW Sports Station. We got praise for Sagan. We got praise for Ben. We celebrate the Stars taking the 2-1 series lead with Jake Riepma in studio. Then the commercial-free expressway next.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
yourself on board.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
The Fan.
Ben out of the bumper. So Harley, wrist shot, score! Power play goal! Dallas, we are tied!
There's the call on ESPN. So when you watch sports and you're like, oh my gosh, how does that person do that? That is just a professional piece of art. That's how I felt after the Jamie Benn goal. The read, how the hell is the passer knowing to put it there? And then Jamie Benn, Pavelski always did this, didn't he? But the redirect from Jamie Benn to tie the game, that was a work of art as the Dallas Stars go to overtime again, and they beat the Colorado Avalanche on the road in order to take the 2-1 series lead. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ. Choppy still out in Italy for the honeymoon. We got Bobby Belt and Jake Rietma, who is a hockey head, joining us in studio. But that Jamie Benn, that goal, I was speechless. I am speechless.
Yeah, I'm always amazed at, like, in general, like you mentioned, the whole thing with the redirects and different things that hockey players do, that's the level of skill they have and the mental process and how quickly they see things is just absurd.
It's like skipping a rock, Jake. It's like, I'm going to angle my stick, and it's going to maintain the proper amount of velocity, and I'm going to aim it in order to go ahead and score in professional hockey.
Harley deserves a lot of credit as well because he is receiving the pass at the point. And they talk about presenting your stick, and I think ESPN showed it on the replay where he clearly identifies Jamie Benn presenting his stick in the pocket, and then, like you said, he passes in a shot form to be able to redirect. And they practiced it, but man, it was a work of art.
Before we let him talk too much about the Stars, I just got to know his qualifications. Do you read MoneyPuck.com?
I know you're a big Money Puck fan, but I have.
Okay, as long as you've seen the website before, that's all that matters.
I don't have it saved in my favorites yet.
Okay, but it's there. That's good. All right, he's valid. Go ahead, Sean.
Someone DM'd me last night. Here it is, from Ron on Instagram. I just checked out Money Puck, and it's actually pretty blanking legit. Great numbers that Bobby doesn't understand. I feel a fight between you and him that could rival who watches more football. So that was from Atolo checking out Money Puck because of annoying Bobby. Are the Stars lucky to be up 2-1 in the series?
You talk about the word luck, and we use it all the time in hockey, puck luck, and I don't think it's necessarily luck as more of it's opportunistic. And you're going to need some lucky plays in the postseason, and both teams are going to need it. The Avs got some luck in Game 1, and so I think to say the Stars have been lucky is a little bit of kind of a lazy narrative and a take in that sense. But do they get some pucks that bounce their way yesterday? Absolutely, and the play late by Esa Lindell, oh my gosh, just incredible presence of mind to be in that position. But does it take some luck as a defender to make a legit save on a rebound? Yes. So depending on, you want to get into the semantics of the word luck, did they get some breaks? Yes. Did they make the most of their opportunities? Also yes. Are they up 2-1? Yes.
Was the first goal scored horrible defense, amazing wizardry, or a missed call of interference from Nichushkin?
All right, let's work through that because
and reset his story as well in terms of his background. Is he the villain in this series?
Oh, Val Nichushkin. Yeah. So Val Nichushkin's a guy that he bugs me because he's just incredibly talented. But if you know the history, he's battled some suspensions, and they're self-induced, they're personal issues. But he's out on the ice, and he's a world-class talent. He's one of those 200-foot players where great offensively, great defensively, just does a lot of things to help your team win. And so that's part of the reason. But that is a goal where you're screaming at the TV as it happens. And in the moment, I think the best comparison is like a rub route on a 2-point conversion or something. And in the moment, you're like, that's offensive pass interference. You slow it down. And I wasn't as upset with the no call on interference there, and combine it with the miscommunication between Harley and Duchesne. It's just kind of the you tip your cap to the opposition, and it's a bummer that it worked out that way. But at the same time, it's something that can't happen. You can't have that miscommunication.
Spittle said, I don't believe that was interference as far as the pick by Nelson. He was gliding, and the contact was not enough to warrant a call. Smart play. You agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think just like again, I keep going back to that 2-point conversion, like a rub route that you see that all the time. When the defenders don't communicate, it makes it look 10 times worse because you're left with, in all alone on Ottinger, who has no chance on that goal. And Nichushkin's going to finish 10 times out of 10 in that position.
There's a lot of talk heading into the series that, when we talked to Colorado's play-by-play guy, he had said that, the easy advantage it would appear heading into the series for Dallas would be Otter over Blackwood, just because Blackwood's lack of experience. How do you think in general just Otter's performed in the series so far?
He's a type of goalie that as the stakes rise and the game becomes even more, I guess the lights get even brighter, I think he's played even better. And not to take anything away from Blackwood, because I think Blackwood's been really, really good, but there's certain little things that Ottinger does a lot better than Blackwood in a head-to-head comparison. For example, Blackwood gives up a lot more rebounds, one of the highest percentage of rebounds in the NHL, and it cost him in game number 2 there, where the Stars' 2 goals were off rebounds, and he was a little bit better with that last night. But Ottinger just makes those huge saves at critical moments, and I think the Stars as a team defensively play really well, with all 5 guys playing. There's a couple of back checks they had last night that help, just as a team defensive standpoint. But Ottinger's been really, really good.
Who did you pick to win the series originally?
I picked the Stars, and I got absolutely dragged on Twitter for it. I mean, my goodness, I tried to provide a little optimism.
From the Avs fans or Stars fans?
A little bit of everything.
Why would Stars fans drag you?
So my whole thing was, listen, the losing streak, limping into the playoffs, that's a thing. You can't deny it. But I also said, look, I'm a believer in the fresh, clean slate. Everybody's even. And I made one little historical comparison, and everybody said, "Oh, so you're saying the Stars are going to win the Stanley Cup?" That's not all. That's all I said was there's been teams that have gone into the playoffs with a losing streak and gone on to win the Stanley Cup. The 2002 Red Wings, and I only use that comparison because Jim Nill was the assistant general manager for that team,
and because they're from Detroit.
Yeah, oh, there it is. Yeah. There it is. We knew it was coming. But and obviously that team was loaded. But my whole point was, I truly believe, and this is maybe an unpopular opinion, but the stakes are so different in postseason hockey. And it was no fault to the Stars, but the last handful of games after that loss to Winnipeg, you're not playing for anything. And I think that's a reality that people just didn't want to put a lot of stock into, and they just wanted to see, the Stars are losing. They're not playing with any energy. Well, they had nothing to play for. And I do believe this was where a lot of people can, fight me on this, but there's a switch that flips. And the higher the level, make no mistake about it, these consummate professionals flip a switch when it's postseason play, and all of a sudden, instead of playing a meaningless regular season game in Nashville in the middle of the week, you're playing these types of games, high impact, high energy, overtime thrillers, and the switch gets flipped.
Jake Rietma in studio with us, as he will be after every Stars playoff game here on 105.3 The Fan. Was the Marchment penalty like a 10 out of 10 bad? How avoidable? And if they score, is he set up to be the GOAT?
Yeah, I think I think he would put it on himself. It's the type of play. It wasn't anything egregious. It's the type of play that happens in a 5-on-5 setting, and it's not like he was out of position or exposed in some way or another. It's an unfortunate occurrence that's going to happen. Then you add the blood for the double minor, and so 4-minute. It was
Joe Mazzulla goes and licks it off the ice.
That's a sustainability.
Oh, I love it. He should be a hockey player, by the way. I mean, he's a little bit different in that sense. But I think with Marchment, you got to give him a lot of credit because he obviously assists on the game-winning goal
while falling down.
Yeah, just
stumbling.
Right. And it's such a hockey guy mentality to just, all right, short memory. My team picked me up. They killed off a 4-minute penalty, and now let's go make a play. And that's exactly what you saw. And I also think I wrote this down in one of my notes that the Stars penalty kill was really good in preventing the zone entry for the Avalanche. And a good power play, you've got to be able to penetrate the zone and get set up. And in that 4-minute double minor penalty kill, they just did not allow them to do that. They even had a chance of their own. Shorthanded.
Mesquite Pluckers with me tonight.
Yeah, let's get after it. I'm a little excited. I'm excited, but I don't know what's in store. It's my first draft party with the fans.
Well, you're going to be emceeing it. That's what's in store. I got your food and drinks, and you got the microphone.
You've got his food drink. The listeners will just end up doing like, oh, here you go.
Bobby, shut the hell up. Shut up. Cut his mic off again.
Moneypuck.com.
I got an Uber gift card, so
yes, you're going to need it for. Are you working tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. Come on.
All right.
Yeah, those TSN reports are going to write themselves. Come on.
Jake Reba in studio. Thank you, brother. And come out and party with him tonight, along with myself and the Tolos at the Mesquite Pluckers location for the NFL draft coverage. Oh, Bobby.
Oh, what?
I can't wait to play back the highlights of a brand new NFL draft analyst who is debuting this evening. Do you know who it is?
I have a couple of guesses, but I don't want to throw any of them out.
Mike McCarthy is.
Oh, God!
Mike McCarthy is apparently joining Pat McAfee's NFL draft coverage. So Big Mike is moving to the mic, at least for tonight.
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
Do you know how just yinzer that entire broadcast is going to be?
How good is he going to be? How good is he going to be?
Okay, so genuinely, he's going to be in that setting really strong and entertaining, I would guess. Because for all my issues with Mike McCarthy as a coach and how I think he tended to be a little thin-skinned and petty at times, which I'd spit the petty right back. So let's be fair here. But for all of that, he's funny. He's quick.
Yeah.
He's got
He'll be on.
Yeah, the back and forth. He's really good at banter. And McAfee will love that. I'm sure there will probably be 2 or 3 viral moments from him tonight where he makes some joke where it's like, oh, look at Mike cutting up. And so now the actual draft analysis, I don't know. He'll probably say some stuff there that doesn't make any sense. But the jokes will be flowing.
All right, so hopefully tomorrow we get a lot of highlights of Mike McCarthy and the broadcasting debut.
Do you think I'd be quieter on that broadcast or on day 3 of the draft last year?
By the way, Mike's boy, I think you'll be fascinated by this. Mike's boy, Jay Glazer, brought up an NIL aspect of this draft. And Glazer said, interesting thing came up in my draft prep calls. For years, teams have pulled players off the board for A, injury concerns, or B, character concerns. A third category and reason has been added. And most teams I talked to had guys off their board for doesn't love football. This was the first year it was so prevalent. I asked around, why is that? And the thought was because of NIL money. Guys have already been paid, and some feel they don't need to grind to get it. So the guys who love football, Bobby, are probably appreciated more. I thought that was really fascinating.
Yeah, and that's something that you've heard scouts start talking about in recent years, the idea of just they wonder about the entitlement era. And if guys are coming into the league feeling a little bit more entitled and like, who are you to tell me anything? That's a question people have with Shedeur. Like, does Shedeur feel like he's already, look, I've already made it. I'm already at this point. You're not going to tell me anything. And people have wondered about that energy from him. But yeah, I could absolutely see that being a factor. Cowboys brought it up a little bit in the pre-draft press conference the other day. The idea of just guys who love football and that being something that they really need to know. That is a top item really frequently for a lot of teams to find out is, do you actually love this?
What is the next best thing to Nico getting fired? What about Nico getting some help? There's a brand new report. Maybe Jason Kidd isn't so innocent after all. And the Luka meeting we just found out about, including some more Luka comments on his beloved former team. The commercial-free expressway with the Neighborhood Watch, and Nick Harris with NFL Draft preview coverage coming up for 2 hours, all on the way here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
what was it? Pepper Lady.
Cinnamon Sisters.
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
And we are commercial free with the Neighborhood Watch coming up at 7:40. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram with your full draft preview. 2 straight hours, y'all. 2 straight hours if you're itching for all the football talk. And, of course, Zach Wolchuk provided that yesterday from the G-Bag Nation. Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
And I know Nick was talking about, all right, I'm finishing up my draft notebook, so he's going to have all of his remaining nuggets that he's going to unload. And then I also saw he tweeted this morning his entire 350-plus player grade notebook with notes and nuggets and over 20,000 words that we'll be able to get into.
Take that, Dane Brugler. Suck on that, Dane.
Zach Wolchuk.
Let me hear that again.
Hey, great laugh from Jake, dude. I loved it.
He already got the Reetma. He already got the Reetma laugh. As Kid Muse said, we need Reetma for longer segments, definitely after the Stars thriller last night. All right, we continue to find out more and more about you know what as Tim McMahon went on Bomani Jones' podcast, and he said that you're not getting Nico fired right now, but Patrick Dumont may have learned a lesson.
Now, the in Nico we trust era has ended. You know, he wants him to bring in an experienced exec, and, you know, like, I think he's realized, like, okay, we've got to have some checks and balances that weren't in place. I think this has been a very educational experience for Patrick Dumont in his first full year as an NBA governor. Also, the realization of, hey, in this world, management's not the stars. The stars are the guys on the floor. That's what this whole league revolves around.
The in Nico we trust era has ended. 2 common responses from Tolos. 1, it's too late. You already done screwed it up. You already done effed up. You already flushed the future. And number 2, oh, you mean like someone like Cuban who was supposed to be there and is not any basketball like genius, but has had experience and wanted to remain in basketball operations. Too little, too late. But Patrick Dumont has said, oh, we need some checks and balances, and we need someone experienced.
Too little, too late, but it gives me a little bit of hope, at least, that this isn't just going to continue on into forever. Like, you know, again, I mentioned it before, you being in Maryland, I'm sure it felt like it was never going to get better with the Angelos family and with Dan Snyder, where it's like, these guys are never going away.
Yeah.
This at least makes it feel a little bit to me like, oh, okay, there's maybe in the future some salvation from Nico's insanity.
Dallas Hoops Journal. Grant Asfith had Afsith.
Yep, you got it.
Had some good details. Even Patrick Dumont, by Nico's admission, initially laughed when the idea of trading Doncic was floated. Rob Pelinka reportedly thought Nico was joking when trade discussions began, but it was Harrison who pursued the deal with conviction, and it was Dumont who gave him the green light. Sources informed DallasHoopsJournal.com that among the factors that led Dumont to provide the green light was an interaction he had with Luka, focused on addressing perceived conditioning concerns. This occurred before Nico initiated trade talks with the coffee meeting with Pelinka. As one might expect, that interaction involving Doncic and Dumont did not go well. Weeks later, Luka was traded with a heavy run of media leaks emphasizing conditioning. This became a sentiment for Dallas that Doncic was taking a vacation. So Patrick Dumont tried to have the sit down with Luka, like, yo, enough is enough. We need you in shape. Take it seriously. Apparently it did not go well. And then when Nico came to Dumont, see, Nico, Kidd, and Dumont were all whispering to each other behind the scenes about this, as they should. You have consistent meetings and saying, oh, he got another tech. Oh, we're on the verge of a 1-game suspension. Oh, he didn't get back on defense. Oh, they're isolating him in the Phoenix series. Everyone's trying to go at him defensively. He's not joining us on the road trip. He's got his own team. Right, you have these conversations about every single player, particularly your superstar, but this Dumont meeting made it easier. Patrick wasn't just caught off guard and hit out of the blue when Nico approached him with it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like a mafia scene. Like, hey, you know that thing? You know that thing? That thing is number 77. And so you were all on the same page because you've been talking about it at the meetings.
Yeah, and similarly, like one of the mafia movies, it's like, that's it? That's why y'all killed him? He did that. He accidentally bumped into you, and he didn't say sorry or something. Like, that's why you took the guy out.
What are you, Aaron Hernandez?
Yeah, or what was that? Did you ever see The Irishman? The Irishman, the scene with Sebastian Maniscalco, where it's like they just have I'm just breaking his balls here. What's the problem? And then it's like, well, we got to go shoot him in a restaurant. But that's like similar. I got to know, how could he have received this in such a way that Dumont was like, get him out? Like, what would he have said that was so flippant or dismissive?
Do you think? I'm sure he was looking at him like, shut the hell up. I'm Luka Doncic.
Do you think
don't talk to me?
Do you think he?
You've been here for a second. It's my city. It's my organization.
Do you think he approached him like he approaches Cuban? Flippantly. Like most guys probably got used to Cuban. He's buddy. And I'll talk to you. I wonder if Dumont, Luke was like, I'm talking to you like this would be Mark telling me this. And I'm going to be flippant with you. And as a businessman, somebody who has run corporations, he was like, unacceptable. But I also wonder if Luke was just like, you're the guy they're going to have come talk to me about conditioning? At least said Nico.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I know what you're saying there. So Tim McMahon was talking about, this was a great point when talking about how difficult Luka was to deal with. The hierarchy. Mike Florio lit me up over my micro reports months ago. He didn't light me up. He's like, too bad, Cowboys, deal with it. He's a star. Stars have diva tendencies. Tim McMahon told Bomani on the Right Time pod, he's not close to the top when it comes to difficult.
I'm not going to tell you Luka's low maintenance. I'm just going to tell you on the superstar spectrum in the NBA, he's not toward the top. You can go down the list of superstars. There are several who are more high maintenance than Luka. Ask Miami if they'd have rather dealt with Luka or Jimmy Butler for the last few months. I was told at the time, if we got to trade him, we'll trade his ass. And I'm like, no, you won't. And then 6 weeks later, my phone dings. What? I was told we'll trade this guy if we have to. But here's the thing. You didn't have to.
Yeah, I mean, this is the...
What's wrong?
No, I was just going to say that
it's the hand signal.
No, I was giving you the hand signal because 12 combines some of what was just said there at the end.
Audio?
The J Kid cut. Yeah. So anyway, behind the scenes stuff there. What I think that's the thing that has stunned me the most is that
this is what happens when I don't hear back from you. I just do the work myself, and then we have these.
I did text you. I texted you. I said I was pulling the video.
It's too late.
No, but I did say. Here's the thing: is that when you've got, I don't understand how they've dealt with somebody like Christian Wood. They knew what Kyrie's reputation was coming here. They have to see other stars across the league, and yet they still perceived Luka as like, oh my gosh, he's the biggest pain we've ever seen.
Because they're like, Christian Wood he's a bum. All right, he can act like that. It's like the quarterback, I think, is the way they viewed it. The quarterback can't act like that, and our franchise guy, who we're about to give $400 million to, can't have.
Then I'll say this: Jason Kidd is so much more to blame for this than we've talked about. Then, because Jason Kidd should understand, being around basketball teams for as long as he has, that it gets so much worse than that.
Yeah,
and if he didn't communicate that to them, that hey, this is worse, including his very first setup where him, Jamal Mashburn, and Jim Jackson were fighting over Tony Braxton and all got traded because of it.
Yeah.
Like, they should understand what matters and what doesn't.
Well, let's bring up the clip that you may hear for a second time of McMahon talking about J. Kidd's involvement.
And the level of frustration that Nico had at that time was high. By the way, J. Kidd's was too. And, you know, I think J. Kidd's kind of trying to distance himself from
this. Yes, he is.
J. Kidd's frustration level was, I can just tell you, with Luke, was also quite high. But, you know, I was told at the time, hey, you know, if we got to trade him, And obviously it's off the record, but they traded him now, so I'll say it. If we got to trade him, we'll trade his ass. And I'm like, no, you won't. I seriously, I rolled my eyes. I'm like, okay, you're huffing, you're puffing. You ain't blowing that house down. Give me a break. Because it's a ludicrous thing to consider. And how many times, Monty, have you been talking to somebody and they huff, they puff? They're just talking shit. They ain't going to do anything. And I thought this was one of those cases. And then 6 weeks later, my phone dings. What?
They did it.
What? They actually did it? Again, I was told, venting. We'll trade this guy if we have to. But here's the thing. You didn't have to. You didn't have to.
Is that a case when you hear that quote and he talks about J-Kid was upset too, and then he comes back and he says, I was told off the record. Is he saying somebody else in the organization told him that, or is he saying Kid said we'll trade his ass?
I didn't get that it was from Jason, but I don't know. Someone said it. But it's kind of what you alluded to yesterday, where you're venting and you're like, gosh, she's annoying. Oh, gosh, she's not doing my laundry correctly, like Peyton and Mackenzie.
Well, she doesn't do his laundry. They don't mix it.
But it doesn't mean like you're ready to sign the divorce paper.
Yeah, like how many times have you complained about me to somebody probably and just been like,
I just did on air.
He's a pain in the ass. There are so many things about him that are a pain in the ass. But ultimately, then if somebody was like, by the way, we know you were complaining about Bobby being a pain in the ass today, we fired him. And he'd be like, well, I didn't say to fire him.
Yeah, right.
So that was not what I wanted to just whip him into shape. I didn't want to chase him off the show.
And then finally, Tim McMahon with Bomani Jones, hearing from other owners throughout the league that maybe not right now today, but this is basically the end of Nico Harrison.
I was talking to somebody who's in an ownership group of another Western Conference team recently, and they basically said, I hate to say it, but this trades his legacy. He's never going to work in the NBA again. There are people around the league who are just like, you have to fire him. That's the only way to begin the healing process with the Mavericks fan base. I think this has been a very educational experience for Patrick Dumont in his first full year as an NBA governor. Also, the realization of, hey, in this world, management's not the stars. The stars are the guys on the floor.
I'm curious.
There's a lot in there. McMahon's a beast. I know he catches a lot of crap, but he's a beast.
I'm everything given what McMahon has represented about Nico, everything we've heard about Nico. I'm curious. I'm just going to run through a couple scenarios, and I want you to tell me if you think if Nico Harrison and his standards were in charge, would he have traded this person? If Nico Harrison was with the Dallas Cowboys, would they have moved on from Micah Parsons, given what we know? Probably, I think, based on what his standards seem to be. If Nico Harrison was in charge
I don't think Micah's biggest problem is like talking or maybe not being the leader that they want. I don't think anyone doubts that Micah's ready to go.
Micah does his own personal stuff, though, and Micah doesn't show up to things, and Micah doesn't join in the group thing. How much did we hear about the problem was he wasn't part of the team process. He was rehabbing by himself.
Yeah.
And Micah's all about that. Corey Seager, I think we've heard, has guys that he deals with on his own and has a tendency to get hurt.
Yeah.
Would Nico go, well, we got to trade Corey Seager? Like, that's the insanity of what he did. He took something where it's like, he can give all. His problem is he thinks we don't understand what his issue was with Luka. Nico feels like you guys just don't get, you've lost the point of why I was upset with him. And he doesn't understand that everybody's saying back to him, I don't care what it was.
Right.
Your point wasn't good enough.
Right.
It was a bad point. It was a bad reason. It should have never been done. It's not a lack of understanding. It's a lack of, like, a logical point.
Yeah.
You don't have one.
So The Athletic did their annual NBA player poll, and they talked to 150 players across the entire league, and they dedicated an entire article and piece to the Luka trade.
This made me sick.
And they asked everyone everything. I'm just going to read some of the reactions. 16 players used the word shocked in their responses, and 18 deemed it crazy. All right? So 16 said shocked, 18 said crazy, and with some colorful language. Quote, my immediate reaction, word for word, was what the F? Beyond the preliminary stunning reaction, players described being confused by Dallas's motivations, and one said, I don't even know if 2K would have allowed that trade. Some were more understanding of the deal. Quote, I think it will eventually work out for both sides if all the players are able to stay healthy. And, of course, they're talking about what happened to the Mavs in the second half of the season. Many didn't believe it. Was it fake news? Someone said shocked. I was on the court. This was at 11:12 p.m., 12:12 a.m. Eastern time on February 2nd. A player said shocked. I was on the court. A fan told me at half court. It's one of those moments you won't forget, like when Michael Jackson died or 9/11 happened.
Okay.
Those moments you just know that are going to be forever ingrained. Quote, I was shocked. I didn't think it was possible. Someone said I told my girl, turn on ESPN. I was locked in the rest of the night. This is like Dirk. He canceled his lunch overseas, and he just stayed in the hotel room trying to figure out what was happening. The player continued. I was like, what? It's like 12, midnight? I didn't go to sleep till 2:30, like me, when I got up for the old man bathroom break, and I stayed up till 3 a.m. At my house. I thought it was a joke. I DM'd Shams and texted him, did you get hacked? Another player, I thought the NBA was just doing it for viewership. Another player, I think it was just a ballsy decision. Once in a blue moon type of thing. I don't think something like that is ever going to happen again, but it definitely got franchise players and star players on edge.
I am going to, since they're all talking about their reactions, I'm going to, since Choppy's not here to block it, I'm going to read from our group text from the night that happened. Because we didn't actually talk about what we had said at that time. Full disclosure, I was sitting there having a few beverages with the wife. So I had a nice little buzz going. We were watching a movie together. This sobered me up really fast. Like when I read it, I was like,
Cereal got canceled.
It did. I was like, you're going to have to wait. Sorry. And so I was just, and this is what I texted you guys.
Especially her with Luka traded. That's her. That's her inspiration for you. That's her motivation. That was her boy toy.
Yeah, we're in the same conditioning shape. So she was, that's why I work. I had texted, no bleeping way, hacked, no bleeping way. And I said, I don't bleep and believe this. I'm sick. And then Choppy texted back 6 minutes later and said, there's no way. There's no way. And he goes, I have no bleeping words. I'm going to go on IG. And then Choppy said, I don't know how this works. What are they doing? And we're just going all back and forth. And then Sean finally woke up at 3:49 because you were off the next day. And you said, calls. That is all. Calls. Because that's all anybody wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
It was the most devastating, sickening, like there's no way this could happen. None.
Back to the Athletic NBA player poll. Most players polled were critical of the Mavericks. A few rapid fire thoughts from players in the league. Probably the worst decision in modern basketball history. Terrible. Psychotic. It didn't make sense. I don't know how you make it make sense. Blasphemy. Bad trade. Keep him. Generational player. The dumbest idea ever. The worst ever. Not smart. One of the worst basketball decisions I've ever seen. I don't like it. I thought it was a bad trade. Craziest trade in history. I did not think it was smart. Very shocking. I thought it was crazy. Dumb. I wouldn't have done it. Bad for Mavs business. Good for the Lakers, though. It was ridiculous and eye-opening and scary to the business side of the rest of the league. Some players question the return. Terrible decision. I think Dallas went with a 5-year window instead of a 10. I don't get it. I think Luka's probably the best player in the league for the next 15 years. I thought it was stupid. AD is a top player, but you got a franchise player in Luka who wants to be there. Ride it out with him. Terrible. Like, wow, what did they do? Insane. So a lot of that is the same. But I want to get to those who actually green-lit it.
Yeah, and really quickly, I just want to say on that front, that's the most perplexing thing about all of this is, to me, is the idea that, did you not talk to anybody who knows basketball? Because these are guys who are in it. They play it. They understand the game. And they're not just saying, I didn't think it was a great trade. Those words they were using there, psychotic, stupid, flat out questioning, like, you are not intelligent if you thought this was smart. And those are people who live it. These are not emotional fans telling you this. These are people on other teams months later saying those people were stupid to do that. And that's the problem that I don't understand, is why they seemingly didn't talk to anybody who knows basketball before they made this decision.
In retrospect, making the finals could have been the worst thing that happened, because it empowered. It obviously didn't make a difference to say we have to keep him, but it empowered Nico and his basketball mind.
Yeah.
And Dumont to say, I'm hands off. You took us to the finals. You made the Gafford and PJ trade may have backfired because it just empowered him and built him up even more.
Yeah, I mean, what was his defense the last 2 times? Well, when I've made a trade, look, it's worked. It's like, so it's almost like the Woody Johnson factor we heard about from The Athletic, where they said Woody's been right a few times, enough to where now he just goes, give my stuff time. It's got to ride out because I've been right before and I'll be right again.
Finally, some players said, hey, it wasn't so bad. Quote, I think it was a good trade on both ends. I feel like LA got 2 steps better. I feel like AD is going to be a perfect fit. It wasn't a trade where you're just like, oh, they won't, or oh, they want it, or oh, those guys want it. I feel like the swap was great. Another player. I don't think it was bad. I think it was just 2 different outlooks on what gets the job done. They've had success there in Dallas in the past with those front office moves, so you know better than what we know. And if AD gets back healthy, everything will be good for both sides. I see both sides. A lot of people want to say it was dumb. I see the vision. I could see both teams benefiting. I think the Lakers probably benefited a little more as far as longevity. I don't know why I can't speak right now, but if Dallas wants to win now, it's not a bad move. And then finally, I was shocked, but it made sense money-wise. They didn't want to pay him all that. They're all hurt right now, but I actually thought it was a good trade. But you got to have some people to defend to win a title. That's what Dallas was looking at, and we know Luka is not that.
So those were the comments from Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and then Devin Booker, I guess.
And Udonis Haslem, who's been going after Luka's defense. Let's get to the most local segment in radio. Is any of this happening in your hood?
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think. Make them think. Make them think. Make them think. Make them think.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed.
Did you play the wrong open?
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't know we were doing life hacks here.
This HOV portion of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I need to get that off of there because it's called Neighborhood Watch Hacks Open, and so I just saw Neighborhood Watch.
And whose fault is that?
That's Bobby's for labeling.
Oh no!
Bobby Label is Bobby Label fault.
6:40 after 6:40 on a Thursday.
Are you working tomorrow morning after draft coverage?
He's not working now.
Yes, I am.
Oh Lord, tomorrow gonna be a hot mess.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. This is Neighborhood Watch, not life hacks. You just got a lot of people really excited, and then went April Fool's, Peyton. So thanks. All right. You know what? Let's make this segment right now about the city of Dallas dunking on Peyton and telling Peyton he was wrong about something. Peyton, you're gonna have to look over here because we're gonna talk about you right here. The city of Dallas. You remember this fight we had a couple weeks ago, Peyton, where you said warning signs or the warning sirens that play across the city of Dallas are only for tornadoes, and that I was an idiot for saying that those would ever play for anything else?
Yeah, wind sirens, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, the city of Dallas, this is from our partner, NBC DFW.
Did Zach Wilczek get on TV, by the way, yesterday? I set Zach up with his TV appearance?
I didn't see it, but I know he did it. So I was here when he started it. So Zach is the big superstar. This is from NBC DFW. It's that time of year when severe weather becomes more common. Whether you've called North Texas home your whole life or you're a newcomer to the area, just know that when you hear outdoor warning signs going off, the weather is about to get serious. Outdoor warning signs are strategically placed throughout the entire area, alerting Texans that a dangerous storm is moving in. There's a chance, though, if you're inside your home, you may not hear them all. And they just talked to different people from the city of Dallas about things. But they wanted to clear something up for people like Peyton, who are always confused. It says if you hear the sirens going off, that means you need to take immediate action. Get to a safe place, an interior room, away from windows on the lowest level of your home or a nearby building. When some people hear the sirens, they automatically think they are in the immediate path of a tornado. That's not always the case. Did you hear that, Peyton? That's not always the case.
I don't believe him.
Quote, the city of Dallas activates the outdoor warning system whenever we receive a warning from the National Weather Service that contains winds of 70 miles per hour or greater, hail of 1.5 inches or greater, or a tornado warning anywhere in the city of Dallas. Is there anything you would like to say to me about how I know more than you?
No, because you just read an article.
Then I'll just say it. I know more than you. No, this is now I will say, I'm mainly trolling Peyton, but this is genuinely like a service that the city of Dallas is trying to get out there now, because people do think if they hear a warning sign, a warning that there's a tornado here and we're in trouble.
I always did.
And yeah, originally I think that's how most people factored it. But basically what it's meant for is just if there is any sort of weather that reaches a point, whether that's the wind or the hail or a tornado warning or anything else, that makes it to the point where lives are in danger or structures are in danger, or like, so if you're driving your car, that hail can shatter through your window. If you're in a structure, well, a tree could blow down or something like that because of the winds. They're just alerting you to dangerous weather in the area. So in general, it just means take shelter, not always about tornadoes. But yeah, NBC DFW in the city of Dallas making sure Peyton knows he was wrong.
We getting bad weather, like through Saturday.
It's supposed to start up again. This is springtime in Texas, so you may hear those sirens today, whether it's a tornado or not. Because
today is like 85% humidity.
Yeah, it felt like it when I stepped outside after I was scrambling around for my cell phone, which after I texted you and I was like, I'm going to go take a shower. And then I tossed it and couldn't find it. And so I started throwing the house around and woke Kristen up. But yeah, when I stepped outside finally, it was nice and humid. But yeah, it's supposed to be bad weather. It feels like this has been the last 5 weeks or something where we get to like Thursday and then they're talking about, all right, the next 4 days, yeah, we might have a tornado or two. Don't know. We'll just have to see. All right, yesterday, the superstar, Lady Luca, came to town.
Yeah.
Paige Beckers made her debut here in Dallas, spoke with the media. And if you saw the photos from the press conference, it was like jam-packed in there. There were people stacked up in there. I mean, she is a legit big-time star. I know you mentioned it earlier in one of your reads. She also made the Hurtado stop.
Yeah.
Which was perfect tie-in to the question about do you prefer Tex-Mex or barbecue? Because that is, of course, the Texacue there. But the Paige effect isn't just on the court. According to WFAA, it is now bringing in big business to Dallas's WNBA franchise. So whereas the Mavericks, as Tim McMahon pointed out in that interview with Bomani Jones, he said over the course of whatever Supermax Luka signed, the Mavericks may have lost $1 billion,
yes,
which is ridiculous to think about. The Wings are starting to collect money. So season tickets for the Wings 2025 campaign are already sold out. Demand is high with a capacity of just 7,000 at College Park Center, so the supply is low. Fans looking to catch a game are already seeing the laws of economics at work. Low supply plus high demand equals very pricey admission for Wings fans. The Paige Beckers effect is going beyond basketball. It's bringing the business here. It says the look at the prices have ballooned significantly. The most expensive seat in the house for the Caitlin Clark matchup is almost $2,000. A $2,000 ticket. The cheapest
That's
seats.
the most expensive?
Yeah, the cheapest seats, $200. It's $200 get in the door price. That's similar to what we were talking about getting in the door price for the Luka game.
Wow.
That was the minimum to get in there.
And yesterday at the press conference, she was asked how it feels to be the hottest thing in DFW right now.
I'm just curious how you feel knowing that you're probably the hottest thing in Dallas right now.
I mean, I would say the weather's probably hotter than me. I'm excited for it too. So different than Connecticut and Minnesota, so I'm excited for that.
So she's excited for that non-Connecticut weather, that Hurtado barbecue, and already making all the media laugh like that. While wearing the cowboy hat. She had the cowboy hat on.
If you
Bobby loves that Reetma drop.
I do. It's a good. he knows, and he's listening there. Jake, you oversold the laugh there. That was an over laugh, Jake. But yeah, if you want the Chicago Sky game, that's Haley Van Lith from TCU. That's Angel Reese coming in here. Get in the door price of that $150.
Wow,
for College Park. The New York Liberty, if you want to go see them host the WNBA champions, that's a little cheaper, but still $50 minimum price. Those tickets are usually, the get in the door is usually closer to like 10. So Dallas Wings are collecting a lot of money, a lot of value off of this, which is good. I'm genuinely excited. I really do enjoy watching Paige Beckers play basketball. I'm not being sarcastic or anything else. I think she's entertaining. Is there any level of interest for you? If somebody's like, hey, you want some Wings tickets tonight? Would you go out and see Paige Beckers?
I mean, if it was the Caitlin Clark game, yeah. One of her first like 2 or 3 games, and it was on like a Friday or Saturday, yes, I would.
That's still qualifying because I don't know that you could have been brought out there last year.
Oh no.
So it's
absolutely
to me,
not.
Yeah, now there's actually in the Caitlin Clark game, there's actually a reason to go watch somebody in the game play.
Now, Sean, they
Paige
do
Beckers
play in
is there.
Arlington. I know they're called the Dallas Wings, but that is a far drive for you.
Not
the
Caitlin Clark. The Caitlin Clark game is going to be AAC because they knew how big the demand was going to be.
I don't care that it's in Arlington, mate. You give me if I don't have to work the next morning, I'll go anywhere. I'll go anywhere.
That's true. You're pretty good about you've made some trips up to Frisco to do some things.
Someone take care of my children, watch my kids, and I don't have to work the next day. I'll go buck wild.
I got you.
So tickets are expensive, obviously, for that game, but tickets are free if you're a teenager in Dallas for several sporting events. So the Mayor's Youth Sports Ticket Program is trying to get the word out. Registration is now open, according to the Dallas Sports Commission, for an initiative that has distributed more than 15,000 free tickets to area youth to attend professional sporting events since it was started in 2022. I always like these sort of outreach programs where you're trying to get kids to go to games because what's the line Jerry always quotes? about the percentage of their fans that have never
5%.
It's 5% of the fans have ever been to an NFL stadium because it is expensive.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And a lot of these, a lot of kids who would like to go and they idolize it, and this is where they're at their most passionate about the sport. A lot of them don't get the opportunity to go. So
the smartest thing the Wings could do is give us a suite, a station suite on a Friday or Saturday night. Doesn't matter what the game is for, and we can have like Rangers suite night with the entire station to go out there. That would be brilliant. KNC can set it up. They had the GM on.
See, that's I would attend it, and I would be a rabid Wings fan. I'd paint wings all over my face. Everything else would be great. These tickets are given on a first come
loser
first
bet for the show. You have to go with wings. You have to walk through the whole corridor.
Dude,
and everything,
you got to do like
flapping like the Victoria's Secret wings,
or like Joseph Gordon-Levitt in Angels in the Outfield. Like if they're down, you got to stand up and make a big
like Fireman Ed for WNBA. Yeah, you go like this.
Yeah,
you get the hot crowd.
That is a good bet. Yeah, that is good. All right, these tickets are they're meant to underserved youth, age 12 to 17. You need a chaperone to go to this game, but the eligibility requirements are that a parent or guardian must register the teen. It's designed for kids 12 to 17. They've got a couple different other factors that they have on the website if you want to go look that up. But once you're approved, they have tickets that include the Cowboys, AT&T Stadium events, Mavericks, Stars, Rangers, FC Dallas Wings, basically anything around here. And it goes further than that. It's also State Fair, the Gold Cup, NASCAR at Texas Motor Speedway. So just about anything that there's ticketed events to for sports in DFW, they hook up. So if you want to look that up, just go ahead and Google. It's the Mayor's Youth Sports Ticket Program. It is for residents of Dallas. So you have to be a City of Dallas resident in order to participate for that. All right, last story here in Neighborhood Watch. And this is just, I don't know. I guess there's always a reason. You see...
John Ramsey just said several of the girls had the cowboy hats on backwards.
No, I'm being honest. I'd probably put it on backwards.
Yeah, ask Choppy.
I did one time, apparently. Chris was like, that's backwards. You need to turn it around. Where I had to wear it for something. This just comes from, and there's not a lot of details about this, but I saw this headline yesterday and I was like, this feels like about the lowest thing you could do. So early yesterday morning outside Fair Park, Dallas police said that at 4:30 a.m., they responded to a shooting, and when they showed up, they found a man who had been shot multiple times, pronounced dead on the scene, had already passed away. But here's the factor of this that just goes, oh, that's even sicker than I feel like most of these things normally are. He was in a wheelchair. This was like a guy who couldn't even get up a chair. If you're talking about the most cowardly thing you could do, I feel like it's shoot the guy like multiple times in a wheelchair.
Gang member or something?
See, that's the thing. I don't have details of like, there's not details of like, what was he doing? Did he have a gun in his hand or something? Or was there something like this? I guess it could, but it feels like multiple times while he's in a chair that he can't get out. That feels like overkill.
That sounds like a hit.
This is why I love the city of Dallas. I love Texas. Everybody knows that. The Fair Park area, it's got to clean up. It's got to be clean. I mean, the Fair Park area.
That was like 10 minutes from my first house.
I know, and that's especially why. So they're already on the right track there. They've cleaned up in one part. You're gone. So that's good. They don't have to worry about anybody calling the popo on their neighbors and taking it away from the people in Fair Park.
Life hacks, and this HOV portion of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. Thanks for being a Total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. DFW Sports Station with Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider. Of course, RJ Choppy is out on the honeymoon vacay in Italy, and we got Peyton and Aiden in the back. All right, time to unleash the draft knowledge like we did yesterday with Zach Wilczok. Nick Harris is going to empty the final draft notebook. The Fort Worth Star-Telegram and Cowboy Insider on the draft show joins us for 2 hours in studio next.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. Or that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, bring it down a little bit.
O'clock hour here on draft day. Many of the Tolos have been waiting, yearning, just dying to hear the draft notebook unloaded from Nick Harris, part of our draft coverage tonight on the Dallas Cowboys radio network, and of course on this station, Texas Rangers baseball with DeGrom on the mound. Can be heard on our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And you beat the traffic. I thought you were going to get here 2 minutes late, Nick Harris.
Yeah, me too. I live in Princeton, which is basically China.
Wow.
To this place, so I had to take a ferry over to the mainland and get across the Pilgrims to get here, but I'm here.
All right, I want to start off by telling you what I think the Dallas Cowboys' plan is and see if you would be okay with it. As the majority of the Metroplex seems to feel, I think that Ted McMillan is the plan at 12. The whispers I'm hearing is if he's not there, they either take or move down for Walter Nolan.
Yeah, that would be fascinating. First off, with the Ted McMillan, I agree with you. I think that's probably the highest target going into the night, the highest realistic target going into the night. As far as Walter Nolan, I think he's in a group of probably 3 or 4 names that would make sense, whether you're sticking at 12 or maybe moving back to a 15 or an 18 or a 20, even 25.
Ole Miss D tackle.
Correct, yes. The other names that I would throw in that mix, Michael Williams out of Georgia, Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M, and then Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State. And obviously Matthew Golden out of Texas is in that mix too. I think Egbuka would be the pick over Golden. That's just me. But there's a lot of ties to Emeka Egbuka on this staff, not only with wide receivers coach Junior Adams, who recruited him really hard when he was at the University of Washington, just 50 miles away when Egbuka was in high school. He also coached Egbuka's high school receivers coach. There's a lot of connections there. And Schottenheimer was in Seattle just down the street whenever Egbuka was coming out in the Seattle area. So I think whenever you factor in character and what Schottenheimer has been emphasizing over and over and over again is, hey, we're going to take a look at the person. There's a lot of things that make sense for Egbuka. And that's the thing that doesn't make a lot of sense about Walter Nolan, though, if I'm being 100% honest. Because if that does come true tonight and they end up sticking at 12 and picking Walter Nolan, that'd be the question I have in the press conference. Like, how was Walter Nolan able to convince you, Brian Schottenheimer, that he is the type of person to be in this building? Because the concerns, as Bobby laid out earlier, from Texas A&M, even from Ole Miss, is like, does this guy love football? Is he 100% bought in? Is he, you typically see that high entitlement with the number 1 overall recruit, 5-star type guy, which he was coming out of high school in Powell, Tennessee. And it translated to his time at Texas A&M not really working out that well. Went to Ole Miss, and sure, he does have the traits. He has the explosiveness. But that would be my biggest question is, like, do I want this guy in the locker room?
Give me the player comps for Nolan that you have and Emeka.
And you're going to hate me here. I hate player
Jimmy
comps.
Butler?
I hate
we'll get to that
comps.
at 8:20.
Yeah, I honestly hate player comps just because I think it boxes guys in, and you expect certain things from guys, and then they don't live up to that expectation, but they live up to a similarly high expectation in a different realm, then it doesn't pan out. That's just me. I don't have one player comp in my entire board. But if I had to give a type of impact that I think these guys would have, Nolan, he has pass rush upside. I think he's going to have a little bit of development to do in his first year as far as getting push in the run game. But I think the pass rush stuff is really enticing with his explosiveness, his hands. It starts from his lower body getting up. He creates leverage. He can do that from the interior. Where does he fit on this defense? That's the question, because he's not a one-tech, and you're not putting Osa Odigizua at the one-tech either. So are you drafting a rotational defensive tackle with your first overall pick? I don't know about that.
What's your answer to that, Bobby?
So I think that what we saw historically when Rod Marinelli was here, and that's obviously somebody who influenced Matt Eberflus a ton, what we saw was it was very rare where any defensive lineman got into 70% snaps on the team. Because they do rotate so heavy. They go like 7-8 deep of just Marinelli's thought was always just the fresher I can keep guys. They don't have heavy legs in the fourth quarter, and that's where we make a difference. And in those crunch time moments, we're able to make a difference. And especially with how much they tell their 3-techs get upfield, and run with your motor hot, that they feel like we get guys who get burned out quickly. Marinelli also ran a pretty intense practice schedule, as much as you can in today's NFL, that guys felt like they would get worn down if they weren't rotating as much. And so, yeah, if they were picking Nolan, that would tell me that they're going into a heavy rotation on the defensive line.
And maybe it's a situation, too, where on passing downs that they have Osa and Nolan in the interior on the same front, which could work. But again, this is the number 12 overall pick. Brian Schottenheimer said in Florida, we don't plan on having this pick this high ever again. We want to get an impact player. I don't know if drafting a rotational guy is an impact player that's only going to be on the field half the snaps, and a guy that also has questions about loving the game. I don't know.
And you feel like that would need to come with a trade down? You would be a little disappointed if he was the pick at 12?
Yeah, that would be double disappointment for me, I think, if they pick Walter Nolan at 12.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram, here in Studio 105 through the Fan. Who is your Emeka comp, Bobby?
Cooper Kupp. I think he's like Kupp in terms of just big slot guy who's not going to have a bunch of breakaway speed, but somebody who I think is really savvy in the way that he runs his routes and finds those little margins, those little details in his route running to get space. I think he translates to. There are times you wonder, all right, does this guy translate to the NFL? He's fast, but like, are you going to be able to outrun everybody in the NFL? And then it's other times where it's like, man, the athleticism, it's just not enough. With Igbokwe, I feel pretty confident that his game completely translates to at least a contributor level. Like, you wonder bust, boom potential with a lot of guys. I just feel like the floor is really high on Igbokwe.
So you think their wideout board is Tet, Igbokwe, and then Golden.
Yeah.
And what's your wideout board?
Mine is starting with Tet, Igbokwe, Bird, and Golden. I understand this, I understand the concerns around Burden, and there's questions about Burden and his love for the game. But I love what he's able to do, create separation downfield. He can run a whole route tree. He can play inside. He can play outside. He's physical. He can play out of the backfield. That's the type of weapon you want on your offense. And I think Golden's a really talented player too. I got all these players really close together. That's just how I have him stacked.
When Jerry was talking trades the other day,
yeah,
you make anything of it?
We'll see. I think there's a lot of things that Jerry's probably dangling in front of teams right now as far as like, hey, we can move up, we can move down, probably communicating that to teams. And whenever he's saying this could happen before or after the draft, that's probably putting leverage on a couple of teams as well. But that does throw a wrench into all of these mock scenarios because we're going into these first 2 days expecting, hey, the Cowboys need a receiver too. They need a starting running back. They need a defensive tackle. They need 2 starting corners. Well, if we are also factoring in some of these trade possibilities and we have no idea what they are, then that really could throw a wrench into what we think the plans are. So, if they do take an edge rusher with their 12th overall pick, or they do take a quarterback in the back end of the third round if they picked up an extra pick, I'm just kind of theorizing, then it shouldn't be a surprise just because they're dealing with possibilities we don't even know about.
Play around with a name or two in terms of a veteran that you think they could maybe be talking about.
Corner was the first thing that jumped to mind. Ramsey's contract is a little heavy, I think, for what their taste typically is. Jair Alexander's a fascinating one, but that would be a very interesting locker room fit. I think there could be some receivers out there on the market too. Not necessarily a George Pickens. That doesn't necessarily fit what Schottenheimer's trying to go for. But there are some intriguing names that are on the draft market or on the trade market going into draft night. Jamison Williams is a very fascinating one to me. I don't know what you would have to give up for Jamison Williams. That would probably be the steep price.
He's a bit of a gamble.
He would be a gamble for shit. I see what you did there.
He gambled.
That took me a second.
Maybe you could buy his jersey too.
He definitely would.
If he talks to us about Marcus Mosher, I probably will.
I still need to get a story from you on that.
8:15.
But I think Jamison Williams would be fascinating, but I'm sure that price would be steep. There's a lot of interesting possibilities out there. I even think Cortland Sutton is a fascinating one, depending on what that price could look like.
Well, you're not getting this wide receiver safety net that I was kind of holding out for because Tyler Lockett signed with the Titans yesterday. So I was thinking maybe, what?
Whoa, Cam Ward's got 3 of the top 5 receivers in the NFL now. Good for him.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Cam Ward on his video game stream naming all the top receivers that happen to play in Tennessee. But I was hoping, the Seattle connection, okay, maybe a fallback if you don't get what you want wide receiver-wise. But no, Tyler Lockett going to the Titans. But Bobby, you were playing around with a Titans wide receiver that may be expendable now that you said the Cowboys loved?
Yeah, I mean, they loved Treylon Burks a couple years ago. Now, the biggest problem there is just he is not...
Nick just made a face.
Yeah, no, I mean, Treylon Burks is not... This would be in line with going to getting Mingo.
I was about to say, they just got Treylon Burks.
Yeah. So it's I do think Burks has higher upside than Mingo does. The biggest problem has just been... So here's the thing. When Treylon Burks was coming out, that was a guy that they thought highly enough of that, I mean... The names you would hear thrown around at times when it's like, let's think of comps of what kind of player he's like. The names you would hear from people over there was like A.J. Brown or Deebo Samuel. Like, that's the kind of guy that they thought he had the potential to be. Mingo, I knew they liked. I never heard them talk about Mingo in the same sort of hushed tones during the draft process that they did with Burks. They had concerns about Burks because they were curious about, would he be able to manage his weight? He was a bigger guy. Could he manage his frame? That was, conditioning. We worry about that here in Dallas. But that was a big concern for them. And he's not been able to stay healthy consistently, which may speak to conditioning. But he's somebody who they thought highly enough of that they have enough of a history of boomeranging guys that they liked previously that if he were available, I wouldn't be surprised they'd just go, all right, well, let's investigate that.
Yeah, Dallas has become last chance you for a lot of these guys. These former first-round picks that they love, even high second-round picks. But the last time Treylon Burks or Jonathan Mingo were ever an impact or even scored a touchdown, I mean, look at that production. Sean was doing his own laundry over here. So it's been a while.
Nah, what a Tolo reference. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram here on 105.3 The Fan. Everyone wants to trade down all the time now. That's the thing to do. What range would you feel based upon your board, first round picks, second, third rounders? What range would you feel uncomfortable trading down to?
I think once you get past Houston at 25, then you're like, okay, how much are you really getting? Because the big question in the reports that have come out of these teams having preliminary conversations around trading down is these deals are coming 70 cents on the dollar. Now, how does that change on draft night? That could change dramatically. There could be a lot of teams, more teams than expected, that could be trying to trade up. But if they're going back to a 25, say, with Houston, they're talking about wanting to jump up and go in and getting one of these offensive linemen if they slip to a 11, 12, 13 range. If a Kelvin Banks is there, Houston loves Kelvin Banks. If somehow Will Campbell is there, Houston would sell their soul to go get Will Campbell. I wonder what the deal would look like in that sense, but I It's going to be tough, and I'm not saying it's impossible. I think it certainly could happen tonight, and the Cowboys will certainly field a call. They would like to trade down, but they're not going to trade out of their pick if they're not getting value for the pick.
What is your worry scenario tonight in terms of player or a team jumping?
Walter Nolan is my worry scenario. I'll give you that one for the reasons I just laid out earlier. As far as a team jumping, any team that needs a receiver, and I'm looking at a Seattle potentially going up and grabbing a McMillan or.
Are you worried about him at 5 to Jacksonville now?
There's a lot of Genty smoke there, and the Genty buzz does make sense, but there's a lot of teams right there in that 5 to 10 range that you're gonna have to go through a landmine for McMillan to get through. You got Jacksonville. I could see Oakland making a case. I could see Chicago making a case. The Jets, I could see them making a case. I mean, you are having to go through a landmine. All the buzz about 3 offensive tackles going in the first 10 picks. Cowboys fans should be throwing a party every time one of these offensive linemen come off the board, because as they come off the board, those other teams are going to be just as inclined to go ahead and getting one themselves, and that's going to push McMillan down the line.
Can I argue strongly that I'd prefer an offensive lineman over a receiver? And who would that be for you?
You prefer an offensive lineman over a receiver?
Maybe.
Okay.
Depends who it is, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Oh, I thought you were saying that you do. I think it's something that shouldn't be, trashed on, I think, as much as it has been in the course of the last couple of weeks.
Why
in the
would
Cowboys
it be trashed on?
I think it's I think from I think from a Cowboys fan base perspective, it would be the third first round pick in a row that's not really that sexy, and it would be, okay, how are we going to shuffle this line around? Are you saying that you're giving up on Tyler Guyton if you draft a Josh Simmons type? I think if they go and get offensive line help, and you understand the Cowboys draft history, offensive line is always on the table in the first round for this team. Man. Whether it's a Tyler Booker or a Josh Simmons or a Kelvin Banks if he's there at 12, either of those 3 would be solid picks.
If I have a blank slate and it's a draft throughout the entire league, after quarterback, offensive line is my next pick. That's just me personally. So we just got a reminder the other day, or the past month, with Zach and Tyron, of what those times were like and how glorious they were. I can then take a lesser running back. Let's get Dak some more time. I can find some receivers. Man, I'm never opposed to stuff. Philadelphia. Every time we face Philadelphia, I'm like, oh my God, we're going to lose the O-line, D-line matchup. Mm-hmm. Like, they're just better up front than everybody else. So I'm not down on it. It's not as fun tonight and today talking about it, but I'm not against it.
You guys have a fan chat that's running, right? Mm-hmm. I'd be curious to know how fans would feel if they went and grabbed an offensive lineman, say like a Tyler Booker or a Kelvin Banks, to fill in that open guard spot, and then doubled back with like Keenan Allen next week.
214.
Well, it depends if Tet's on the board or not. If Tet's on the board and they draft a lineman, people are going to freak out.
Yeah, it's going to be a disaster.
214 says, I would love an O lineman at number 12. Another 214 comes in, says they better take the best offensive lineman at number 12. Those are just those are a couple that are wanting offensive line. The vast majority of people seem to want Tet. That seems to, they want Tet McMillan. There's a handful that say, I want Golden, I want the speed and the flash, but offensive line has got its crew.
Let's start emptying the draft notebook of Nick Harris, the final one. Fort Worth Star Telegram, and take calls like we did yesterday with Zach. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, as we continue to celebrate the stars as well. Loaded Thursday edition continues on Sean and RJ.
Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333 with Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Mason Marchment on the forehand. Pass. Shot. Score! Score! Tyler Seguin! The Stars have done it! Back-to-back overtime wins. 2-1. They lead the series. 2-1. They win Game 3.
Did you stay up late for it? Good morning, Metroplex. It's a great morning. If you're a Stars fan, they somehow, some way take the 2-1 series lead. The trailing stats in this series are insane. They've led for 62 seconds in the series. The second team to lead a best-of-7 series through 3 games with a lead time fewer than 2 minutes. Second team ever. Nick Harris in studio answering all your draft questions from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Did you stay up for it?
I did. Whenever Mason Marchment got that 4-minute penalty, I was like, oh, this is cooked.
Yep.
This is cooked. And when they survived that, I was like, okay, and then Marchment redeemed himself. It was super cool to see.
While falling down, somehow he got the assist. Ratnan set it all up, so he finally gets a point in the series. He had taken the most shots in the postseason without a goal. And again, as we were talking the other day, it felt like the temperature was kind of heating up on him. Like, yo, man, where are you? Are you going to show up? Well, he set it up for Marchment. Marchment set it up for Seguin. And there you go. Seguin and Ben, who had been the faces of this franchise, both come through with goals last night. Ben's was insane.
Yeah, as much as, it's been a lot of excitement about Rantanen and we've seen these contributions that it's this new school Stars era, it was the classics getting you through last night with Otter, Seguin, Ben. They're the ones who ultimately carry. And now you feel a lot better. Like that 8-game losing streak feels kind of far away at this point. Now you feel a little comfortable. Not that you're relaxing and saying, all right, we got this thing locked up, but now you feel a little bit like, all right, we can at least breathe a little.
All right, let's get to the questions you have on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Nick Harris, Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, Wolchuk, and others will be hosting all 3 days on the Dallas Cowboys radio network. You can listen to the Rangers tonight on our sister station News Radio 1080 KRLD. Luke in Plano, start us off. Luke, you are live on the Fan.
How's it going, y'all? Good morning. Almost the weekend, so getting there. I just have one question for Sean. If he thinks that an offensive lineman is the way to go, does that mean that he's out on Dak and us winning now? I think that you draft a lineman to rebuild and restructure. It takes a few years for him to get in, just like we've seen with Tyler Guyton. I think there's some shuffling we could do there with Terrence Steele and his contract. I think if you want to win now, you got to go with the skill position. Ted McMillan is a monster. If you look at the other teams, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown just won the Super Bowl. Joe Burrow has T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. It's a 1-2 punch now. You can't get around with the Allen Hurns trial by committee. So that's my 2 cents. I hope y'all have a great day and a great weekend.
Great question. Thanks for the call. Glad you directed your first one towards the expert in here.
Kiss the ring.
I would counter back with Frederick, Tyron, Zach, Tyler.
Yeah.
In terms of immediate play. And look, you can draft a wide receiver bust too. Mm-hmm. Are you guys sold that there's less bust factor with wideout over linemen?
Less bust factor. In a sense, I think it's honestly right down the middle with both of them. You could look at various different receivers in these last few drafts. We just talked about 2 of them, Traylon Burks and Jonathan Mingo, that haven't really panned out. But if we're talking that high of a pick, you've still seen some top 10 guys over the course of the last decade that haven't panned out to the rate of offensive linemen. But to his question, they talked about in the pre-draft press conference, Jerry Jones specifically, saying, hey, offensive line, picking an offensive lineman with a premium pick will help our run game. And he sees that as opening up opportunities for some of those skill guys. I'm not rationalizing from Sean's perspective or anyone that would say, take an offensive lineman there, but that is their thinking. And we know how much this team loves offensive linemen, especially with premium picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Guyton is, you got to remember, Guyton was still a tight end when he got to TCU. And he's played right tackle at Oklahoma, and then he was moving to left tackle. There's still so much raw about Guyton.
Give me their line today, left or right.
Guyton, left right, it'd be Guyton, Smith, Beebe, today Hoffman probably, and then Steele.
Okay. I possibly have 3 to 4 questions up front. Bobby loves Steele. A lot of fans don't love him. I know that you want Brock in a bar fight.
I'm optimistic about Steele.
Okay.
I'm optimistic that he'll recover.
I am too. I said it in the Draft 101 thing here here at the Odyssey building last week. This coaching change benefits Terrence Steele, I think, more than any other player on this roster.
Why?
Being able to go from the Solari system, which I didn't really ever feel like worked with him. He felt unnatural in that system and what Solari was trying to coach and imply over the course of his time here. I think moving to a Clayton Adams type scheme where he can maximize his athleticism, get going more with man-on-man matchups rather than gap scheme type stuff, I think he's going to have a really good year in 25.
The Cowboys blame Mike Solari for Steele's stunted growth. That's why he's gone.
Jason in Dallas, you're up next. Jason, you're live on the Fan.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Morning.
So I've got a question. When it comes to defensive tackle and cornerback, who do you think Dallas values more at taking in this draft first, cornerback or defensive tackle?
That's a good question. I think with the names that are on the board and everything we've been hearing about Walter Nolan, I think with this premium first pick, they're probably valuing the defensive tackle a little bit more. But you look in the second round, that's going to be the sweet spot for that corner pick. You look at a Trey Amos out of Ole Miss, Maxwell Harrison out of Kentucky, which I feel like would be the best pick this team can make in the entire draft, in my opinion. Or if Jahdae Barron is somehow slipping into the second round. This corner spot is so blinking red flag right now for this team. For me, that's the more emphasis going into tonight. But I think they would emphasize a defensive tackle spot.
So first round corner tonight is weak.
Unless they trade back, I could see something in maybe like the early 20s to pull on a Will Johnson if he's still there. There's love for Will Johnson here.
Yeah, Johnson probably not at 12. Like, that'd probably be too early, even in a wipeout scenario. But, yeah. I mean, Travis Hunter's not weak, obviously. Like, I mean, you've got Hunter and you've got Johnson, who a lot of people like Johnson. There's just questions about Will Johnson and his long speed and some of those things. There's unknowns. I think Will Johnson would be a better regarded prospect if people felt like they had more of his athletic testing answers.
Mike in Fort Worth, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Mikey.
Hey, guys, good morning. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Your local Raider fan. I love the Raiders, but I root for the Cowboys as long as they don't play the Raiders. But anyway, hey, look, I'm going to get to your draft question in a minute. But, hey, Bobby and Sean, you guys need to ease up on Nico now. He does deserve all the blame because he knew everybody in the world knows that NC Davis is going to get hurt. But next year, guess what? I'm an optimist. Mavericks going to win the championship, and we get Kyrie back, and Davis ain't going to miss a game because of injury.
Not going to miss a game.
Well, don't bet no money on the Vegas on that now.
Mike, you got the good plug.
But look here, the Cowboys need a running back. Everybody knows that. We need a running back. We got receivers that can throw the ball. We got good receivers. I mean, as far as CD, we got the backups are decent enough. We need a running back. That's what I believe, guys. But anyway, have a good morning.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Yesterday, I asked the fellas to put Genty, Bijan, and Gibbs in order, coming out in the same class. Mm-hmm. Based upon what you know about them in college, they both had Genty at the top of that list.
Yeah, that list of what you just named them off, that'd be it for me too.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
I think Genty's going to be that special. I think he's going to play in this league for 10 plus years. And I know that's a long thing to say about a running back. I think he's got that type of ability, durability, and strength.
You're not worried about 5'8" and a half.
Nah, he'll be all right.
I was trying to think. I was asking Bobby who have been the special backs at that size in the history of the league. You usually think of a gimmick guy, a Sproles. I think you brought up Eckler. Maybe MJD? I was just looking at the history
MJD,
of
Eckler,
the height.
Barry. I mean, Barry was tiny. But
yeah.
And I mean, he's a different, but he's a smaller back who's also like built thick and is physical.
All right, so let's take the approach that Genty's long gone.
For sure.
Actually, let me do this. McMillan and Genty are both on the board.
I'm taking Genty. Yeah.
Not even thinking
I'm sticking
about
to my board there. I have Genty above him.
You had McMillan as the third best player in the draft? And
Genty's 2.
Genty's 2.
Mm-hmm.
I also have Genty at 2. Yep.
Let's do a stupid trade up fun exercise.
Okay.
How far are you willing to go for McMillan or Genty, factoring in price?
This team has no business trading up in this draft, but like you said, for the purpose of the exercise,
that's your answer. Then you don't want them to trade up.
No,
you would not for either guy.
No, neither. No.
Okay.
They traded up when they got Jonathan Mingo. That was them sacrificing their capital.
8.
If they had an extra capital, maybe.
I'd go up to 8.
And that is with...
That's 200 points. That's your third rounder. Or in next year's 2. Ugh. I know it's not exciting, but if Genty's sitting there at 8, I would do that. McMillan, I might not, because receiver, there are enough receivers in this draft. I know there's enough runners in this draft, but there's like a gap from Genty down to everybody else.
I'll say the caveat, the one guy you could get me to trade up for, and it's only if he gets out of the top 5, is Travis Hunter. Because you're giving up a pick, you're getting 2 players basically anyway.
Does everyone think Hunter's going to Cleveland?
Yeah, that's the consensus at this point, yeah.
Okay, so now let's get the realistic running back scenario. Genty's long gone. You're looking at round 3?
I'm looking at 76. I think those second round type backs are going to be wiped out at 44 for you. I think there's going to be 2 separate runs at the running back position before they pick at 44. I think you're going to have Denver kicking it off at 20, going to that 25, 26 range. I think you could see Henderson and Hampton come off the board there. And then at the very top of the second round, you got the Cleveland Browns picking at 33. They need a back. They can't rely on Nick Chubb's health anymore. I could see them going for a Quinshad Judkins type, and then Dylan Sampson's going to be in that range. Caleb Johnson might be the guy available for you at 44. If it were me, I would wait to that 76 sweet spot because you can get Bashal Tootin, who, in my opinion, would be the best fit for this Cowboys team at 76. Damian Martinez, he's a Louisville guy. He's going to be in that range. RJ Harvey out of UCF. There's going to be a lot of talented running backs there for you at 76. And also, knowing what this team is thinking going into the weekend, I think they think that 76 is going to be the sweet spot for that running back, too.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram in studio, taking your draft calls here on the big day. Andreas in Dallas, you're up next on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Good morning, folks.
Morning.
My hunch is if Shedeur Sanders is at 12, I can see Jerry. He passed on the quarterback, Johnny Manziel. We got Zach Martin, Hall of Famer. I'm all for it. Let's go Shedeur Sanders. Let's have a S show for the next 5 years.
And then get Dion.
We're not going to win a Super Bowl, so let's have some fun with it, you know?
Yeah, I was saying, then get Dion.
No, they're not going to do that. They're not taking Shedeur at 12. That's not happening.
I will say, though, we're going to be on the draft show, and the 12's going to come around. Shedeur's going to be on the board, and we're going to be like, all right, so who's going to bring it up just so somebody could say no?
Zach will bring it up.
No. Well, not only in our draft show, I'm talking about in the war room. Who's going to bring it up just so somebody can say no?
Is there anyone on the draft show who has advocated a quarterback in the first or second round?
No, not that I know
Zach
of.
has fired off the random shot of, if Shedeur's there, I'll take him at 12.
Oh, he has.
He did that one time.
Yeah, but if he pulls that tonight, I'm going to slap around.
877-881-1053 to hit us up as we are rolling here, Thursday edition on DFW Sports Station. Bobby has his final mock draft. The 7 newest Cowboys that Bobby says you will be welcoming after this weekend. And let's see if Nick Harris thinks it's smart or probably stupid. Below the belt after this.
Has low fee products. You got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
You're on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Do you think the Cowboys will draft a playmaker or a difference maker?
Wow, what a deep question.
Well, that's the question that got texted me by Mike Bassick. He wants to know if the Cowboys are going to draft a playmaker or a difference maker.
Hey, perfect, Mike.
Philosophy with Dr. Bassick.
That is a that is a Mike question. He also says the Cowboys have Jonathan Mingo. They don't need another wide receiver. Go bingo with Mingo.
Look at Mikey checking in.
So yeah, Tolo Mike Bassick checking in there. All right, let's talk about who they will actually
What a
take.
wordsmith.
Yeah, he is. He's on top of it. Let's talk about who they will actually take in the draft. And I've got my 7-round mock ready. Now, here's the thing about 7-round mocks. Really and truly, you're only, I don't know, you feel like maybe you're 70% confident on the first pick, especially when you're picking at 12. The further you go in the draft, the less confident you are. Second and third round, you feel like maybe I've got like a 15% chance to hit that just because you don't know who's going to get taken that deep and like who could be gone or who could be available. And then day 3, you're literally just going, if I hit one of these 6, then I'm feeling like I'm a superstar.
Yeah.
I've nailed this one. So this is basically a 12th pick projection and then a bunch of guessing.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram in studio, part of the draft coverage tonight. Who are like the top 2 mock drafts you pay the most attention to?
I kind of factor them all in relatively, with conjecture.
Like who do you
I think
respect?
Daniel Jeremiah for sure, and what he put out yesterday for sure. Take a close look at it. There's also just some very niche ones in the draft market that I think they do a good job of looking at it from a objective lens, and they're able to factor in multiple things. Mock drafts are so tough because
what draft analyst? Let me
Jeremiah.
correct.
Yeah, I am a Jeremiah guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
Shots fired, Dane Brugler.
I was going to say Jeremiah and Brugler are really accurate.
I love Dane.
Jeremiah and Dane are really accurate. Honestly, if you
I wish someone would just come out one time and be against the grain and be like, Dane's overrated. Dane sucks. We can't all just love Dane.
Clip that and send that to Dane.
Send it to him.
Just clip the part of Sean saying it.
Yeah.
Dane sucks. Dane's overrated. No, this is something where the way that I've always done this, because everybody's always like, you're reading, you're tipping the picks. Like when I was sitting in there when you were hosting that one year, and I was calling picks, and you guys
That
were
one
going,
year?
yeah, that one year where you and I were both there, and so I was told I was tipping the pick, or that I was getting tip picks, and I went and I went to a mock draft thing. I was tipping picks. I went to
the pills kicking in
every year. No, I don't have it today. Every year,
I was wondering why you're talking so much faster.
Yeah, that's why. And I'm just delirious at this point with tired. I'm so tired. I'm gonna have to go home and sleep when I get
Are
home.
you
But
going to get it?
I'm gonna try. But the way to do this typically,
Might need to go execute a deal fair apart.
the reason, yeah, I need a drop. The reason why I've had been able to project a lot of that is not me having a clue with a lot of those ones. The way to do this typically is go look at who's the big beat writer in Washington, who's the big beat writer in Detroit. They all know generally they're targeting this guy. They expect he might be there. I'm hearing rumbles. Once you see that, you can fill out a mock draft by just going and looking in the cities of who's the big person that looks to be the one that's trusted in each market. That's usually the best way to build a mock and figure out where everybody's going.
That's a really good point, and I do pay attention a lot more when ESPN or The Athletic does their beat writer mock draft, or if one of these radio stations, picks beat writers from Jacksonville, does a really good job, one of their stations, as far as picking the really good beat writers for their beat writer mock draft. I pay attention to those a lot.
But there was JP Finley, our friend from The Fan in Washington, D.C., NBC Sports Washington. I remember he was insisting, he was like, a few years back, he was like, Daron Payne is who they love. They're going to pick Daron Payne. And nobody nationally had Daron Payne go to Washington. And then they picked him, and everybody's like, what a shocker from Washington. It's like, well, everybody at Washington was saying it was going to be Daron Payne. Yeah. So, all right, these are the names that I've got for my mock draft, and we'll let Sean and Nick kick me in the nuts if they think that this is wrong. First pick, number 12. I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to say Tet McMillan slides, and they're going to get McMillan.
Would love it.
That's where I'm going. I'm saying McMillan, Arizona. What would you place the chances at right now, percentage-wise, that you think he actually gets to 12?
I'm saying 35, 40, which I think is higher than it would have been if you asked me on Monday or Sunday.
If you would have asked me this 3 months ago, I would have said 0% that he gets out of the top 5.
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't.
I feel like the chances are decreasing.
So they've
gone up and down. It's been a roller coaster for sure. Because no one knows what the hell is going to happen between 6 and 10. I almost cussed. 6 and 10.
No, it's because that's the.
Didn't you say hell?
Yeah, that can get by though, right?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I was making sure. I was like, we're not dumping back there, are we?
He did curse.
McMillan was projected for 2 months to be number 4 to the Patriots, and then all of a sudden everybody started dropping him.
So your second most favorite realistic scenario and player if McMillan's gone is who?
Ibuka. That would be my second most favorite.
Would you take him there?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
I would ask, hey, was there a trade back opportunity? Why didn't you take it? Because you probably could get him at 15, 18. But if they stuck and picked him at 12, it wouldn't get a complaint from me.
All right, my next pick 44 in the second round. Here's where I'm going to go a little counter to what some people have been saying, including something Nick said last segment. I think there is going to be a universal thought process that says this running back class is so deep we can wait, that guys are going to get pushed down further than we think.
That's a possibility.
And I think Henderson gets to 44. I know it's big because Henderson's generally thought of as back of the first.
Henderson.
Travion Henderson from Ohio State, back end of the first. The Ohio State running back you consistently see mocked to Dallas's Quinshon Judkins more than Henderson. Because,
really?
Yeah, I think so. You don't?
I've seen it split. I've seen more Henderson.
I think Henderson was earlier in the process when people wanted him. I think in the last month it's shifted to Judkins because I felt like 2 months ago people thought Henderson's a second, Judkins a third, and now it's almost like I see them squeezing it down the board a little bit. I think the reverse is going to happen. I think you're going to see guys slide because the league just goes, there's plenty of them. We don't need to do that right now. I need to get this guy right now. I need to get this guy right now. And then they'll say, if we lose Henderson, I can get whoever in the next, Caleb Johnson. I can get Ollie Gordon. I can get RJ Harvey. I don't have to worry about that. So I'm going to say Travion Henderson gets down there, and I think Dallas snatches him up. I'm looking at a CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs type of return there. Third round, and this would not be my favorite pick. I think Zach Wolchuk would love it. Third round, pick 76, Alfred Collins, defensive tackle from Texas.
Yeah, that would give you that one tech that could really compete with Mozzie Smith. He's not great in pass rush, which you would have to figure out from the interior. Maybe you just rely on Osa to do that. But talk about big physical presence and being able to be a force in the run game, beating double and triple teams at times last year with Texas. He is battling a pretty nasty calf strain. Would not be ready for OTAs probably. You'd hope he'd be ready by the time of training camp.
Now this is something where day 3, because they don't have a fourth, so they're going to pick starting in the 5th round with 3 picks there. Generally, day 3, the Cowboys' history is they pick one of 2 players. They will pick the 4th or 5th year senior who was at a big-time program and just consistently produced, or they're picking the guy who it's like, that's a raw player that has super upside traits. They're not like, when you get to that stage of the draft, they're generally going, let me get the solid, lunch pail guy, or let me get the guy who has no idea what he's doing and maybe we can turn him into something. So that's what all these picks are going to be about. 5th round, first pick, 149. I'm going Carson Vincent, Alabama A&M offensive tackle.
Fascinating. Why?
Because I think he's just an athletic freak. And I think if you're talking about looking at the way that Clayton Adams has done things with offensive linemen before and sort of some of the traits that he's leaned into, I think while they go, we got Guyton, we got Steele, we've got different guys along the offensive line that we're trying to, let's get a developmental guy, not somebody that's going to come in here and start right away, because Vincent would not start here. Like if they had an injury tomorrow, Vincent's not stepping in and playing tackle. He can't. But Vincent would be one of these guys that you just say, that's a traits player. Let's see if we can develop something there. Pick 171. This is floor guy. This is big time program. Spent years there. RJ Mickens, safety from Clemson in the 5th round. Also a local guy. Somebody who was at, I think he was at Dallas Day, actually.
Yep.
Pick 174. Somebody I know they like. And I know there are a few people there who speak really highly of him, admire, not even in the sense of just, the draft. I heard this come up during the playoff run of people who would speak admirably of him. Pick 174 in the 5th round, Riley Leonard, Notre Dame quarterback. You would hate it.
You know who else put him in their mock? Bill Jones. He put him, and he also drafted Quinn Ewers. He had 2 quarterbacks. Yeah, we got to talk to Bill about that one.
Yeah,
there's a reason we talk about NBC5.
Hey, I love Bill. I can't laugh at that.
Because he put you on TV the other day.
Bill, I love Bill. I can't. Don't put me in this position.
How many quarterbacks, if any, did you take? Do you have them taking? And do you think what round do they mess around with it?
I think they'll take an undrafted quarterback in this class. And I'm looking at Graham Mertz out of Florida and Seth Hennigan out of Memphis. If either of those 2 are in the undrafted market, I bet they go after them.
Yeah, and Milton is a guy who that was, in large part, you can make the case that was their pick. That anybody that they were going to pick in the draft, it was Milton. Riley Leonard to me is kind of the counter to what you have with Joe Milton, where Joe Milton's like, it's all these traits. Let's see if he can actually play the position. Riley Leonard is like, that's somebody who can play the position. That's somebody who can sit behind the quarterback and be a study guy and is tough and will come out there and set right practice out. I think back end of the fifth, if he's there, I think he's absolutely a discussion with him because I know a lot of people over there really like him.
If they could pitch me on a Taysom Hill type role with him, I'd be intrigued.
Which he is a mobile physical player.
17 rushing touchdowns last year. Like that would give you that goal line short yardage type presence you'd want.
6th round, pick 204. We still do not have an edge rusher, so we're going to get one here from their favorite talent factory, Boise State. We're going to go Ahmed Hassanin. Your thoughts?
The Egyptian Cowboy. Let's rock.
The Egyptian Cowboy?
Yeah, that would be fun. That'd be fun.
Explain that.
He is somebody, he was born in Cairo?
He was born in Cairo, and they asked him, he was part of the Jason Witten Man of the Year nominees, and he was asked, hey, what would it be like to be drafted by Dallas? Because he was training in Dallas during the pre-draft process, and he was like, I'd love to be an Egyptian Cowboy, and everyone was like, I like that.
Yeah.
He was actually he was at Exos the day McCarthy and the Cowboys split. Nick and I were up at Exos that day, and just talking to the training staff over there about him, they were like, that dude is like, he's one of the leaders of the workout room, and he kept asking all these questions. He kept trying to get over to the trainer's like computer, and he's like, what am I running? What am I projected to run? And like, I mean, but they say high character guy, somebody who I think that when you look at some of the traits, it's not like a super ridiculous high traits kind of guy, but again, it's a talent factory, it's a culture guy, and it's somebody who has shown steady improvement his entire time at Boise State, who I think they feel like that can be a solid, potentially develop into a Dorrance Armstrong type of rusher for you. 6th round, pick 211. Really quickly, we'll run through the rest of these. Justin Wally, Minnesota cornerback. Smaller guy, played outside. He's going to have to show he can actually play the slot. But I think the skill set is there, and he'll likely have to become a slot. But that's a guy who dealt with a lot of different coverage concepts at Minnesota, and I think is the type of fit in the flexibility that Eberflus has typically looked for in his system. And then we're going just traits and looking for upside here in the 7th round. 239, Chandler Martin, linebacker at Memphis. That's somebody who's going to have to work on the coverage aspects, but has all the physical traits to be able to do it. And then BYU edge rusher Tyler Batty as the final pick at 247.
So, part of that mock draft, which corner are you trading for next week?
I'm not trading for a corner, baby.
You feel good about this corner?
Jalen Carson.
Give me the seatbelt. Tighten that seatbelt, baby.
Tighten that seatbelt.
No, honestly, I think that's part of the 2 trades they're looking at.
The final 7-round
like airbag.
7-round mock draft from Bobby Belt. He's Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram. We have 1 more hour to go, and we're going to have Nick empty his final draft notebook next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, wait, come here a little bit.
The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You are listening to the official home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, Choppy still honeymooning in Italy. Special guest today is Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Oh. And I saw everyone getting really upset. They couldn't get through the paywall. They didn't want to subscribe. They didn't want to sign up for it, Nick, to get your final draft notebook before you hit up the draft show today and over the next few days. So tell us what you can about tonight and everything else that you've been working on.
I've been working on this class going back to last summer to a certain extent, looking at a few isolated 2023 tapes. And then as some of these guys got hurt over the course of the year, looking back at their 23 tapes, because that's going to be, you know, a guy like Savon Ravel out of East Carolina, the corner, that could be a possibility in the second or third round for the Cowboys, or a Josh Simmons. We talked about him as well, some of these injury guys. But it's free, full access. Head to my Twitter page. I got over 350 players that I've looked at, evaluated over the course of the last 6 months. Injury, off-the-field history, evaluation notes, transfer notes, and any prospect that the Cowboys have shown interest in during this pre-draft process. We have notes on that in there as well. Shrine Bowl, Senior Bowl notes. I mean, anything you could ask for. You ask me a question, I most likely have it. And I'm thinking about doing a little game. If somebody can quote tweet the board with the first player that is not on my board to be drafted, I'll buy you 2 tickets to any home game you want next year.
Oh, look at that.
Whoa. Repeat that. Say that one more time.
On my draft board, go to my Twitter, Nick Harris, FWST. I have over 350 players. If you can predict who the first player not on my board to be drafted, I'll buy you 2 tickets to any home game you want next year.
That's good, because there's 257,
I think.
257. So then you've got how many players on here?
350 plus.
So then you've got 100. Yeah. You've got a cushion of about 100 other guys, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Dane, this used to make Dane Brugler sick every year. He'd do his draft stuff, and then somebody would get picked in the 7th round that he didn't have, and he would just be beside himself.
You know who the last one was for Dane? It was Jeff Swaim.
Yeah.
That was the last one. That's crazy. He's a machine.
877-881-1053 is the Franco LaFranco Injury Attorney text line for all your draft questions. You can also light up the phones again to ask Bobby and Nick whatever you want about the Cowboys or whoever else. What else you got? What else can you unveil? What's been your
Throw me questions. I got a lot of stuff.
I got a question. Why are you so low on Tyler Shuck like everybody else seems to be?
I first off,
is it age and injury only?
Yeah, no, it's not just that. I don't think he's great in the short to intermediate game. I think he has some arm talent, don't get me wrong. And I think he has some mobility that can help that arm talent. I think he needs too much seasoning than he has the time available for. He's played 7 seasons, just to kind of speak to your injury point. He has played 7 seasons with 3 different programs. He's only played more than 7 games in a season once, and it was this past year. And he didn't play his best ball until the final stretch there whenever, that was just stuff we haven't seen from him. Louisville is a system that I think a lot of draft people get fooled by, and this goes to receivers. This could go to quarterbacks, because they just throw the hell out of the ball, and it allowed Shuck to really work through some of the issues that he never got to do in those first 6 years. I just don't see him as an NFL guy. I have him in the 4th round. He's my QB8.
Let's get to Todd McShay's latest notes. His final mock did have Ted McMillan, but with a caveat, there's a lot of smoke about Jacksonville coveting McMillan if they can move back from 5. Brian Daboll apparently could be battling the New York Giants brass. Daboll does not like Shador, according to Todd McShay. They had Shador number 1 on their board at one point in time, and Diana Rossini said that has really cooled off. The feeling and thought is that the Giants like Jackson Dart over Shador Sanders. Probably would not want to go ahead and pick him at 3, but I asked this to Wolchuk yesterday. I want your answers. Who should we not want to end up in the East for each team? Philadelphia, who have they been rumored to get that you'd be afraid of? Same thing for the Giants in Washington.
Yeah, I think I saw a mock yesterday with Jahad Campbell to the Eagles, and I was like, "Ooh, that would be tough."
And he is
Jahad Campbell, linebacker from Alabama, some edge rusher potential there too. Campbell, who was it yesterday? It was Graziano threw out Campbell as a low key watch him name for Dallas if they get wiped or if they move back.
He was the 30 visit guy, so that is somebody that I think they see versatility in as well. It would give them a little bit more flexibility until DeMarvion Overshown gets healthy. He's a talented player too. Going around the East, I mean, Abdul Carter, I think to the Giants, which feels like it's going to happen. He's a dude. I almost cussed again. He's a dude. Yes. In a different sense, he's a physical guy. I think he is what everyone thought Kayvon Thibodeau was. In the sense that he can be that impact pass rusher guy, but he can also set the edge in the run game. He has an understanding of what's happening behind him because he has so much box experience too. He's a smart player. It's just, can he keep it together off the field? And how does that translate onto the field? But I think he's going to be that type of guy that opens up everything else for that defensive line. Because we talked about that defensive line last year. It's like, why do they have so many pieces yet they're not that productive? Leonard Williams, Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau. Yeah. I think this is a guy that can help open up some of those guys and probably force a guy like Thibodeau out.
You know how
what pick would you give up for Thibodeau and Evan Neal?
From a Cowboys perspective, I would go. It would be something late day 3. It would. I think there's more talented in this class that you could pick from.
You know how there's like Whataburger and you love Whataburger or something like that, and then you may see somewhere else where it's like, oh, there's a little shop here called Ricotta Burger, and it's like it's kind of similar and it's good, but this isn't Whataburger. That's like Micah and Abdul Carter. It's like, well, yeah, it's kind of similar, and they both went to the same program, but it's not quite. It's like the knockoff a little bit.
All right,
I'll let you have it.
So Washington,
I've seen a lot of mocks with them with Malachi Starks. Starks is a guy we have not talked about enough in this class.
I don't want to
think.
talk about him. He scares me.
He is a great player. 3-time All-American, space, run defender, can play single high, can play double high, step up in the slot. He can ever show you some outside corner versatility too. You talk about what Dan Quinn loves in his defensive backs. This is the type of guy. But
I talk about the athletic testing.
Yeah. He's not the best athlete in the world, but I think this is a guy that has the range and instincts enough to where that's not going to be a problem. And there's safeties around the league that have proven that can be the case. However, if we're looking at it from a Dan Quinn perspective, he loves the long trees, oak trees in his defensive backfield.
Yeah.
I think he would prefer Nick Emenwari out of South Carolina. I think that would also be a scary addition to their defense.
We had mentioned it yesterday with Sean, and knowing how much you like him, I would be terrified if Igbuka got there and they picked him.
Yeah, absolutely. You factor him in with McLaurin, Debo. Daniels. Yeah, that would be dangerous.
All right, let's get to Jason hitting us up on the phone lines with your questions for our draft show duo. Jason, you're live on the Fan.
All right, guys. I got 2 questions. I'll make it as quick as I can. I got one for Bobby and one for Nick. I've been seeing a lot of stuff about Shador maybe sliding up to 12, and I don't want to take him, but is there a chance where we can maybe hold a team for like a king's ransom on draft picks? And then for Nick, can you sell me on Ibuka? I'd take Golden over Ibuka, but I like Ibuka too.
Thanks for the call, Jay.
Thank you.
Here's the only problem, Jason, with holding the team hostage in theory for Shador. Everybody wants to move back, so there's a ton of options. It's really a buyer's market. There's a ton of options that a team would have to be able to say, well, I'll go up there and go get Shador from another team if you're going to try and hold me hostage. And the other issue is a lot of people view Shador as 12 is not sliding. 12 is, in fact, that's early on Shador. Shador needs to go later, and so that's the biggest problem you look at.
With Ibuka, selling you on him, he's versatile. He can play inside out. He's been a number 2 option his entire college career, and I think he would be seamlessly fitting into a role in Dallas where he is the number 2 guy. He has been behind Chris Olave. He's been behind Jackson Smith and Jigba. Now Jeremiah Smith, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay.
Despite all of that, he is the Ohio State's career leader in receptions. You think about all the receivers that have gone through that talented program in Columbus with receivers coach Brian Hartline. Ibuka, high character guy, loves the game, is going to elevate your room. I think he's a perfect number 2 option for this offense.
Scott in Georgia. Scott, you're live on 105 through the Fan. Go ahead.
Hey, got 2 things. Got a comment on Starks. Yeah, he got caught a lot of times looking in the backfield this year. But the measurables, if you'll look at his interceptions, you'll see amazing body control. And also the comment, I know Travis Frederick is making an announcement for the Dallas this year. How cool would it be for in Green Bay if Dez would be doing it?
That'd be good. I mean, I don't know that Dez can go back to Green Bay. That's probably a painful area.
They would welcome him. Oh, Dez.
Yeah, for Dez. I don't know that Dez would want to go step up there. I'm sure they would be interested in that. Yeah, look, on Malachi Starks is a safety from Georgia. If you just look at the tape, it's hard to find 10 players better than Malachi Starks.
Oh, yeah.
The problem is Tease Tabor or other guys in the past who have been defensive backs who put up great tape, who have all these different things about it, and then you go, the testing is so historically off where it should be with that play. He's 197 pounds. He tests worse than Shamar Stewart, who's 265. I mean, across the board. His 3-cone is slower. His shuttle, his vertical jump. This is a guy who's 6'1".
6'1", 197.
Yeah, 197. Who his vertical jump was like 32 inches. His 40 was in the 4.5s. Like, I mean, he is not an athlete at that size that has historically shown he can perform at the NFL level. So that's a problem. This is a true. If there's one player in this class who it's trust the tape question on, it's Malachi Starks.
Yeah. What impact, if any, do you think Schottenheimer has on this process, and how will it be different from McCarthy? Bobby, don't answer.
I think Schottenheimer has taken a lot more of this draft process into his own hands, and it was available to McCarthy. It was, and Bobby, quit looking at me.
And he never knew that, to be honest.
I think Schottenheimer has really taken on those reins and embraced that role. So has Eberflus. Eberflus has been a big part of this process that I've heard over the course of the last few months.
And Jerry was talking the other day at the presser. He wants Schottenheimer to scrap. He wants some verbal fights in there.
Yeah, and they've gotten those, and that's why the board has taken so long to get put up. And you think about...
So you're not worried in the delay of the board finalization?
Not at all. And this staff had a lot of work to do when they first got on the job. They first had to go through all the season tape from Cowboys players and understand what they have in the building, understand the guys that they like and the guys that they need. And then they went through college things right around the combine. I mean, they wrapped up just in time here. I am very fascinated to see what these War Room debates are going to look like this year. If you are a fan of War Room debates, I think this is going to be the year that you probably get the most intense because of that range between 15 to 50 in this class is so close together. And somebody mentioned that, I believe it was Jeremiah a couple days ago. It's like once you get to pick 15, the rest of the first round, there are 50 possible players you could insert in one of those spots and it would make sense. That's how close together this second and third round group is, and it's going to cause for some really fun debates, not only for us on the draft show, but also in the War Room.
I bet you McCarthy shares some more opinions tonight on McAfee's podcast than he ever shared in the War Room with the team.
Is he going to be on the McAfee podcast?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, my goodness. Can we have that on like double screen on a draft show?
Why would he not share them in the draft room, though?
That's the thing. Mike McCarthy was upset, just honestly, and I don't know how much this has been out there. I think some people have talked about it, but he was upset that he felt like he wanted a bigger voice in the draft room. He had it. He just never knew it. Like it was like almost like he expected to be actively invited. Jerry and Steven, they want the coaches to weigh in.
To his credit,
no.
Hold on.
Don't even finish the thought. No.
You said the C word to Bobby. That's credit. The C word.
He wanted to stick and pick Graham Barton last year. Looking at it, hindsight 2020, that probably would have been the better option.
Marcus McCarthy.
But his pick would have been who? The lineman.
He wanted Matthew Bergeron.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. Let's see if we can make some money off this NFL draft with Nick and Bobby helping you in Vegas. But we continue to celebrate the Midnight Stars party with the 2-1 series lead. Final draft thoughts and the Stars celebration next.
Roger that, Sally.
Something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
frankelkids.org, and also brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car traffic attorneys in Dallas.
Mason Marchment on the forehand. Pass. Shot. Score! Score! Tyler Seguin! The Stars have done it! Back-to-back overtime wins. 2-1. They lead the series. 2-1. They win Game 3.
Who says you actually need to lead in games to lead a series? The Dallas Stars in overtime again. Steal one? Or do you think that they dominated the game more than Colorado?
I mean, that game I didn't feel like was like a dominant performance. I felt like that was like a pretty, like, the last two games I feel like have been pretty even. I mean, even game one was not a 5-1 game. That was a pretty evenly matched game that's completely different if Marchment gets that goal in the third.
You know how I judge hockey is just like, where's the puck? If the puck's on this side of the rink, I think they're doing good. So,
or the total shots.
Yeah, exactly.
5-2 Rangers lose with Kumar Rocker getting destroyed, but last night is all about the Stars. You could turn the Rangers off, except if you're listening on the radio, after the first inning, because that was over and done with. What did the Stars overcome? They overcome the return of Landeskog, 3-year captain missing, with the kids up in the box and the daddy signs. The Stars just ripped that up right in front of his family. What did they overcome? Trailing in another game. Maybe a BS trip on Ratnan early on. Maybe a no call with the Nichushkin goal that commentators and a lot of Tolos immediately wrote me and said interference should have been called. What did you overcome? The Marchment 4-minute penalty that we all thought was probably going to end this thing.
Yeah, that high stick, whenever it came up, I was, man, they have to survive this for 3.5 minutes coming out of the gates in overtime. That's credit to DeBoer getting that team ready for that overtime period to survive that storm and get ready to attack whenever Marchment came back out.
And Marchment with the game-winning assist that Ratnan started. Let's hear from Otter. Otter was talking about that penalty kill and the defense that it took to get this thing to overtime and past the 4-minute.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, for the goalies and the PK, that's our time to shine, and we've, scratched the last couple of games of the year. We were the best PK in the league all year, so we should be confident in that, and a lot of guys take a lot of pride in that, and, like we showed tonight, you need that to win tight games, and, credit to, S, Harles, Bush, all the guys. They had, game-saving blocks, made me look good, cleaned up the mess in front of me, and just those little plays that count at the end of the game.
And Ottinger was fantastic as well. There's nothing worse than staying up and getting your ass kicked with the alarm clock to a loss. But at least you've gotten 2 for 2 wake-up calls after wins.
By the way, with Otter there, I know it's such a stereotype, but the hockey guys, they really all do sound the same. the delivery, the way they all talk about things. They got that Canadian accent. And I don't think I've ever heard an interview with a hockey player that I was like, I could distinguish necessarily quickly who was saying it.
Yeah.
What about PK?
Zero personality.
What do you mean?
What about PK?
No, I think they all sound the same. What do you mean?
Okay, there you go. All right, it's a 2-1 series lead. Game 3 tomorrow. Nick. One day Nick's going to be like, I'm not coming in here to associate myself with this.
This is my type of humor over here.
So 2-1 series lead. Game 4 tomorrow night. Same puck drop in Colorado, but at least you can get up a little later on Sunday. All right, something just happened in the commercial break that had Bobby Belt melt down. Nick Harris in studio, Fort Worth Star Telegram, answering all your draft questions, and it's coming from a pretty credible guy.
Yeah, so we just got tagged in this tweet. Brandon Laurie, who works with Blogging the Boys. And,
I love his Twitter account.
Yeah, he does a lot of good stuff. He listens to everything out there and does a good job, raising attention to it and things like that. But he was listening to the MMQB podcast with Albert Breer, former Dallas Morning News beat writer, guy who still has a lot of good connections in Dallas. And Albert Breer was talking about 12th overall pick for the Cowboys. And he said, I think this pick will be either Golden, that's Matthew Golden, receiver from Texas, McMillan, Tet McMillan, receiver from Arizona, 2 guys we've talked a ton about during this process, or North Dakota State guard center Gray Zabel, which is insane to me if that happens.
Say your McCarthy line.
I said we can bring McCarthy back as coach before picking Gray Zabel at 12. like Gray Zabel's not a bad player. Gray Zabel has a lot of things that are really good about it. But I mean, Gray Zabel's not going to go 12 if
you have what round pick
third.
On a third.
Firm third.
And this would be like the Patriots pick.
When they took Cole Strange out of Chattanooga a couple years ago in the first round. This is a pick where it's like, okay, if you want, when we talk about the Luka trade, when everybody says, even if you wanted to trade Luka, get a better return. If you want Gray Zabel, fine. Not at just trade back. Do something. Like go collect some extra capital. At 12, that would be nuts to me.
It would be wild. It would be an upset. And it would be crazy to me. It's something that was off the board for me. But I have him as my number 30 overall player, and he's versatile enough to where you can figure out his role. He could slide into right guard, and he would give you some really good consistency there. Granted, he's coming from North Dakota State. Something to keep in mind, new Cowboys offensive line coach Connor Riley, coached at North Dakota State for 6-7 years, won tons of national championships there. He's really intertwined with that program. He would be knowing what he's getting in that type of player. And then at the Senior Bowl, when he faced that jumping competition in Mobile, he was awesome, lining up at center, lining up at guard. This is a guy that could start at right guard on day one.
Woo! So you guys have a 2-round. I love this. You have a 2-round difference on the player.
Is he a second?
Yeah, it's second for sure. He's number 30 overall for me. He's played 4 of the 5 offensive line positions in his time up at North Dakota State. Lined up in multiple spots at the Senior Bowl and dominated. He's skyrocketed his stock in Mobile. He is one of the most athletic offensive linemen in this class. He vert jumped 36.5 inches at the combine. Think about that. At 6'6", 312 pounds, verting 36.5. There are some teams that even think he could play tackle in the NFL because of his athleticism. Lots of experience in the run game. You talk about wanting to get better in the run game. I'm glad Breer brought this up because it does make a lot of sense for Dallas. And honestly, I don't know why it didn't really pop into my mind until Breer mentioned it. That's a really good interest. He does have a lot of penalties.
He has a lot of. Here's the biggest
Tyler
problem.
Smith-esque from Tulsa.
Here's the biggest problem for me. Well, first off, okay, so why it makes sense for them. He can play all 5 positions. He really can. Most NFL teams are projecting he could probably function anywhere on the offensive line. He is a great athlete. There's a lot when you talk about the high character stuff. I was looking for his athletic testing, so I had the combine page up here, and Chad Reuter at NFL.com has this note here. Schottenheimer talks about, hey, we want somebody who's going to be here and stick to it. And you're going, why was he at North Dakota State if he's so great? They have the note there that he turned down significant NIL offers to transfer last year because he wanted to play on the same team as his freshman brother. And so, Schottenheimer probably would love that. Oh, a guy who's committed to what he's doing and family and everything else. This is great. All those are great things. Great athlete. Lower body functionality. Great. Strength. Awesome. He doesn't know how to use his hands. He doesn't know how to use them. And that to me is such a basic critical thing, and some people would say that was the case with Tyler Smith. That when Tyler Smith was coming out, he didn't know how to use his hands. Tyler Smith's biggest problem was grabbing, which is something Zabel has an issue with, is grabbing. Mm-hmm. But Zabel also has an issue, I feel like, with his punch, his strike area. Like, there's so much that is not correct about the way Gray Zabel does things with his hands, and he's so functional and tight in other ways that I'm like, okay, I don't think that's from a lack of work. It makes me wonder if he has the hands to play the position.
So reread the tweet from Albert Breer, NFL Insider.
Yeah, so Albert Breer, he said it on his podcast is what it was, and Brandon Laurie transcribed it. He said, I think this pick for the Cowboys will be either Matthew Golden, Tet McMillan, or North Dakota State guard center Gray Zabel.
All right, 877-881-1053. Bobby looks a little bit worried.
He's a good player, and Frederick was supposed to be a third rounder when they picked him in the first, so it's not impossible, but it's just there's a genuine question that says that's not the 12th overall player in the draft.
I would hate Nolan so much more, personally, than Zabel.
What number's Nolan for you?
Nolan is...
Walter Nolan, Ole Miss defensive tackle, 64. That's who I'm being told is a secondary option, Walter Nolan, if McMillan is not there. Dane Brugler. If McMillan is off the board, this slot might get pretty spicy. But will McMillan make it this far Thursday night? Maybe not. Dane's final mock draft 2 hours ago. Cam Ward 1, Travis Hunter 2, Carter 3, Will Campbell 4, Genty 5, Kelvin Banks 6, Membu 7 to the Jets, Mason Graham 9 to the Saints, Tyler Warren 10 to Chicago, Walter Nolan, Nick, breathe easy, 11 to San Francisco. Bobby told me last night San Fran loves Nolan. Does that change your mind at all that San Fran loves him?
No, because I hate him.
12, Tet McMillan to the Dallas Cowboys. I'm trying to look for any other sexy names. Tyler Booker, who got mocked by Schrager yesterday to us. 17. Matthew Golden falls 18 to Seattle.
Kyle Yeomans.
Amari and Hampton, 20 to Denver. And let's see. I don't see Shador in round 1. Jackson Dart, 26. I think that's to the Giants. Yeah.
Giants trading back in.
No, Giants trading back in.
There's going to be a team or two that trade into that final 5 spots in the first round to grab a quarterback. They want that 5th-year option.
What are your thoughts on Shador? Because he's not your number 1 quarterback, right?
He's my number 2. I have a 2nd-round grade on him. I think he's going to be a fine player. I think he gives you a high floor. He's got NFL feel, and he's got NFL timing, I believe, especially with the type of receiver weapons that he had last year at Colorado. He does have the unnecessary sacks, but I think he has the pocket presence awareness to be able to step up and make a throw and have some feel. It's when he tries to escape and elongate plays that I think he takes those unnecessary huge losses. He's going to have to learn how to throw away in the NFL. There's no question about it. But I love his short to intermediate game. He's got NFL diagnosing, in my opinion. I think he has the upside to be a long-term starter in this league for
so
sure.
You both have a 2nd-round grade on Shador.
Yeah, I have Shador as the top. I have Cam Ward behind him.
Zach Walchuk has weighed in.
Yeah, I saw his text. I didn't read it on air for a reason.
I got to. This man put in a 15-hour day yesterday. Big fan of Zabel. Massive overreaction, Bobby. Seattle at 18 has been interested in him. Not a surprise he could go round 1.
Seahawks insider, Zach Walchuk. Tell me about your sources.
I have John Schneider, Brian brought his friend.
I'm just screwing Zach. I love him.
Shut up for a second.
No.
You're what?
Zach has Zabel top of round 2. He's a good player. Would love to trade down and get him, but we see him differently. So what trade down compensation would you just really love on top of getting the lineman?
Man, if you could pick up a day 2 pick, man, just similar to how you did last year, and that would be great. And if you could somehow pick up a 2nd or a top 50, man, that'd be great return. That's why I feel like a potential trade back even to 25 with Houston, you'd be getting quite a few picks. You would not only probably get 1 or 2 day 2s tomorrow, you'd probably get some compensation next year as well.
That's the thing. Even if you're going to go back, you went back for Frederick and nobody liked the return, but you still picked up something. You can go back and get Zabel. Even Zach sitting there saying, Seattle's interested at 18. All right, that's literally the first place, and 18 is still going back. Go back.
I've seen Zabel to the Niners on a few respected mocks.
The Niners also took Trey Lance, so they'll trade Zabel to us for a 4th in a couple of years.
And apparently they might pick Walter Nolan.
Which one of you guys in your crew, let's scout yourselves, has, you think, like the best O-line feel? And don't be humble. If you feel like you're really good at that, say it.
Zach.
It would be Zach or Vach. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that makes me feel good. What do you think your weak position is?
I do have trouble with some of the corners. Like, I've missed on some corners in the past.
I've missed on, this is going to be funny, I've missed on some DTs in the past.
Walter Nolan's the next, baby.
All right, there we go. Nick Harris in studio, crushing it for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Is today Cupcake Day? It's sweating over here. The KNC masterpiece, Decide, after this.
Coming up in the next G.
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, for
dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Ben out of the bumper to Harley. Wrist shot. Score! Power play goal! Dallas, we are tied!
Here are the boos in the background because they got the win on the road. Kevin Hagelin with these sarcastic tears.
You know what? It was really eerie, though, because you got the boos there, but the goal in overtime, that place was dead silent. Like, silent. And it was bizarrely silent. I loved it because then they kept shooting all the shots of all the sad Avalanche people, and then they found those 2 Stars fans that you kind of wish were better looking to represent the Metroplex, and then they showed them cheering and stuff like that.
The ones right behind the bench, or the ones a little higher up?
No, they were a little in a different spot, but yeah, it was eerily quiet because I think everyone at Colorado just assumed they were going to win. They had really controlled the back half of the third period, obviously because of the power play. They controlled overtime. And they were just like,
You could hear a mouse fart in there.
Yes, you could.
Yeah.
Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram in studio here on Sean and Bobby. I want to know the first NHL player, like who figured out, hey, let's have our back to the net, hold our stick out, and deflect.
That's a great
Joe
question.
Pavelski,
Richard Matvichuk.
Pavelski.
I mean, he was so good at it.
Yeah.
I just kind of credit him for it.
I can't get the Ben go out of my mind of that level of skill. Like, to not lose enough velocity and to direct it where you want it to, that's insane.
How many times did the broadcaster say he presented his stick, though? I was like, come on, come up with another phrase.
When
he said it about 12 times in a row.
Yeah, when Sean said that earlier.
I didn't like when the broadcaster kept going, he fanned on that. He fanned. I'm like, is that the only hockey term for whiffing?
Yeah, if you're going to say that, use 105.3 in the big part of it.
It is like, those nature documentaries when they show the little animals that run around the zoo. And
The
they,
what?
Put their, I don't remember which ones they're called. The
meerkats.
Yeah, the meerkats. When the meerkats pop their head up and look around. That's me every time they say presented his stick. If I'm having to look, I'm like, wait, what'd he say? And then I just got to look up.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
You would always claim that it was skill, even if you just lucked into one of those goals, right? I have no doubt that most of the time it's skill, but every once in a while, I'm pretty sure somebody's facing off and be like,
yeah, because Pavelski would practice that.
Yeah.
And then I think it was a couple years ago, we saw Sagan. He was like, well, I'm going to do it too if Joe's doing it. And so he went out there and he spent an hour out there before a game. But those guys, they practice that all the time. But you're right. There probably is one time that you're just like, it bounced off my shoulder. Good luck to me.
They do say skill for the offensive player doing it, but then when you're talking about if it was your goalie that scored on, you're like, those are just bad luck goals for the goalie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the bank 3-pointer.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You can't deny it.
Yeah. I called that.
We all know. Was the first goal interference? Should that have been a no goal?
I mean,
from Nichushkin?
I don't think so. Is there?
What's the rule?
Is there a heavy?
Man, hold on. That looks really clean to me. The interference on the pick.
Yes.
Okay, I don't think so.
What is the rule? How does that work?
I feel like that's just let them ride, dude.
And there's not particular contact or anything like that. So I
Victory
thought
Plus thought it was. A lot of Tolos immediately thought it was. Spittle, Jake Riedma said no, it was clean.
Yeah, I thought it was clean too.
It was pretty clean. And I mean,
I honestly
nice
didn't
work on
even
his
hear
part.
that. I didn't even know that.
The Stars looked. I mean, Duchesne was lost. He was in no man's land over in the circle over there, and I don't even know where he was skating to at that point, honestly. And then Nichushkin, he had a wide open lane. Everybody looked like they were just watching him walk in.
No shot.
And the most overlooked maybe play of the night was Lindell.
Yeah, see,
was that with his hand?
I think it was. It kind of looked like a kick save, when you throw your hand out. See, Lindell and Rantanen had the two plays that were just absolutely incredible. Lindell stopping what looked like an open goal that was going to end it, and then Rantanen fight to getting the secondary assist.
To Marchment, yeah, that was great. That was wonderful, man. Go ahead.
No.
We're getting screwed on some penalties, though. Like, we're getting some that I think are ridiculous, and they need to figure their crap out.
Big Mike McCarthy energy there. We're getting screwed on the penalties.
How do you think McCarthy
If
will
only
be?
there was something we could do about it.
How do you think McCarthy will be tonight on McAfee draft coverage?
Oh, electric.
It'll be just like anything.
Charismatic.
You think he'll turn it on?
Hell no.
No?
I'm sorry. I was getting touched
Mike
by Bobby.
McCarthy on McAfee draft coverage. How do you think he'll be?
Over under calling McAfee dramatic 0.5.
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
Perfect. Well done. And I'm glad you brought up over-unders. Let's have some Vegas fun.
Oh!
With Bet Online and what's going to happen tonight. Who will be shown first? Shador or Dion?
Shador.
Shador is minus 500. Who will cry first? Shador or Dion?
Caleb Williams. Dion.
Dion is minus 150.
But will you be able to tell if he has his glasses on?
Will Dion have sunglasses on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect segue.
No is the favorite at minus 200. I don't think he will.
Get
for
you some
this.
action for
They're
that.
in the green room, right?
Yeah.
And it looks like a hookah lounge. I posted it on Twitter.
Hookah.
It looks like a hookah lounge.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not saying who.
It's part
You're saying
prostitute.
Hookah. Hookah.
Yeah, because it's part hookah, part.
Isn't it part of his blenders deal, though?
I grew up in a Muslim family, and we smoked hookah my entire.
So he's bad in your pronunciation.
Bassett just turned us off.
Actually, it's Sean Sheriff. If we're being specific, I would be my favorite thing ever.
I am just saying.
You guys have the rights to freaking the hookah.
I'm just saying.
Hookah pronunciation.
My Pakistani stepfather always said hookah, so I'm rolling with that.
All right.
Rolling with judging a book by its cover.
Call Hookah Lounge, Peyton, like we did the chocolate donut, and I want to know if they say hookah. It's like you're putting up the horns right here.
It could be an East Texas.
It's like
thing too. That's also
Forte.
likely.
Like Forte is not the way you pronounce it. Apparently,
This is
it's Fort, but they say you should not pronounce it. Yeah, it's pronounced Fort, but they say it makes you sound so douchey. I heard John Green say this one time. He's like, it makes you sound so douchey and like actually, but it really is.
Like,
Fort,
what's your
so you should just
specialty? What's your
assimilate.
fort?
Yeah, it's Fort. That's how it's actually pronounced.
Nah, screw that.
Look it up. I'm
That's
telling
like
you.
his sherbet.
Sherbet is there is no second R in there.
That's the
I'm
correct
just
way to
saying
say it.
everyone in the world says sherbet and everyone in the world says hookah.
And they're both wrong
Lagos.
apparently.
Well,
It doesn't matter that everybody says them.
all right.
I'm just saying what I say. That's all.
This is why we're trying to get rid of the Department of Education.
Which quarterback
What am I supposed to say to that?
I looked at you for it.
Thanks a lot.
will Shador be a top 10 pick?
No.
I say no.
Yes has it at minus 150.
Ooh, hit that.
Really?
Who will Travis Hunter hug first?
Her girlfriend's boyfriend.
Mom, dad, fiance.
One of the fishes he caught.
Is dad like plus 2,000?
Dad is plus 125.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Fish?
He loves fish. Loves fishing.
Gentlemen.
Will Travis Hunter's fiance cry?
No.
No is minus 200. Will Travis Hunter wear a turtleneck?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes is minus 400.
Wow.
He loves the tournament.
Which Lambo statue will be shown first, Curly or Vince? Because you know they're going to say, live from
Lamborghini headquarters. Vince.
Yeah, I'll say Vince.
Vince minus 300. Which draft day highlight will be shown first? Brett Favre in the bedroom or Aaron Rodgers waiting?
Can they show
I'm
that?
sorry, repeat
Aaron
that
Rodgers.
question.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Did he have his phone with him?
I was not prepared for this question.
What was that?
Jen Sturger's
I
on the
wasn't on
coverage.
the review.
Brett, when he's sitting there waiting for the Falcons.
It's the short shorts with him on the
Yeah.
big ass
Oh,
telephone.
yeah.
They'll show the Aaron Rodgers blank stare with the little soul patch.
I didn't say Jen Sturger in the bedroom.
So you think he'll be looking for like a welfare place to go take money from?
Favre or Rodgers?
Rodgers.
It's Favre. Minus 140, so close. What will happen first? A draftee recreates the Lambeau leap or Travis Hunter does the Heisman pose?
Travis Hunter does Heisman.
Yeah.
Heisman pose minus 300. What will be seen first? A cheesehead on a player, pizza in a draftee's home.
What?
Cheesehead.
Hold on,
Cheesehead.
wait, what's the question? A cheesehead on a player or what?
Or pizza in a player's home that's not there.
Pizza on a player's home.
Yes, minus 300. What will be seen first? Draftee drinking beer or a draftee popping champagne?
Champagne.
I see, but I
Are we
think
doing
there's
this with alcohol
Neither.
now?
I
there's
wouldn't
good
see.
money on beer to be had there, right?
there
Isn't it
no?
like 3-1 or something?
Beer is plus 300.
Yeah,
Popping champagne minus 500. Will X Instagram account of a draftee be hacked today? Going back to
X or Instagram or
an X or Instagram. Who was the lineman?
Larry
Tunsil.
Tunsil.
No.
No is minus 1,000. How many dogs will be shown? Commercials do not count. The over-under is 2.5.
See, when people have been dropping out to do more house parties, I kind of think you might see more dogs. I'll
Pat
take the
McMillan's
over.
one.
Yeah.
So over.
Handicapped dog.
Over-under is 2.5. Nick Harris, Mr. Fashion. First designer.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
First designer. Well, compared to us, that's not saying much. First designer clothing seen on stage. Prada, Gucci, Hugo Boss.
Travis is a big Balenciaga guy, but I'll go Gucci.
Gucci is plus 125 if you want that. Cam Ward, well, the number one overall pick. Cry is Cam.
There's decent money to be made here, too.
Did you guys go over this on your show?
I didn't want to say that.
Oh.
It's like 10-1, right? That if he cries?
Hey,
minus 5,000.
On the close bet, real quick.
Yeah.
When does that close down? Like, when do they stop
Oh, you
that?
mean like the
Because
red carpet?
you can watch the red carpet and you're like, okay, I got what he has, and go
Or
make
like,
a bet on
or
it.
what if they Instagram post like fit for the night?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a fun one.
Who will be the last draft attendee selected? So someone in attendance, last one.
Milrow.
Is it gonna be
Jalen Milrow.
Is it going to be Milrow? I'm going to hate that.
It's not Milrow. He's not top 5.
Who's the Crap, I got to see what the list is.
I think one of these was mocked to the Cowboys yesterday.
Oh.
Bobby, are you going to guess?
I was looking up the list. I figured y'all were going to keep talking.
Nick, think.
Abdul Carter.
You said last
He really
attendee
should.
The last
drafted.
attendee drafted.
The
Like,
last
Dart?
attendee
Is Dart there?
will be.
No.
We're going to go. Wow, this is a tough one. Yeah, because Dart dropped out. We're going to say it's.
Tyler Booker.
I was going to say Jahad Campbell or Tyler Booker.
Jahad Campbell is second along with Josh Simmons. Who will be traded first during the draft?
Trey Hendrickson.
Jalen Ramsey.
Trey Hendrickson is tied for second. Jair is first. Hendrickson
In
is
Green
tied
Bay. Yikes.
with Mark
Man,
Andrews.
that would be fun.
How many draft day trades will there be tonight? Over-unders 4.5.
Under.
My first reaction was 3. So
Will there be a trade in the top 10, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes is minus 150.
No.
And then you got total SEC, Big 10, ACC, and Big 12 players with their over-unders. And then I got a bunch of individual stuff. And Jalen Ramsey's next team as well.
over under. How many drinks does Sean Sharif take at the Pluckers tonight? 3.5.
I'll take the under.
I don't know. I think that's a pretty good line.
Does a shot count?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I'll still take the under.
that's
Just
a good
ask
one.
if a shot counts.
Of course,
I was
it
trying to
counts.
You just,
justify.
whenever you're drinking, do you do that? You're like, no, I only had 2 beers.
No,
You
no.
14 shots, don't worry about it. But
Count
it was 2
cocaine,
beers.
right?
No, I count it. What's
Okay.
coming up, Corey?
Guys, Nick Harris joins us for the next 4 hours. He was so good this morning with you guys. We said, can you stick around?
Thanks, man.
Right out of the gate, puck around and find out. Stars-Avs Game 3, we discussed that. And then are these still the Cowboys' biggest needs at 10:20? We'll get this thing rolling. It's going to be a fun day leading up to the draft. I'll be in the Allen location tonight. Kevin will be at Dallas right around the corner. And Alec will be in City View, Fort Worth.
And I want to say one more time, if you know anything about the draft, please come to the Dallas location because my group
He's been screwed
have a
before.
historically bad track record. Just a couple years ago, we got C.J. Stroud wrong. Pick number 2. We got it wrong. So
Who did they project?
Didn't they try and say Bryce Young wasn't going to be the first pick, too?
Because they said somebody said C.J. Stroud was going to be 1, and they were like, no, it's Bryce Young. Well, he won't go 2.
And what location were you in?
I'm in Dallas. I'm in Dallas this time. If you know football, please come out and help.
And in Allen, I have a historic reputation of getting almost every single one of them right. My people are really good. My people are very good at what they do.
All right, back tomorrow with the full recap, and it'll be Cupcake Day.
Okay.
Listen to the draft coverage. Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wilchuk, and all the rest of the crew. Enjoy it today. Back tomorrow on The Fan.
sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. Oh, man, you got Corey Majors.
Could that be my new nickname?
Yes.
Is Aw Man Majors?
Yes, it is.
Oh, man.
And you've got the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, we have a humongous show today, obviously. Leading into the NFL draft, our path to the draft, brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all the DFW Pluckers locations today for our annual draft party. I'll be in Dallas. Corey will be in Allen. Alec will be in Fort Worth at City View. And I wanted to throw one more little wrinkle for my location. Last year, we had some people bring by cards. If you need an on-site valuation for your cards as well, come on up to the Dallas location. I will help and make that happen.
Look, man, one of my favorite beers, Petticola's Velvet Hammer. There are a lot of beers. Martin House has the Texan, the Imperial Texan. It's a phenomenal beer. Petticola's Velvet Hammer is on tap at Pluckers. Oh. And Kevin, you know I love this beer, so that's I'm going to have one in my hand tonight. If you would like to share Petticola's Velvet Hammer with me tonight, come on up to the Allen location and we can have a discussion, or we can just talk beers if you want to. Beers and draft, I'm all about it.
Ooh, I like that. Draft beers.
I
get what you're saying. I do.
See?
But in the meantime, and we're going to talk a ton of draft today. We will. But I feel like there's something else we need to get into. Give me cut number 2, because the Stars made franchise history last night, this morning.
Mason Marchment on the forehand. Pass. Shot. Score! Score! Tyler Seguin! The Stars have done it! Back-to-back overtime wins. 2-1. They lead the series. 2-1. They win Game 3.
For the first time in Stars franchise history, they have won back-to-back playoff overtime games, like in succession. It's amazing. They've only led for about a minute 20, but it doesn't matter.
It's insane. It was minute 05 in that game.
Okay, so
yeah.
Probably still, yeah. So the Stars win 2-1. They take the lead 2-1. This is now 4 straight games in the playoffs on Colorado's home ice that they have taken. And I have to admit, this was a wild turn of events. You looked at the last overtime game, so let's go back to game 2. I felt like the Stars were in control in the third period. I felt like they were in control in overtime. In this game, not so much. Like in the back half of the third period, it did not feel like the Stars were in control. And then obviously in overtime, because you had the bulk of the double minor penalties still to be worked off, it felt like the Avalanche were in control. But doesn't matter. Either way, control this. The Stars win the game.
Yeah, this is one of the... I'm starting to get concerned, but also at the same time excited that this team likes to do this late in games and be the overtime winners. Like, it just seems like this is how we do games, Kevin.
Yeah.
We come on late in the game, and then we say, you know what? We are going to score in overtime, and that's how we're going to win games. I like that they keep at it. You know, that's one of the things that Bochy always talks about. And Bochy, what a fantastic man he is, Kevin.
Indeed.
His ability to do so many things at once. But he always talks about the fight that his team has. They're not going to give up on me. And I know that because I see it in them. And this Stars team, they didn't look, man, that game was kind of boring, quite honestly, for most of the game. And it looked like they were plotting. Both teams were plotting and trying to figure it out throughout the game. And it was good defense. I guess you got to give that credit. Great goaltending. Otter did a phenomenal job last night. I loved how he played.
I thought both goaltenders were really
well,
good.
Kevin, I'm not going to give him much credit because he lost.
Blackwood.
But the way that the game just kind of plotted, you saw that they were like trying to figure it out. We're going to figure this out at some point. Something's going to go right for us. Unfortunately, Marchment looked like he was going to be the GOAT for the game, and then he turns into a partial hero for this game. And that was an awesome moment that he was able to. I think what do you like more here? That his teammates said, "Don't worry, we got your back. We're not going to let this 4 minutes go by with you in there." and not give you an opportunity to make up for it, or the fact that he did what he did afterwards? Because I think the fact that the team hung on is just as significant as the final outcome there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I've always wondered what goes through a player's mind in the penalty box in those key situations. Like, I understand you're going to get penalties. That's going to happen. But in key situations like this, like, how much of it do you spend just intently hoping that they kill the penalty? Their penalty kill was fantastic yesterday. How much time do you thinking about how the refs jobbed you? How much is just pure blinding anger? Like, I'm really curious what the breakdown is when that happens. But there are so many, and you can kind of view just that one play and say Rantanen, Marchment, Seguin, love it, love it, love it. You cannot leave out Lindell, who made a glove side save essentially on what looked like, off of the deflection, looked like it was going to be an empty net, to just pop it in there and you were going to be done and Colorado's going to win. It's always like, I know you get the ebbs and flows from the crowd, but then there's the ebb and flow where you see them all stand up. Like, the Colorado fans all stood up because they thought, game over. That deflection leaves an open net. Boom, goal. Lindell stopped it.
Yeah, that was spectacular. I'm noticing more and more, and I don't know if this is a Stars specific thing or if this is Stars against Colorado, something that they specifically like. But they like to crash that right side. I'm going to say, I guess, the left side of the net. Right side if you're pushing forward. Marchment's goal. Go watch that. Go watch how many times Rantanen's kind of gone in to set that up too.
Yeah.
And it looks like they want to skate the puck down in there and then drop it back because Colorado's over pursued on that. And it kind of leaves what it did for Tyler Seguin to get the goal that he got. But Kevin, I think that just... Did you watch DeBoer on the bench last night? Every time they cut over to him, he was cheerleading. And it was this, even whenever they got penalties, he was in their ear, this positive, keep at it. And that's the mentality of, look, we're two evenly matched teams, very evenly matched. It's going to be that who wants it more mentality that's going to get us through this thing. And to take that one back, Kevin, I told you yesterday, home ice advantage. You didn't believe me.
I mean, at the time,
you didn't believe me.
They did not have home ice advantage.
Do we have home ice advantage now?
Oh, man, we do.
Yes, we do.
Now we do.
Yes, because I knew we were going to get it back. That's why, Kevin. So here we are, back with that. And again, I think in home games or road games now, Otter's numbers, he's like leads goaltenders in goals against average. He's been spectacular. I'm really excited because this could be that next run for him, Kevin. This could be the one he's got them figured out.
Is it okay that I still really, really don't like Nichushkin?
Okay. Did you like him before?
I mean,
when have you ever liked him?
I liked him when he was here until he was like, I don't want to play for the Stars.
Yeah, that was a little weird thing. That dude's giant. Like
he is, and he's very skilled, as you saw in that goal. That goal was unbelievable.
It was amazing.
Again, I was a bit taken aback on our discussion in crosstalk. I thought he just chumped everybody out and scored an amazing goal.
He did look, and I'm about to hurt some people here. It did look like Luka, right? Finding the pick and then finding a lane right to the basket. Like, it really did look like I'm creating this space for myself. I don't need anybody, and his vision there for it. And Otter really didn't have a shot at it. You know, he was just like, I got to pick one. And he got me on this. But yeah, no, it's okay to hate. It's okay to have some hate in this, especially with Colorado, dude.
Sports hate's different
Colorado. They know.
Actual hate.
We understand. Colorado knows that we don't like them. They don't like us. There's a history here, man.
Yeah, just every time he does something, I'm like, yeah, you didn't want to play in the NHL or play for the Stars.
You know what?
That's cool.
Kevin, that's fine. He didn't want to be part of this team. He didn't want to be part of a team that's on its way to a championship. That's okay, man.
I like it.
That's okay. We got our guys.
Are you able to enjoy a nice moment for the opposing team? Because I found myself not particularly moved whatsoever because we all knew how important this game was going to be when everyone was going nuts for Landeskog.
Did not care.
Yeah, and I acknowledge it's amazing that he's back out on the ice, but in the moment I was like, that's great. I hope you lose.
Yeah, y'all can celebrate as fans for your guy. That's fine.
Yeah,
and I'll acknowledge it after this series is over. What a fantastic story that is.
That's fair.
But right now, man, you're the enemy, and you went out there and you laid a hit on Rantanen immediately in that game to try and get your crowd fired up, and it didn't work. You still lost. Kind of lift, and we just have to be better defensively for it.
Now, the Stars penalty kill last night was unbelievable. It's kind of funny. Like, sometimes we talk about some of the defensive struggles and sometimes a disproportionate amount of blame goes on Ottinger. I feel like just like with a quarterback in the NFL, that's just part of the deal. And I did think Ottinger was fantastic yesterday, but man, oh man, did that penalty kill step up and help him out. And it goes beyond just the Lindell block that obviously, like, you can literally look at that play and be like, that saved the game. But the fact that you got another penalty against you going into overtime, and this one double minor, I thought we were screwed.
Okay, hold on. You thought we were screwed.
I did.
Can I say that I thought I knew at that point we were going to win? Obviously, because I predicted home ice advantage already. But at the same time, I was like, hold on, didn't we just experience this? And we did. Like, it feels like, all right, we got experience doing this, guys. So don't worry about it. We know what level we have to be at for the next few minutes here in order for us to get this win. Kevin, the penalty kill was good, and it didn't have to be good. And I'm not saying it didn't have to be good. It didn't have to be good. Those penalties, some of them were bad. I agree. There were some seriously bad calls.
Was it the tripping penalty?
I can complain about it.
Most?
Yeah, that one for sure. I didn't love the Marchment one. I really didn't. It did look like incidental. It did look like an accident, but hey, man.
Except if it didn't go if that was against our team, I would have been kick him out of the game. But I was like, it was an accident.
Yeah, that's exactly how I felt. And
I realize you don't get credit for that, but I also looked at that. He didn't mean to do that.
And I'm not trying to. I can gripe about that. I can gripe about that stuff. I'm not expecting. I hope the guys on that ice, they don't care. They look like they don't care whenever these penalties. They're just like, whatever. We got to go now. We got to focus on what's next. I can gripe about that kind of stuff. But there've been 2 calls on Mikko that I've been like, come on, man. What are we really doing here? And I don't love it that much. I'm glad he got the forward assist on that, the combination assist.
Yes.
I do like that.
That.
I felt that he's fought for a lot of things in this series, and it just hasn't gone in for him yet. And at some point, it's going to. And granted, you got to also think on the other side, Colorado's like keying in on him whenever he gets the puck on his stick, because they do not want him to have a goal in this series. That's probably what they were marking up. We don't want, they'll remember the Titans. I don't want them to gain another inch. Like that. They're probably thinking the same thing when it comes to Mikko, and he is fighting for what he's doing.
It's impressive that the Stars lead this series despite continually having to play from behind. They have had a consistently solid record when playing from behind, 19, 15, and 2 this year when trailing in the first period. But you'd hope that you could start breaking that, and I hope we see that in Game 4. But for a night, love to see the contributions from Ben and Sagan as well. I know I've been tough on them. They're responsible for your goals, as well as a whole lot of other. Man, the way Sagan put away that game winner, it looks so easy for him. I know it's not easy, but he made it look easy.
Kevin, if they win this series, I might be giving Sagan my MVP.
Ooh.
And for a couple of different reasons. The lift that you expected Colorado to get last night from their guy coming back.
Yep.
Sagan has done that on the ice. Not necessarily where the crowd is going nuts that he's back and everything, but the effort that I'm seeing from him on the ice, and maybe, again, I mentioned it yesterday, maybe it's fresh legs. Maybe it's because he didn't play all season or for a large portion of the season, and he's got fresh legs, and everybody else is a little bit more tired than him. But he's finishing checks, he's checking hard, he's fighting for pucks. All of these little things that it takes to win games, I'm not used to seeing Tyler Sagan doing. And he's doing these things, and that's what championship hockey is about. And he's doing the things that it's going to take.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are these still the Cowboys' biggest needs and what that means for the NFL draft tonight and going forward? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
North Texas born and raised with the same sport.
Any of the 9 DFW Pluckers locations for killer wing and beer specials. The later it gets, the better the deals, so stick around. And hey, if you don't like their wings, they'll give you the bird. Find your spot at pluckers.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd down and 5 at the Green Bay 36. Prescott in the gun, back looking to his left. Has to run out to his right. Looking for help. Keeps it and is brought down all the way back at the 43 by Keyshawn Nixon. That'll be a sack.
Is that one of the biggest weaknesses of the Dallas Cowboys as we head into the draft? So my question for y'all here is, and you can just start throwing out positional ideas and then we can zoom in from there. Are these still the Cowboys' biggest draft needs and what that means for this NFL draft for the Cowboys? So do you still think, and I'm not saying by any means they're set everywhere else and ready to go dominate, but would you look at it and say wide receiver, running back, cornerback, linebacker, and defensive line are where, especially defensive tackle, is where you zoom in and yeah.
I mean, I'll always say offensive line is in the mix,
sure,
because the Cowboys have built. They have a history of doing very well there, and Will McClay knows what he's doing when he drafts offensive linemen. That's a fact. But yes, I agree with you. Those specific positions throughout this draft, not just today, but throughout this weekend. Where, by the way, the coverage on Saturday is going to be, you're not going to get any better coverage than what you get on Saturday from any other. I mean, even the national stuff isn't going to be as good as what you're going to get on Saturday.
They'll call that the Scouts Day.
Yes.
Because while you'll hear other stations learning who players are for the first time, you'll hear Broadus, Wolchuk, Bobby, the team from DallasCowboys.com being like, yeah, 3 months ago we thought he was going to be a 6th rounder. He's really moved his stock up into the 5th. And you're like,
Yeah,
I definitely knew that.
Yes, and they're probably predicting things that the Cowboys and other teams are listening to, and they're like, we should probably go get this guy they keep talking about.
Yeah, look, it's going to happen.
Your favorite GMs are listening to the fan for their content.
Yeah, or you can listen to another station several years ago that said Carson Wentz was going to be a 3rd-round pick. That's a real thing that actually happened. Don't need a ticket for that. All right, so a couple of different questions for you. First of all, I want to throw this random question out there because I just think it's fun. You have no idea who's going to be on the board. No clue.
All right.
Would you rather the Cowboys take offense or defense in the first round?
Who's on the board?
I just told you have no idea.
I feel like I need to know.
You don't get to know.
Offense or defense?
Yeah. I just want to throw that as my baseline.
Now, hold on. Who are the Cowboys taking, or who do I want?
Ooh, tell me who you want.
I want more defense.
Okay. Alec, would you take more offense or more defense?
I think you need more defense, but I want more offense. I want to score all the points.
And see, this is the thing. I don't know. I have no clue what Schottenheimer's offense is going to be. Like, really be. McCarthy's offense never really turned into what I expected it to be. Not at all. And I don't know how much of that is Dak versus how much of that is McCarthy, versus Aaron Rodgers. Like, those things looked very uniquely different whenever they were together. Maybe he didn't have that talent. But Eberflus, I know what his defense can look like. And I know when you have the talent, what he can take advantage of. So that's why I'm just saying, load it up and give him everything he can, and we'll figure something out on offense.
Now, I'm glad. I just wanted to get y'all's feel for that as we get into more specifics. Are you good with going best player available in each of the first 3 rounds? Because look, I know everyone will tell you going into the draft, oh yeah, BPA, I get it, and that's great. But let's put it into practice. You haven't window dressed your board. Your board is locked in, and it's a legit board. You take best player available in the first 3 rounds.
So we've talked to Steven many times, and he always lays out the best player available at position of need. Whenever you're in that place.
Yes.
Well, when you have this many needs, take the best player available.
Even if it doubles up?
Yeah, I'm fine with that because you're making your overall team better. Now, what you did in this offseason, and a lot of people they probably didn't give him any credit still to this point, but this offseason the Cowboys laid out really early in free agency and then said at the end of it, hey, let's add 9 players to this thing. So ultimately they did. None of them were stars, but they added enough players to go, we feel comfortable with that guy there.
Yeah.
If we have to go into the season with this group. And so we're good there. So I feel like you are giving yourself the best player available option, even though you have things that you like and want. But when you have this many needs, and the spot that they are at 12, you're really giving yourself that opportunity. Now, for rounds 2 and 3, I don't need to double up at wide receiver. If you said double up, and I was talking about CeeDee Lamb and Ted.
Yeah, but
I don't need to take 2 wide receivers, so I'll immediately cross one out there.
Okay.
And now I'm looking at, and the option to trade and move around on the board gives me some opportunities too. But I agree with you on the first round for sure.
And I did see a few people from the 903. Yes, you can always find a spot for talent. From the 254. Yes, unless you're double dipping.
Yeah.
And from the 214, and this is where it gets a little tricky, Alec, and I would love your input on it. It should be for BPA that fills a need, maybe not your biggest need. And that's where I think the struggle comes in, if you know what I'm saying. Like, obviously, you can point out, like we said, wide receiver, running back, cornerback, linebacker, defensive tackle, and be like, oh, these are like more pressing needs. But you can absolutely, to Corey's point from earlier, argue that offensive line is a need. And so I honestly, we talked about this, a couple weeks ago? Me particularly, I wouldn't love tight end. And I think you're rocking and rolling pretty well at special teams. Other than that, I think you can make a really strong argument that BPA for need fits every other position on this team.
I think that's what's made this whole draft process so fun, is because there are so many areas that you can point to and say, hey, they need help. hey, they need help at this position. Really, I agree with you at tight end, special teams, and quarterback. Those are the only ones that I'm not reaching for in quarterback, especially now that you have Milton on the roster. But every other position, I can say that you're weak in some area, whether it's corner just in terms of depth and tackling specifically. I want a good tackling corner on this team. At safety, I want a little bit more athleticism. Across the defensive line, I feel like you can never have too many pass rushers. Across the offensive line, there was a couple years ago, like the draft where you took Matt Waletzko. It was like, you don't really need this many offensive linemen on the team, but they liked him that much. And I'm okay with it. So if, he heals up the way that we hope, he can maybe, get a couple snaps here and there when guys need a breather because they got dinged or something. I'm okay with that. And this year, it feels like the roster's in a place more than years past that you can point to pretty much all but 2 positions in my mind and say, I really wouldn't hate adding there.
And this is where the quarterback rankings on this one are so divisive in this draft, because there's multiple people from the 214, from another 214. What if Shador is the BPA?
This is the instance where your BPA, like, it's not necessarily your job to say that I have to stay there. This is where you say BPA might be getting another pick.
Yes.
That's the best player available is another pick for me. So let me move down. Somebody else needs this position. Somebody else wants it. If they picked up the phone and called, and then it's my job to say I will move back and take the best player available at the next spot.
Yeah.
And I think that's a perfectly good way to think about things there. You're not stuck. You're never stuck at one spot. Ever. Even at 1. You're not stuck there. You don't have to.
I want to ask this person a question. And I want to ask all of y'all a similar question to go along with this. From the 469, it doesn't matter because we still have Dak, so we'll still suck. All right, so my follow-up question to that person, and I just want to start with this. Do you think Jalen Hurts is really good? Because if you do think Jalen Hurts is really good, well, then I'm not going to change your mind in any of this argument. But if you think Jalen Hurts is fine. If you think he's Mahomes, then I'm not going to change your mind. But let's say a lot of people out there, I feel like, even especially before the playoff run, they thought Jalen Hurts was fine.
Yep.
All right. Then what did you learn from that experiment? That your quarterback can be fine to, sometimes better than fine for sure. But if you build an unbelievable roster around that person, it doesn't matter. All right. And so that's what I would say. Look, I have lots of concerns about the Dak Prescott contract. And then the other day when Jerry's like, oh yeah, we got our quarterback for the next 4 years, maybe 5 years, maybe 6 years. Like, I think that philosophy is laughable. But I think the Eagles and Hurts did show you that you can have a quarterback that most people did not think was like in the elite echelon. I don't feel like that's a stretch at all. And say, but if I build the best damn roster around him, then we'll be okay.
You've seen it with
that happens now.
You've seen it in his career already.
Yes.
He's not number 1 in NFL.
Sure.
He's not number 2 in most instances, except for that 1 year that he finished second in MVP voting.
That's true.
Not many people have talked about that. But he's not in my category. I'm sorry. I think Dak has all these elite characteristics. I don't think he's an elite quarterback. That being said, whenever they had a really good team built around him, they looked better.
Yes.
They were a really good football team with better opportunities.
Throughout history of football.
Yes.
Well, throughout history of pretty much any sport. But
yeah. I mean, there are very few teams that you can look at in the NFL where you just go, oh, it's a quarterback and that's it. Yeah. Because usually that quarterback has something special on that team.
So, I mean, and that's why I hear that concern. I have been very upfront about my concerns about the way that the Cowboys financially put this together. But when you say it doesn't matter, look, I'm not even going to focus in on specific players. You end up getting a wide receiver tonight in round 1 that is a legit multi-year, top-notch number 2 wide receiver. You get a running back in the second round that is a legit top 8 running back in the league for several years. And in the third round, you take a guard that he's not Zach Martin because nobody's Zach Martin, but he grows.
You don't know?
Okay, fair. Zach Martin is Zach Martin. But he grows into the spot and becomes a damn fine starter and really gels alongside with your right tackle, who we think is still going to be the same. Like, all of a sudden, you feel a lot different. Now, I know that's a magical draft scenario, but take a look at Seattle. They hit it out of the park with 5th round and 6th round picks. It could happen.
I will say, Kevin, and there's still some conversation on that. Sorry, Kevin, I don't have any faith in Dak. And
I'm not going to, and that's okay. I get it.
I'm with you on that too, because when all things are even, Kevin, you've often said the coaching never gave them an advantage, except for with Dan Quinn. You felt like you had an advantage there.
Yes, I did.
Until he gave up in the playoffs.
That is weird.
But all things even, I don't think Dak's the difference maker for the team.
I agree.
So I don't think I feel like, yes, he can benefit, and he's good at being serviceable for the things, and there are moments when he elevates. But there is, for the history of everything, when I needed him the most in these playoff games, and it's mostly the playoff games, I felt like I was at a disadvantage there, and I always wanted that advantage for him. So I agree in that respect with the people that are in that boat. I think, though, that you build a good regular season team around him and you give yourselves a chance to be in the playoffs, and you have to do it right now because this division is getting better. You have a Super Bowl champion at the top of it, and you have a team that has built themselves into a contender that leapfrogged you pretty quickly in 2 years. So you better get on your horse and start making a better team for this group.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. And, I understand that people are like, I don't have any faith in Dak.
And some people just don't like the contract, too, and they think that hinders the team from building a good team.
Y'all are preaching to the choir. Come on out to Pluckers in Dallas, and let's talk all about how I hate the way Cowboys give out the money and structure their contracts. I agree. But this gives you a chance because you get potential cheap starter after cheap backup and on and down the road. I know, Corey, you're going to hate what I'm about to say. I know in my heart, in my brain actually, that you're not going to hit on all of these draft picks. Now, Corey, I know the counter argument is, but you could.
Yeah, try to.
That is true.
Try to.
Yes, agreed. But let's say
try to make all your free throws.
Let's agree. And then when you don't, you tried. So let's say you really hit on half of them, really hit. How much does that change your franchise outlook going forward? Because all of a sudden, the money you're eating on Dak's contract, so it's about $60 million a year. I'm not going to dive into the semantics of the salary cap. And how much do you think you should make? $40 million? Okay, guess what? You can make up that $20 million in the draft. With really good starters and good backups that are getting way less than they should. You can make up that money. That is what the draft is for.
Absolutely. I think you made a very salient point there, Kevin.
Ooh, we're breaking out the big
I don't even know what it means. I've just
day.
heard it before, so I thought I might use it at the right time. Thank you very much, Jerry.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, feel free to send us more of your draft concerns and predictions, and we'll also work in a little baseball nuggets next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we are live starting at 2 o'clock.
comes together all at the end of the day.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The pitch to Jock is swung on and hit high in the air, deep center field. Back goes Blade, and he can't get it. It's over his head and off the wall. Peterson on his way to second base. The throw, he's safe at second base. And Jock Peterson, against one of the premier closers in the game, has snapped his 0-41 with a double to straightaway center field.
All right. Eric Nadel is an impeccable broadcaster. He's in the Hall of Fame. This is why I would make a terrible broadcaster. Because I would have been like, oh my God, he did it.
Can you believe this ass?
Hit it. Do you believe in miracles? Jock Peterson has done it. So a little bit of subdued on the call. Maybe it's because the Rangers were getting smashed and they were on their way to losing after a really rocky start to that game. Now, a couple of things were going to happen here. So we're going to still talk some more draft and do some baseball nuggets. Somebody threw this out there. If Shador were to go to New York, where does that put Dak in our division? I mean, I don't think it moves him. I would obviously still have Dak Prescott, especially now, ahead of Shador Sanders. I think Jalen Hurts is #1. And if people want to get mad, so be it. I think you've seen now that, like, I don't like the way he throws. Okay, he figures out a way to get his team to win. And then if you think Dak is ahead of Jaden Daniels because it takes more than one season, see CJ Stroud. I get that. But if you think Jaden Daniels is the future and you're like, that's the guy we're going with, we're putting the rocket on his back, yeet, here we go, then maybe you have him ahead of Dak Prescott. I would probably. Do you?
Yeah, I have Dak third in the division right now, and
I definitely wouldn't have Shador ahead of him.
No, I mean there's a toughness quality that I really like about him. I still think there's a lot more room for him to grow, and he has to grow in the NFL. But yeah, man, listen, the Cowboys, the last two starters they've gotten very relatively lucky that they were able to get those guys. Now, do I agree that the contracts they signed for both of them? Not necessarily,
right?
But they were very lucky to do that. And that's one of the reasons I'm like, hey, why don't you just take your gambles on maybe finding another one like that in the future instead of paying these contracts out? But they are what they are. That being said, Dak is still he has gained a lot of experience in the NFL over his time. He makes some big time throws at times. Our biggest problem with him is that in big games, he starts out flat and the team starts out flat and they're not executing what they need to do. That's our biggest problem with that.
No, I agree with all of that, but I'm sure people will have spicy divisional rankings.
He can jump into #1 easy.
Look, like I just said, if you think that this was the start of something special, I absolutely understand. But I can see how the people more cautious, whether it's because of RG3, CJ Stroud, like whatever quarterback that you want to point out that like had an unbelievable rookie year, then kind of slid back. I understand, but I would definitely not have Dak in last. I don't know if that is what that text was getting at. All right, let's continue to mix in more of your NFL draft thoughts, but also brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. Now, as we discussed, it was a particularly difficult game yesterday for the Rangers, for Kumar Rocker. Not ideal in any shape or form.
No.
And you've seen a trend emerge early in the season. Shout out to Kennedy Landry for crunching the numbers on this. Kumar Rocker at home, 2 starts, 4 earned runs in 12 innings pitched. Kumar Rocker on the road, 3 starts, 14 earned runs given up in 8 innings pitched.
Most of those were in Cincinnati, right?
There was a chunk. Yeah, that's true.
You've also seen that very early hook from Boch whenever that happens. Like, he's not giving it a lot of time. He's and we know Boch likes the hook. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to fishing.
I don't know what that means.
He loves fishing on his pond in Tennessee. Yesterday when you asked about Kumar Rocker, And Bochy was I'm excited about what he's doing. Yes. He didn't say the line that I was waiting for, and that was, but he still has to do it more consistently.
Yeah.
And not necessarily more consistently.
Yeah.
Because when you go out for an outing, you can't go pitch 7 innings and then pitch 1.2. Like, that's just, it's not going to be something that is a good season for you. But again, Kevin, we do go back to, this is an expectation for Rocker. So I don't expect him to have 6 innings every game. I expect to have an outing and then one game where you're just like, what just happened just now? I expect these things to go up, and he has to learn how to make adjustments and grow into the position this year. I am kind of interested to see where that leaves him, where this outing leaves him, because they probably want him to go back out there and have another opportunity to show it. But, man, whenever you're trying to win games and you're trying to make yourself the front runner in this division, and you know Jack Leiter's there, and he's continued to prove it after having what he had last year, then you probably want to get Jack Leiter back up here as quickly as possible.
Now, we've gotten a lot of injury updates over the last 24 to 36 hours. In the minor league level, Winston Santos with a stress reaction in his back, and Mark Church with an oblique strain. They are going to be sidelined for a little while with injuries. Emiliano Teodo, he is going on the minor league injured list as well with right shoulder fatigue, which always makes you nervous, but the Rangers say they're acting cautiously since it's early in the season. They plan to hold him back for about 7 to 10 days. But what most people were waiting to find out, guess what? Came down during G-Bag, just as anticipated. Corey Seager is on the injured list now with a right hamstring strain, which is always scary, especially given the time he's missed in the past with hamstring and calf issues. But pretty much across the board, the Rangers are saying that this is a thing where they think like right at 10 days or right after.
Oh, okay.
They think he'll be good to go. Now,
that's a good feeling.
That's not always the way it works out, right? Even if you're like, this is what I think is going to happen. That's not always the way it works out.
On a treadmill or something.
But this feels like fairly positive, right?
Yes. No, it's absolutely positive news because, again, I told you yesterday, anytime a Seager injury pops up, immediately my brain goes 2 months. And I don't want to be without Corey Seager for 2 months, especially if this lineup is something that's going to be of good function in the near future. I want to see that thing. This is just like I wanted to see that Mavericks group together as much as I could. I want to see what this lineup can do as often as I possibly can. Corey Seager is a key part to that. I'm still shocked that Kevin would have rather G-Bag broken that insider information that he had yesterday than our show. That's still, even Dawson was like pretty caught off guard that you were going to give that to them.
I promised I wouldn't tell. I mean, I didn't know. All right, so 2 things. We got a football question. Does Kevin believe that there could be 8 running backs taken in the second round? Or that might have been a sarcastic comment about something that I said earlier. But I'm really curious to see how many running backs go in the first round, because there is a massive running backs and wide receivers that could go in the second and third round. But also, are you ready for a heartwarming baseball story?
Yes.
Okay, if you said no, I would have skipped it. I would have been surprised. Let's talk about Dylan Cruz. So Dylan Cruz with the Nationals. He, back in 2023, formed kind of like a friendship with this younger girl and a group of people suffering from autism. And so now one of his best friends and biggest fans is this 11-year-old girl named Aubrey. She has a form of autism that leaves her with no functional verbal language skills. She uses spelling to communicate. She takes medications upon medications. She's dealing with severe spinal deformity and is going to need surgery this summer. And this is an amazing perspective that I'll just say for me, I could have more often. I really, really could. So Cruz, who again, only 23, he went hitless in his first week of the season. Since then, he's really turned it on. Even when the times are bad, I realize it could be a lot worse. It's not the end of the world. I know I have Aubrey and a whole community by my side no matter what. And this goes back a couple of years. They bonded in Baton Rouge when he was at LSU. And I just love that perspective. Not only is he like, hey, I want to make sure that they can watch me play and we're bonded and everything like that, but he's like, I didn't go hitless. I need to work harder. I need to do better. But it's not like one of the world's real problems.
Yeah, it's, Kevin, there's so many, we talk mental health so much on this show, the mental health show record in DFW. There's so many times you talk to somebody that's suffering and you're like, you want to give them the, hey man, look around. Jerry Jones uses this a lot of times. Whenever I feel like things are this way, I look around and say my life could be a lot worse than it is right now. And that doesn't always work. Like you've experienced this where you're just kind of like, yeah, that doesn't matter. It doesn't help me in my space right now.
Fair.
That I look at somebody else and go, oh, now that just makes me more sad for them. And how do I help them out? But whenever you do look at the positives, whenever you do use those tools that give you that kind of motivation, then that can be powerful. And I'm happy that Dylan Cruz is able to use that story. That is a very heartwarming story.
Now, we power rank the power rankings where Colorado, they have held on to their spot as the worst team in baseball. So congratulations to them. Of course, followed by the White Sox. Now, Colorado and Chicago have a combined record of 9-37. So that's going to be a real battle for most of the season to see who truly can be the worst team in all of baseball. At the top of the list, it goes Dodgers, Padres, Mets, Yankees, Giants in the top 5. Again, as we've talked all season, you see the Yankees and then nothing but National League teams, because then the Diamondbacks are 6th, then the Cubs are 7th, then the Phillies are 8th. So you have one American League team in the top 8.
Are the Yankees that good? Or is it Aaron Judge bias? He's carrying that thing.
The Yankees are good.
Yeah, but are they that much separate than... Or are they just like, we had to put an American League team in there somewhere?
Yeah, they were probably like, hey, Joe, you got 6 NL teams to start this off. We're going to have to shake it up.
Yeah.
But then the Tigers are 9th and the Rangers are 10th. The Rangers were 10th last week. They're 10th again this week at 14-10. Still lead their division. 3rd best team in the American League per the ESPN Power Rankings. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what would be the worst case scenario for the Cowboys in this draft? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
You're proud home.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, tonight you can get all of your NFL draft needs met by The Fan, and you can make your way out to all the DFW Pluckers. We'll all be rocking it there. I'll be in Dallas, Corey in Allen, Alec in Fort Worth at City View. If you want to come see us, that would be delightful. And like I said, if you want to bring up some of your cards, just get an on-the-spot card evaluation. I would be glad to help you with that as well. All right. What do you guys view as the worst case scenario for the Cowboys in this draft? So I was reading an article from Pro Football Focus, and by the way, later on in the show, we will have from Pro Football Focus Trevor Sycamore on the show, their lead NFL draft analyst. But something that got said in there, and I was like, man, that makes a lot of sense to me. They said the worst case scenario for the Cowboys in this draft would be not adding weapons for Dak Prescott.
Okay. Does that necessarily mean a weapon in the first round?
Not necessarily.
Because I think you can get good weapons in rounds 2 and 3.
I agree with that. Absolutely. Especially with the wide receivers and the running backs. I agree with you. So Dallas had problems defensively, 28th in EPA per play. Their offensive line graded 22nd in the league. But I think for a lot of people, the most apparent issue was, hey, CeeDee Lamb's awesome. And then what?
I mean, Javonte Williams.
Yeah.
Gross. Miles Sanders.
Gross.
Jalen.
Jonathan Mingo.
Schoon.
Yeah, exactly.
Ferg.
So, is
No, I get it.
The rest of your options. So,
and when it comes to offensive line, that's been a weapon for the Cowboys for a long time. And I think everybody in that group, I'm believing, Kevin, is thinking they expect Guyton to grow, they expect BB to grow, and they expect Brock Hoffman to fill the role and Terrence Steele to be back. Therefore, the weapons need to be the skill position players for this team.
Yes, I agree with that. So, what would be your worst case scenario for the Cowboys in this draft from the 903 drafting Shador?
Because it's not a need. Yes, I think that would be a bad thing. You don't need that player. You don't need that spot. But if they were to draft him, I don't think it's a worst case scenario for the future of the team.
Yeah.
Because, Kevin, we're 2 years away from Dak's contract being done.
Not being done, but I can manage my way out.
Yes, managing your way out of it. And so then you have a replacement that's young that you can build on for the future. Now, if you don't like the quarterback, then I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because there are people, like, if you don't like a player, then that looks like the worst possible thing. If you think he's going to be a complete bust, I get it. So I understand what you're saying there.
From the 405, not building from the inside out would be the worst case scenario. Who cares about a wide receiver if a quarterback doesn't have time to get it to them?
Again, I go back to what I just said about they're expecting the offensive line to take a step.
Yeah.
And so that's why when you're looking at how do I add dynamic, explosive ability whenever I only really have one player that can do that.
So if you're looking at the Cowboys offensive line, and this is probably going to be different answers for different people, how many holes do you think they have to fill? Because I know the Cowboys will argue to me, we have no holes to fill. But how many holes, if any, do you think the Cowboys have to fill in the offensive line?
They have, at the very minimum, one.
Okay.
And that's with the departure of Zach Martin.
Yep.
I would like to shore up that interior, and I really do hope that it is Brock Hoffman who ends up being the next dude, because I think he just has it mentally. But from a talent standpoint, there's probably a few guys that you could take at 12 that would make a lot more sense than him right here, right now, just based on talent alone, even with the fact that they haven't been in the building. But I'd say at least one. I wouldn't mind getting another guy who can play tackle too, just in case Terrence Steele has a bit of a regression too. So I'd make the case for two. I'd say that you need to figure out somebody that can play across the interior and a tackle.
Corey, how many holes would you fill in the offensive line?
I don't think you're going to get a starter to replace anybody on this team right now. So anything that I'm holes filling is backups.
Okay.
Again, that doesn't mean that I think that Brock Hoffman is Zach Martin. Zach Martin
Sure.
was not Zach Martin last
Sure.
year. We saw
That's
that.
true.
And when Alex says the mentality of Brock Hoffman, Kevin, we've seen him out at training camp.
Oh my God,
he's a crazy man.
If you're looking for players on this team that are tough, and if they get punched in the face, they won't go, "That was mean."
Yeah, he's
one of those guys.
Do you want a guy in a bar fight behind you? He's one of the dudes you want to have with you because he's wild. Like he's one, and now that has been presented a problem a couple times because you've gotten some penalties that were unnecessary because
Fair.
he's trying to make a point. I'm here, and I don't have a lot of playing time yet, but I want to make everybody know on this field that I'm here. I am still willing. I'm with Kyle. I'm not giving up on Guyton yet. So I think there are 0 offensive line holes across the starting group, but I do think you need depth there just in case.
Yeah, and for people, I've seen a couple of people say 5. I just like, if you don't like the rest
Tyler
of the
Smith's
offensive
really
line,
good.
I can get that. But saying that Tyler Smith is a hole, that feels tough.
I will say, watching him last year, I was like, I feel like that dude's overcompensating for lack of what's next to him.
Yes.
at times.
And this is tough. Martin is one of the greatest Cowboys in history. But from the 972, expecting Steele to be good is laughable, as well as anyone replacing a Hall of Famer. I want to make sure that this comes out right. You're not replacing a Hall of Famer year over year. All right? Zach Martin was not a Hall of Famer last year.
Nope.
Now that's I don't think that is a particularly controversial opinion whatsoever.
If you're saying you get yourself back to the level of play when you had him and Tyron and Frederick, then yes, I get that.
And Zach Martin is to me, he's a no doubt, no brainer, first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the best Cowboys ever. He just wasn't that last year, in part, of course, because of the injuries. So I don't necessarily think you look at last year's line and you're like, well, we got to replace right tackle because you don't think he's good. I get that. And you could still save some money there. And you have to replace a Hall of Famer. That I would disagree with because I just don't think that's what you had. And for the 214, okay, fine, 4 holes.
All right.
Well, I mean, and again, but if that's the case, to Corey's point about I think you're going to be getting backups in this draft or anything. But if you really look at this offensive line, no judgment, and then you're like, they have a left guard. I think every other position is upgradable. Then I hope that they have discussed that in the war room the entire time when talking about strategy of who's going to be there, who's not, who would consider trading up to maybe take a spot that you think is better value-wise. I hope that has been the strategy.
I think this is interesting, and I don't know if you've heard different reports on him. I just watching the player, I was excited. Somebody said drafting Walter Nolan would be worst-case scenario. And
this morning, I believe that Nick Harris and Bobby Bell, I believe, if I heard that correctly, were also kind of on that train.
Yeah, it's weird because we like Golick Jr., correct?
Yes.
He was fantastic talking about ice cream when he came on our show.
That's true.
He tweeted yesterday, there are some players you have to watch and some players you get to watch. And he said that Walter Nolan was one of them. And so this is that time of year where it is a lot of different opinions out there with a lot of different people upset in certain situations because everybody has a different taste. Not everybody likes vanilla ice cream, Kevin.
Vanilla ice cream is objectively the best.
Vanilla
ice
is
cream.
very
What are we
tasty,
even
just
talking?
in general. I like vanilla things, but not everybody does.
And before you give me that look, Alec, just remember, I think all ice cream is interchangeable.
Ooh.
So, yeah, I don't think there's any discernible difference.
I haven't
between-
punched you yet, and I don't plan on doing it anytime soon.
I appreciate that.
That thing, though, right there, might be the thing.
That doesn't mean you can't think that. I have said this numerous times. I know people love Bluebell more than anything on the planet because a whole bunch of people got sick and somebody died from their ice cream. And the second it was back, people were like, oh my God, I got to get it. I'm not disputing that.
Bluebell's fantastic.
That's how people feel about it.
Bluebell's
All right.
amazing.
My worst case scenario.
Were you talking about Bluebell?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you say Bluebell? Or did you just...
For legal reasons, I'm going to say no.
All right.
Actually, that happened. All right. So my worst case scenario, twofold. No offensive line selections. Just because I don't think, look, Whether you think they have
in the whole draft?
Yes. Whether you think they have 2 holes to fill, whether you think they have 5 holes to fill, I don't think anyone would argue that we're perfect just as is. No need for depth, position flex, or anything like that.
And in worst case scenario, though, because I'm going to go with your first point there, you're not saying to force it. Like, I don't like that's a worst case. It just didn't get lucky and it didn't fall to us. But you're not saying force an offensive lineman if you have other players available that you like.
Agreed. So you might not like my other one.
Okay.
My worst case scenario for this Cowboys draft is they do not take a running back in the first 3 rounds. I realize the diciness of we got to take this position. I think in the 2nd and 3rd round, there are, and again, I haven't seen their board yet. I'm sure that'll leak. I haven't seen their board, but
you think Jerry's going to show it off?
He
again?
joked about it. I think this should be fine to say that there are enough quality running backs in the 2nd and 3rd realm that I don't think you'll be like vastly overdrafting some people. So that is my worst case scenario. And I know the Cowboys are like, hey, we got Williams and Sanders. I think you have no starting running.
If you're in the first round and you really like one of these running backs and you're able to drop back a little bit and get a pick, do it. If you really love Hampton that much, take him. Like if again, it comes down to that. If you really like the player that much and you think he's going to help your team that much, go ahead and do it. Damn whatever everybody else is saying out there. You'll show him whenever he gets on the field.
Yes.
Like that's your belief in that. That being said, the 2nd and 3rd round do provide some options for you. I don't want to be in the 3rd round going, we only have this one guy and we don't love him. That would be a big whiff for me.
That's why I wasn't sure if you would like that one from me.
Sampson is from Tennessee. Like he's projected to be there. I've done so many mock drafts, and he is always there in the 3rd round for me. And so I'm like, okay, I like him. Choppy loves him. Like he was like, no, you'll really like this guy if he's there. Bobby says don't listen to Choppy's player evaluations, but he watched him play.
Can I tell you at 120, Sycamore, he has some spicy opinions about Scattaboo.
Okay. Okay.
We'll talk about it then. I'm spicy opinions.
All right. But I don't want to be in the position where I only have one to choose from if I don't like the guy.
I get that.
So
That's fair.
2nd round, if I'm in a good place, and you also really do take into consideration the conversation about trading for a receiver or trading for a running back. If they feel confident in that, Etienne, my buddy's a Texans fan. He hates watching him against the Texans every year. The Texans stink. I understand that. But
in your face,
the other thing too is, I mean, he is in Jacksonville where they don't use him. Exactly. He had a couple fumbling issues that I didn't love. All that being said, there are other options other than just the draft for this. So if they were able to come away, Kevin, with a running back in a trade situation, would you say that they missed there, or would you say that was just a different approach that you weren't projecting?
I will reserve judgment
for who the person is,
but I feel like most of the options you hear out there, I would think that they missed.
Gotcha.
Somebody threw this out there, and I know they're just joking, but man, I would love this. Worst case scenario is the cameras turn on and Nico Harrison is sitting right next to Jerry Jones.
Oh my gosh.
Now, hear me out for just 1 second. That will be the biggest philosophical battle in the history of sports discussions. Because you have Nico, who said, who gives a damn about trading the face of your franchise, versus Jerry Jones, where is this player any semblance of popular? I would never even dare consider trading them.
What are his jersey sales?
We needed to cut a massive amount of money. And so just to hear him be like, hey, why don't we trade Dak and Micah? Like, he would fall over in his chair and be like, what are you even saying?
It would be insane.
And so, like, I get it. They're just joking. But, man, I would love to hear that philosophical conversation.
I would absolutely want him to speak, too, if that was the case. I would be like, let him talk, because his radio ratings would go insane.
Yes, they very much would. Alec, I know you were talking a couple of things earlier. Anything else you want to throw out that you think would be a worst-case scenario for the Cowboys in this draft?
Kind of where you're at with running back. Same idea with the corner position. Just
Okay.
because you're uncertain about the timeline for Trayvon Diggs'
Agreed.
return, if he's going to be on the team at all. I know some people are in favor of moving him in that process.
You can make that happen financially if you want.
You can make it happen. It would make a lot of sense for a lot of different people and a lot of different reasons. And you just got to act like, kind of like Kyle was telling y'all the other day with Overshown, you got to act like Trayvon Diggs just isn't going to be there.
And
Just
that's what I've
act
been
like
doing,
it.
yeah.
Even if you know he is coming back, act like he's not going to play all year. So then you have enough artillery to play without him if he does exit the field again.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I got some more NFL draft for you with some betting odds, but also, I do believe it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the exact reason you need to listen to all of our coverage of the NFL draft. My favorite story from the draft a few years ago, next on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys are the North Texas Baseball Show of Record.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jeff. My name's Jeff. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Years. When shift happens, go to permapeer.com to schedule a free evaluation or call 214-831-2167.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ready to take the snap. Has the snap. 4th and 13. Ewers looking. Fires. He's got Golden open. He caught it. Touchdown, Texas. Matthew Golden strikes again.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got AM on the FM coming up in just 1 second, but I wanted to give you the betting odds at the top of the draft. Feels like top three have been locked in for a minute. Cam Ward is a 1 to 200, which means you'd have to bet $200 to win $1.
But, I mean, it's a lock. So if you have
$200 million,
you can win.
I mean, would Vegas take that bet?
Do you take a loan out?
No problem.
Like, do you take a loan out on this? Would it be, you know what, Kevin? I'm not going to get you in trouble. You're the only person I trust when it comes to 7 minutes and Kevin.
Travis Hunter, 1 to 16. So you have to bet $16 to win one. Abdul Carter, 1 to 8, $8 to win one. It's not until you get to pick 4 that it gets kind of close, but even then, Will Campbell is a 1 to 5, which means you'd have to bet $5 to win $1.
Man, these seem pretty locked in then.
Ashton Genty at 5.5 to 1 at pick 4. I don't know. That's an interesting number, maybe worth taking a little shot at. And then Ashton Genty is the favorite to go at pick number 5. And then fun fact, Armand Membu is the favorite to be pick 6 and pick 7. So,
dude, he could go anywhere in the top of this draft. Like, not 1 or 2, I don't think, but
or 3. It sounds like
it just he's jumped a lot of different areas.
Yeah. So keep an eye out on that. Now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. Don't you dare do it all day. Today is going to be one of the best days of the year just for live programming here on The Fan. You get to hang out with us, get ready for the draft. G-Bag is going to be doing their show at Pluckers, getting you ready. In Plano, you know, the place where they have a lot of tables, so hopefully you can go hang out
there.
There
are a ton of tables at that location, too. I just want to point out.
Dude, it's the city of tables of record. There you go.
These tables of record.
Yeah,
that's true.
There you go. So you can go hang out with them and get a little bit of pregame on as you get ready for the Cowboys draft coverage here on The Fan. And speaking of that, the reason you guys talked about it earlier, the reason you need to listen to day 3 coverage. We're going to get there in just a little bit. My favorite story from the draft a few years ago, back when I was behind the scenes working the draft, my favorite moment ever working here happened where I was crying laughing because of Brian Broaddus. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But the question of the day today, gentlemen, it's going to be draft related. But for the Tolos, 877-881-1053, what are you doing to celebrate the draft today? You should be at a Pluckers location here in DFW hanging out with one of us. If you are, let us know which location you're going to. We would love to know. But if you have a long-standing tradition, if you have maybe some sort of thing, like something that you have to do because you're superstitious. Maybe you got your lucky hat. your lucky pair of socks that you have to wear. Or you get together with a group of friends at the house and you got to watch together. Let us know how you're celebrating tonight, 877-881-1053. I want to know how you guys are taking in the draft, hopefully listening to us here on The Fan. But I know growing up, it was usually we would get on a group FaceTime call. Everybody would be in different areas of the world, or mainly Texas, because, we're kids. So, it was really just like we're 20 minutes apart, but we didn't have a single place we could get together because we were young and broke. But we would get on that group FaceTime call and we would all just react to the madness that was the first round of the draft. Everybody, like my friend group, has so many different, allegiances and fandoms. So there's a lot of people that are invested in different things and different draft positioning. And some guys getting their dreams ruined by people getting jumped in the draft order and this, that, and the other. It was always really fun. But now I get to celebrate it by being out in the City View location, Pluckers out there in Fort Worth by Hewlin Mall. I love that area. It's a great area. I've never been to that location, though. So my first time going to that location, we're going to be having a party. So come out and hang out with me. But it used to be a group FaceTime call. That's what we would do. Just kind of react to the madness as a big group together.
I like it.
That was always, we always had the party at the house whenever I was living with my buddies. When we had, it was 3 dudes living in a house, sometimes 4, and everybody would come over to our house anyway. Like, we would just sit there and party all the time. And then draft was just another reason to party. It just absolutely was. As my group of friends has become my family. It's a little bit different. Yeah, I know. The ones that I live with and have to be around all the time, they are less interested in the draft than I am. So what ended up happening was, in a way to be nice to my family, I would go watch on the PlayStation with my headset on and just chug whiskey and then be upset about the Micah Parsons draft pick until I was like, hold on, maybe this is a good thing, because the whiskey had gotten my emotions all turned around.
So I'm going to go back to, because since the draft move, we've done most of them at Pluckers, and that has become my tradition. But before, when the NFL draft started on Saturday morning, I would go get donuts and have multiple newspapers with their mock drafts, like USA Today, Dallas Morning News, and just be so judgy, sitting there and be like, really screwed that one up, Goslin. No, his mock drafts were usually really, really good. But I always thought that was the best. And there was internet, but not the proliferation of the way it is now. And that used to always be a fun thing I did. One year, Alec, fun fact for you, I opened a case of Upper Deck golf cards. Because I got an unbelievable deal on it. It was 2001, and it was the Tiger Woods year, and the Tiger Woods rookie year. But they also had autographs in there, like 2 a case, and it was a long shot. But if you pulled the marquee autograph, you could just laugh your way to the bank.
That would be amazing. I have that pipe dream every time I see a new set come out. Sure. I'm like, I'm totally going to set some money aside. I'm going to get one of these overpriced hobby boxes, and I'm going to pull some sort of superfractor that's going to make it to where if I wanted to retire, which I don't, I enjoy what I do, I'd still show up and do work for you guys, with you guys. But I could retire if I wanted to, and then I open said box and I get absolutely nothing. And I'm like, yeah, back to reality.
Yeah.
So that's usually how things go for me. And somebody did ask where everybody's going to be tonight for the Pluckers draft party. Sean is going to be in Mesquite, Eric Chiafalo in Grapevine, Christy Scales is going to be in Plano after the G-Bag Nation is done doing work. In Addison will be Gavin Dawson. Lucius is going to be in my neck of the woods in Arlington. Corey, you're going to be in Allen. Kevin, you're going to be right here in Dallas, which you've said a few times now. You need some help.
Yeah, I do.
I do want to point out, a lot of people have asked me because they know I live in the city of Tables, Plano, which I'm pretty sure Plano means like flat. I don't know. I don't exactly know. So it makes sense. But a lot of people have been like, why aren't you at the Plano location? All right. Christy Scales also has to be at the Star in Frisco. So like it's the closest location. And obviously, she's much more famous than me. Like, we all know Christy Scales.
Much nicer.
Oh, yeah. A lot nicer than I am, for sure.
That.
And she's just a wonderful person to be around.
That's right.
Enjoy your time at the Plano location. That place is going to be packed. Kevin, you and I have done that location before.
That location is a monster.
There's a line out the door, but hey, get there early. Get there early and be ready for it because it's an absolute blast. And I'll be at the Allen location just, looking over at Plano going, hey, my party's just as good.
And I'll be looking over the whole city of Fort Worth because I'm going to be at the City View location.
Yeah.
Over by Hewlin
Feels like
Mall.
he's in the sky, floating on a little cloud. At a
That would be
Pluckers.
amazing. I'm on the roof of the building, just like I got a little monitor up there.
I've lived in the Metroplex my entire life, but 1,000,000% of me envisions that as like a mountain location.
Yes, it does.
And with these just giant windows across it that you're like, oh, look at the city. And I realize I've been to Fort Worth time and time again, and that geographical part doesn't particularly.
And then Fred Davis from the Fan After Dark is going to be at the Fort Worth Alliance location. I love that location because it's like the closest one, at least that I've found, to Dickies Arena. So anytime there's a wrestling show there, I have a tradition of going there
Dickies
before the
Arena.
show. Yeah. Oh, man, Dickies Arena. I'm going to be there tomorrow night.
It could probably fit 500 people there, maybe 501.
Yeah, probably thousands if you wanted to. Yeah, that's going to be real fun tomorrow, too. Friday Night SmackDown out there. If you're going to be out there, let me know. Shoot me a DM at Alec on the radio. I'll buy you a beer. And we can have some fun out there. James Triley's going to be out there with me. I believe our buddy KG is going to be there with his daughter. And I did learn this. I got to shout out my guy with the Texas Rangers, DJ C-Stats. I met him at our buddy Zach Rowe's wedding. And found out he is a massive wrestling fan, too.
Okay.
So we were talking to each other throughout WrestleMania and stuff, and he's going to be there as well. And he was telling me all of his big plans that he has for secretly implementing more entrance themes into the ballpark sounds that you hear. So I'm really excited to get out to a few games, but he's going to be there out there as well tomorrow night, too. Really excited for that. But your draft day traditions and how you are going to be celebrating today, 877-881-1053. Let us know how you will be doing that. Someone said watching on TV from the 812, but with the volume down, listening to the Fan. That is the way to go. And there's so many great moments and reactions that happen on this station whenever you are seeing these things go down. I was here in the building working when the CeeDee Lamb pick happened, and I watched everybody absolutely melt down when the pick was announced. Sean was speechless. Kavanaugh was losing his mind.
Like, oh, we did it!
And I just remember the disbelief in Brian Broaddus' face because he was like, they did the right thing. What the heck? They did the right thing. The Micah Parsons thing was awesome in the building for that one. I just love the organic reactions, including, guys, a couple of years ago during day 3 of the draft. Y'all call it the Scouts Day. I call it the Day of Delusion because these guys have so much content and so much time that they have to fill. And you don't realize how much work it is until you have to talk for that amount of time. The longest, most amount of work I've ever had to do here was 3 hours-ish by myself on a holiday. And I thought that was bad. Day 3 of the NFL draft, there's so many people that they've done so much work on that nobody else knows who these people are except for our incredibly talented crew. But after a few hours on day 3, the caffeine probably wears off a little bit and whatnot. And they were talking about a wide receiver a few years ago that didn't run a very fast 40, and people were knocking him for it. And Brian Broaddus came to his defense because he blamed George Karlaftis.
Yeah, they do. And Karlaftis is like, let's all go take our shirts off and run outside. David Bell goes, I don't run very fast indoors. Why you make me run outside? Because I'm Karlaftis. Damn it. That poor kid, seriously, he could probably run better. And then the scouts got to go outside and mark off 40 yards.
He ran a 4.65 for those wondering.
Yeah, I hate
wide receiver. That's really low.
I hate to be underwear Olympics guy, but when I saw those times, I was like, I don't know about this.
Second time Dave has cried because of Brian making him laugh.
Brian's on a heater, man.
No, I'm serious.
Tell me about
the guy makes a lot of plays.
Tell me about David Bell.
The guy makes a ton of plays. I'm Karlaftis. We're running outside.
I'm Karlaftis bit
I love
was
it.
incredible.
He would do that when he'd come in for crosstalk.
Yeah.
He would just we were literally watching it on the TV that day, and he threw this line out. And I was like, "This is hilarious." But why was Jared Sandler on the coverage there? Did you hear him when he was talking about that? That was
ready to dunk on slow-moving wide receivers.
I think it was Kyle. Kyle, though. They sounded alike there for a second.
I absolutely thought that was Jared Sandler
People have said that a few times, and I'm like, I don't know, because usually I'm talking to Kyle directly. Yeah. But now hearing it like that, I was like, oh, wow, they do sound a little bit alike. Which I guess if you're going to sound alike for Jared, that's really nice that he sounds like Kyle Yeomans because Kyle's so great. And for Kyle, it's okay that he sounds like Jared, too.
Do we have to start introducing him as Jared Sandler?
Yes, we do. And the same thing would happen when I did the fan jam on the weekends. Will Chambers would get a lot of, is Jared hosting before a game every now? Like, we would get those texts every now and then. I'm like, there's a lot of people that sound like Jared Sandler.
I can
Not
imagine
a half-bad thing.
that night that he had to fill in for Brad Sham like in emergency mode.
Yes.
People were like, hold on, so Jared's doing Cowboy games too?
He's just that good.
That would really mess with me.
I think Jared is that good that he could do it.
And then you tune in and Sham's like, here comes Adolis. And you're like, wait, what? Man, we should do an announcer swap once a year.
Crossover episode. Yes.
Once every year.
Yeah, I would love it.
And we don't advertise it either.
Nope.
It just happens.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like those what are the crossover shows that you would get?
Yeah.
Boy Meets World and
or
Step
every
by
year
Step
when we
or
would
whatever.
do Purple Rhino Day. Yeah. You guys don't remember that? Whatever. Screw you guys. That was funny. You know what? That's fine, Alec. You brought this on yourself. Hey, Alec, did you know that I have a pet termite now?
Oh, no.
I named him Clint. So he's Clint Eastwood. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That was your fault. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Bold predictions for round 1 of the NFL Draft tonight. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember
And that never gets old.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Sanders takes his time, lost one in the air, caught, touchdown, Colorado.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I have now threatened Alec that if he displeases me, I have more jokes ready to go. Oh, this next one is tremendous.
From the 214, man, y'all be doing my dog Kevin wrong. I love his stale dad jokes. They're clever. And I said, it's fun to watch how mad he gets. Now he's using them as a threat.
Yeah. And I have another one ready to go.
He said, you brought this on yourselves.
Yes, you did. Right now. God. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. I'm just envisioning the like, you have displeased me. Here's another joke for you. I love it. All right.
I hate it.
Fair. Bold predictions for round 1 of the NFL draft. I will tell you a bold prediction to make a lookout for. We talked about how Membu was 6 and 7. Favorite for 6 and 7. Not so fast, my friends. Things are changing. Kelvin Banks Jr. is now the betting favorite to go at pick 6. Now, like, this is somebody that some Cowboys fans had speculated maybe he could go at 12 if that's the way you want to go. But betting odds now, which is not an absolute. And you are going to see, especially as the picks go along, like I don't think you're going to see any changes in top 3, but you're going to see some wild shifts in the draft odds today. But Banks, now number 6.
Okay, that's interesting because how much does that then prop up your feeling on Genty at 5?
Yes, 1,000,000%.
Because if that shift is made, I don't know if it's, well, crap, we didn't realize Jacksonville was doing this and now we have to turn our attention.
That is what I think.
Or if it's something else, but that's really interesting. So yeah, that does prop up that feeling now.
And I just want to throw it out there. I know the odds are very much in favor of Will Johnson at 4. I still want to look at pick 4 as where I think this draft could greatly deviate from where people are expecting. Because if it does go Cam, Hunter, Carter, and then you get Will Johnson, Ashton Genty, then it'll probably be pick 6 where maybe this stays on course or moves. But if not, pick 4 is one to watch out for.
The 214, people may hate my dad jokes, but my mom jokes get me sent to HR. So
Exactly. You're not going to get sent to HR by saying, last night, Alec, I poured cough medicine all across 30. This morning, didn't run into any congestion.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Whatever.
I was responding to Tolos on the fan text.
Whatever. That was funny. All right. Something I want you guys to consider. Just how fine of a line the NFL draft is. So there's reports going around that the Bears are willing to trade pick 10 and 39 to jump up to pick number 5 to go get presumptively to go get Genty. And they would give him pick 148.
Significant haul.
Yeah. And then the Jags are like, hey, what about pick 107? And so the reason why I bring that up is just think about it. the fate of Ashton Genty could rest on, will you give me a 4 or a 5 as the kicker for all of this? Like, if
you're a Genty, you're kind of hoping they give that draft pick up.
For sure, I could see that.
You don't want to land in Jacksonville on it. Like, he can say it.
That's fair.
You're to say all the nice things you can, but you don't want it. You would rather be in a Ben Johnson offense, by far, than Jacksonville, who, by all means, Jacksonville might be turning a corner here a little bit with their GM. They might be turning a corner, but you would rather be with the Bears, and they're like, what they're building right now looks like it's going to be good.
I love the idea that, like, hey, we agree on the primary parts of potential compensation, but what's going to determine where some people think a potentially amazing running back for the next 6 years could go is whether you want to do a 4th or a 5th.
Right. Yeah.
That could be that could be the difference.
And that could have a big impact on whether or not he's that good of a running back.
For sure. I agree
think about
that.
Emmitt Smith and where he was. I guarantee Emmitt will be like, I was going to be great no matter what. I also guarantee you he will give credit to the guys blocking in front of him at the same time. And when it comes to how great he was, that was a huge benefit for him.
Now, I know we all put a lot of stock and faith in Dane Brugler. Did you see who Dane has the Dallas Cowboys taking in his official final mock draft?
I have not seen the mock draft, but I am assuming it's still... it was Golden the other day. Is it still Tet?
It's Tet.
Okay.
With Golden sliding down to pick number 18.
Okay.
And Omarion Hampton at 20. I think in a perfect world, well, if Tet's off the board, I think in a perfect world, a lot of Cowboys fans would love to trade down to that pick 18 or 20 spot, probably pick up another third-round pick and potentially take one of those players.
Yeah, if Tet is there, he's an extremely talented receiver. He's a number one receiver in this draft.
Yeah.
And I would be perfectly fine and content with them taking that dude and going from there. However, I always love having more picks. I always love having more ammunition to roll with.
Now, let's go from that to, I have a bit of sad news. We found out yesterday afternoon, that Steve Mongo McMichael had died at 67. He'd been going through ALS. If you saw him get into the Hall of Fame, it was like particularly emotional because, like anybody's pumped to get into the Hall of Fame, but you saw the state that he was in. And he's such an interesting character because, like, he was on the 85 Bears, who a lot of people think is the best NFL team of all time. Then at WrestleMania 11, he was in April, he was in the corner of Lawrence Taylor for the main event against Bam Bam Bigelow. And then just a few months later, he was on the first ever broadcast of Monday Nitro, what would be the competing show against WWF. And he went on to wrestle for several years. And then he got divorced and his ex-wife married Stone Cold. And then they got divorced. It's like all kinds of wacky stuff. So it's just a really, really awful disease. And it's very unfortunate that he died yesterday. But I thought it was amazing that he did get to go in the Hall of Fame before that. The Eagles went ahead and declined the fifth-year option for Jahan Dotson, and the Lions' Kirby Joseph became the highest-paid safety in the league. 4 years, $86 million. That's $21.5 million per season, just ahead of Winfield with the Bucks.
Wow, that's impressive right there.
Yeah, I mean, and its safety is not something that I think has been going up anywhere near as much as these other positions.
They felt it was important for them, though, and that's you're building your team, not everybody else's.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that. Tyler Lockett, 1 year, $4 million deal with the Titans, so perhaps he'll be catching passes from Cam Ward, get an opportunity to boost that up to $6 million.
I know Sharif wanted that as an option for the Cowboys. Like he called that a safety net.
Okay.
And I see it, dude. That dude caught moon balls from Russell Wilson for years.
Yeah.
And he made Geno look really good.
Yeah, that is fair. Keep this team in mind, the Broncos. So the Broncos at pick 20, I've been getting a lot of calls about their pick, which makes sense because I wonder if that's a team where they would slide back into the first round for quarterback. Because as much as we've talked about the potential of Golden or Hampton or whatever, if you traded down, a lot of people have zeroed in on the Steelers taking a quarterback. So maybe other teams would try to jump right ahead of them to take their quarterback, get it in the 5th round, get that 5th-year option.
I literally thought you said you've been getting a lot of calls about their pick, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
I was like, hold on, how's Kevin getting all these calls about it? But
and I
would believe it.
You know what I would probably say? I would probably say, well, Dane's got Amarian Hampton going there. So I think you should probably listen to him. He's usually pretty informed on this. And by the way, the Saints hope for clarity on Derek Carr's injury soon. I mean, I'm sure their clarity is we don't want you on the team either way. But they did go ahead and pick up the 5th-year option for Chris Olave. Not particularly shocking right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I am so excited for this segment. How NFL teams monitor and utilize mock drafts, and how many of the prospects actually love football. Next on The Fan.
Thanks for Toloing through your midday.
You have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't ask what I was saying 10 seconds ago.
Don't.
877-881-1053. Franklin & Franklin Injury Attorney text line if you want to get involved in the conversation. You can also hit us up on YouTube, on Twitch, or tonight at Pluckers across the DFW. Now, I've been wanting to dive into this for a couple of days. How close do you think NFL teams really look at mock drafts?
A lot of times I just feel like they don't.
Okay.
Because they don't want to get in their minds what a player should be, where the player should be for them.
Ooh, that is interesting.
But I do think that they use it for the opportunity to kind of see in general what some of these guys that they may trust with their information are hearing from other people in the league. That being said, I don't know how many of the guys that put out how many mock drafts do you think there are?
Oh my God.
I mean, just think
1,000?
Oh,
that's probably low.
Nick Harris. Did you hear Nick Harris this morning when he said he has 350 on his board? Wow. And he said on our air that if you can predict the first person not on his board that's drafted that's not on his board, he'll get you tickets to a home game. And I can't remember which one.
Oh,
go
neat.
check it out. He put it up on Twitter. And he said, by the way, this does exclude kickers and punters and like that. Don't throw that into the mix.
Boo.
But so, there are a lot of mock drafts out there. So who do they trust? Who would Jerry and their group trust if they're going to use one of these? So I don't know.
Okay,
Kyle Yeomans,
that's definitely.
He's watched 200. He said he finally got to 200 for the first time, and he's really excited about this year's draft coverage.
So I think you guys first of all, you're going to love our draft coverage right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The show.
I think you're going to love it tonight. I think tomorrow you're going to be like, holy cow, it's so good. Then I think on Saturday you're going to be like, it's embarrassing how much better this is than everywhere else.
Mm-hmm,
embarrassed for the other people. Not for me. I work at this station.
Yeah, we're proud of it.
All right. So I think you're going to love this breakdown. So The Athletic did an article about how NFL teams do or do not deal with mock drafts. So let's start with Jason Light with the Bucks. He goes, I'm a fan. If I wasn't doing this and if I was working in the real world, I would be looking at all of the mock drafts. So first of all, he's just starting off hey, let me just tell you, since I love football, I look at the mock drafts. So The Athletic talked to 18 teams in the NFL. 15 of the 18 teams said they use mock drafts in varying degrees of their pre-draft process. As for the other three, one NFC general manager said that those who said they didn't are probably lying. Zach Taylor with the Cincinnati Bengals. He said, I've had mock drafts in every draft room I've been in since 2012.
Okay.
And so that goes back to when he was the Miami Dolphins quarterback coach. John Schneider with the Seahawks, Les Snead with the Rams, and Dan Morgan with the Panthers said their analytics department monitors media mock drafts and then inputs them into a database so they can notice the trends. And that's
smart.
Okay.
That's real smart. Trends are important in everything.
I'm with you. When we were just talking earlier about Kelvin Banks and he looks like the favorite now to be the number 6 pick. That is something that you can look at, and he's kind of gone from could he be late teens pick? Oh, maybe would the Cowboys consider him to now might he go 6? And that's something I'm with you on that, Corey. To see that progression, then you're like, okay, maybe somebody else that we didn't think was going to be on our board is now going to be on our board.
I also, sometimes it's tough to find. Okay, Dane Brugler, you just mentioned his final mock draft.
Yes.
Which one's the mock draft? Which one's the one? And I guess it's the final one, but go back and take those. I would take those and line them up in a database and see how accurate these guys typically are. And I know every year that does typically happen, how accurate they are in these projections. Yes. And then I'm probably meeting up with them and having dinner and saying, hey man, let's have a conversation about what you're hearing each year. I'd start definitely start sending a bottle to some people that are the most accurate to try and get ahead of the game.
And from the 469, but draft season is lying season.
Absolutely it is.
And that's where I think the media people are interesting. So I'm going to jump ahead and let's go back to the Panthers. I don't know if you can jump ahead and go back. That didn't really make sense. Whatever, let's keep going. So the Panthers VP of Football Analytics said they pull from 20 different media members for mock drafts. 2 other teams said members of their analytic department feed at least 100 different mock drafts into their databases so they can get like essentially like this is the average draft. This is what we've come up with. And obviously if you're keyed in on a few specific players, you can look at the trends of, you know, hey, this player looks like he's kind of slid from potentially 8 or 9. Now we're kind of thinking 14 or 15. And so I really like that. But you brought up something, Corey, about maybe not looking at mock drafts because they could be like way off base with what you said. Let's go back to Tampa Bay. We'll take a look at a guy that we have very high on our board and we trust our evaluations. But then if you see every mock has him going into the 6th round, we're like, we know something that everybody else doesn't know. Or maybe every other team in the league feels the same way. And to that person who said it's lying season and they just aren't telling anybody. And he goes, because I didn't tell anybody where our guys are on the board.
Yeah, that's a very valid point there. And that's another thing, too. Some of these mock drafts, Kevin, we've heard over years. This guy does his mock draft based on what he sees.
Yes.
Broadus is very, I see what I see. I'm going to do everything based on that.
Correct.
Some guys do, hey, this is what I'm hearing. Some guys combine both of them. And Kevin, that's where when lying season comes into play, hey, man, I can say that I've been feeding this dude information for the last 7 years. But you know what? This year, throwing everybody off. I'm going to give him some different information. Now, that's screwing over the media member. That's not cool. And I think relationships are important there.
What's interesting is some go the other way.
Yeah.
So check this out. One AFC executive said that every general manager in the league has specific relationships with those members of the media.
And we know this.
Yes.
Like we know this from our own histories.
And so that what they will do, instead of feeding out information, they will go to those media members and be like, hey, what are you hearing about who's going to go where? And they use that information to go along with it. Now, there's one more thing that has been added to this pretty recently. A new thing. What do you think they're adding to their pre-draft process in addition to mock drafts?
Health?
Betting odds. So in the last few years, betting odds have taken up a pretty high standard in the analytics department. So they'll feed in the betting odds as well as the mock drafts. And they're like, this is what the insiders are hearing. This is what the people who are putting their money on it are hearing. And then we go back again to the Ravens. He goes, every once in a while, I wonder, why are we using these mock drafts? Maybe it helps you in the 2nd round, though, because you want to pick one player over another. And then you look at the mock drafts and you're like, oh, this guy pretty consistently has been going in the top 60. So we can't wait for the 3rd round to pick him. And we need to pick that guy now instead of the other guy who's got a better opportunity to slide into the 3rd.
That right there is because when Broadus says don't window dress your board, if you're not window dressing your board, then you don't need any of this other stuff, right? My board is what my board is. Yeah. I'm just picking the players that I've told myself to pick at these spots.
Which is what Tampa Bay seems to have gone with.
But then the next level of, okay, I kind of would like a good idea of what these guys might do here because that can help me make my decision 2 picks ahead of time, so I can go ahead and start getting on the phones with other people and start making a decision there. There's really good uses for these things. It is a lot of gamble to be right about it and know that they're right about what they're hearing, though.
Now, I wanted to add one more part to this that is not necessarily about mock drafts, but how the interview process has changed. So Jay Glazer brought this up, I believe, yesterday, but his reasoning behind it is what caught my fascination.
Yep.
So you mentioned it, injury concerns, character concerns. I get all of that. But the 3rd category that's really been added, he says this year, I bet it's like the last year or 2, Does the player love football?
Which was a big deal with Dez.
Yes.
Remember, it was a big deal. Like that's what they just kept saying about it. He loves football. That was the biggest factor with Dez Bryant. It was a big deal when they brought character to the table with Jason Garrett teams. That was part of he loves football. That's part of character for Jason Garrett.
Yes.
Was these guys, how much do, and I brought this up yesterday too, how much do I have to coach them and go grab them and tell them to come to practice? How much do I have to motivate them as opposed to them waking up every morning saying that they're going to go be great on their own?
Now, why do you think that would become a bigger issue as we go along? You're right. It was all, I don't want to pretend like for the first time ever.
This recently is because of the NIL.
Because of the NIL money. Because the way it used to be, certainly at Texas A&M, where we would never attempt to pay players or buy them golden cars.
Y'all literally did that with Eric Dickerson.
I don't even know what you're talking
player.
about, and there's no one on the station that can back that up.
Broadus has literally said his dad was the bag man.
All right, well, go see him at the Plano Pluckers, and he'll tell you all about how he tried to cheat the system and still couldn't win an effing
I like this
title.
conversation a lot, Kevin.
But it's interesting because in the before times, like, let's just go off of the idea, maybe somebody kicked you a payment under the table or whatever, and that's all fine and well. But you went to the NFL and you're like, I'm going to play because this is going to be my trade. This is going to be how I make my money.
Yep.
But then you look at somebody like Carson Beck, who admittedly had a disappointing season, and he bounced over to, now I'm going to go play at Miami. And what did they give him? Like $4 million? I'm not saying that players wouldn't still want to go into the draft and get that second contract. I'm not saying any of that. But if you were Carson Beck before, and maybe you eventually got kicked around 150 grand versus Carson Beck now, who probably will go into the draft having at least, $8 to $10 million in already realized earnings. That changes a lot about how you feel like you may or may not be forced to play football.
Okay. Andrew Luck is another example. Not necessarily with the NIL money, but he realized at some point, do I really want to put my body through this?
Yeah.
Do I really physically? Yeah. How many guys have we seen that are like, I got to take care of my brain?
For sure.
Do I really have to do this? And now I had a note on this for, I think, last week, Kevin, this discussion kind of at a different level. This might be an opportunity for people to go into college with the amount of money that's there and say to themselves, I'm going to play here. I never plan on playing in the NFL.
Yeah.
Because I can make $4 million in college.
Yep.
That's a nice little egg to start whatever business I want to start.
For sure.
I get my degree in whatever I really want to pursue. But if they love football, they're going to follow that. A lot of people love football because of the money that it can provide. Other people are like, I'm Travis Frederick. Hey, I know I'm a smart guy. I have money. I can do other things. I don't need to continue doing this to my body and be part of this in order to be successful. There are lots of opportunities for people. And I have started to wonder how much the NFL is going to look at that and start going, man, how they're going to adjust to it. Will they start going, we got to figure out a way for the college level to not be able to use this money, or what?
Do you think it's not going to be until they start seeing people drop out that they really wanted? Like, maybe you'll lose, I don't know.
And Andrew Luck here and there.
Yeah, exactly. But when all of a sudden you see, let's just use this for an example. Let's say Ashton Genty, really got all of the money at Boise State, or he ended up going somewhere else, and he's like, you know what, I'm going to skip the draft. Yep. I'm done with football.
I appreciate it.
Then all of a sudden I feel like the NFL will be like, hold on, what?
My dream has always been to open multiple daycares.
Yeah. I just want that as a drop. I don't know why. It could come in handy.
You agreed with me at the end of it.
No, look, I have worked at daycares.
And a lot of these guys, they use their platforms the right way. A lot of guys, they start their foundations. They use their platforms for good things. I appreciate that too. And there is a lot of money that you can use that for. Some people are like, I'm using it to buy myself a cool house. That's pretty much it. But
nothing wrong with that either.
The amount of money that is going into, what did we see, about $40 million salaries?
Maybe for one team.
For one team, for one roster. That amount of money can do a lot for a lot of people at the collegiate level. And again, they're there to get their education, is what we're told. So might as well take advantage of that and then have yourself set for when you're done.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can go through some positive Rangers thus far. We'll go back to the Stars' huge overtime win last night, but also it's time. What are the beat writers saying, and what is your official prediction for the Cowboys' first-round pick tonight? 877-881-1053. Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You are being masterpieced, and we appreciate you for it. Thanks for choosing the KNC Masterpiece.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And correcting foundation issues in DFW for over 30 years. When shift happens, go to permapeer.com to schedule a free evaluation or call 214-831-2167.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Fafita on 3rd and 5. Likely a free play right here on the outsides. He's going to chuck it downfield. Looking end zone. Got his man McMillan. That's a score. Touchdown, Arizona.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Our path to the draft. It's weird. It feels like it's almost concluded, but really it's just starting. Brought to you by Pluckers. We'll be at all the Pluckers across the DFW tonight.
I loved yesterday when Broadus on G-Bag was, like I had to tell people he's on G-Bag.
Yes,
but
I'm familiar.
He was like, "I'm just ready to get done with get it started.
I get it.
I'm done talking on the phone to people. I'm done trying to get information. He's already watched all the players.
Yes,
I'm done with all this. Can we just get this thing started?" And I'll be honest, Kevin. Right up until 7 o'clock, the anticipation of all these Pluckers is going to be, everybody's going to be, oh my gosh, what's happening here? What news is breaking right now? It's always fun.
Agreed. So now is the time. Give us your official Cowboys first round pick selection or prediction. From the 469, I appreciate the work that went into this. Official Cowboys prediction. They trade with Kansas City. Cowboys give the 12th pick and a 5. The Chiefs give the 31st pick, a 3rd, and a 4th. And they were like, what do you think? Do you like the trade value? I do not like the trade value.
I wouldn't want to give up a 5.
Well, even if you didn't give up a 5, you're not getting equivalent trade value, although they did make note. And we've talked about this all along, that the trade value is lower than normally would be expected just because not a lot of people might want to trade up on this. If I'm going to go from 12 to 31, I have to get their second round pick.
Okay.
Like that.
And 31 actually does feel too far back to get what I want.
For sure. And like maybe you don't do it either way, but for me, if you're dropping from 12 to 31 and you're not giving me either next year's first or this year's second, that's a non-starter for me. Unless for some reason the Cowboys really do think that players 11 through 40 are all exactly the same, then maybe. But they did. I thought it was a very well thought out idea. I am going to pass on that.
I feel like just kind of looking at it, and my feeling is there might be around 5 players the Cowboys like.
Okay.
At 12. So there might be about 5 is what I'm shooting for. So I'm willing to go 3, 4, 5 spots back, and that's about as far as I really want to go.
Okay.
And I don't know what Dolphins, Colts, Falcons, Cardinals, Bengals might need.
Yeah.
But I know that I can ask Zach Wolchuk, and he will tell me a list of things.
Yeah.
So if I do that, and I don't know, Kevin, is it just a swap at within those 5, or can I get something else in addition? But my prediction then would be I'm dropping back in that range.
You can pick up a third for that. You really can.
I know they like Golden, who adds speed to a team that lacks a lot of speed. But I like Egbuka so much.
Okay.
That I would be willing to be in that range. Maybe even, I don't know, like, let's say that at 20, the Broncos want to move up.
Yeah.
And I'd be willing to go back to 20 if I think I can get Egbuka back there. So I like him so much that I'd be willing to fall back that far. That's my prediction, Kevin. It's mostly my heart because I think the Cowboys have a number of players that they'd be willing to take a few spots back.
From the 469, my prediction is Jerry Jones steals all the draft headlines by taking Shedeur Sanders at pick 12.
He doesn't need to.
I agree, but I'll tell you this. I believe this with all my heart and brain. I think that would get more attention than Cam Ward going number 1. And like, that has nothing to do with the football move worthiness of it. But if you combine Dion and Jerry again, and realistically, that's what you're doing. That's what people will picture it as. That will be talked about more than any other move across the draft. I don't necessarily think it's going to happen, but from the 469, I need Tet at pick number 12. Things are starting to move closer to that direction. Now, remember, we had said there had been rumblings that maybe Tet could go as high as pick number 6.
Yep.
So I wanted to run through this with you real quick. This is the NFL Nation's mock draft based on what the beat reporters say. And so, like, you still have to abide by this person's on the board, this person's not. But I feel like the beat reporters usually pretty plugged in. And so Ward number 1, Hunter 2, Abdul Carter 3. I feel like we all feel pretty solid about that. Will Campbell at 4, Ashton Genty at 5. Now, this one had Membu at 6 and Banks at 7. I now think you can probably swap that around, but my point is the betting odds have those first 7, and you don't see any wide receiver taken off the board. So you're getting closer, and the thought all along has been that Walker would go to Carolina at pick 8. So all I'm saying is now all of a sudden you're at pick 9. And so you're closer.
Yep.
You're not there, but you're closer than at 6 if people are like, hey, I think Tet might go off the board. So if you're like a Tet McMillan or bust guy, I think there's a shot tonight.
And that's what I love about having a collection of 5 players that I value evenly.
For sure.
That, you know, and I think you're the same way with this. If I got this, I can get more value. Like I love having those options by the time I get to 9 where I'm like, man, still I got a bunch of players on the board that I can work something with, or I can feel comfortable taking the dude and saying we liked him all along. We're happy he's there, but I don't have to reach for anything. I don't have to go get anything that I enforce myself to do something I don't want to do.
So I think that is an amazing point because, like, let's say your group of 5 starts with Tet, Booker, Golden. Maybe you really love Will Johnson, and we'll throw in Abuka, your wide receiver. All right. So if that's your group of 5, and let's say you have them almost exactly the same, you've gotten to pick 9 and none of them are off the board. All right, we'll just use the simple counting numbers as Sean and RJ would tell me to do and say 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, we can afford without question to move a pick back. Now, that all depends on if like Miami would want to move up. But every time you go another pick further, you could find yourself right before. So at pick number 11, and all of a sudden you might be sitting there comfortably and being like, I can go back to 15, no problem, because it is literally impossible for me to not get one of the players they want. And so that's where picks 16, 17, and 18 make it really fun because you're like, all right, I'm going to get a third for this, but I'm at least taking a statistical chance that I miss out on all of the players that I want.
Yeah, and here's another thing, too. Making a trade, there's a lot of trust in making trades.
Sure.
Because you're trusting that they're telling you the truth. That's
For
when,
sure.
and they're not going to snag the dude that you're like, dadgummit, that's what I was hoping to do here.
Although sometimes those trades are contingent on, you have to tell me who you're going to pick. And you're right. I think if it gets that far, people fall into line.
But the other thing, too, when these conversations are going about, not just your pick, but other picks, that's where you say scouts, not just player scouts. These scouts talk to each other.
For sure.
And knowing that your scout is talking to other scouts and he knows what those scouts are liking and what those guys, you may go to that scout and go, hey, I need you to give a call to Kansas City real quick and see what, whoever their scout is that you talk to, I need to know what they're thinking right now. This network of scouts and conversations and GMs, it's so much broader than just Jerry Jones talking to one owner.
Yeah.
It's a lot of different conversations happening in a lot of different areas. And you got to decipher what the misinformation is. What's the real news and what's the not real news?
Yes. Yeah. I like the way that you did that. Now, just for people's interest, if you're curious how the rest of the beat reporter mock draft went, Mason Graham is at 9, Tyler Warren at 10, Williams.
I'd take Mason Graham in a heartbeat if he was there. By
I
the way.
knew that you would. And Michael Williams goes at pick 11. I was like, where was that?
Yeah.
And so that means Todd Archer at pick 12 has the Cowboys going with Tet McMillan. I just saw somebody throw up and maybe, no.
That was gross. That's pretty gross.
You know what? Earlier today, somebody said Kevin's math, 10 of 10. Kevin's grammar, 1 of 10.
I always thought you had good grammar.
Today is better than it was yesterday. But I was going to say throw out the idea, and instead I said throw up, and then I quit talking. Really botched that. But that Albert Breer was saying Gray Zabel, the guard out of North Dakota State. And what I'd be really fascinated by is how people feel if that was the selection as opposed to like Tyler Booker. Because Tyler Booker feels like he's come up. There are other people who think Booker and Zabel probably are both picks worthy in the 20s and not now. But it would be interesting if they took Zabel. I think that's somebody who we've discussed. You can put immediately into play. I'm curious what people think about the value judgment between Zabel and Booker.
I absolutely. From the 817, is Seattle still taking Bo Callahan? Kevin, have you checked in on Bo Callahan lately to see where he's landing? Or
I'm not going to do that.
What's that?
I'm not doing that. Is that the one nobody went to his birthday party?
If you haven't watched Draft Day yet, today, I mean, everybody should watch it every year. But if you haven't watched it yet today, you need to get started at some point. Just have it on in the background. It should be, it's just like Vacation. It should be every year for Christmas, you watch Vacation. Every year for the draft, you should be watching Draft Day.
And the plots are similarly plausible.
Hopefully, Draft Day 2 is on its way soon.
You know what? I think you're seeing Draft Day 2 play out right now. Did you see that rumbling across social media that there was a group of like 14 skill position players that were going to transfer from Alabama if Jalen Milroe came back?
Whoa, I did not.
Yeah, but the substantiation behind that, I don't think is filled with reputable sources. But obviously, that makes no difference across social media. I cannot tell you how many people that I'm friends with on Facebook posted that Jason Kidd had gotten fired by a fake Shams account. And I was like, you know what? Everybody who did that, they get X'd out and they have to be snoozed for 30 days. I was like, if you're going to put that up there, I'm sorry, you have to go in the snooze bucket for 30 days. Exactly.
Snooze bucket does not sound like a good place. It just doesn't sound.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that.
Okay,
for the use,
we'll workshop it.
I like it. It just sounds like a bad place to be.
From the 214, how about the 12th pick for the 18th pick, and you get a third? Then you can maybe pick up a Mecca. And I think that fascinates a lot of people because if you look at the value chart, whether you want to go back to Jimmy's or you want to go back to the updated Rich Hill version, that value works out just about right to make that happen. And if that's the case, then are you interested in taking a closer look at guards? Maybe the Cowboys are going to do that anyway. Or then do you feel more comfortable going with Hampton? Or do you feel more comfortable going with Corey's guy at receiver? Because you can still make all those picks, and what they'll tell us is we're totally going to pick that guy at 12. Like, I know that's what's going to happen if they trade down. Rest assured, we'll have Steven on tomorrow. That's what he's going to say.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm really interested in and hopeful that Steven would actually kind of break into the conversation of is, what position did you have two dudes that you really liked, but you didn't know exactly which one you liked the most, and you were able to maybe get both of those guys? Because that pops up. You know what? We were able to get an extra pick with this trade, and we liked these two linebackers, but we didn't know which one was going to work out the best for us.
Yes.
However, because of this trade, we were able to get both linebackers. We were able to double dip there.
Yep.
And we were able to add that. And now we feel more comfortable with if something happens to one in training camp, we can go with the other one. And you feel a little stronger there.
I'm with you on that, man. I don't see anything wrong with using that third round pick, like you just said, and doubling up. And you're like, okay, well, do you think now we have too many linebackers or offensive linemen or whatever the case might be?
That's the league, baby.
Yeah, that's the point. They're going to compete for the 9-7-2. I say we stay at 10, but I believe we will take Golden regardless of which receivers are available. Man,
he adds, again, he has an element of speed that the Cowboys offense doesn't have. They don't have an over-the-top. Even with Brandon Cooks, they didn't utilize it right. He does add something that the team doesn't have, and I like that opportunity to use that.
Do you think that, like, Tet's off the board and, like, the usual suspects that you would expect are off the board at 12, that the Cowboys feel comfortable to sit at 12 and take Golden?
I think they would prefer to move and get him, but I think that if all else fails, that they would say yes. I think they feel they like the player. They like both him and Tet and Golden because they're uniquely different players. I think they would be okay with it, but I think they would prefer to get an extra pick and also the player.
From the 318, aren't y'all supposed to call it the player selection party?
It is the player selection party at Pluckers. That's alliteration, people.
Or as Reggie has said, it's the glorified HR meeting. I always thought that was funny. All right. So somebody asked this. Could Dallas give up 12 and say next year's third to move up to 6? Unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily work the same way going up the chain as it does going down the chain, which you can get, right? Like if you drop from 12 to 18, that's probably going to be looking like a third round pick. If you wanted to move up from 12 to 6 and didn't want to give up any draft capital this year, you'd have to give up your second round pick next year, which I'm guessing probably not a lot of people are keen on. And so as it makes sense, it's going to cost you more to move up than it is going to be to move down, like in terms of proportions than you would think. So unfortunately, that probably wouldn't work. But if you want to bounce up to 6 because you're in love with Banks or whatever, and you want to give up your second next year, I think there's a possibility that that could work. From the 817, Walter Nolan at pick 12, which I know people would have lots of fiery opinions about. If the Cowboys take Walter Nolan, short of taking a quarterback, I feel like that might cause the most disagreement with the opinions. From the 903, Tet or Barron at pick 12, and then trade back to pick up, fascinating, Golden, Luther, or somebody along those lines, or Ibuka.
I didn't know that Luther Burden was such a divisive name when it came to loving football.
There are some people who think he's going to fall out of the first round,
and because of loving football. And that's an interesting thought. That I just didn't know that. When I watch him play, I'm like, man, it looks like he loves it. But they look like a certain way when they're competing, and then they get off the field, it's completely different.
From the 903, ideal trade back and draft wide receiver, cornerback, offensive line, or defensive line, and running back with the first 4 picks. Steven said something interesting about that at the pre-draft presser. And I appreciate this level of honesty. We've talked about it. Sometimes I don't always feel like you get that level. But he said, you want to draft the best player available. But if they're razor close or even, and he goes, then naturally you're going to take a harder look at the person who is at a position of more need. And that totally makes sense to me. I don't want it to be so far off that you're like, yeah, we had that person 10 picks down. And you're like, well, then that's not the BPA. But if you have them back to back,
Yeah.
then I think that is a consideration.
It's like you have a credit card bill and you have a water heater that's broken and you have another payment that you got to make, and you're like, which one matters the most to me right now? The water heater, as long as it can work just a little bit longer, I'll keep with it. That credit card bill though is going to gain interest, so I need to pay that off first. You understand what I'm saying here, Kevin?
I do. I really thought
I was just trying to apply it to real life situations for people who were like, I don't understand what he's talking about.
I really thought you were going to tell me to incorrectly post-date the check or forget to sign it that you sent off to one of the companies for the bills.
Oh, my bad, guys. Can y'all just...
Oh, no.
I'll send another one soon. I'll send another one.
All right. Question that comes up here, and I am very curious what you say. Would you trade up from 12 to 10 if it meant getting Mason Graham? Not going to cost as much as you might think.
Tell me how much does it cost?
Well, that's where it gets a little tricky.
You just said it's not going to cost as much as I think.
I know, because in theory, you could definitely make that happen, I think, with a 4th round pick. Here's the deal. Corey,
Just 4th round pick in a one swap?
Yep. Corey, I don't know if you heard this or not. We already traded our 4th round pick for going for bingo with Mingo.
All right, what about a 5th?
Oh!
Can I give you Mingo? Can I interest you in wide receiver Jonathan
All right,
Mingo?
yeah. Would you trade Mingo in 12 for pick 10 to get Mason Graham?
Yep.
You could not say yes to that fast enough. You're like, get the F out of here.
I had to wait for you to get done with that.
You could see. I got 4 words into that sentence, and his eyes lit up, and he was already ready to say
It's
yes.
nothing against Jonathan Mingo, I promise. Like, I don't know enough about Jonathan Mingo yet, all right? But, B, I like Mason Graham that much, and it's a position that I value a lot more. Do the Cowboys feel that it's that important for them?
Okay, what if I told you, I'll try it like this. What if I told you it's going to cost you pick 12 and your 3rd round pick, but you get back pick 10 and a 5th? So you're moving up 2 spots and you're losing your 3rd to get a 5th.
Hey, I appreciate this. I might have to go take another call here in a minute, though. See if you can offer me a 4th in return, and I'll get back to you in just a second.
Okay, well, keeping with our tradition, can I offer you our 4th for next year? We really like to get rid of these 4th round picks as quick as possible for luminaries such as Trey Lance and now Jonathan Mingo. So we really like to unload these 4th round picks if possible.
From the 817. Hey, I know I like to troll you sometimes, but you guys do a really good job articulating speculations about the draft. I can't see how anyone does it better overall. Keep killing it, gentlemen. I think you should change the name of the station to 105.3 The Draft in April.
Ooh, I like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, I get this philosophy as well. The Cowboys don't need to do anything that involves giving up draft picks. They need as much ammunition as they can take. So can I just tell you, I agree with most of that statement. I agree with all of it in the first 3 rounds.
Okay.
If you tell me the draft compensation, like let's say you hadn't traded for Mingo, and you tell me that like the Cowboys covet Mason Graham. Look, I know, hey, it's another one from Michigan. I bet the fan base is going to be really stoked about that. But guess what?
A lot of people, just mentioning it, they've lost their mind.
Yes, don't focus on that. But if you told me you would have to give up a 4th round pick for that, I think I would probably do that. I wouldn't give up picks 1, 2, or 3. And I understand if you can trade down and pick up extra picks. I'm okay with trading picks as long as it's out of the 3rd round or beyond.
Because you feel
round.
so strongly that since they don't have a 4th, they can't.
Correct.
They can't compensate if they don't have. If they miss on a 3rd and they want to do something. And they really do need to hit on these first 3 because they need that kind of talent on their team.
Yes.
Like their talent is lower than it was the last couple of years.
Look, and I'm going to go back to what we talked about earlier. If the Dak contract, this is simple economics. If the Dak contract you think is $20 million too high, the more draft picks you hit on, the more of that money you make up. That's the whole beauty of drafting.
No, you're absolutely, dude. That's a really good point.
And that's the whole beauty of drafting a 1st round quarterback, right? It's not that the quarterback itself is so good. It's that I just created $40 million in extra salary cap space. Make no mistake about it. That's what it is. And so if you think, like, I don't know what people think Dak should get paid. I know it's going to be like, $1. But, like, let's say you think he should get paid $40 million instead of $60. All right, you're at a $20 million deficit. Make that up with hits at wide receiver, defensive end. You'll make that money back.
Thought it was a really interesting take yesterday, too, with Broadus and Wolchuk and Dawson and Chiafalo, G-Bag, if you will.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
If you've heard of that show.
Some shows only need 3 people.
Kind of the conversation of was the last few years on Will McClay, or was there a disconnect with the coach, the head coach, and what he really wanted and how to best maximize what he wanted? Did he really know, what he was looking for in those players? And so this could be one of those makeup drafts for, because Schottenheimer sounded like he's completely invested in this thing, and he's going to fight for what he wants, and he's going to have a really good relationship with McClay on what they're trying to accomplish. And granted, Dan Quinn hit on things because of his work with Will McClay on draft prospects.
I agree.
And so this might be another unique draft where you see Will McClay hit again like he has in the past and do it well because they have a really good vision of what they want.
I love the sarcasm here, and then we'll get to another realistic one. No trades unless we pick up another blocking wide receiver. Mingo blocked his ass off last year. Okay, for the 972, how about trade back to the Falcons at 15 and we give them our 4th next year, and we get their 1st and a 2nd next year? I think the issue with that is probably more in the realm of a quarterback premium. That's one of the issues with this draft, and with Shedeur starting to slide, not in the same category, but closer to where Jackson Dart is. In fact, the newest line tonight, Jackson Dart has now become the favorite to be the 2nd quarterback taken. How about that?
So I've kind of been on, I've been on this for a while, that I thought that I think that about him. I think he fits with the Giants. I do feel like there might be a tighter connection with Carter and the Giants than there is with Jackson Dart.
Yes.
But I think that Jackson Dart has all the measurables that you're looking for. A lot of people have the questions of how much did Lane Kiffin help Jackson Dart?
Yeah.
And that's another thing. If you're an offensive coordinator or a head coach that knows that you can do the same thing Lane Kiffin just did with this guy, then you're going, this guy's built for the project.
And so the issue with Dart and Sanders kind of sliding down the board, and then Milroe and even Shuck being later, is you don't have somebody that you can get that premium for. If people were clamoring right here and they're like, if all of a sudden they're turned into a quarterback arms race and you heard rumblings that I'm going to move up to 12 to get Dart, I'm going to move up to 13 to get Sanders, then maybe, because all of a sudden you have a quarterback premium on your pick and you can charge a little bit more for that. By the way, sorry, quick update. You're going to love this. The odds
quick Jay-Z update.
Oh, I don't have it. I know. Yeah, quick Jay-Z story. How interesting was that on Tuesday? You would love this, and I know you've been calling for it for a while. The betting odds have started to shift. Look for the Bears to get that number 5 pick.
You're kidding me.
And it's not done yet, but look for the Bears to get that number 5 pick. And I would be stunned if they didn't pick up Ashton Genty.
I would be too, and because that's a huge jump for them, and their head coach / offensive coordinator is a guy that's load me up on offense. I'll figure things out on defense, but we're going to score some points and we're going to make some things happen. Good gosh, man, the Bears could be a very dangerous team.
Now the fascination becomes from the 940, and I feel like this could be from Alec. That's not your phone number. Telling you guys Dart to the Saints at number 9. Look, if that is how it goes, I will 100% give credit where credit's due. And now
Dart will have success if he goes to Kellen Moore.
And think about the fascination that happens right in front of the Cowboys now. And this is where the draft gets super duper fun. Remember how I was just telling you there's no quarterback premium? Well, guess what? The Jags traded down from 5 to 10. If they do, which I think they're going to. If they trade down from 5 to 10, would they be open to trading down again? Because if the Saints take a quarterback at pick 9, you're going to see teams jockeying to get Shedeur. And so one of two things is going to happen. Could you charge a premium on pick number 12? Maybe. Or here's the other thing that's going to happen. Picks 9 and 10 are players that you had no interest in drafting in Jackson Dart and Shedeur Sanders. So what does that mean? Well, for Corey specifically, it could mean Mason Graham sliding down the board. But for whoever else, it could be Tet, it could be whoever you want it to be. Those are players that could slide down the board.
Somebody just said from the 214, don't we need to keep all the draft picks for next year for Manning? And I saw this, Kevin.
Hey,
this is a very interesting thought.
This kind of ties back into what we were talking about earlier, too.
Absolutely, it does. Shireen Williams posted earlier today. She was like, do people really think he's just going to play 1 year at Texas?
Yeah.
Like, he sat on the bench for 2 years.
Yeah.
And he's only going to play 1 year at UT. He can make money at Texas.
For sure. And even if he couldn't, they don't need money.
He can make tons of money if that's what he wants.
Yeah.
But he can also be the king of campus at Texas for 2 years where, guys, I don't know if y'all have looked at the Texas campus. It's a pretty good place to be. Like, it's a pretty good place to be if you want to be the ruler of the University of Texas. He can live that life without the pressure of the NFL for 2 more years if he wants to. Yeah. And can he do 3, maybe? I don't know what his eligibility is.
I think he could because
So maybe, Kevin, maybe it's not next year. Maybe we're not holding on to these picks for next year. Maybe we're waiting 1 more season to really tank this sucker.
Okay. Look, we're going to need to schedule a different segment. You know what, Alec? I want to tell you something. I made a mistake in the run sheet today. When I said what would be the worst case scenario for the Cowboys in the draft, what I should have said was, let's really tank out this season. And I could have started trading this pick for that pick. And you're like, we ain't drafting nobody. Or we're like, we might have our 2nd round pick or a 4th round pick. It's kind of the reverse Mike Ditka, Ricky Williams, where we don't want to get anybody. We want to get rid of our draft picks just so we can stock up for later.
I'll
see what I can do about that. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
This guy's thought on Shedeur Sanders. Man, this is a strong take. Next on the Fan.
In this voice.
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully you're enjoying our program today. Lots of draft content. Remember, G-Bag Nation's going to be rocking out at Pluckers. But you know what? I'm having so much fun. Maybe we'll cut into their time a little bit. We'll see how it goes. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Yeah, for that one guy that doesn't like our show but loves G-Bag. We're a station, baby. So
that's hurtful. I also like G-Bag.
Yeah, we're going to cut in and take some of their hours today, so enjoy that. I don't know. We might.
Or maybe their show will start early on our show.
Yeah, who knows exactly how things are going to go here. That being said, for anybody that texted in minutes ago, there are two completely different texts here. One that said, yeah, being the king of Austin, and I wouldn't be in a hurry to leave that town. And then Austin stinks. And they listed all these different reasons. Kevin, the city of Austin is two different cities.
Totally.
There is a contingent in Austin that is very conservative, and there's an extremely liberal contingent in Austin as well.
One of the most, I know everyone thinks it's nothing but liberals. One of the most conservative friends I have went to and graduated from Texas, which still kind of trips me out a little bit.
Yeah, no, and I mean, think about it. The state's capital is there.
Sure.
So I don't think that the people that work around that area are just, running around protesting everything all the time. It's two different places, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I mean, look.
And, man, the Lake Travis, and there's just some really pretty area down there, too.
When I went to take Brandon down there for a visit of the campus, like, he found this record store that he fell in love with. We got to go to the very original Alamo Draft House, which was really cool. And so, yeah, if you don't like it, that's okay, too.
I like this text that came in from the 561. The Stars have held a lead for 65 seconds out of 3 playoff games so far, and they're up 2-1. And
they don't have 2 of their best 5 players.
You're right. They don't have 2 of their best 5 players. They stole one back on the road. They didn't play anywhere near their best game. They honestly haven't played anywhere near their best game yet.
Did you think let me ask you this.
They played good periods?
Agreed. Do you think the third period of game 2 and overtime of game 2 was the closest you've seen to? Okay.
If they could play like that for 3 periods, it's going to be 7-1 every night.
That'd be great.
I'd be perfectly okay with that. Last night's game, and I said boring because it took a long time for the Stars to excite me in the game. That being said, I was sitting there waiting. Just waiting. I knew the Stars were, because of the effort they kept giving last night. I knew at some point it was going to happen. Like I just had faith that at some point it's going to turn for them, because it's not like they're out there and they just look lax. They were out there still working and plotting. I use the word plotting because it looked like they were just trying to figure out the right thing. And once they did, now honestly, it was an extremely interesting defensive game on both sides. Because, Colorado didn't do offensively what they wanted to do last night.
Right.
They weren't successful accomplishing that. They got fortunate that 4-on-4 turned into what it was.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that you said that, because it's not that Nathan McKinnon hasn't been getting his looks and hasn't been getting his shots, but they've been going after him physically in a way that I think you want, because McKinnon, look, all great players can be worn down by physicality in hockey. And so I like that they've been physical, especially on McKinnon. Now, they were in another hit deficit last night, 46-34. But that is a vast jump from game one, where I think they had 18. Now, did they slide back from game two? Yes, because as you pointed out, they have not played their best hockey yet. That is why I continue to be encouraged. They have been trailing. I can give you a lot more reasons they should be losing this series. But I will tell you this. I think Colorado's goalie is playing above his head, and you don't have two of your best 5 players, and you're ahead 2-1.
It almost seems like you're sandbagging teams until the end of a game and then stealing it from them at the last second.
Yeah.
Kevin, what just happened?
I coughed and didn't push the cough button and then pushed it afterwards as if that was going to do anything. I'm sorry about that.
Look, man. Well, I'll give you a phone call after the show. Just to let you know. Tonight, sometime after the Cowboys have made their pick, Jacob deGrom will step on the bump. And Jacob deGrom, in this stadium, I'm very interested to see how this goes. Because he looked like he was back and locked in.
It's not been the most pitcher-friendly park.
Not at all. And there's a couple of different things about that park. I think there's one part of the wall that's like 4 feet high. It's a ridiculous park, dude. It really is. And the way Boach explained it last night,
outfield is just falling over the wall.
It's just the way Boach was explaining it yesterday. It just sounded like they have fans at the top of the stadium, and if you hit it up, it's blowing them out. It's just going.
Yeah.
But deGrom back on the bump tonight. He's 0-1 with a 3.32 ERA. Have you felt like? Did you feel like in the last start you're getting the version of deGrom you thought you were going to get?
I think so for sure, because probably the 2 starts in the middle. So not the first start. Like I think we all were pretty pleased with how the first start went. But the one against Tampa and the one against Seattle, he looked pretty pedestrian, if not maybe a little worse. He got knocked around a little bit by the Dodgers, but hey, who doesn't? So, and that's the thing. You just have so much higher expectations on him than anybody else. Like, I would actually love if this was Kumar Rocker's stat line thus far, and you're like, great, fine, really good. I'd be like, oh, that's tremendous.
Yeah, you're right.
But for deGrom, you're like, it's fine.
Yeah, and the other thing too, I was talking with somebody very close to the Rangers, and I said the Rangers need to go 2-1 against the A's. Like, that was they go 2-1.
Okay.
And so far, they're 1-1. So if they win tonight, that puts them at 2-1. And they said they need to go 3-3 on this road trip. They were expecting 3-3. So that would put winning this series, losing the series against the Giants.
Yep.
And that's fine and everything.
The Giants are one of the best 3 teams in baseball.
If you win one against the Giants right now, I'm happy with a 3-3 on the road here. I am happy with that.
And this feels like the run tonight and tomorrow with deGrom and Eovaldi, that you'd be like, okay.
I do wonder if that opinion changed, though, on the 3-3 when Seager's injury popped up. And Kevin had insider information yesterday that he just refused to give to our show.
True.
Wanted G-Bag to have that, as he predicted that we'd have a few days. I expected 2 months. You're hearing more like 10 days.
Will I get credit if and when Chicago trades up to 5 for dispersing that information to you?
I feel like I've been given that information for the last month now, so I think that's on me, Kevin. Is what I've been shooting for. Yeah, appreciate you there, Jerry.
In my face, Jerry.
But based on what we saw last night, 1 at bat, 1 hit, is Jock Peterson back, baby? You, Kevin, I've never heard anybody just dig on Jock Peterson like you did yesterday.
Hey, by the way,
taking shots at his pads and stuff.
That was an overreaction.
That was me.
I said the Dallas Cowboys will make 3 draft picks before Jock Peterson gets his next hit. And I'm pretty sure I found some consensus on that. But in fact, it was an overreaction, and he got it done. And that's one of the things. Just imagine how getting that 1 hit can change your demeanor at the plate.
Dude, it just, we've all had an experience like that where we just can't get a break. And then finally something breaks our way. This week's been a tough week for me. And this morning I woke up and things just started kind of rolling a little bit better. And there was one specific thing that happened that made me feel a little bit better. I hope that's the same with Jock Peterson. And from the 817, Jock will go on a 15-game hitting streak now. Thank you.
I love it.
I'm hoping that can be a thing as well. I definitely am. And I do like this from the 214. How the turntables have turned. Now look who's getting the call after work, Kevin. That is
What
true.
movie is that from again?
I don't know if I've been calling Kevin after work every time or not, though. Kevin, do you agree with this assessment on Shedeur Sanders? This coach says that he would draft Shedeur Sanders at number 3 overall without a question. Okay?
No.
And he said, this is Matt Rule, by the way.
Okay.
Who I liked Matt Rule once, thought he was miserable in Carolina.
Yeah.
Really haven't liked the person at Nebraska.
Yeah.
But he said, I think he's tough. You can quote me on this. You know, whenever they say that, that's important. This is how strong I feel. He took 12 hits against us. 12 hits. There were 7 sacks. He's accurate, smart, sees coverages, can run if he has to. He's gone to 2 places that haven't won, and they won. Now, I know a lot of people have been taking shots at Colorado going, what have they actually won?
I gotcha.
That's valid. That program was terrible before Deion's group got there. They were miserable.
Agreed.
And Jackson State went undefeated multiple times while Deion was there. So, that's another positive. So, that's his thought. But he threw out the toughness factor. Took 12 hits. Accurate. Sees coverages. Can run if he has to. All those things right there. He said, to me, he's the guy. This is the line I like the most. To me, he's the guy who can handle the spotlight in New York. He's the only person raised from childhood to know how to handle the spotlight.
That's fair.
Who are some of the greatest quarterbacks in New York? Broadway Joe, Eli Manning. But that line of he's been raised since a child to be prepared for this spotlight.
That all makes sense. I don't think I would go that high just because I wouldn't be able to pass on Hunter and Carter. So it's not necessarily a reflection just against Shedeur, but I actually have pretty high hopes for Will Campbell. I love Ashton Genty, and you talked a lot about your love of Mason Graham. So I don't necessarily mean this to be a dig against Shedeur, but I don't see it. If the Giants trade back into the first round to make this happen, then that makes a lot more sense to me.
I didn't know this. I knew the stat. 74% of his passes completed, 4,100 yards, 37 touchdowns, the 10 interceptions. Sometimes the dude held the ball too long. Sometimes he made a poor decision on that. But he had a 71.8% completion percentage, which was him leaving college.
Yeah.
The highest in FBS history.
Wow.
That's an impressive number and throws with nice anticipation as well.
And man,
he's a good quarterback.
Just look at this from the 641. He's better than Cam Ward. And then from the 940, too bad pretty much every GM thinks he's a trash quarterback. But what is that based on? Like, is that based on there was a report that Schefter put out that multiple NFL GMs think none of these quarterbacks are first round? Okay, so multiple could mean 2, but let's even up it to 3. All right, 3. And then there's another report. Multiple teams don't think Shedeur Sanders should be taken in the first round. All right, let's give him another 3 or 4. Even then, that could be, 6, 7 teams out of 32 that don't think he should go in the first round? I do not think that equates to every GM thinks he's a trash quarterback.
Now, one of the biggest knocks on Will Campbell has been what?
Short arms.
Short arms. Will Campbell said, it's something I've heard since I was 14 years old. The school I just went to, they said the same thing about me.
Man.
And Joe Thornton, who has covered the Pats for quite some time now.
Heck of a hockey player, too.
Different dude, but I appreciate it. Thornton here's a who? Is that what you're saying?
No, Joe Thornton.
It is kind of a lot of mock drafts do have Will Campbell going to the Patriots.
Yes.
And Thornton wanted to do a study. He was like, I'm going to go check this out. So here's the metrics he worked with. He said, it's often argued guys with long arms are better able to keep defenders at bay and that a player with short arms simply can't be successful. This is especially confusing when considering there is no real consensus on what are considered long and short arms. He said, I quite often see he said there's no real consensus on this. I quite often see a scouting report where 34-inch arms are called long and 33 1/4 inch are called short. And that same scouting service, they both say that. Look at a ruler, 3/4 of an inch. Not that long. Not that much of a difference. is what he's saying. He said, does it seem logical that such a small distance makes such a big difference in holding off defenders?
That is weird that it's not 33 1/4 would be like average
Yeah.
or whatever. That is odd.
So he said, with that in mind, I decided to look at Pro Football Focus's data, and there should be a significant drop-off between 33 and 34. He said when he did these numbers, he actually said, we actually see a negative correlation where guys with longer arms perform worse in general. After looking from
confusing.
the 2010 to 2012 drafts. So this isn't more recent. This is years ago. So there's really, essentially, no direct correlation between arm length, and performance. Did a couple of different studies there, and again, found out there doesn't seem to be any correlation between arm length and performance. So that's an interesting take, considering from scouts and other people, you always hear that. And I do wonder, it does seem like he said that it seemed like longer arm guys tended to have more penalties and more problems. I don't know exactly how that works, but that is what this one reporter has found.
You would think that would clear the way for Mr. Campbell at pick number 4. With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with lead NFL draft analyst for Pro Football Focus. It is Trevor Sikkema next right here in The Fan.
They say this part of the workday can be the biggest grind.
foundation issues in DFW for over 30 years. When shift happens, go to permapeer.com to schedule a free evaluation or call 214-831-2167.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you lead NFL draft analyst for a Pro Football Focus. It is Trevor Sikkema. Good afternoon, sir.
Guys, I appreciate you having me on the show.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it's a super busy day. Now, I teased this earlier, and you might not think this is spicy at all, but I said you have some spicy running back opinions. What can you share your thoughts about Cam Skattebo and why that is not a spicy opinion at all?
Oh, I was wondering where we were going with this.
There we go.
I have him RB3 in this class. I have him right behind Ashton Genty and Omari Hampton. Well, I shouldn't say right behind those guys, but I do have him as the third running back in this class, and that's because I understand he doesn't have the long speed, but he has the attributes that I want for the running back position, that it is running extremely pissed off every single time that you touch the football. And he's somebody who's going to give you everything he's got in every single carry, every time he's out there. He gives you some third down ability. He can pass protect. He's got soft hands in the receiving game. He's fantastic when it comes to yards after contact. He's great when it comes to missed tackles forced per attempt, whether it's juking a guy out or lowering the shoulder and breaking a tackle that way as well. And I think that for as much as Cam Skattebo and his game is predicated on strength and yards after contact and just contact in general, I don't think he gets enough credit for how smart he is. He is a patient back. He will sit behind offensive lines and wait for blocks to develop, whether it's man and power run blocking concepts or zone blocking rush concepts. So I think he is a versatile back who can give you 3-down ability and somebody who I know he's not going to have the 30, 40, 50-yard runs for you, but how often do you get to do that in the NFL anyways? It's just so very seldom. You normally you don't have the opportunity to do that. So instead, give me the guy that's going to turn a 0-yard carry into a 3-yard carry, a 3-yard carry into a 6-yard carry, a 6-yard carry into a 10 or 12-yard carry. I want somebody who's going to give me a healthy yards per carry average, and I think that Cam Skattebo is the guy who could do that.
I'm interested in the Kenneth Grant and on your mock draft at 22 because Kevin, for a long time, I've loved the big body defensive tackle. You know that about me. And I'm just kind of curious with that. Would you see him just not going anywhere past Harbaugh, or would you say that like they're reaching to get him? Because I think he's a fantastic talent.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that they're reaching to get him. I feel like that back end of the first round, really anybody there, I feel like pretty comfortable range for Kenneth Grant. You know, he's a good run defender. I think he gives you plus as a pass rusher as well. Now, he's not an elite pass rusher, but he is somebody who brings really great size, and I think he's got nimble footwork for a player who is about 340 pounds. Now, sometimes I feel like he plays with a little bit too much finesse, right? When you have those nose tackles that can move a little bit better, a little bit quicker than the average, sometimes they lean into that a little bit too much, and it's like, all right, well, hold on, I still need you to be a nose tackle here, right? I still need you to play really stout on the line of scrimmage, be able to take up multiple blocks. And there are times when I sometimes felt Grant was more interested in doing the pass rush one-on-one type of thing, and it's understandable why, but I do think that Harbaugh knows how to get the best out of him, and it's a big-time fit for them. Not just because of the Harbaugh connection, not just because of obviously the defensive coordinator, Jesse Minter, being there as well, but because this team lost Poona Ford in free agency. He didn't move too far. He actually just went to the other team that's in Los Angeles, the Rams, but they really have to replace that presence in the middle and at the nose technique. So that's why it sort of depends who is on the board. You know, I didn't want to sit here and just force Kenneth Grant to the Chargers, but it does fit. It fits in a lot of ways from a need and a personnel perspective.
Yeah, the other defensive tackle from Michigan that Kevin I've also been in love with for quite some time now. I see you got him going right in front of the Cowboys to the San Francisco 49ers. That's Mason Graham. For the people who are just like, I don't want another Michigan defensive lineman in DFW, can you explain why he's a better pick than the ones they've gotten in the past?
Yeah, well, I can understand why fans are a little bit disgruntled for that, but you can't just helmet scout, right? You've got to be able to look at every player individually, and I think that Mason Graham's a really damn good football player. I've loved what I've seen from him over the last couple of years, even as just a true junior, somebody who was able to stand out as a true sophomore in that 2023 season when they were winning a national championship. And then 2024, it wasn't as good for, I think, just Michigan overall, but certainly as the year went on, Mason Graham only got better. He's a stout run defender. He's somebody that plays with a lot of good leverage. He's got good strength to him, and he gives you some quick twitch and pass rushing as well. Not as good of a pass rush win percentage as I think he has the potential to be at the NFL level. It wouldn't be right away because, you know, being a rookie, it'll take some time to acclimate to the NFL, especially for somebody who he doesn't have super long arms. So it's something that he's just got to work with throughout his NFL career. But he is somebody who, I know that I'm on the radio here in Dallas, and they'd probably like a player like that talent-wise. Man, if they don't jump into up in front of the 49ers, it's really hard for me to think that Robert Saleh, now back as the defensive coordinator with the Niners, they wouldn't select him there. They have a heavy defensive tackle need there as well. So I think he's a really good player. I really do. I think that, to be honest with you, he shouldn't get out of the top 10, but I think there's a lot of other scenarios with offensive linemen and playmakers that we seem to be setting in stone in here, or at least writing in pencil of what could happen tonight. And Mason Graham might be one of those guys that surprisingly has a little bit of a fall.
Now, the good news for a lot of Cowboys fans is that would still lead to Tet McMillan going to the Cowboys. We've talked a lot about Tet McMillan and the combination of him as your ex-receiver to go along with CeeDee Lamb. What do you think about the player and the fit if Tet were to go to Dallas?
I love him. This is a top 5 player in the class for me. I have throughout the whole process been somebody who has loved Tetsuo McMillan. I think the Patriots should consider him at 4. I think the Jaguars should consider him at 5. I think the Raiders should consider him at 6. I think the Jets should consider him at 7. I think the Panthers should consider him at 8, right? I mean, we can just go down the line. I think that he would be that wide receiver 1 caliber type of player for you in any of those organizations. And then certainly in Dallas, you already know that you have a superstar in CeeDee Lamb who can play as a flanker, as an outside receiver off the line of scrimmage where you can move him around pre-snap. And then you obviously have somebody who can also win very, very well with two-way goes and option routes from the slot. Now pair him with somebody who allows you to be a dominant X receiver, somebody who can win at the sideline, somebody who can win in the red zone. Those are all areas where Tetsuo McMillan has really shined over the last couple of seasons, as he's been highly productive, as well as somebody who is graded very well in our PFF system. And so I've been a Tet believer for a long time. I have him very comfortably ranked ahead of Matthew Golden, who I know has also been linked to the Dallas Cowboys. Not that I think that Golden would be a bad pick for them at number 12, but if all of the wide receivers are on the board, I'm easily running the card in for McMillan to pair him in this offense with CeeDee Lamb.
Now, sticking with the wide receiver position, Luther Burden is somebody that it feels like people have pretty diverse opinions about him as a prospect.
I am a Luther Burden believer. I have him 15th overall on my board. He is wide receiver 2 for me in this draft. The 2023 tape was awesome. He was highly productive, really good receiving grades in that 2023 season. 2024, not as great. But no matter what game you turn on for Missouri, the passing attack ain't great. And there are a lot of times where you can watch Luther Burden, and if he is being asked to run a route more than 10 yards down the field, he kind of knows he's not getting the football. And that's not a very fun environment to play in, I'm going to be honest. So, yeah, of course, like, you don't want guys, lollygagging or not caring on tape. And I really don't think that Burden is that anyways. But it's understandable. If you're being asked to run around deep down the field and you know that you're not getting the football because they know that they're not going to pass it down the field, yeah, I'd get kind of sick of that too. I'm not going to lie. So I think that his situation in the NFL is going to be different. This is somebody who is a very highly sought-after recruit, was able to break out very early as an underclassman with Missouri, and somebody that I just feel as though his movement skills are so rare. Is he a super polished route runner yet? No. But how do you watch what Luther Burden can do and how he makes guys miss by stopping and starting on a dime, truly, for yards after catch when he gets the ball in those screen and slant situations? How do you watch that movement skill and not think that there could be a great route runner in there somewhere with that movement ability. I think if you get him with a great wide receiver coach at the NFL level, he is somebody who could be a star in this league.
Yeah, tenacious ball getter is what I like to, the term I like to throw out for him a lot. All right, so Scattaboo aside, let's look second, third round for the Cowboys at running back, if that's an option for them. Who fits them best and where they are in the draft? What's the best version that you think you're going to get for running back for the Cowboys?
Well, certainly the Ohio State guys, the two that come to mind, right? Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins. If you have an opportunity to draft one of those guys, I think the NFL is going to do it. Now, you probably got to draft them in the second round to make that possible because it feels like this league is really high on those guys. Those guys are sort of the obvious. I'd throw in Caleb Johnson from Iowa, although I am a little bit lower on him than it feels like others are out there.
Okay.
I think behind a zone blocking scheme, predominantly zone blocking scheme, he could be a very effective player. I think some of the best of him reminds you of like a Todd Gurley or a Dalvin Cook, right? Like those guys who behind zone blocking scheme run concepts, man, they were excellent. They were able to put up fantastic numbers. And so I think that Caleb Johnson could be that type of a player because he is that blend of size, speed, and explosiveness. You've just got to put him in those situations where he can really read the offensive line in ways that he is comfortable. I like Dylan Sampson from Tennessee as well. And then if we're going a little bit deeper, two guys that I like in this class, one is R.J. Harvey from UCF. I was a big Bucky Irving guy before last year's draft, and he feels like my Bucky Irving type of pick this year. And the reason why is because we've got two metrics at PFF that we love to use that try to individualize running backs and their production independent of the offensive line, right? Because that's always the question. Do you have a good run game because of your offensive line, or is it because of your running back? How do we really categorize how much of a percentage the back is specifically versus the offensive line in front of you? Everybody would tell you offensive line is most important, and I would agree. But we do have two metrics, missed tackles forced per attempt and yards after contact, that no matter where you are, whether you get hit or whether you are making a guy miss behind the line of scrimmage, at the line of scrimmage, or beyond the line of scrimmage, depending on how your offensive line does, you want healthy high percentiles in both of those categories because it means that you are getting yards above expectation, whatever the expectation is. R.J. Harvey is somebody that is above the 80th percentile in both of those numbers and has been for a 2-year sample size. So he's somebody that I like a lot. And then I'll also shout out Devin Neal from Kansas. I don't know if he's athletic enough to be the difference-making running back that he needs to be in the NFL, but, man, he's so fun. He sees the field so well. He's such a great pass protector. He's got great hands. He does everything else well. And if you put him behind an offensive line that gives you some space, I think he could be a productive guy.
I know it's not necessarily reflected in your mock draft at PFF.com, but could you see one or perhaps even more teams maneuver back in the first round to snag a quarterback tonight?
I could, especially because there's a couple of teams. Minnesota is one of them. I think Minnesota is one of them at 24, and then I think the Rams at 26. Both of those teams, I think, really want to move back. They would really like picks. Both of those teams do not have second-round selections. So I think that they would like to move back a little bit, get into that second round, and not pick up an additional second-round pick. You're probably not going to get that for moving just back into the second round from where you're currently at in the first. But you could pick up another pick, third, fourth round, and just more darts to throw at the dartboard, if you will. So depending on how the quarterbacks run, I don't think Shedeur is going in the top 20. I think that if he's still on the board at 21, he'll go to the Steelers. But after that, it's a little bit of a wild card. You have those teams that are going to be much more willing to move back, and there might be a couple of teams that are lurking around the top of the second round, whether it's Cleveland, whether it's the New York Giants, whether it's the New Orleans Saints, that could be looking to move up later tonight.
And then last thing I was curious about for you, do you think the Bears are going to trade up to pick number 5 and draft Ashton Genty?
I don't. I really don't. And it's just because, taking a running back in the top 10 is one thing. Trading up for a running back in the top 10 is just, it is just so often, it just does not often work out for you. Now, again, if you believe that Ashton Genty is the next Alvin Kamara, the next LaDainian Tomlinson, okay, obviously you want a player like that on your football team, but if you're trading up from 10 to 5, it's probably going to cost you one of those 2 second-round picks they have, 39 or 41. That's a ton of draft pick value for the running back position. And now Chicago makes it interesting because of any team,
yeah,
I think that they would be the team to do it, right? Because the rest of the roster is set up for it to be okay. But it is such a no-no for how you go about draft practice. I just don't know if Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson would sign off on doing something like that. And so I would say right now, I don't think it happens. I think Genty goes to the Jags at 5, and they stay put.
Man, I know it's a busy day. Absolutely excellent stuff. We appreciate your time very much, good sir.
Appreciate it, guys. Anytime.
There you go.
Crushed it, man. He's awesome.
Trevor Sikkema from Pro Football Focus. I knew
nice work, Alec,
that I was
Good
going to
job.
like him when in the first question he was like, "You want a running back that's going to run pissed off all of the time?" And I was like,
That's
"Yes,
what I want. I want that
this
kind of
is
guy."
the guest that we need." We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we've got more predictions from the local yokels about who the Cowboys are going to pick at number 12. We'll dive into that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, you know what it is. All the reaction from round one.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Don and Bobby, but I cannot miss LA Live on my drive home. That's hands down the best segment on The Fan.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
JMU blitzing. Hampton gets through to the second level and into the third level, stays on his feet in the end zone for a touchdown, a 15-yard score.
That will be a name to keep an eye on, Amarion Hampton. By the way, from the 469, I find it extremely disturbing that Shedeur Sanders isn't a first-round pick, but Daniel Jones, Christian Ponder, Will Levis were. I get that. I definitely think Shedeur Sanders will go in the first round tonight. It's just lower, maybe to Pittsburgh. And now that some people anticipated. But right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time to take you to Pluckers in Plano for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how we doing today?
Terrific, Hagee. Happy draft day.
Indeed,
How are you?
indeed. I heard potentially it's been a hectic day. I know it's going to be crazy at the Pluckers. Who do you think, or how do you think it's going to shake out tonight? Who are the Cowboys going to take?
Well, if I had to bet, I would say that that's going to be Ted McMillan, the wide receiver from Arizona. So many of the mock drafts that are coming out in the last 48 hours have the Cowboys taken him. And I think if he's not there, that's where the real fun and intrigue is going to start, and we'll probably see some of the best ratings that we've ever seen in 105 through the fan in the 10 minutes building up to that pick.
I agree with that. Would you love it if there were no other trades in the first round except for the Cowboys pick, and we really just kept speeding this thing along?
That would be nice. Yeah, I would not mind that at all. Looking to get out of here before midnight tonight. I'll be at Pluckers in Addison. But yeah, I think that'd be nice. I wouldn't mind if the Cowboys do trade down. I see Denver Broncos still, looking for a partner here to move up and get a running back or a wide receiver. So that could be as fun as well. Like if at the end of tonight you get a player in the 20s and you pick up another pick for tomorrow night, that would be awesome.
Can we institute, or do you think we should institute a rule in the draft that if you make a trade, you inherit that team's time left? Like, we're not rebooting the clock or anything like that. Like, hey, they have 57 seconds. You have 57 seconds to figure it out.
I'm with you. I do think there's also teams that know exactly who they're picking, and they just wait.
Dude,
they have the pick, and we're going to take the whole time. We're going to let everybody get their advertising, and maybe we'll hold off just in case the phone rings, and then they'll wait to the last second just to submit the pick, which I do think is it's just rude for everybody that is watching at home.
Zach, I heard you the other morning with Sean and Bobby, and you've been doing this for a few years now, and you've gotten very good at it. You claimed now you're better than Broadus at it, and I was very impressed with that.
I don't know that I'm claiming that.
You said it. I'm just
not publicly.
Yeah, exactly. But when you guys are watching, how much do you weigh the good versus the bad? Jerry always brings up the line of, if I've seen him do it once, I know he can do it again. But sometimes if you see him do a bad thing once, then you got to go, which one's the average? Which one am I going to get more often out of a guy like that?
Yeah, I think that's really kind of what separates like a first-round player and, say, a third-round player or a day 3 player. It's the consistency. The guys that can go out there and do it, and they're able to do it on a consistent basis versus like, oh, I can just see it, we're going to flash throughout the game. You're probably going to have those players rated higher on your stack. I mean, that's probably my biggest question mark when it comes to Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle out of Ole Miss. So I absolutely do think if Ted McMillan is off the board, is in play for the Cowboys there at number 12. The frustration is you see the talent, and there are moments where he absolutely takes over and wrecks a game, and then there's moments where he just disappears. So, players like that concern me, because then it goes back to the conversation Brian Schottenheimer was having about, do you love football and the desire, the want to? If you get taken out of a game like that, I just wonder, does your motor run hot and cold? But team players and scouts, they fall in love with just seeing those flashes, that potential, those traits, and they think, hey, if we get him in our building, we'll be able to get him to be consistent.
I think it's one of the biggest problems with the Cowboys drafting is that idea has apparently taken root, because it's stupid. I can make a 3, Hagee. Okay, I can make a 3-point shot.
Maybe just not on a consistent basis, but the
might
Mavs
make 2 in a row.
Yeah.
And I guess if Jerry was watching me and picking for a basketball team, he would consider me a floor spacer, if I could make 2 for him. So that's crazy. The fact that they're taking dudes that don't love football is crazy. It's no coincidence they have lost, their view of the top of the division.
What do you guys think is more likely for tonight? The Bears trade up to pick 5, or Shedeur slides down to the Steelers at 21?
I'm buying the Shedeur slide. It just seems like there's so many different, ways that a team could decide to be out on him. And after you get past the quarterback-needy teams in the top 10, I just think you're looking at big pockets of teams before you circle back to another one. And then, does that team that needs a quarterback later on, do they have a reason to not want Shedeur? So, this is one of those classic slipping situations, and I think one team's going to, get an opportunity to get one heck of a talent later on in the first round. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm very seriously thinking about this at 12.
Wolchuk, how do you think it's going to shake out?
I mean, I think that I agree. The Shedeur slide sounds very likely. I don't know. I mean, Adibi Kikabwala is a great reporter. I don't know about what New Orleans is going to do at 9. They might be a wild card. Maybe they do take Jackson Dart. The Giants might have Jackson Dart over Shedeur as well. It might be Cam Ward, Dart, and Shedeur. So I think the Shedeur slide is going to happen. But, man, the Bears, they both could. I mean, hey, I think you're on with this Bears trade-up. I think they're absolutely trying to do it. I think Jacksonville's just got away, hey, do we actually want to move down, or would we rather just stay there and pick the player? But Ben Johnson's coming from a place in Detroit where the last few years they have been one of the most aggressive teams when it comes to trading up to go and get their guy. Heck, they did it last year, moving up to the Cowboys pick and drafting Terrion Arnold, the corner from Alabama. And that would be in play for Ben Johnson. If he wants Ashton Genty, go up and get your dude.
Sounds to me like Kevin's really trying to vie for a play tonight on Underdog. That's what it sounds like to me. You're trying to get some advice here.
These are regular questions.
Never goes well for me, Hagee.
Yeah, but, no, these are
I let the show determine my Super Bowl bet. After filling the Eagles all week long.
Oh, that is
good times though.
That is tough.
The Pluckers are going to be rocking tonight. I'm so excited for you guys to be able to do your show out there in Plano.
Dude, you should stop by on your way home.
I'm going to go get my lift on and then maybe get my daughter and come swing by and see y'all.
That'd be fun.
I probably should get my daughter. Like that's
No, you
I
should.
probably definitely get her.
I just don't think you should ever say the phrase "get your lift
Get my
on."
lift
again.
on. Hey man, that Liberty Rec Center really does a good job.
Okay. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today, and can you remind everybody where you're at?
Yes, sir. We are live here at Pluckers in Plano off of Preston and Park here. And we'll be here for the next 4 hours, and the draft coverage is going to kick off with Broadus and Wolchuk and everybody starting at 6 o'clock. Would love to see you come by, join us at one of the Pluckers locations. We'll have everything in the world of sports that matters here right out of the gates, including the latest Shannon Sharp news. Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. And I hope you boys enjoy round one as much as we do.
Heck yeah. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or see them at the Pluckers in Plano. You can catch Corey at the Pluckers in Allen, catch Alec at the Pluckers in Fort Worth, the City View location, and I will be at the Dallas location. Hope you guys come and see us. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
So go get Cowboys, Kevin.
Go Stars.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Pluckers in Plano on Preston Road. Broadus is in his bow tie. He is draft ready. Wolchuk's in a flippin' suit right here. Look at this stud muffin, the Woolly Bully.
Damn, he looks good.
As, our draft coverage is coming up at 6 o'clock. This is a 4-hour draft pregame show. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. There is Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout Super Bowl champion. Here ready to go deep into the night. Deep. Covering this draft night one. Lucius Alexander's back home in the Pimp Cut Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh, doing the best he can to keep the Gators down. And he's fixing to go 4 hours flawless, as per usual. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Ruben Portillo, remote engineering. Carter Freeman, coordinating your video. And we'd like to join you, we'd like to invite you to join us, actually, in one of the Pluckers locations here tonight. I believe this has become part of North Texas draft history. Joining the Fan at one of the Pluckers locations for a draft night party. Where are you going to be tonight, Chief?
I'm going to be partying it up in Grapevine, man. Looking forward to hanging out with some incredible Tolos. Every year that I've done Grapevine, it has just outdone itself.
There you go.
It's phenomenal.
It's building upon itself, and that is why you got to make sure you listen to the Fan every single day, because we have been counting down to this draft for a long time. There's been a lot of ebbs and flows and narrative changes. We thought the big decision was going to be Genty. Now turns out he's so dang good, teams might be trading up into the top 5 to get Genty, so can't do that. But I tell you what, before we do anything, guys, Shannon Sharp said about 10 minutes ago, this relationship was 100% consensual. Okay, but yes, ma'am, Diet Coke, I love it. He is stepping away from his duties at ESPN for now.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I don't know. It might be about to get Trevor Bauer if you ask me.
Yeah, there's a real chance of that. I mean, you could just tell when Stephen A. Smith was talking about it on his show the other day. He did not sound like a guy that was confident that we'd be seeing much more of Shannon Sharp on First Take on ESPN. And then, I guess it's too noisy right now for Walt Disney to feel comfortable rocking and rolling with this thing. So we'll see how it ends up, but yeah, this makes perfect sense that he's going to have to no more screen time for you right now, Shannon. There's a lot going on.
There is a lot going on, and it's probably not best for business if you're ESPN. I don't know if I want to live in a world where people can be like on the line of kinking, they're having themselves a time. And I definitely don't want to live in a world where we look the other way. If there's abuse going on, I don't want to live in that world either. But I think there's a lot of this kink stuff going on with these people choking each other.
So much kinks.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Professional athletes, actors, actresses, a lot going on in that world. You never hear the word no.
Sounds weird.
Always, yeah. And I know Shannon very well. I know Sterling very well. Worked their football camp in Columbia, South Carolina. Probably didn't detect at the time that all that stuff was going on, but these guys like to have a good time. I knew that.
I think it's pretty common.
Yeah.
And I don't like the idea that you could get wrapped up in some bedroom activity like that, and the next thing you know, the world is saying, well, you can't be in this baseball league anymore. You can't be on television anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't seem right to me, Chief.
Well, if it's a step away thing, this isn't ESPN saying, "Hey, we're done with you, Shannon Sharpe." This is Shannon Sharpe coming out and saying, "I'm stepping away right now. Things are pretty hot. There are repercussions for our decisions that we make as adults." No one's throwing him behind bars right now. No one's kicking him forever off of ESPN, at least from what I understand. So, hey, things are hot. This
might be him just taking a mental health break.
Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe it's him raising his hand saying, "This is what I need to do." Maybe it's ESPN's nudging him to do it, but nonetheless, it's not like he's being punished in some huge way at the moment. This is what happens if you're going to dip into the world of 19-year-old OnlyFans chicks. Then sometimes the formula is going to equal you're effed, and maybe you didn't do anything, but you swam in those waters. Those are dangerous waters.
These are two consenting adults, though. You know.
Well,
there's nothing criminal about dating an OnlyFans model.
No, nothing criminal at all. And I'm not punishing him criminally right now for it. This is part of life. Unfortunately, if you're going to make decisions at 55 years old, you're making a 19-year-old decision at 55 years old.
I would say, for me, the fault is bigger that we live in a place where the public is going to assume, for whatever reason here, that Shannon Sharpe has done something wrong.
Sure,
right? I don't think the bigger wrong thing is to date a 19-year-old if you're 55. She likes older, fit guys
that are willing to pay for it a little bit. Allegedly, according to lawsuits, according to text, $25K per cheek.
Really?
Yeah, that's where
that was apparently the Hornacek face did not stop the Heine from getting $25K a pop.
No, she's been working on the Heine.
Well, that can get you run out of a broadcast job if you're paying for it.
And I don't know that he is, but her texts involve.
That's the allegation,
right?
From her.
That's part of what we've
seen.
She's
OnlyFans. She's taking money.
I mean, maybe not from Shannon, but from other people.
Some of these OnlyFans gals are, they're having regular dating relationships, probably outside of the money taking.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to date somebody that was paying money.
Yeah, I don't think
that'd be weird.
I don't think that she's looking at this as an opportunity. I'm sure he makes a lot of money. I don't think she's doing this for free. I don't think she's doing this because she likes 55-year-old guys choking her and stuff like that. I think there's some stuff involved here.
Sounds like she liked the choking right up until she didn't.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. I think so. And that's what he's going to have to try and prove.
Now, he said 100% consensual. Is this one of those moments where you get hyperbolic with the percentage and you start saying 1,000,000%? You start saying 1,000% if you're counseling him, or do you just stick with the tried and true 100%? Because you hear it all the time. Oh, I'm 200% certain. I'm 1,000,000% certain.
I think this calls for at least 10,000.
Maybe 10,000?
Yeah, the stakes are high right now, Chief. That's a good point. Okay, Broadus is going to expose his big board to the world coming up at 3:40 in Krusty's Corner. Who are you taking in your final mock for the Cowboys, Brian?
I tell you what, I've been struggling with this all morning because you keep talking to folks and they're into this mode of maybe McMillan's not going to be there. I want to believe that they would take Tet McMillan, but if Tet McMillan is not there, I think this thing is completely wide open to now how does the stack look. I don't think it's necessarily like Golden's a slam dunk there. I don't think Ibuka's a slam dunk there. I don't think Booker's a slam dunk there. I mean, I think that they're going to have to maybe that's what they were talking about the other day, that the board wasn't completely ready and right for them.
Yeah.
Maybe they were working through the scenarios that Tet McMillan is not going to be on that board. And if that's the case, then it's going to open them up for a lot of different avenues. I think Banks at Texas is in play. I think Booker's in play. I mean, I think that there's the corners in play there. I don't think that they really are as high on a guy like M'Boue if he was there, or Mason Graham, the tackle from Michigan as maybe the media scouts are.
There was just a mock where Membu did get to 12. Who was that? Was that
I think
Jeremiah?
I think it was maybe Lance Zerline.
Lance Zerline, that's right.
Yeah, I think it was Lance
Zerline. There to
A
12.
lot of whispers going on right now, talking to people in Green Bay currently that that Jacksonville is trying to get to 2, and they're going to maybe look at Hunter there. They're holding on. Hunter at 2. They could take Genty at 5, and if they move back, they could take Tet McMillan.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think, Membu, Booker, Banks, you give me one of these offensive linemen at 12, I'd be ecstatic. I want to replace right guard and tackle. I would settle for just one of the two. But right now we know Guyton wasn't good and he's unprofessional, so I think relying on him would be bad team management. I think Guyton becoming a good starter at this point would be a surprise, and I would hope that it could happen here, but I can't bet on that. Who would be the players tonight at 12 that you're having to try to hide frustration on your home of the Cowboys, right? You're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe they just did that. I would bet for you guys it's Walter Nolan.
Yeah.
Is that the king of that board?
There's a really good chance that Walter Nolan is going to go. Again, this is all coming from folk in Green Bay, that they believe that Walter Nolan's going to go ahead of you at 11. That the need for defensive tackle at San Francisco is that much that Walter Nolan would be their pick at 11. Walter Nolan is a fine player. There are some things about him that you would absolutely have to get used to and find a way to say, okay, is this going to be the way it is, or is this the way it's going to be? So I think there are more questions about that than really the playability with him.
Your needs at offensive line are so significant, right? And wide receiver too, significant. Yeah. Taking a defensive player here, now that we're on draft day, it just seems like it would be a surprise.
Oh, well, I think to me, what Albert Breer is talking about with taking Zay Grable.
Gray Zabel,
excuse me. God, I'm getting too many things in my head.
A lot of names.
Gray Zabel in my taking him at 12. I think that is an absolute consideration for them. They're looking at these offensive linemen.
And Gray Zabel's a center?
He's a tackle that can play guard, that can play center. If he were to play center, he would probably mean you would move BB. They've talked about, hey, we're really not interested in moving BB. If that's the case.
Was he a 30 visit?
He was not a
We don't know.
We don't know.
It's possible that he was.
Yeah, because we're missing 5 names.
Okay.
We're missing 5 names on that. So Booker, we know Banks. They could draft, if they want to just draft a true, pure guard, you take Booker and go on about your day.
I do think if they end up stuck at 12 and Tet's not there, it probably comes down to Golden or Walter Nolan. I think that would probably end up being the pick there. There might be a split on who likes Golden more, who likes Igbuka more. Scouts might like Golden. There might be some sponsors of some coaches that like Igbuka and the man that he is. And he's got a connection with the new wide receivers coach as well, who was recruiting him to go play at Washington. So, who would win out in that battle? The Gray Zabel thing, I was listening this morning, and Nick Harris did a great job with Bobby and Sean, and Bobby freaked out. I would not be upset with Gray Zabel. Do I think 12's a little high? Maybe. But Gray Zabel, to me, is a really good player. And you talked about the position flex. He did play left tackle last year, Dawson. I think Brian and I, we both look at him kicking inside. That's better for him.
Yeah.
Dane Brugler's got him as the best center in the draft. I could see him being a really good guard.
That's a projection there because we've seen him play center at the Senior Bowl.
Well, he played center in high school.
Well, okay.
But yes.
Yeah.
But he took reps, at the
watching
Senior
high
Bowl.
school film.
We know backstories, baby.
Well,
we know backstories.
He's got it. He's got it in his background. That's all it is.
You think he's athletic enough to cut the defense in half, Brian?
I tell you what, though, the guy has got some really good movement skills. And, we talk about the level. That's a championship program for a lot of years. They played the University of Colorado to open the season. He did not look out of place one bit playing in that game. His athletic ability can get it done.
Gray Zabel, you got so many fun options here, and this thing.
It's going to be if McMillan's not on that board, it's going to get nuts when we're talking about them on the clock.
It's going to be fun.
Well, speaking of nuts, the Dallas Stars have led this series for all of 1 minute and 2 seconds and of game time. and they lead the series 2-1 after just an amazing night, one of the best nights ever to be a Dallas Stars fan. Jamie Benn's been on a mission the last couple of nights, hitting the hell out of people, skating faster than he's skated in a while. Game-tying goal, and then Tyler Seguin. Stars had to kill the long power play to end regulation and into overtime again. And the kill was golden all night. The Colorado's talking about we have to change our power play now because the Stars are so damn good at it.
Well, yeah, the adjustments that Dallas has made is making sure that McKinnon does not have space to work with. You know, you take your point man on the kill, the defenseman, and move forward and try and make him have to make a decision right off the jump. They were talking about his ability to play McKinnon play downhill. And that's when he's attacking, that's when he's really, really tough. And Dallas has taken away his ability to play downhill. Now, some of the backdoor stuff was open. Dallas got a little fortunate that pucks were tipped away at the time. Some great great job of
Lindell had a huge play.
Great job of clearing it off the crease. A lot of that going on. But sometimes you have to be good that way to win these games. Dallas was very good at that last night.
Colorado complaining, obviously. They got the call that led to the Jamie Benn goal, which I think was, it was a bit of a makeup call in my opinion because I think the Stars got screwed on the initial tripping call that Colorado was able to end up scoring.
And an interference, probably.
Yeah, and so things ended up evening out there, but what an unbelievable performance by the Dallas Stars last night, and Jake Ottinger.
I'm really surprised, though, Colorado's first goal was not reviewed for interference with the pick. You know, we see those calls, 4-on-4 hockey, we see those kind of calls. You can't do that, you can't interfere that way. And it was clearly it looked like a really nice play with the way that it came off. But, yeah, I'm surprised that the league didn't say, no, that's interference, that's a pick. You can't do that. They let that one stand.
That was unfair to Otter, man. I felt bad for him. Very vulnerable position to be in.
Goodness. The Val Nichushkin play, shout out to him. It was incredible.
That was nasty.
It was absolutely filthy, but Otter overall was really good. And I'll tell you, this young line that they've got on the back end with Harley and Petrov, those two played together in the AHL, they're getting better every night. And Bischel took a wicked shot there in the midsection that looked a little bit rough, but man, all of a sudden, you've now stolen one in Colorado.
Yes.
You're weathering an emotional storm with the Landeskog return. This is exciting for the Stars, considering you're hoping to get Miro Heiskanen back maybe as early as Game 4. And then if you're able to advance, then we can talk about maybe get Robertson back down the line.
You know what, and this is going to sound crazy. I think when the 4-minute penalty came on with it being late in the period like that, I think it gave Dallas a little bit of a chance. Okay, kill off those 40 seconds or so. Now let's go into the room and regroup. Everybody take off our pads. We're going to talk about how we're going to kill the rest of this 3-minute 30-second penalty that we have to do. I think if they would have had to do that at the end of that period, we might see a different outlet there because
unbelievable.
They were able to kill that little bit of time off, get back to the room, talk about it, regroup, and came out. I was a little bit worried with a clean sheet of ice that Colorado was going to do some damage there, but Dallas did a great job of holding up there.
Yeah, really. I mean, just the games they've been able to pull off in this run over the last 6 seasons now. You want to go back to the bubble.
Yeah.
They're not done. They're pulling games out in the third period once again, and they go from a spot where they're going to be down 2-1, I felt like, all night. We're just moments away from them being down 2-1 and hoping Miro comes back to now thinking, holy crap, maybe it's game on here for the Stanley Cup.
Yeah. It's amazing.
So salute to those guys and salute to the coach for having the answers once again.
Yeah, you're going to get Colorado's absolute best effort, much like Dallas did in Game 2, to try and get that game. Colorado now can't lose this game.
You're looking at a desperate team.
You're looking at the desperate team there, yeah.
Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're live. Pluckers in Plano. Woolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20 is coming up next. What's the subject matter looking like
Well,
today?
my gosh, it's draft day. I'll give you some draft news, but let's get into the top 10 best wing flavors. What are the most popular wing flavors in America as we party at Pluckers in Plano? It's the draft pregame, and let's keep it right there as we talk about the Pluckers party that we've...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Black one.
Yeah, are we hot? Can you hear me, Lucius? All right, good deal. Yeah, I just couldn't hear the music. Something happened there right when it kicked off. But we are back. We are live at Pluckers in Plano, and you can join us all at one of the Pluckers locations around North Texas this evening for our draft party. Our coverage starts at 6 o'clock. Broadus and Wolchuk are actually going to head to the Star at about 5 o'clock, and they're going to join us for a crosstalk late in that 5 o'clock hour as they get set for tonight's coverage, which should probably go in about the 11 o'clock hour, about around then. And then, you know, the Jones boys and the coaches will have a press conference tonight for you, kind of give us their thoughts on how things went. So it's going to be really amazing here over the next 8 hours plus on your home of the Cowboys. Excited to, bring you this coverage, the best draft coverage in the entire world. Draft coverage other radio stations are not capable of providing. It's what you get here on the Fan.
They kind of feel like that the Dallas's pick will be made between 8:16 and 8:28 tonight, depending on the speed of the draft. But that's kind of where that's where they think the first-round pick will fall.
A draft-themed top 10 at 2:20 here with the Woolly Bully is up now. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids as well. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here he is, Zach with an H, your Woolly Bully.
Thank you. What is your favorite wing flavor? 877-881-1053. We'll get to the top 10 most popular wing flavors in all of the USA. In honor of our draft coverage here at Pluckers, we're at the Plano location, as Dawson said. And I love it here, just down the street from my house. This is definitely my local watering hole. It's the best place to be. But, fellas, football guy of the day on the line. All right, let's start this.
Ooh.
I got to empty out my draft junk drawer here.
Okay. Unload the clip.
The schools that have produced the most NFL draft picks, the college that has pumped out the most NFL talent. I've got the top 9 here.
All time? Is this all time?
All time. This is heading into this year's draft. Which schools do you think have pumped out the most?
This is just drafted in general, not
just
first
drafted,
rounders.
Just drafted.
The Ohio State University.
The Ohio State University is not 1, not 2, but is number 3.
Okay.
With 489 draft picks selected.
Let's go with the Michigan Wolverines.
Michigan, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but number 5. 415 players the Michigan Wolverines have had selected.
Let's go the men of Troy. USC.
USC at number 2, the Trojans with 530 draft picks selected. Most recently, the first overall pick, Caleb Williams.
Let's go Notre Dame.
Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish, number 1. Number
the Golden
1.
Domers.
Notre Dame, 532 players drafted out of South Bend.
That's the ultimate compiler stat, though, right? Like, just because they've been around the longest.
They're kind of washed up as far as being an elite program, if you ask me.
One school in the top 5 you guys have not hit yet.
Okay, that's going to be Texas?
Not Texas. Texas is not in the top 9.
Alabama.
Alabama just outside of the top 5. They come in at number 6, 411 picks.
Penn State.
Penn State at 7, 389.
Miami?
Not the U.
No,
the U isn't in the top 9. There's another big blue blood program.
OU.
OU coming in at number 4. 417 players drafted for the Fighting Carter Freemans there. So pretty impressive. And tonight, I mean, you'll have those schools definitely adding to that list. There are players, especially from Ohio State.
Ohio State, yeah.
Could be a big-time draft for the Buckeyes tonight, depending on how many first-rounders go. Did get information that we'll share later on in terms of like maybe some players that could be flagged. Also some rumors when it comes to like what could happen in the top 10 trade-wise.
Yeah.
The Cowboys, we got some fun audio on Ted McMillan that will play a little bit later. But let's get into the top 10 wing flavors, shall we? 877-881-1053. What's your go-to wing flavor? And I will say at Pluckers, which will be number 10 on the list, I mean, I'm a big Gold Rush guy. You know that about me, Eric.
Yes.
I think it's absolutely divine. I love the Gold Rush here at Pluckers.
I do, too, because it's a very unique sort of one-of-one flavor.
What is it a combination of?
That's a good question. I need to pull up the menu. It's like a sweet
heat.
Is
it got honey with hot
I would
sriracha
think,
kind of a flavor?
It's something similar to that.
It leans sweeter than
is it habanero-like?
Than hotter.
No. It's like a spicy barbecue almost.
Yeah, it's a light barbecue kind of flavor, but I think there's a lot of honey involved.
Dawson's got the play sheet in front of him right there. He's trying to figure it all out.
Wow, he actually does look
like I'm Rob Ryan over here.
Yeah,
you do.
Yeah.
Sweet and tangy is what it says. It's a specialty. It does not get the flames next to it.
No flames.
No flames in the Gold Rush.
Flame-free environment.
You can maybe get that with the spicy mandarin or the fire in the hole. You know, pretty good names over here.
Weak because I don't get a flame.
How about
next
the
to
vampire killers? That sounds great. The heat from this spicy garlic is strong enough to wake the undead. We need some vampire killers over here, Brian. Oh my gosh!
Garlic.
Light this candle.
How about
wake the undead?
Sitting in
what
that
a description.
Sitting in that booth tonight with all of us, like it's like a
gosh.
submarine anyway. and me just reeking garlic. That would be great.
Oh, yeah, that's true,
Man, no, thank you.
You can't be
They're
going
probably
on
not that garlic.
We got 7 guys in there.
Yeah, you're just scared. It's unfair to your
No,
teammates.
I'm not scared. I'm worried about what's the messiest thing that would, because I do have a shirt in the car in case I do spill.
I mean, some of these high sauce ones, like the Manganero.
Yeah.
You know, the Jamango jerk. I bet that's pretty saucy.
I bet that's fire.
The maple chipotle sounds pretty amazing and pretty saucy as well. It's probably a high paper towel, maybe a couple of wipes. Take care of that mess.
Oh, a couple of wipes. Yeah, I mean, Ruby's always got the wipes on deck. I do appreciate that about him. But, yep, shout out to the Gold Rush. Big fan.
All right.
Texts are flowing. 469 said you got to try the mango one. 972 said the smell of hot, fresh bowl of traditional flavor buffalo wing cannot be topped.
Ooh, he makes a pretty good argument there.
I mean, it's the OG. It really, really is. Spicy garlic is goated from the 479.
Oh, I like to hear that.
The mango habanero at most places. 24K or Dr. Pepper at Pluckers is their go-to from the 469. Asian Zing from Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, that's popular.
I do like the Asian Zing.
I keep it pretty simple generally. Other than the Gold Rush, I would say. Usually I'm tried and true. I'm getting half lemon pepper, half buffalo.
I think lemon pepper always hits. I know the wifey loves the garlic parmesan.
Yeah.
She's a big fan of the garlic parm. The hot, though, I do think is one that is always tried and true. The honey barbecue, I will say, I don't like the honey barbecue as much, and I'm probably going to get a lot of crap for this. Rightly so. Not as good bone-in as it is when you get the nugs or the strips with the honey barbecue.
I can go with you on that.
Wow, okay, you prefer
if I'm going bone-in, I'm going buffalo.
Okay.
Or I'm going one of these other flavors I mentioned. But if I'm going honey barbecue or barbecue, I'm probably going to go with the strip or a boneless nug.
Just got the text from DJ Pridemore. He says if you're not going for Baker's Gold, you're doing it all
Baker's Gold is very, very popular here.
Yeah.
There's
Ooh,
no question.
I've never had the Baker's Gold.
Where's my guy Lemon Pepper Lou? Lucius, do you have a specific Pluckers flavor you're going to be dining on tonight?
If it was Pluckers, yes, I'm eating the spicy ranch.
Here we go.
With that little drizzle, that honey drizzle syrup looking stuff, and you mix it with the ranch and just go at it, bro.
Yeah.
Don't like lemon pepper, though, but I do like that name, Lemon Pepper Lou.
Lemon Pepper Lou.
Yeah.
I think, who was it? Who was our guy? The entertainment club in Atlanta?
Lou Williams.
Lou Williams.
He's the original Lemon Pepper Lou.
And he was Lemon Pepper Lou, but I like that.
I would like to get mine like just fried wings.
Yeah.
And you put some hot sauce on them joints and then dip them in ranch.
Oh, so you like, sauce it yourself. You can kind of control the sauce.
Absolutely.
Just go with Frank's.
Naked wings, bro. Naked wings. Fry them up.
Fried, yeah.
Louisiana hot sauce on them with some ranch.
The naked fried. The
I
hot
want
one.
extra batter on mine so they're extra crispy.
You want the extra fry? And hey, I'm not. Anytime it's extra crispy, it's better that way. 214 honey lemon pepper by far is number one. Hallelujah, tossed with spicy ranch is the best. Okay, so number 10, I got the Gold Rush. Number 9 here, most popular wing flavors in the U.S. of A. is the Cajun.
Yeah,
little Cajun dry rub.
It's good.
Mango habanero.
I like the way you put the sauce on
the habanero.
The enye.
Gosh,
you nailed that, dude.
Now I'm linking confidence again.
Here you go.
No, I already had.
I was complimentary.
No, you weren't.
And pastry chef Eric already looks at me and goes,
"Yeah,
we need to get you some new suits."
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I literally just got this one. He's like, we need to get you some more colors. Like, are you kidding me right now?
This looks great. Purple, is your color.
They're damn expensive, man.
Shut up. You're wearing Crocs.
These suits are expensive as hell.
Yeah.
No, Wolchuk looks 10 out of 10. Dominant.
Not according to pastry chef Eric.
Yeah, he was watchdog.
In a new suit, he's like, bro, you need to get a new suit.
Yeah, this is the second time Wolchuk's worn this suit.
I do think it looks fantastic on you.
Thanks, man.
Did he get that custom tailored?
Yeah, I did.
Tell.
I did. I needed to. Nashville Hot comes in next. The Nashville Hot Wings. We got teriyaki. How do you feel about
Brian
teriyaki?
Windhorst Taylor?
What? Screw you, okay? Go F yourself.
Wow. Now look who's being the bad
the
team.
Brian Windhorst Taylor. What in the hell?
Wolchuk's way taller than Windhorst.
Shots are being taken. We have a whole 3 days together in a room.
He's a wide-shouldered guy. I was just making sure. He's wide-shouldered.
I have at least one less neck.
Teriyaki and chicken is amazing, but you generally want to go with the thighs.
The thighs?
Because you want to be mixing that in a bowl of rice. And it's hard to pull enough meat off the wing bone and then put it in the rice. So just get boneless thighs and chop it up. Brian knows what I'm talking about.
The Korean flavored, like spicy Korean
Yes.
stew
Yeah, there you go.
or
Yep,
anything Korean.
Yep.
Yeah, because I like a little bit of a kick or a tang of some sorts as opposed to like a super sweet. That's why the Gold Rush is unique for me because they do have just enough tang on it.
The tangy heat. Lemon pepper coming in at number 4.
That was incidental, just for the record.
Tangy heat. Garlic parm at number 3. Number 2 is honey barbecue.
Really?
Pretty good.
Honey barbecue at number 2.
Good standby.
Pretty high. I think the kids like the honey barbecue, and that's going to move it up the list. I feel like it's a good traditional flavor.
I kind of feel like the kids don't have a very good palate.
Well, yeah, they're kids.
I feel like it's a missed opportunity
It's not mature.
if you're not cooking with a real fire with honey barbecue. That flavor, summer afternoon.
And we got an early nominee for Biggest L of the Week. Eric 903 texted in, please, for the love of God, could you stop talking about Plucker's wings? I'm currently on the pre-colonoscopy.
Oh, no.
They can't
By
have
the
anything.
way,
I feel for you, man.
You
or lady.
You feel totally great after going through all that, by the way.
Mm.
That thing cleans you out.
Yeah,
like,
get the toxins out of there.
Wow.
I feel you.
Like when you get to the other side of everything.
When that thing is done.
Yeah.
When it turns clear.
A little bit lighter on your feet.
Boy, you feel like you've died and gone to heaven, for sure.
But number 1 most popular wing flavor in all of the USA.
Orange Magic, baby.
Orange
Frank's
Magic
Red Hot
wings.
with Holy Gospel from Meat
Orange
Church.
Magic coming in at number 1, holding it down.
Boom.
Right with Buffalo.
Yeah. Buffalo's the classic flavor. Buffalo's goated is number 1. I'm more into the artisan style wings. Those are mass produced wings.
Okay.
A wing like
you get
mine
them from the bag.
costs too much money to pump out there like that. Probably be $40-$50 a dozen. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are at the home of the best chicken wings you can get. Pluckers will be all at one of the Pluckers locations tonight. So if there's a Pluckers next to you in North Texas, get to one tonight, and you'll be hanging with a fan host and playing a fun draft party where we can win prizes and have a great time. Okay. We have a sports hodgepodge coming up next. Chief, what's in store?
Among other things, the one thing we don't want to see on ESPN's draft broadcast tonight. That's next in the nation.
Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we're talking Stars with you. We're talking Rangers baseball. We're talking draft. It is a huge sports day, and we thank you for riding along with us. Time now for Eric Chiafalo's Sports Hodgepodge. Eric?
0 for 41 comes to an end. Congratulations, Jock Peterson. Just want to give him a tip to the cap on that one. I know that we were...
Almost got tossed.
He
Gosh dang.
I was like, are you really going to push this, bro?
What are we doing?
Just be grateful for getting on a bag.
He didn't really get out of the box really quickly either now, too. It was kind of one of those.
Which is a little bit to be expected, but he ends it at the 0 for 41. He is now on the board, and hopefully he can soar into the sky.
Imagine getting a hit off that dude who's throwing like 107.
Yeah, dude.
You know what I'm saying?
That was just a blind swing. Don't you think he was just
put the bat out there and hope
closing
for the
his
best.
eyes. Yeah. Our guy Jock getting it done. Okay, now it is the draft stuff is unbelievable right now. How about Aditi Kinkhabwala stepping into the big time reporter game, putting her neck on the line with what I'm being told is that Jackson Dart is not going to fall beyond that number 9 pick in the Saints, dude.
Yeah.
Apparently, Kellen Moore really likes him, and since this, I mean, this is a few hours ago that Aditi mentioned this, but and I've seen some other reports that would kind of disagree with this to some extent based on like, oh, well, they like this guy, they like that guy, but she's going all the way out to like Jackson Dart is not getting past number 9, and Shedeur Sanders is now like his spot, his over-under position to get selected is like 21 and a half.
Going back, yeah.
No one expects him to go any earlier than 21 to the Steelers.
There's a really there's a lot of discussions going on in that with New Orleans is that he really wants Kellen Moore wants skill. He wants some skilled players, and that's why McMillan was in play for there. Jackson Dart. I kind of felt like it was going to come down to Sanders or Dart, and maybe I was talking with some people in New Orleans that like. That I mean, even my own self, I have Sanders over him right now. But watching the tape, I could see why people like Jackson Dart. I know, Zach. There's a lot of times you do cross check. You have Ole Miss offense, and you're like, well, damn, that's a good throw.
He makes some
some really good throws. I could see how Kellen Moore could really like a player like that, and so that's not surprised. But I know for a fact that the scouts. And the coaches, like the scouts are more about trying to take defensive help, and the coaches are looking more for offensive help, and the coach might win out on this one.
Yeah. To me, it's just crazy whenever you see like a Mitch Trubisky situation coming together like this, where we hadn't heard about the guy. It's not like, wow, you got to watch this guy play college. He's not dominating college, and he's going to be so good that suddenly we got to be taking him inside the top 10. Go trade for Kirk Cousins, okay? Chances of him being better than Kirk Cousins are very low. Chances of him being awful are pretty high. Okay, I don't understand these kinds of. I think it's desperation. I think they start to get FOMO. Like if we don't take him here, then another team's going to take him. Like what are the real odds that Jackson Dart's going to be so good it's going to change your fortunes of your organization?
I think if you're Kellen Moore, you have to have some confidence that he really helped Dak Prescott, and he really helped. Jalen Hurts. I think that's his confidence, Dawson.
When a flash in the pan happens for you, you got to accept that as a blessing and not act like, wow, I'm so good, I can do that again.
Well, that's the ego these coaches do have.
Yeah.
They do believe that, I know, and it's egos with scouts too. We believe that Jerry Jones is in there beating his chest about, we draft well. The last couple of years, it's been the first round at least has not been very good. That's the kind of ego and confidence you have, and Kellen Moore is coming off winning the Super Bowl. And that's. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's the things you battle with.
Yeah, I mean, I would look at it as a downgrade from system and play caller going from Lane Kiffin to Kellen Moore, to be quite honest with you. That's one of the interesting things about Dart is you're really having to project him in an offense where, like, can you do things where you're putting the team on your back in obvious passing, just drop back situations? Can you do that? Because so much of the offense at Ole Miss is just, hey, we're going to help you. Here's play action. Here's screen. Here's dump off.
A lot of play action.
Here's an obvious read. Just throw it to this guy. Please, God, just throw it to this guy, Jackson. That's what Lane Kiffin was spoon-feeding him. So it'll be interesting to see how it translates. But the quarterbacks are always interesting.
Do you think he did that with Jalen Hurts a little bit, Kellen Moore? That he tried to make it as easy as possible for him? I mean, is that a good fit in that way? Because we don't think of, with Jalen Hurts to, go out and win me that game guy.
No, but they also just had incredible talent. I think the Eagles, before I'm giving credit to Kellen Moore, I'm giving credit to Howie Roseman and the talent.
Sure.
And then, okay, we can run the ball extremely well. We were never really respecting Kellen Moore's screen game while he was here. Maybe he's gotten better. But I think it was mostly, dude, you had great talent, Kellen Moore, and you just didn't screw it up.
Okay.
Now, one of the things that people are getting loud about right now on the internet in hopes that we don't see, because this has become an ESPN tradition with the way they go about just telling the saddest stories in the world.
The Tom Rinaldi way of football?
Yeah.
Let's capitalize on the trauma.
It's just like you got graphics after a guy gets drafted that says his mom contracted and survived West Nile virus in 2012. That's on the player graphic after he gets selected. They're all talking about,
good genes,
his
strong immune system.
Somebody gets drafted. Dad passed away in 2008 because of heart failure. Dude, did we need to know that on draft night? Is that something? I don't know.
You're about to get one on Travis Hunter. Get ready for this one.
Well, because his dad's
incarcerated in there, and he's allowed to go to Green Bay. So you're probably going to. He talked about his dad in his Heisman speech.
Sure.
So I'm sure you're going to get some type of play on that.
And I don't know that I've ever heard a player complain about it when it's happened. You know, it's like, I guess maybe it's just, hey, it's my story, so it's totally fine to just kind of put that out there. It just feels like a weird deal when you're trying to celebrate a situation and then boom, on a graphic, or they're discussing one of the saddest things that's happened to a player. I don't know. It just feels like a weird time to, hey, here's the worst thing that's ever happened to this kid.
Remember,
sad's one thing. I think when I cringe, it's like something that would be embarrassing. Like, dad's locked up. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Well, we had, what was it, McKinley? Who was the guy that Atlanta took? Tack McKinley? Yeah. That had the picture of his grandmother.
We'll hear from Tack coming up at 4:20.
And then Dion was trying to interview him, and it was
buck wild.
It was crazy, yeah.
But like this one, did we need to know about a wide receiver that was drafted to Cincinnati some years ago? His mom fought drug addiction for 16 years.
No, I definitely don't want that.
That's
out there.
on the graphic.
Yeah.
It's just like,
mom fought drugs.
What's the use of that?
Ouch.
Thanks, ESPN. Okay, I would like to rope in Lucius on this because I believe he's the only one that has actually seen the movie Sinners to this point. I mean, you guys have been watching nothing but college tape for a while.
The hope is to go Saturday night.
Okay, Saturday night when the draft hay is in the barn, Walchuk is going to go enjoy himself the Sinners movie in theaters. Now, Josh Allen, quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, his fiance is like the lead female actress in this, and there's a lot of intimacy involved in this. You have guys like Sauce Gardner of the Jets right now tweeting out of respect for my dog Josh, I will not be going to see Sinners. A lot of people on the internet are claiming Josh Allen to be one of God's strongest soldiers because of the things that are appearing in this particular movie. Josh Allen is the strongest person on earth. I would have thrown up and cried all the way to the bathroom. One viewer watched and reported on. So I'm just curious, Lucius, watching that movie through the lens of that's an NFL quarterback's, I guess, fiance. I mean, that feels like a tough pill to swallow. Dude.
Yeah, it's pretty tough because it's Michael B. Jordan that she's doing all of this with. You know what I mean? And she lays that man down like Jada Stevens at one point. She laid that man all the way down.
Yeah. I've
and
heard.
I can tell because the old girl that was sitting next with me, my old lady, I could see her squirming a little bit in the seat, and I had to look over at her like, I'm going to snatch that popcorn out your hand if you don't calm down.
Yeah, I believe it, dude. I believe it. Josh Allen, I mean, hey, good for him. He's A-okay with it, but that has to be a weird, being his teammate. You see that movie, and then you're his teammate. It just... Is there a chance? It's a weird dynamic. It makes more sense when they're both actors and just hey, it is what it is.
It's what we do.
Is there a chance that is this one of her better movies, or has she been in movies that are outstanding? That this is or is she trying to elevate herself into that role? Halle Berry did it with some of her early
Monsters
movies.
Ball,
the Monster Ball, and
No,
stuff like
Haley
that.
Steinfeld's big.
Yeah. Oh, she's big.
So
she's already pretty
She was
big.
already a massive actress.
Okay, she's
when he hooked up with her.
Okay, I didn't know if this
Yeah.
was she's trying to launch her career kind of a thing.
I mean, I do imagine this is maybe it's knee jerk, but I think this is the biggest movie she's been in. But she's been in some big roles before.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
This is not like a coming out party for her.
yeah, I didn't know
necessarily.
if this was we're trying to start
But
something.
This is the most over the top character she's ever played from this particular standpoint, though, as far as I know.
You know, maybe that's how you explain it if it was her. Like, listen,
Are you
watching that movie if you're him? Are you-
It's not too over the top. I mean, she just becomes a vampire, so she does like crazy vampire stuff, and they have a sex scene.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Allen said he
It's
saw
not too
it.
crazy.
a
It's
great
just the
movie.
kissing though, because there's like you can see the spit.
It's very intimate
when they're kissing. You know what I mean? That type of vibe.
There you go, Walt.
I mean,
She's not acting.
When
Have her back.
Was it Carmelo? Was it Carmelo's wife was in Power and is naked and doing sex scenes?
I think
for
at that
all-
point they might have been done.
I mean, you know, it's,
You would be
it's
the
not the
next
first
day.
time that's going to happen. It's not the last. It's her
Right,
profession.
right. So as a man, you have to decide: is this what I want to sign up for the rest of my life? And the answer should be no. You should tell that woman, "Listen, I'm happy you go pursue your career, right? But when you come back from shooting this scene, I'm not going to be here."
Shooting the scene. I'm talking about 6 weeks. They're gone together. Maybe 8 weeks together.
Wow, got a lot of time to get my stuff out or her stuff out.
Bored together.
We're not continuing.
Hey, let's work on our scenes.
I mean, and there's no, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it now. No, you've made the decision to do it. We're done, right?
Yeah, yeah. And then not to mention all the promotional things they have to do where they have to maintain that on-screen chemistry together while they promote the movie, and then it's just all
Why
fun
would you want to
scenes
sign
and-
up for that?
Yeah.
There's plenty of fish in the sea.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Godspeed, Josh Allen.
I mean, they could do that with AI now, can't they?
They should. Yeah, that's a good point. They could be able to just AI those things.
Yeah, AI love scenes there, and everybody wins. You still get your
3-2-1 asking if Josh Allen is running for the Koi Award.
The giant goldfish?
Yeah.
The old C of the year.
That might need to be
the old cuckadoodle-doo.
Hadn't thought about that.
I guess he's nominated, but
Interesting angle.
I think that guy Adam 22 wins forever. That's just his award for the rest of eternity.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yep.
We're off and running. 1 down, 3 to go. Draft coverage kicking off at 6 o'clock. We'll set you up for everything and get our reactions to one of the greatest nights in Dallas Stars history coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation. Live from Pluckers in Plano on the Fan.
All right, let's.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, chap. Here we go. It's Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Pluckers in Plano. Get out of the rain and join us here for some food and beverage as we count down the remaining hours until the NFL Draft. Our coverage begins in 3 hours. 6 o'clock. Broadus and Wolchuk going to head over to the Star, and they will begin our coverage. Brian, you were saying you expect the Cowboys to be picking sometime in the middle of the 8 o'clock hour?
Yeah, somewhere between, I think they said 8:16 and 8:28, somewhere right around there. If all things go correct, that's how TV is budgeting that time.
All righty, we will get the latest NFL and Cowboys draft rumor-rooskies and buzz here in just a second. There is some basketball draft news, I guess. 5-star prospect Elijah Arenas, son of Gilbert Arenas. He is the 13th ranked recruit in the class of 2025. He's at USC. Car crash. Tesla Cybertruck hit a tree, and initial test showed no broken bones, but now he's put in an induced coma. So that sounds terrifying as a parent.
That's awful. Oh gosh, that's one of my all-time fears.
Yeah.
For myself and projecting ahead to my own kids. Like, I used to always get frustrated with my mom just because of her fearful nature when it comes to the vehicles. But dude, I totally get it, man.
Yeah,
it's different. We are all just one stupid brain fart away from disaster. Not even your own fault. A lot of times.
Yeah, I was in the attic and I was kind of getting back in the corner where the roof meets the floor a little bit too close. And you know those nails come through?
Oh, yeah.
And they're sticking pretty good out of the ceiling. Well, I got too close and, like, turned and wheeled around, and it, like, scraped me pretty good. But I was thinking if I had gone straight up into that, who knows? That could have been my deal right there.
Yeah.
That could have been the final moment. Oof. You never know. You do never know. And I mean, you can hope for the best at this point, but when they say induced coma, like, I don't know exactly, if that can have a good ending to that story. Best of luck. Okay, I did see John Oding tweeting that he's now freshening up on the Gray Zabel film with the draft approaching. That's our guy John Oding from Pro Football Focus, the interior offensive lineman, North Dakota State. There's so much buzz around him and the Cowboys right now that he wanted to get familiar. Is this the hottest, late breaking development right here relative to the Cowboys in the draft?
Yeah, it's probably the name we haven't talked about a ton. I mean, I had him in the second round. I had seen Seattle, and there's a mock going on right now as we've got TVs all over the place here at Pluckers, where he was mocked to Seattle at 18. I think it was Lance Zierlein had him going to Cincinnati at 17. So I guess not a surprise that he's going in the first round. Bobby was throwing a fit about him possibly being on the Cowboys' radar. I really like the player. I mean, is it higher than I anticipated, Brian? 100%. But I think the tape's really good. The position flex is there. He's a guy that played on both sides of the football when he was young, super athlete, basketball background, track and field as well. His dad and mom both have athleticism in their family. Fifth-year senior. He's got a lot of experience. But his ability when it comes to the pill and pull stuff that Clayton Adams wants to do, he moves really well. And he's able to redirect and recover. So I think he's a super smart player. He's strong in the run game. I wouldn't mind the pick whatsoever if it was Gray Zabel. Ideally, I think it is, hey, you move back from 12 like they did last year and got Guyton. That'd be in a perfect world. But, hey, if there might be other teams right behind you that are interested in him too.
Yeah, this guy is, and I think Wolchuk nailed him pretty good. When you watch him get away from the line of scrimmage and pass protection, he's a very, very good athlete, and he's a very good, he's an accomplished run blocker. He could dry block, and when he comes off the ball, he's one of those guys that he can get angle blocks, down blocks, he could get into, he could play with leverage, the hand placement, the balance. I mean, there's all kinds of things that you can do with this guy, and if they're talking about, as Zach mentioned, with the lead, with the backs, the pin and pulls, playing on the edges and stuff, this guy does a really, really good job in space. So I could say I watched him against Colorado, and he looked totally comfortable playing against that competition. He looked very comfortable playing at the Senior Bowl as well.
And that's if Ted McMillan isn't here, this is one of the fallbacks?
There is going to be, if McMillan's not on that board and Dallas can't trade back, there's going to be probably 5 or 6 names that when we go on the clock, we being the Cowboys, we being covering the Cowboys, when they go on the clock, it's going to be one of those things. We're going to throw out a bunch of different names and a bunch of different possibilities. I just don't, and we go back and we were I was laughing a little bit about not having their board done, but maybe it was really about what we were just talking about here, that they didn't have at that time a plan that if McMillan wasn't there, and now they're able to talk about that, then, it could kind of lead them to okay, we now have an idea of the players, how we're going to stack this thing if McMillan's not there. And, Gray Zabel could be a guy that's absolutely in the mix. If you want to draft a pure guard, I would take Booker from Alabama if that's your consideration.
Do you think they're still trying to trade down if McMillan's on the board?
I don't think so. I think they're going to pick I think they're going to pick McMillan if that's the case. But, everybody in this draft seems like they're trying to get out of their spot. The teams at the back that they're the most aggressive, the Lions we know are aggressive. We know Denver's going to be aggressive. Those are the possibilities. The Kansas City being a team that potentially could come up. So those, if you're willing to go down into the 20s, Houston might be a team you consider. Houston's got an extra second-round pick too. So if you're comfortable getting in from that 20 to the 32, there's some teams that might be interested, but that's about you. It's about them calling you. I don't think Dallas is going to call anybody to try and dive out of there.
Well, I feel fortunate here that we're in this moment right now, and the Cowboys might actually be serious about picking up an offensive lineman. I would be happy with McMillan as well, But I mean, ultimately, you're going to need to fix both wide receiver 2 and this offensive line before you are ready to win again. But I think what I want this team to be thinking is, hey, we took Guyton. Maybe that wasn't the right decision, but we can't compound that by sticking with him. You know, we have a guy who pretty much failed. I mean, we had Udoga playing there instead of him last year. That tells us everything we need to know. And everywhere you turn, there's whispers that he hasn't matured into the kind of hard worker that he needs to be. So how are we hoping that he's going to get good? You got to be a hard worker in the NFL to be good.
Right.
Until I've heard, wow, this guy had a massive moment in the offseason where he realized he was going to screw up this opportunity, and since then he's been the hardest worker. We're trying to chase this guy out of the building every night at 11:30, right? The janitors have to, make sure he's leaving and all that because he wants this so bad. You tell me that, then I could overlook how bad it was last year.
Schottenheimer has gone out of his way to mention Tyler Guyton being in the weight room. That was one thing that he has lent voice to, but it hasn't been some overwhelming, oh my gosh, like we've got a completely different version of this guy. But there has been positive, and maybe that's just him sort of speaking that into existence, trying to put confidence in the guy, whatever. But Schottenheimer has talked about Tyler Guyton being in the weight room and being one of the guys that's been most consistently at the facilities this offseason. So that is encouraging. And I do think it's very difficult for at least this front office, and most, to be fair, to admit you were that wrong this quickly.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of self-awareness and humility to be like, you know what, this ain't working.
1 year,
it was
boom.
just a year ago. And Walchuk painted a nice picture yesterday just about how few snaps this guy's had, and he went from being a right side player to a left side player. So there's some things there that you would think obviously would take time to grow. But if the personality is not an I love football guy, then this can only get so good.
Like we heard Will McClay talk about that gotta love football kind of thing. We've heard that, and maybe that has to do with what we've seen with some of these players that they've currently evaluated. They've had these NIL deals. They've been getting paid. How much are they willing to sacrifice, and how much are they willing to work? I think that's a point he brought up himself.
Brian, you watch every game when it doesn't go well. To me, a lot of what is happening will not be fixed by a wide receiver who's better, because Dak can't see the linebackers and safeties when they can clog and cover. He's not going to see it. And the interceptions are going to go well into the double digits until you can run the ball so well that those linebackers and safeties are worried about your running back. So, this time tomorrow, I will know how serious they are about trying to win the Super Bowl. And I'll hold out a slight chance that we show up to Oxnard or we get to an OTA and Tyler Guyton has put on the 15 or 20 pounds of muscle that maybe he needs to get out there and play that all-important position. We've seen a lot of Dak under pressure. We've seen a lot of Dak with a good running game, and it's no real attack or criticism of him. It's just reality in the NFL. Unless you have Burrow or Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, you're not going to be able to put together a good offense. Now you have a guy who's shown you he's injury prone, he can't move that well anymore, and he's on the other side of 30. I don't know what sort of an echo chamber we're living in that we would think that that's sufficient, and knowing how important the left tackle spot has been. Okay, in Avstar's postseason history, the team with a 2-1 series lead has gone on to win 67% of the time, guys. In overall history, it is 69% of the time. Is that how you're feeling right now? 70% chance is what's secured here for the Stars. We have gone from down and out, injuries cost them a chance at the Cup, to holy crap, they figured out a way to beat the Avs, dude.
I think you got to be super confident right now. The fact that they've led for, less than 70 seconds in the series, and they're up 2-1. I mean, last night I thought that even down 1-0, really since the third period of Game 2, I think they've been the better hockey team.
Yes.
It was not the case in Game 1. Colorado took it to them, but I think they've made the adjustments. I think getting Colin Blackwell into the lineup was a master move by Pete DeBoer to just add that grittiness on the fourth line. And Otter has actually been really, really good. I mean, he's clicked into form. He's seeing everything. His glove's been working fantastic. And I think that the defense is getting better. I still think that's a weakness. I'd love to be able to not have to play a Cody Ceci and then have rebounded. But Labushkin was really good last night. The young guys with Bichel and Petrovic, I talked about that earlier. I think they're just going to get better. And then when you're able to insert Miro, this thing is progressing towards like, oh my gosh, now our Cup dreams, they're back. Because Colorado also might have been one of your toughest challengers in the West.
Who was it that joined us the other day? Was it Ralph or was it Olczyk that said the best defense is when you have the puck?
It was Eddie Olczyk.
And I think in the first 2 periods combined last night, the Avs had maybe 12, 13 shots. They just couldn't get it into their attacking third of the ice, and therefore your defense didn't have to come up with a ton of great plays. It didn't have to be nails for 60 minutes because you were in control of the puck. So now instead of thinking you got to have Miro back, you've proven you can get this figured out. I guess if Miro doesn't play, I'm still picking the Avs to win Game 4 and maybe still the series. But now you've bought more time for Miro to get as healthy as he can be and get back and do this thing. But
yeah, I think I'd be keeping him out since you won that game. I would appreciate a little bit of extra time for him.
All righty. What else is going on here? Of course, Rangers to be back in action tonight, needing a win to win the series against the A's.
That was awful. First couple innings were awful.
Yeah, your bullpen was good after Kumar Rocker gave up 5
absolutely.
runs.
Latz came in and just he did a great job of holding that thing in place, and to me though, but it's very concerning to me that Kumar Rocker can be so good at home and so bad on the road.
We did get good news on Seager. It looks like just the 10-day. It's a grade 1 hammy.
Thank goodness.
So a week and a half or so, he'll be good to go. And it was Nick Ahmed coming up. So now, I think the fun question is if Sebastian Wolcott, I know you asked with Sands about that yesterday.
I did.
If Wolcott continues to dominate AA, and I think he's hitting over 320, if he continues to do that for a while, you got to be realistic, because we saw what Evan Carter was able to do a couple of years ago. I don't know how you make this work healthy. There's not an obvious spot. I guess if Jock Peterson doesn't pull this out of the fire, he got his first hit last night, but if Jock Peterson doesn't start having a good season at some point, maybe you could look at, hey, we could use a DH spot here to get another bat up. But that's the fun one that's lingering out there. It would be so tempting as a team to bring these young guys up.
Well, if it was long term, and now with it being only a short stint on the injured list there, that maybe that wouldn't be the case. And Jared talks about how the gymnastics of trying to keep the number of years lined up the right way, so you're not dipping into that early. The control of the player, so I could fully understand that. The question I asked him was, if you were a bad team, if this was a team going nowhere, like the Angels were several years ago, they just started playing all their young guys whether they were ready or not.
Yeah.
And now they've got a couple of guys that are good players that had to have experience.
I mean, you have great fan engagement right now. You don't need to bring up any young guys to try to make something happen. But if it's a winning move, August, September, something like that. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation. We're live at Pluckers here in Plano. And we'll be rocking and rolling here all the way until 6 o'clock. I think this is going to be Christy Scales Pluckers tonight. As you'll have a fan host, a fan personality at all 9 of the North Texas Pluckers locations for a draft night party. Okay, the C-Note's coming up next. What the latest mock drafts are saying about the way things are going to unfold this evening. And we're back with that here live in the fan.
Eats has low V products. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
All right, let's talk about what the Cowboys want to do tonight and what could happen after that. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. 214 or 817-333-3333. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Our path to the draft is wrapping up here, just hours away now. Brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at all the Pluckers locations tonight for our annual draft party. It's going to be an amazing night, and I'm already eyeballing a couple orders of those fried Oreos. I mean, Pluckers does a lot of stuff outstanding. The fried mac and cheese is way up there. Their grilled cheese is next level. It's award-winning, actually. Obviously, their wings are great.
Yep.
But kind of partial to those fried Oreos whenever I can get them.
Respect, dude, because it's kind of rare. You think about the state fair, something like that, but they're not just always. You can't just have fried Oreos within striking distance, unless, of course, Pluckers.
Yeah, I salute them for making sure.
What do they fry them in, Dawson? What kind of oil? Peanut oil?
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably some canola or something.
Some neutral oil?
I imagine Crisco.
Oh, so they're using lard? Just straight lard?
Butter? I'm not sure. But whatever they're doing, they're doing it right. Okay, the latest mock drafts. Here we have Daniel Jeremiah saying Ted McMillan. There's so many Ted McMillan picks in here, Brian. How much is the threat that he doesn't get to you? Would you agree with the ESPN analytic numbers that say there's a 60% chance he's on the board when you pick?
Man, I'm talking to so many people ahead of you. I'm just trying to figure out what's going to happen in those first 10 picks. And you could say that there's probably 3 to 4 teams that are absolutely interested in Ted McMillan up there. And so I think you're going to have to walk a little bit of a minefield to him getting to you, depending on how this board falls. I know Jacksonville at 5, talking to them, they're trying to get up to go get Hunter at 2. If they stay there at 5, they're going to likely take the running back Genty. If they drop back a little bit, then they're considering McMillan there. So that's a team that could absolutely use him. The Raiders, what happens to the Raiders? How do they pivot if they lose Genty ahead of them? A lot of people had him going there. So, yeah, it's going to be, 60%.
That seems way too high.
It does in a way. It absolutely does. I think the Cowboys, if they're smart, and I think Will McClay understands this, I think they need to be ready to have a plan if he's not. And I think that's why we're having such a hard time pinpointing the direction that they're going to go.
Is Ted McMillan so good that you guys are going to be throwing a party as we count down the picks if he is on the board at 12?
I think it's going to be there's a lot of folks around the league that absolutely love the player. They love the makeup of the player. They love the athletic ability. They love the way he competes. Just all those types of things. Unfortunately for him, there was a video that surfaced about, hey, I really don't watch football kind of thing. And that's kind of one of those things where you look at it and you go, okay, well, there's a lot of people that play football that don't watch football, but he plays at a very, very high level when he's on the field. I would be very, very happy to see. I have Hunter as my number 1 receiver, but I'm kind of thinking the minority that I want to play him at receiver, so I'm going to put him at receiver. There's a lot of people that have him at corner. So if you take Hunter out of the mix, McMillan is my number one. I
don't think it's a red flag to not watch football, but if you don't watch it and don't love it, I think that's the thing.
Oh, he plays like he loves football because when you watch him run after catch, it's impressive. It really is. He is He is running through tackles. He's avoiding people. He takes routes across the middle. He's got that kind of toughness. Really a super impressive player.
Daniel Jeremiah gives the Giants Jackson Dart at 18, Abdul Carter at 3, although, Wolchuk, you were saying there's a report that Dart's not going to make it out of the top 10?
Yeah, I mean, we have Aditi Kinkambwala who's saying the Saints at 9 will not be letting Jackson Dart pass them. So who knows?
I think that's ideal Cowboys scenario because obviously that's one player that you're not interested in going off the board. And then also now all of a sudden teams that want Shador are thinking, okay, do we have to move up to get him now because he's the last of those particular quarterbacks?
Absolutely, and it continues to push. I mean, we thought maybe Teteroa McMillan, that would be a spot at 9 with the Saints that they'd be looking at him. I think he's going to make it to 12 unless you get the trade up from Chicago.
In Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft, he gives the Eagles Jahad Campbell, the linebacker from Bama, there at the end of the first round. Is he going to be a good player, Brian?
Yeah, he will be. He's you're dealing with some guy that is that Alabama, that tough, hard-nosed type guy, sideline to sideline, tackles really, really well. He does have an injury history, and he's got some shoulders he has to deal with there, a little bit of arthritic knee as well. So
that's standard for a Bama linebacker.
Man,
isn't it?
I'll tell you what, the linebackers during the Nick Saban administration were always banged up.
Yeah.
But, man, did they play at a high level.
Washington gets Jade Bear in the corner from Texas that obviously Dan could obviously use him a lot. Pete Prisco's final mock draft, Shador is out of round 1 in his. He's got Ted McMillan to the Cowboys at 12. How much bust potential does the lack of speed present, Brian? Like, is this something that would be a long shot for him to bust, or does the 4.53 tell you, hey, this could go either way?
I think it's more likely that he is going to have success. His ability to play the ball in the air, his ability to run routes, his ability to separate. I think that he has been one of those guys that kind of understands. He builds up speed as he plays, and he's able to get separation that way. But if he gets caught where there's a guy that's trailing him or with him, then his ability to go up and get the football, he makes 50-50 balls, 80-20 balls. And so, to me, I think the bust factor on him is really not that much of something that I'm thinking about. I think he's just got so many other traits and skills to his game, it will make up for any little bit lack of maybe some speed he has.
In 3 years, if he's a Cowboy, is it him or CeeDee Lamb, best receiver on the team?
That's an interesting question. Remember, I tried to ask you guys this question. If
I think Dawson was out that day. We were at Shell Shack. You were crushing the crawfish. You were deep into your bag. Your confidence was at an all-time high, and he belched out the question, are these wide receivers going to be better than CeeDee Lamb?
Well, that's what I asked. I asked that question is, are the Cowboys going to draft a receiver that's better than CeeDee Lamb? And I got the, no.
I scoffed.
No, there was a lot of scoffing going on.
I'd probably scoff at that question. I thought you were ball sacking me with the question.
No, I just was wondering.
It's a high bar.
If in fact,
a really high bar.
It is a very high bar. But, like I say, the thing with McMillan is he's got so much of those traits that you absolutely have to have success in the National Football League. And I think CD he's a rare talent in a lot of ways. I think McMillan might be better than him in the air with the ball.
Definitely is.
I mean, when it comes to those contested 50-50 type catches, I think McMillan is a better player that way.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have one thing to know about the top 100 prospects here. We go to Blogging the Boys. Your guy, Dan Rogers, has done this for you, and that's not a good time at all for the page to do that. Oh, snap. At least I didn't get the blue screen. At least I didn't. Oh, here we go. Okay, we are back. Okay.
We are back.
I got one thing to know. Let me jump down a couple. Defensive tackle Mason Graham. Could this guy be on the board? You're looking at overpowering missile who knows exactly where to go on each play. That sounds like something the defensive line could use around here, Brian.
Yeah, but you're starting to hear whispers that maybe there's a couple of players that we're very high on that Dallas is not. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that is that we've talked about him as top 10 players. Mimbao from Missouri, and maybe Mason Graham from Michigan.
Okay.
But maybe the Cowboys are not as high on those guys. And you've seen some mock drafts where in even the Peter Schrager mock draft, Dallas had a chance to pick him at 12, and it went to Miami at 13. Schrager might know something there. I'm hearing some whispers, too, that we might be too high on the Missouri tackle and the Michigan defensive tackle for this football team.
How about the Georgia edge, Jalen Walker? We talked quite a bit about him earlier in the week. Undersized, athletic, hybrid linebacker with elite closing ability. Dad's a coach. There's so much to like about this guy. I think he's pretty much unbustable here, Brian. I'd love it if he's there at 12.
Yeah, this is a guy that he's got a lot of ability. Again, when you start to talk about how he can rush the passer, he tackles, he plays well in space. He could be an off-ball linebacker. I know my guys around the league are telling me, listen, if you play this guy as a full-time edge, he might wear down. You need to think about playing him off the ball and using him in certain situations, much like the Cowboys, how they use Micah. Micah plays a lot less off-ball. This guy probably needs to start off there and then work on the ball as far as a rusher. But, man, there is a lot to love. It's hard to poke holes in this guy. His teammates absolutely love him. He's a high-character guy.
Are the Aggie Cowboy fans fired up about Shamar Stewart? High-energy guy with nice size and power to work his way through traffic. What's your outlook on him, Brian? Is he going to be a good pro?
I tell you what, though, man, these Texas A&M guys have got me really stumped. And I don't know about Zach as well. And I watched them all really, really early, and then all of a sudden you had more film came in, and you're like, okay, is there any real improvement there? And it seems to me, though, you're talking about guys that you want them to, how they test and how they play, you want more production. You know, you see pressures, but you don't see a lot of sacks. And so that's kind of where, I think the Cowboys are more of a results team than they are a traits team. And so I wouldn't be surprised if, we'll see how it all plays out for them. I'm sure they like the player. I'm not sure if they like him enough because the production right now just isn't there.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. There's a Cowboys news of the evening. Look at some of the top prospects who could be available for the Cowboys here in about 4.5 hours. We're going to be in the closing stretch here to this pick in the 8 o'clock hour. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next, live from Pluckers in Plano. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, my actual draft board is online now, and you can go get it, and we'll talk about it next.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We are live at Pluckers in Plano. Path to the Draft coverage continues. It is in the final couple hours. And here for more on that is Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant as well for being a part of this the entire time. Really looking forward to our coverage tonight on 105.3 The Fan, and then also with DallasCowboys.com. Zach, I understand we're not going to be on YouTube tonight, right? Am I getting that right, all that right? The league is kind of saying that we're not going to be able to Twitch, and we're also not be able to YouTube, right?
Yes.
So it's got to be .com.
Well, 1053thefan.com/fancam. We will have it on. We just can't have it on YouTube or Twitch, but if you want to check it out, you can get it on 1053thefan.com/fancam.
Yeah, so appreciate that. Really sorry if that inconvenienced some folks. That's not us. That's the NFL. They're worried about some things there. You know, we kind
The
of
no fun league, dude.
Well, I just, I think there's some the things that we do with the Dallas Cowboys, it's really kind of some groundbreaking things, how our coverage works. And so they
caught wind.
They caught wind of that. And so, congratulations for us being, good at that.
They don't want you to be great.
They don't want us to be great.
But you can still hear it on the Odyssey app, on the radio dial.
You can. And I can say, I hope that doesn't inconvenience some people. I know there's a lot of people that like to do the stuff with the YouTube, and I'm one of those guys too. I think the YouTube stuff is amazing.
You got to sync it up the same way we were doing it during the World Series run with the TV. So you're watching the broadcast, and then you're listening on the app, and you're getting the best analysis in the country.
Well, I really do appreciate everybody out there that takes an interest to what we're doing. And if you're one of those people driving around right now listening, and maybe you're not a Cowboy fan, please tune in. We'll talk about your team's pick. We talk about all the picks that are made. That's one of the beauties of the guys that do this. We take a lot of pride in that, and want to be able to talk about the draft in depth when we get in the 6th, 7th round. Have pride about talking about the players that are taken there as well. So looking forward to really a great weekend of coverage. And again, thanks to all my teammates for making this possible, for what we're doing, and thank you to management for allowing this to happen as well. Also, I tell you what, I'm happy to be able to say that my stack is up on 105.3 The Fan. You'll know I've rated players from 1 to 235, got them offense and defense, and then my actual draft board has been put up as well. So you can get an idea of all my first-round guys, all my second-round guys, third-round guys going down through, and you can kind of mark them off if maybe it give you a little bit of guide. I know there's some other people out there that put their boards and stuff, and they kind of give you an idea. So we all see these kind of different, but I appreciate you following along that way. So I could say this is a really a lot of fun for me to be a part of this, and I really do appreciate my teammates and how great they've been throughout the process. Zach, when I'm hearing so many things ahead of this draft, so many things ahead of happening. Do you feel like going in that this is going to be people really trying to move around? Are there going to be surprises for you? Are there going to be or you think this thing is like we always talk about, these teams are going to move around and this is going to do that, but instead everybody just stands there and makes picks?
Yeah, we got reports coming out now that the Browns are actively listening to trade offers for the number 2
Jacksonville's
overall
trying to
pick.
get there. I told you that one. Yeah,
well, I think Jacksonville trying to get up to 2. I mean, that makes sense. The Bears trying to get up to Jacksonville. I guess if Jacksonville can't get up to 2.
Right.
If neither of those things happen, then I don't think you're going to see any moves. I think more likely it would be the back half of the first round maybe if you don't have New Orleans take a Jackson Dart, maybe then you see some teams that want to move up, go get a quarterback, secure that fifth-year option. I think the Colts are a team that I've seen a lot of people be mocking to move up and go get Colston Loveland, the tight end from Michigan. I think the teams that you mentioned, whether it's Detroit, Denver wanting to move up,
right,
trying to go get a tight end maybe as well, Houston for a lineman. Yeah, I think all that could be in play. I mean, I'm ready to just for some chaos. But in the top 10, I'm kind of leaning right now. It might end up being teams get stuck and just have to make their picks, unless they're just willing to not maybe take what they think is great value.
Yeah, I think to me, guys, where we've talked about this a bunch on the various platforms, whether it's Love of the Star, we've talked about, hey, are teams willing to back out? I think if Dallas, I really do believe this, if Ted McMillan is off the board, I think it opens them up to a lot of different opportunities, whether it's an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, maybe even a corner. I think it opens them up to a lot. I don't think they're just married to being able to say, okay, we're going to take Golden and be on our merry way.
Yeah.
I think Dallas is really open to potentially trading back.
I think that is the number one thing they most want in the world tonight, other than maybe Ted McMillan falling to them.
Yeah,
because they're going so loud about this offensive line stuff, and they're making it too obvious at this point. It feels like with Miami being a team at 13 that's probably trying to take an O-lineman. Steve White says his lock of the night is Zabel, the guy we've discussed.
Zabel, yeah.
He's going to be the Dolphins' pick at 13, and there's so many teams in that 20s area that need offensive linemen. So you're selling at 12 that you want to take an offensive lineman, and teams are going, well, crap, the Cowboys, the Dolphins, please, God, trade with me.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, to me, that if in fact, if you're the Cowboys, and this is difficult. I mean, this is where I would suggest, but I don't know if the Cowboys would do this because of Jerry Jones. If you get to all of a sudden you see the direction that Jacksonville takes Genty, man, and you really do want Ted McMillan, I mean, we talk about the minefield that you're going to have to walk. And if you're willing just to wait and see how it plays, great. I would be on the phone right now talking about Balin then. I mean, I would pick up the phone myself and maybe give some of these teams behind me a call and say, okay, we're losing our guy here. We're more comfortable picking Booker or, there's somebody who told me that they felt like that Banks might be the Jets pick at 7.
I think
instead of M'Boue.
It looks like the Raiders are taking him at 6. There were 3 mocks this morning. Brugler, Jeremiah, and who was the other one? I think it was Lance Zierlein. All had Kelvin Banks all of a sudden to the Raiders at 6, which means there's chatter going around there.
It's a lot more offensive linemen going off the board than maybe anticipated.
Yeah.
You sell like you at 12 want an offensive lineman. One of these Houston Texan type teams is going to want to climb up.
Yeah, I kind of feel like to me that and like I keep saying this, I don't think Dallas picks up the phone. But if I knew that McMillan was going off the board, I'm starting to call back.
Getting proactive.
I am now. I'm not waiting for somebody to call me. I'm like thinking, okay, guys, we just lost our guy, but let's see if we can recoup a 3rd or 4th round pick here and just go back a few spots.
I love the idea.
Let's see, but I'm not interested in waiting because the minute that Jacksonville says they take Genty, I'm thinking that my guy's going to be gone here. I mean, I'm thinking that, hey, there's too many teams that like this guy that are going to want to take him. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, well, let's wait and see how this thing plays out. You get on the phone and start calling people and seeing how interested they are in coming up there. You make those calls to Atlanta, to Arizona, to Denver. You just go ahead and start working the phone. It bothers me that I don't know if the Cowboys would do that. It just, because they might just sit there and say, okay, we're comfortable picking Booker here at 12, or we're comfortable picking Zabel at 12. I don't
think it's enough. I think if they get stuck at 12, I think the offensive line's the trade bag. I think we're not going to like it, Brian. I think if they get stuck at 12, it's probably Golden or Walter Nolan.
Well, I wonder if Walter Nolan's going to go because I have it on authority at 11.
Yeah, San Francisco
wants him.
I'm
11.
scared that if Mason Graham falls, I just wonder, do they take Graham over Nolan?
Well, then if that's the case and it puts Nolan in the mix, I wonder how much higher Nolan is on their board than, say, Golden and Ibuka and guys like that. That's where I
well,
want
and if
to
you're
know.
telling me they're not as high as on Mason Graham,
right,
makes me think Walter Nolan's their top tackle, and he could be pretty damn high if they go best player available. That might be why he's the pick.
Yeah, I think that's if you're the Cowboys, and Nolan is a nice player. He's a 3-technique player. There's a lot of really upside to him as a player. I just wonder if they, why they, with Osa and all that, they signed him. If Osa wasn't in the mix, I can understand Walter Nolan a little bit more here.
Mm-hmm.
But the bottom line here is if Ted McMillan's not on that board, I know Jerry's telling us he's not going to pick up the phone. I might go to my own office and start calling people myself and say, hey, listen, we might be in a bind here, guys. I mean, we might be in a situation where we want to move back a little bit. And if you're interested, come on up. If you're Denver, you want one of these runners, you want a tight end, we're a good spot for you right here.
Yeah, I think I'd make something up. I'd be like, guys, you'd never guess. Sean Payton just called me.
Yeah. No, I would. Yeah, I've got like Sean. I've got Sean's number on my phone.
Yeah.
I think I would fake the. Oh, look, Sean Payton just called me.
Oops. Whoa, look at this. We didn't have to call anybody.
We didn't have to call anybody, but here you go. But no, thanks to everybody again out there who's made this draft a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to the next 3 days for sure.
Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. We're at Pluckers, the best spot for chicken wings, chicken accessories that you can find here in DFW. They've had the Diet Coke just flowing right now, feeling good. Meet me after the show, 7 o'clock at the very latest. I'll be at the Pluckers location in Addison. But there's going to be a fan personality at every Pluckers location around DFW for our draft night parties. It's become part of the fabric of North Texas football here, our Pluckers draft night parties. Now, where are we going next, Wolchuk?
All the information I've been able to gather to get you ready for the first round tonight, including high praise for this Cowboys target.
Okay, I have high praise for D&M Leasing right here. Have you ever had one of those?
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Asian ladies.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens? No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We have a trade already in the NFL draft to talk about. And with a draft extravaganza, here's the Woolly Bully, Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah, looks like we've got swaps late in the 5th and 7th round here of the draft as Houston and Cleveland have worked a deal. We got Rap Sheet who's reporting it, Diane Rossini who's on top of this as well. but I think it's basically 5th and 7th rounders that they're going to be exchanging. So the Texans are going to be getting 2025 5th round pick 166 overall and 2027 5th from the Browns. Browns then are adding 2 6th round picks, 179 and 216, and they're also adding the Texans 7th round pick, 255 overall.
So this is a swap of day 3 picks?
Day 3 picks. Now, I don't know, maybe Cleveland is using this.
I don't even know if that qualifies as
I'm
news.
asking you this question then. Are they trying to get better picks to maybe entice, to sweeten the deal for something at the end?
Yeah, for Houston, I think so, because they're the ones that
Houston's trying to go up.
Yeah, because they're getting a 5th rounder, 166 overall.
So is that the top of the 5th round?
It should be.
Okay, they're trying to entice somebody. This is going to be the extra. Again, this is a kicker. This is like, okay, we're going to give you our pick here at what they're 24, and then we're going to give this, and then we're going to give you Cleveland's 5th, which starts the round.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of being their 5th now is more valuable.
This is the move before the move.
Yeah, they're trying to get enough picks and make the numbers work to be able to go up for somebody.
Yeah, the that 5th that they're getting, 166, it's actually towards the back end of the 5th round. First pick of the 5th is 139. This might end up being one of their comp picks that they ended up getting. But either way, Houston's now adding what is to their 5th round pick haul. I don't know if they even had one. So this does definitely help them. If a team wanted a 5 for them to move up, they now have one to be able to trade.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking this was one of those things that, because Cleveland, I was thinking Cleveland picking probably higher on the board than so does Cleveland not have a pick at the top of the 5th?
No, it does not look like they did.
Okay.
Or they just didn't want to give up that pick.
Okay.
But this was a pick for Houston. At least they're now gaining a 5th, which they didn't have previously.
Right.
So that could end up helping them out if they do want to move up to try and get one of these offensive linemen.
I think they want to maybe try and move up.
It is weird. You don't often see like random pick swaps on day 3 like this. And
yeah.
That's the first pick. That's the first trade of the draft here.
It's a setup move.
Yeah, it definitely is. You think that's to cook up other stuff.
And it comes 15 minutes after we heard Cleveland was, shopping the number 2 pick.
Yeah.
And then you see trade in Cleveland, and you're like, wow.
We get excited.
And about 30 seconds, it settles in that we're doing what now?
It's like, wait a second, we're talking about 5s and 6s. Let's move forward now. But yes, it does seem as though Cleveland's trying to move back.
That might be a situation, though, where, like you said, if you need the number of points not to have to give up next year's picks too.
Mm-hmm.
So that 5th round pick might be something that someone says, cool, we got to kick this in to make the numbers work.
I bet these prospects are watching this thing close. Like if I'm Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter, I need Cleveland to move this pick somewhere better than Cleveland. Nothing against the city, right? I can deal with any city, but I need winning.
Right. Yeah. You want somebody to come out of the top 10 to number 2 and say, hey, welcome to a relatively respectable organization.
Well, that's what you're looking at. If Jacksonville goes from 5 to 2, they're going up there to get Travis Hunter.
For sure.
That's what they're doing.
Right.
And Jacksonville has a clear plan. They're either going to go to 2 to get Hunter, pick Genty at 5, or back up and pick McMillan. That's their plan right now.
I mean, if you're a McMillan hopeful, if Jacksonville stays at 5 and they end up moving back to 10 with Chicago, and Chicago's desperately trying to move up.
There you go.
And then Chicago goes to 5, they take Genty, and Jacksonville's sitting at 10. It does just seem like they're taking Teteroa McMillan.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if there's no movement and Jacksonville stays at 5 and takes Genty, you're able to navigate that. I thought maybe Vegas would be a spot for Ted. Still could be. But it does seem as though they're going offensive line right now, and Tom Brady's supposed to be very involved with that pick. If you remember him in Spy Tech back in Tampa Bay, one of the first picks when they were there was Tristan Wirfs.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to look to try and get an offensive lineman if indeed Genty is gone. So Kelvin Banks Jr., who that's been a big rumor, is going to go much higher than we think. Maybe he does end up going 6 overall. The other thing, Jackson Dart, not expected to fall past the Saints at 9, which we had talked about. Aditi Kinkabwala has been reporting that. We'll see if that ends up happening. That would be another team that could be in the way for Teteroa McMillan. They've also been linked to maybe offensive linemen, maybe Jalen Walker if he were to fall there, the edge from Georgia. Speaking of Jackson Dart, we had a moment where Joe Shane's son put on his Instagram story highlights of one Jackson Dart.
And who's Joe Shane?
He is the Giants general manager.
Yeah.
So, hey, we did have yesterday Brian Daboll, his favorite quarterback, Jackson Dart. Now, this would be probably a trade-up scenario after they already pick Abdul Carter at 3, but maybe New Orleans. I think that this could be some chum from the Saints. I don't know if they'll actually take Dart at 9. I'd be surprised. But if it happens, I'll also be thrilled because it means here's a good player moving down to Dallas. But for the Giants, they would be a team, if Dart fell out of the top 10, to look maybe trying to move back up and get the quarterback.
Yeah, I could see a lot of teams wanting to do that. I mean, how about Cleveland? If they do stay at 2, you take Travis Hunter, and then you trade back into the first round to go get you Shedeur Sanders and run that thing back.
Browns also have a couple of players that are available via trade.
Newsome, huh?
Greg Newsome, that corner. And maybe that's one the Cowboys could be working on. Greg Newsome out of Northwestern was the 26th overall pick back in 2021. He's a good player, but he did just have a hammy injury this past season, so he ended up having one of the more down years of his career, missed 4 games. Maybe that's a buy low candidate, but previously to that, he's a pretty damn good player for the Cleveland Browns. The other one, Ogbo Okoronkwo, is available as well for them, who's a defensive end.
Hey, you're on fire.
Thank you.
I mean, tonight's a huge night for you. It's a big weekend. He just nailed whatever the heck that name was.
Ogbo Okoronkwo.
Nice work, dude. You didn't even slow down and treat it like a speed bump.
You didn't even look up. I wouldn't have looked at Eric while I'm saying that.
Not even looking up.
Nice
Not
work,
even
Chuck.
looking up. Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports reporting very good chance Shedeur Sanders is not selected tonight. Tonight, that he slides out of the first round. We could be having a show tomorrow talking about where is Shedeur Sanders going to go.
Wow, dude.
So we'll see if that ends up happening or not. Now, we've talked a lot about Tetairoa McMillan, who I do think is the pick at 12 if he's on the board, and he's probably the pick right now that I most want for the Dallas Cowboys. There's one analyst, one draft guy, that has been crapping on Tetairoa McMillan.
Oh, no.
Not a fan.
Todd McShay.
He's the only one that I've heard have anything like this to say.
Treating
but
Tet like a toilet?
Just in fairness, I want to cover both sides of this. Here is Todd McShay on his show talking about why he has Tetairoa McMillan as his 50th overall player in the draft.
I don't trust him.
Okay.
I don't trust, and I have reports, and I know that Jed Fish had as one scout said when he was great, when Jed Fish had his foot on his throat. Don't take that the wrong way. Like, obviously, it means like someone who is monitoring and making sure that pushing him, driving him. Correct. When Jed Fish left town, there was a new sheriff in town, and it was Tet. Yep. Tet didn't like to work out and practice hard unless a scout was in attendance. Showed up on the routes. Okay. Quitting on balls over the middle field. Didn't think he showed attention to detail. I get offended personally for Drake London when people say, oh, he's the next Drake London. Yeah, no, he's the same size. He makes the same acrobatic catches. Drake was a dog.
I am a big fan of Todd McShay. I don't know what the hell he's talking about, quitting on balls over the middle of the field. I've seen this guy go up over 2 and 3 defenders. He has no business making a catch and leaping over and making plays, knowing he's going to take a hit. Maybe the practice thing, hey, he's privy to information. I can't say it's true or false with that. Could very well be accurate.
Mm-hmm.
The tape does not show a guy who quit on a damn thing, Brian. I don't know if you disagree.
No, I you know what, I think to me, one of the things that I really, really like about the player was how competitive he was. You know, when and you can watch the tape of, he had opportunity against some really good corners. He had opportunity to go against Travis Hunter, you know, and made a couple of plays there. But, you know, he is a competitive guy. He catches the football. He turns up field. He makes people miss. He runs through tackles. You know, I didn't see any guys that were anything about loafing. I know there were some questions about Burden, about, you know, whether the ball, whether it was to him, was he loafing on plays and stuff like that? Or when the ball wasn't come his direction, was he loafing? But, you know, with McMillan, I didn't see anything that led me to believe that the game wasn't important to him and his, you know, his ability that he was playing it any other way.
I didn't see any of that while watching
Sounds
him.
like both you guys are farting on that report from Todd McShay.
Hey, and I don't know about the practice stuff. Now, here is Jed Fish. Here is his former coach who is now at Washington. Now, my comp for Tet McMillan, I've thrown out the Mike Evans. The size profile's the same, the 40 times the same. I think he makes plays down the field in a similar fashion. Here was Jed Fish, who ended up talking about the first time he saw Mike Evans and goes in to talk about Tyrone McMillan.
The idea of Mike Evans was, I mean, he's 6'4" or more. He's so big. He's so strong. He's so physical. He's an incredible football player. He's quiet. He doesn't bring a lot of attention to himself. Yeah. But his production, his Hall of Fame career. Well, T-Mac reminded me so much in our third year. You kind of have to grow into being Mike Evans, let's call it. His ability to drop his weight is similar to Mike Evans. Yeah. His ability to run all the routes in a route tree is similar. And I really feel like somebody is going to take T-Mac, have a 10, 12-year run, if they want to, with one of the best wide receivers that we'll see.
Hey, former coach. Obviously, we know the coaches are going to sell their guys.
Unless they're Brian Kelly.
And Jed Fish was not with Tyrone McMillan last year. He moved on from Arizona and went to Washington. But
his production was still phenomenal. That's the thing.
Phenomenal.
He talks about, it became the Tet show, but it's not like Fish left and then all of a sudden the production dropped from Tet.
Super productive.
So,
yeah. So that was really good stuff there from Jed Fish. This now, as Diana Rossini continues to pump out more news, Broncos and Texans attempting, we know, to move up in the draft. Giants now are trying to acquire a second first-round pick at the back end of the round, which we just talked about, probably for a quarterback. If it's not Jackson Dart, maybe Shador's the third. Maybe it's Jalen Milroe from Alabama.
Maybe it's, God forbid, Tyler Shuck.
Maybe it's Tyler Shuck.
Dude, that play of him rolling right and underhand throwing over his shoulder just into no man's land is one of the most blooper plays you'll ever see at the quarterback position. That play alone takes him off my board.
I think a team that they're calling is Minnesota.
Minnesota doesn't have a lot of picks.
Minnesota is reportedly trying to trade down from 24. They've only got 4 picks, to your point. They're a team that maybe these teams that want to move into the back end of the first round could be calling. And we've looked at
Rams, too. Keep an eye on Rams at 26.
We've looked at offensive line for Miami at 13, the pick after the Cowboys. There was a report from Jordan Daniels that they have a ton of love and interest in Georgia safety Malachi Starks. So that could end up being a surprise where we think Miami goes O-line. Could that be the first safety off the board? So much buzz as it's day one of the NFL draft, and every second we're getting more information.
We got this thing surrounded. We're about 4 hours from the Cowboys pick, and Brian, what do we know?
Real quick, I just want to say something about the Giants. They got one foot in the parking lot, that front office. If they're trying to give, say, next year's one or something like that to get back into this thing, I can understand why. They're trying to save their jobs. If it doesn't work, somebody else is running that team, and that's somebody else's problem. If I'm that group, I'm doing everything in my power to try and get that extra first-round pick.
I got one eye on the best cheese sticks in restaurants. That is the Mott Sticks here at Pluckers.
I've been looking at those, dude. Holy smokes.
Chief, it looks like you got a wing platter and a half sitting over there. You're about to tear into.
Yep, got 15. This is the appetizer. I'll probably put down 30 tonight in Grapevine.
It's Pluckers in Plano. And what's coming up next, Chief?
Sounds of Drafts Past, the best sounds from the history of Draft Day, including Jim Brown, Bills Mafia, misspelling the Jets, and, of course, tacking his grandma. That's next year in the nation.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Pluckers in Plano, where about 30 minutes or so ago, one young Eliza Wolchuk made an appearance. Wow. It was fantastic. Get to see her in person.
Yeah, I was a little, I got to talk to her about her manners. I thought she was a little rude to you, Gavin, and I'm going to have a word with her about that.
She's got her game face on, dude. It's draft day. She's not leaping around.
It is draft day.
Okay, speaking of draft day, we have Sounds of Draft Past here with Chia Follow. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. It's the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Guys, I told you about Abby's cookies, these brown butter cookies.
Yeah, you've been teasing them for months now.
Okay, I ate them all at spring training, the ones that were intended for you. I still need to get you some.
We'll never see
The
them.
legend has spread so much, Brian. She's charging $1 a piece for these in school. Dude. Kids are putting in orders for 10 or 15 cookies.
$1 a cookie?
Yeah, and they're just regular sized cookies. They're not like monsters or anything like that. So
the returns must be huge.
I think she might have found her calling, actually.
Yeah.
And it's awesome because I sold candy in middle school. Now she's selling cookies.
She's leveled it up.
Yeah.
Now this is her own product. She can
Yes.
really she can do something with this.
Doing numbers. I'm trying to talk to her about the importance of buying her flour and brown sugar with the profits. She's like, oh, no, why would I want to do that?
Yeah,
I'm like,
why would I want to do that?
Because I'm just buying all the supplies. It's not.
Wow, so you're the supplier.
Dad's-
she's not even cutting you in.
No, she's not even paid for the
Dad's,
cost.
He's Bank of the South is what he is, and he's the overhead guy.
Yeah.
Dad's responsible for overhead.
She's brilliant, dude. That's a real entrepreneur right there.
Yeah.
What are the
She's got it
chance-
figured out.
Do we have a chance? Do we all have to pony in like $25 to get some cookies?
Sounds like we're going to – that's what Dawson just said. If you want them, now there's a price tag on there.
How do we go online to buy these cookies? What are we doing?
I'll try to get them on there.
$12 a dozen.
No, you know what's really ticking me off though is after she makes these, I'll try to eat a couple, and she's like, "Dad, you can have one." I'm like, "No, I've been generous, more than generous, my whole life with whatever I make or whatever I have. You can have it. We're not going to do this. That's what we're not going to do right here.
Yeah.
I can have as many of these cookies as I damn well please."
If little Timmy orders 10 in class and he ends up with 7, so what? Pop's got that 3.
That's right.
Dawson's taking care of the baker's dozen. You know, like when you get donut holes, you get like 13 of them.
I love when they throw those in.
Dawson's taking care of that 13th cookie for you right there.
Oh, yeah.
You are getting a dozen. You're not getting a baker's dozen.
Nope.
All right, boys. Sounds from Drafts Past. By the way, Broadus, he's on a heater right now. He's just consumed chicken wings with the ranch.
Yeah.
No spillage. There's not a single drop on that bow tie.
I appreciate that's the last thing I'm eating before we do battle this evening. So.
Yeah. At the same time, he spelled out all of the Jags' possible draft options at 5.
Yeah, that's true.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, simultaneous.
In the zone.
I'm trying, man.
It's really impressive stuff.
I am trying.
I asked him, like, is there food? Like, do you eat during the draft or whatever? He's like, no, I just raw dog it, he said.
Yeah.
That's a direct quote. And
I'll
then
tell
I was
you
like,
what.
so you swing through like a Whataburger or something on the way home,
Nah.
fill up? He's like, nah, dude, I'm just riding that high all the way into the breakfast tomorrow.
Matter of fact, I'm probably going to jump on tonight like at midnight with
Blake.
CA and Blake and
Yeah.
just kind of talk a little draft. And then tomorrow morning we got to do a little Love of the Star, like at 8:30.
Love of the Star.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Insane.
we got it covered.
Okay, let's go ahead and dip back into this. We kicked it off yesterday, some of the greatest sounds in NFL draft history. We pick up with our buddy, the late, great, that chime.
Oh, that is awesome.
Goodness gracious.
It's time.
Who came up with that?
Feels so good. Yeah, we do need to show some love to
The
that.
Athletic just had an article about it. I'll try to find it.
The inventor of the greatest chime of
Yeah.
all time. We do need to give that guy some love, or lady. Now, here is the late, great Jim Brown. And this was him. I felt bad. This was one of those deals where they unfortunately.
He's like 70-something years old.
Why do we play this one?
I thought I threw it out of here, but it's here. So we just got to go with what the teleprompter says. And it says Jim Brown, living in the past. Now, just keep in mind, this is the 2019 NFL draft. Okay, take it away, Jimbo.
With the 46 picks in 2013 NFL draft, the Cleveland Browns select Greedy Williams.
Nice job saying the name.
He did nail the name.
LSU guy.
It's really just the year. He was living in 2013. It was 2019. And so that was.
I could see the 3 and the 9.
You could see how that could.
If you connect, if you didn't connect, if
Yeah.
you didn't think that
It's an honest mistake.
If you didn't see that top circle was connected, you know.
Yeah. No, there's definitely some outs here for Jim. That's not 100% on
Okay,
him.
I'm going to go on record. By the way, I really do appreciate all the pillars of the National Football League. It's kind of like the Masters, that ceremonial first tee shot. We get to a certain age, we don't need to be doing this.
I agree. I 100% agree.
You know?
Yes.
The pillars of the National Football League should be a part of this, but let them come out and wave to everybody with their Hall of Fame jackets on, announcing picks, not the route to go.
We need auditions. You know, you need to make sure on some of these. Sounds good. A Jamal Charles here, a Jim Brown. Sounds good to me.
Right.
Let's confirm.
Let's get a dry run going here.
Nobody needs to be embarrassed.
Okay, Bills Mafia. We head to a tailgate party. They're just out in the parking lot watching from the bed of a truck. A couple of Bills fans. There's like a handful of these dudes. And this is when Josh Allen, your reigning NFL MVP, was selected. Listen to how they responded.
Mika Fitzpatrick.
And traded the 7th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 7th pick in the 2018 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Josh Allen. So the kid from Fresno who played his college.
Yeah.
They're pissed. They wanted Rosen. They wanted
man.
Minka Fitzpatrick. They're dropping F-bombs. They're throwing shoes. They wanted to jump off their Winnebago onto a table of fire, but they just were too pissed off to do it. And then that's the beauty of the draft. That is the beauty of the draft.
The man was throwing to cattle ranchers.
Yeah,
okay?
that's one of Broadus' biggest wins in quarterback draft scouting history.
Hey,
you knew that guy was going to be a beast.
That guy was throwing to cattle ranchers. I knew it. Throw to real NFL receivers. Get a guy that can win ball games.
You got to take a measured approach on draft night. I know it's fun to have the hot take, but
Gotta
you
be careful.
You got to wait.
It's a crapshoot, man.
Got to be careful.
You never know when you're looking at the reigning NFL MVP and the future reigning NFL Koi of the year. So
you've gone with that twice already tonight.
You never know,
and
dude.
I'm kind of uncomfortable with your situation right now.
All right,
I'm not gonna lie.
Let's get more uncomfortable with Tony Richardson, who has a fullback. He bashed his head into a lot of linebackers over the years, and sometimes spelling 4-letter words can be challenging.
With the 79th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Ardarius Stewart, receiver, Alabama.
I mean, it was one letter. It's amazing how one letter can completely derail what was a pretty well-executed announcement there.
Why is it so hard for everybody to spell Jets or Eagles?
I don't know.
Why is it hard?
Well, Jets is even more egregious. I don't know. I think there's something about the lights, the microphones. You realize there's a sea of people. You just heard Goodell get booed. And
do you have
now
a
all of a
plan?
sudden you're leaking confidence on the spelling.
Do you have a plan going out there that you're going to try this and maybe practice it a couple of times? Or
that was
hey,
definitely
honey,
planned.
I'm thinking about spelling Jets. No, dear. No,
you're not.
No, you can't spell Tony. You know that. Oh, no, I can spell it. I know I can. Somebody's got to step in.
I agree. Once you start thinking about it, getting nervous, you're inviting the choke. That's what that is.
Yeah.
That's the sports fan or sports announcer's equivalent of missing 4 consecutive free throws, something like that.
Not if you're Gene Jones. She's knocking them down. Didn't we learn that?
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah.
Getting buckets.
Hey, shout out to Bob Christensen.
That's our Jared knew he had a winner.
That's our guy who created the sounder for the draft.
Bob
jingle.
Christensen?
Bob Christensen. Also,
What year?
So the first one was in 2006. Became a staple in 2009.
Look at Bob Christensen.
Shout out to Bob, man.
He's a stud.
You're a legend,
He's
sir.
somewhere on a beach right now going, I knew what the hell I was doing.
Yeah, that dude's impressive. All right, we'll close it down here. We'll pick up more in the finals at the top of the hour, but here is that Tack McKinley sound that brought us earlier.
No.
Now remember, he's carrying up to the stage a giant framed photo of his late great-grandmother.
Yes, he does.
Take it away, Tack.
30
That's
years.
what we do it for,
Tom
man.
said he was going to.
Made a promise to
That's a
her and I
great
stuck
picture
to it.
there.
I made that promise, man. I told her before she passed away, I was gonna live my dream. I was gonna go D1. I was gonna get out of Richmond. I was gonna get out of Oakland. I was gonna go to the NFL. I made that promise to her, man. 30 seconds later, she passed away. And this is what I do it for. This is who I do it for, man. Come on, man. God, get to the damn quarterback. We gonna get to the quarterback.
The emotions build up inside of you right now for your grandmother.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It means everything, man. It means everything. I made a promise to her. Like I said, I was gonna go D1. I was gonna get out of Richmond. I was gonna get out of Oakland. I was gonna live my dream to play the NFL. And I'm here, man. I completed the promise. That means everything to me. Excuse my language. Man, find me later, man. Find me later, man. This means everything to me. Everything to me, man.
I want you to do something for me. I love your passion. I love your intensity. But let's harness it and channel it in the right direction. Because if you can do that, ain't nothing can stop you.
We did it, man. Yes, sir. Thank you. We did it. I love you, Grandma.
We love you too, Tack. His half sack and his 4 total tackles last year were all dedicated to his grandmother.
Former Cowboy.
There's something to be said for that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Chief. Sounds of drafts pass here. We're live at Pluckers in Plano.
So uncomfortable.
Just the beginning.
The G-Bag Nation.
We just drafted him.
Dropping the GD for no reason.
doing?
Prime handled that incredibly.
Just emotional.
Yeah, I did.
All righty. When we come back, Nation. Oh, it's time to catch up with Jared Sandler. Our Rangers insider has the pregame coming up at 8:30 as the Rangers will try to win a series against the A's. And we're back with Sands here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Sword?
for being loud and proud to love.
What I love is
Sean and RJ's top of the list.
There's all the different shows.
Love the dynamic between Sean and Bobby.
They try to have as much fun as possible.
But I cannot miss LA Live on my drive.
Being there all the time for us and being part of the family.
That's hands down the best segment on the fan.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here we go. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Pluckers in Plano. Join us at all of the Pluckers locations tonight. There will be a fan host, a fan personality, including Christy Scales at this one right here. Our draft coverage begins at 6 o'clock tonight. The Rangers pregame is at 8:30. That's going to be over on KRLD. That's our sister station, AM 1080 on the AM side with your guy, Jared Sandler. His Rangers preview right now brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. And good evening, Jared. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. I was just thinking of guys who have football ties who have played with the Rangers, and people might forget the Rangers once traded for the rights to Ricky Williams. They also drafted Jameis Winston out of high school. So some interesting ties between the Rangers and football. And then Tom Brown, might remember Tom Brown. He was a part of the Packers Super Bowl winning team, Super Bowl 1 and 2. He didn't play for the Rangers, but he played for the Washington Senators in the years prior to the Rangers moving to Texas.
Got Russell Wilson in there, of course, just 10 years or so ago. Maybe less than that.
Russ, but yeah.
Isn't Tom House like the great quarterback guru, a pitching guy too? Or is it the other way around? Is he a pitching guy that became a quarterback guru?
No, he's a pitching guy who became a quarterback guru, and I actually saw that all unfold right in front of my eyes. Tom House was the pitching coach at USC after playing there, and he developed, I think it was originally called the Rod Dado Research for Baseball Institute, which was kind of adjacent to the baseball facility, and then that evolved into the biomechanics of throwing, and not just baseball, but football. And we would have quarterbacks like Joe Flacco. And I remember Joe Flacco specifically came with Cam Cameron to work with Tom House. And then after I left, guys like Tom Brady and Tim Tebow and, basically anybody, Drew Brees, it was while I was there. But all of a sudden, all these guys started coming. And Adam Dado, who's Tom House's right-hand man, was a pitcher at USC, and his grandfather is the legendary Rod Dado, who I know Broadus is familiar with.
Yep. I'll tell you what's funny. Tom House might be known more for catching Hank Aaron's 714th homer in the Atlanta bullpen that night.
Wow. Yeah, that's quite an intersection of the two games. Okay, did they give Jock Peterson like a champagne shower when he got into the clubhouse last night? How'd that go?
Yeah, so I was right on the field when the game ended, and I saw guys, here at Sutter Health Park, unlike every other park, you have to go from the dugout and walk across the field to the clubhouse. So whereas, in a typical game, guys will just disappear from the dugout into the clubhouse, I saw, the walk after the loss, and there were a bunch of guys who went up to Jock Peterson understanding they had just lost, and they weren't like in a celebratory mood, but they kind of gave one of those like, hey, dude, like, way to go, or like, pat on the butt, or kind of a, hey, I know we lost, but like, that good for you type of interactions, types of looks. And I can't imagine the weight that's lifted off of Jock's shoulders. Now, I will tell you guys, and Bruce Bochy mentioned this yesterday because he was asked about it, and it's totally true. You would never have any idea that Jock Peterson was in an 0 for 41 or an 0 for whatever it was along the way. And he's the same guy in the clubhouse. And I bring that up because I think he plays a valuable role in this clubhouse. I think, his levity mixed with the competitiveness is something that will help this team as the season unfolds. Obviously, he needs to, produce, but I think that's going to start to come. And getting that hit out of the way to break the string last night will hopefully lead to some good things here tonight, and then onto the weekend when the Rangers take the bus after the game tonight and head to San Francisco.
Okay, Jared, what we need to do here with Kumar Rocker is find a way to have the rotation where he only pitches at home. Am I on to something here? Can we have a 8-man rotation, but he only gets to pitch at home?
That
was a rough one last night, huh?
That was rough, and I think with Jack Leiter seemingly ready to return to the rotation, there's a chance that Kumar Rocker makes his next start in AAA. And there might be a move today. We'll probably find out in the next hour or so. The Rangers used Caleb Bosley and Jacob Latz for multiple innings, and so you figure Jacob Latz is down for a couple of days, and Caleb Bosley, unless it's an emergency, is probably at least down for today. And you want to make sure you're protected, even with Jacob deGrom on the mound. And so, I think we talked about this with Kumar Rocker. He's made 7 starts in upper-level minor league baseball, 2 in AAA, 5 in AA, and that is far from the typical workload for a guy who is major league ready. So there's no shame in Kumar Rocker going down and continuing to learn at the AAA level. And here's the thing: if the Rangers were, a team not expected to compete, then all right, maybe you let him continue to take his lumps and learn here with the major league staff being able to wrap their arms around him. But that's just not the reality of where the Rangers are. They're trying to compete for a division. And so for a guy like Kumar Rocker, what might be best is to continue to get opportunities to grow in AAA. Patrick Corbin's pitched well. You're not going to send him down. Plus, he's an innings eater. And again, if Jack Leiter's ready to go, which he seemingly is, then someone's got to drop in the rotation, and it might be Kumar.
Good news on your guy Siegs, though, huh?
Golly, when I talked to you guys yesterday, I was thinking Corey Seager probably out 4 to 6 weeks, if we're lucky. But if, it was as minor as the MRI suggested, then, I even got the sense that he could have been ready within 10 days or before that. But you don't want to just have a guy take up a roster spot for 5 games if he's not able to contribute, especially, we talked about this yesterday from a pitching standpoint, but it also can impact things from a hitting standpoint as well, position player standpoint. You want the flexibility. You got 13 straight games with days with a game. You want to make sure you're maximizing roster flexibility, and so for Corey Seager, it probably just makes sense, especially it being a hamstring, to put him on the IL, and hopefully he's ready at that 10th day mark, or if not, shortly thereafter.
What did you think about the Nick Ahmed decision to be the one that comes up and not a Jonathan Ornelas?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised. I'm not so surprised it wasn't Duran, because I think they finally made the move to send him down to get him everyday at-bats, and I don't think they were going to vacate that decision, because I don't think that he would be the one getting the regular at-bats, right? If he was up here. With Nick Ahmed, you got to make a 40-man move, and so they didn't necessarily have to do that if they would have called up Ornelas. Now, there are limits, right, in the amount of times you can send a guy down and bring him back up. I think it's 5, so maybe they wanted to protect that with Ornelas. And not waste one if it was only going to be for 10 or so days. There are types of contracts that can be given out to a veteran like Nick Ahmed in the situation where the rest of the year is not guaranteed. He basically gets a prorated day rate for up to 45 days. I don't know if that's what they did with him. It's very possible. Maybe they just feel like, all right, we're okay with this, and in 10 days, if we got to make a move, Nick Ahmed is the guy that is the casualty. They wouldn't send him down. He doesn't have options. I'd imagine he'd elect free agency, and maybe they feel okay with that. But he's a reliable veteran who you don't care, and he doesn't necessarily care if he's playing. I shouldn't say he doesn't care. He wants to play every day, but he understands, I think, his role, and you as an organization don't care about the development piece that might be lacking if he's not getting regular playing time.
Jared, I'm going more than 6.5 punch-outs for Jacob deGrom tonight. Tell me how awesome of a move that is.
Well, I think that's a great move. I think that would be awesome if he did that. We've seen his slider tick up the last couple of games. It's been really good all year, but he hasn't given up a hit on that pitch the last 2 starts, and then his fastball velocity got up to just north of 97 on average against the Dodgers. Now, this is an Oakland team that's, got a little more strikeout potential than that Dodgers lineup does. So, yeah, you could see a nice strikeout number. And I think the fact that Jacob deGrom, very efficiently so, got through 7 innings in his last start is a nice confidence boost, and maybe an indication that they're knocking a little bit, of the chains off of deGrom. I don't think you're going to see him go out and hit triple digits in terms of pitch count, but it seems like, they're letting him go a little deeper, and that's a great sign.
What kind of lineup thoughts do you have tonight here with their matchup? We got a good shot at a breakout in this one?
Yeah, it's a righty on the mound for the Athletics. JT Ginn is a sinker baller, so I think you'll see something that more closely resembles the game, whatever day it was, Tuesday, rather than yesterday with the lefty. So you're going to see Josh Smith in there for sure. You'll see Jock Peterson in there, and you might maybe probably see Dustin Harris in there as well. So I think the Rangers will have a little bit of a different look with their lineup facing the righty. And even without Corey Seager, they're not better without Corey Seager, obviously. But I think without Corey Seager, I think their lineup is well suited against righties. Obviously, got to find a little bit of a rhythm against lefties. But with the way White Langford's swinging, hopefully he can help carry some of the load. And maybe we do see Jock Peterson, pick up where he left off last night. First RBI, maybe first home run. All those things would be welcome for the Rangers, especially while Corey's out.
How'd you guys navigate the hockey game last night?
Navigated it really well. Had it on here in the booth pretty much from puck drop, and then I was walking down to the field during most of that overtime portion of the penalty kill, and then I think I had it. I think Dave and Mike were mid-conversation. I had my iPad on my lap, and it was not on my scorebook. I can assure you it was on the hockey game, and I had to make sure I didn't speak while my mic was open when I saw Tyler Sagan put it away. So that's great. And then we got a day game Saturday, so we'll be able to watch Game 4. Hopefully the Stars can take a commanding lead. They are our only playoff hope in DFW outside of the Rangers, of course, unless you trust whatever shenanigans the Cowboys have going on. And we know that the Mavs just, they won't sniff the playoffs for the next 10, 15 years.
I love it, Sands. Have a great night there in Sacramento.
Can I ask you guys, quickly around the table, who do you guys want at 12? I like to know what you guys are thinking. I'm not going to be able to listen tonight, obviously.
Tedero McMillan.
It's McMillan if there. Yeah, other than that, it's wide open if he's not there. Just be ready.
I still want Jade Bear and Jared, but
okay, Gavin?
I'm a offensive line guy myself, Sandler. Yeah, I want Booker or what's his name, Gray Zabel.
Maybe Simmons would be good too. Simmons,
one of those three guys.
Yeah, would be really good.
At 44.
All right, fellas, happy draft night, and I appreciate all the work you guys do covering the draft.
Thank you, Jared. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Pregame coming up at 8:30. Wolchuk and Broadus are about to head off to the Star. They're going to join us a little bit later on in this 5 o'clock hour. We'll get them set in after LA Live and get you set up for the draft coverage, which starts at 6. I love it when the local teams and the announcers are watching the other teams that are going on possibly Magic playoff runs.
Yes.
Oh, it's pretty damn sweet.
Which is likely what we saw the beginning of last night with your Dallas Stars.
Yeah.
It was in the dumpster fire. It was another season threatened by injury. They said, no, sir, not us.
Not us.
We don't need Miro and Robo to take care of these Avalanche. There we go. We're up 2-1 and now heading for that big Game 4 on Saturday. Chief, what's next?
Football's finest, the latest buzz from Lambeau next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about Men's Tea Clinic with you before we get there, though, because, right now,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute pickup. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studios, rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
That's right. Here we go. It's Hour 4 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are now less than 1 hour away from our draft coverage beginning. Broadus and Wolchuk have departed here. Pluckers in Plano, and they will be picking up their microphones on the other side here up the tollway in the Star here in about 30 minutes or so. We got G-Bag today coming up at 5:30, then some LA Live with you here. But football's finest here in just a second. Before we get there, Chief, we have not talked about this one again today. But, you know, I do want to draw attention to this Mav story that I think is absolutely awesome. Patrick Dumont believes it's time to bring in another executive. Too much unchecked power for Nico. That was Tim McMahon yesterday on the podcast there with Bomani Jones. I think right now you don't want to get rid of Nico, actually. This is a very brief period of time for the next maybe 2 months where you almost need Nico to bring Kyrie back. If you would lose Nico, you lose probably the loyalty of Kyrie and AD, and maybe it all falls apart. You don't get a chance to go on a championship run. So I'm keeping Nico for a couple of more months. I want Kyrie and AD and Nico to recruit whoever that might be from their 30-plus Nike basketball circle, right? This is not guys in their prime anymore, but
Kevin Durant, something like that.
Maybe KD, maybe somebody else. And then, you know, if this is not gangbusters, then we're moving on, I don't know, trade deadline or maybe at the latest 1 year from today. But you know, I just think it's awesome that Dumont and Nico aren't going to subject us to like a decade of personal basketball hell. which I thought, could be possible. If Nico had the faith of Dumont enough to trade Luka, who knows what else he could talk him into. But now we know a couple of things. We know Dumont can be talked into things, but Nico's not the only voice in his ear. So I think this can be the beginning of a fresh start for the Mavs, and maybe that comes in the next 6 to 12 months or so, but we're not going to have to wait much longer to get it, thankfully.
Yeah. I mean, that is true. I mean, this whole thing is a disaster, and there's really no light at the end of the tunnel at this point. But if you're trying to grasp at any hope, it is that Dumont has sort of seen the light here and realized this was as big of a disaster as you could have ever fathomed, and trusting Nico at every turn is not something that you want to do here moving forward. So that's encouraging.
The other thing, Bomani actually said this in that podcast. He said, Nico's legacy is now only trading Luka. He can never be known for anything else in basketball history, and he'll never work for another organization, at least in this capacity.
Yeah, I think that was actually a quote from an anonymous executive that's currently in the league that he was sort of relaying. Like, that's the thought from inside the league right now in league circles. It's this Nico, this is what you will be remembered for, and the clock's ticking. As soon as you're fired inevitably here from Dallas, there will not be another job awaiting.
So we got that story cooking. We got your first place Texas Rangers pregame coming up at 8:30. We have the Dallas Stars now in control of this first round series against Colorado. We thought, boy, you're killing time until Miro comes back. Please come. Nope. You thought, well, you barely split the series at home. You're going to go to Colorado, and their captain's returning. This can't go well. And after the first 10 minutes, I thought, they're cursed. You got to be kidding me here with this 2 calls, one going against.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Despite playing well, still being down after the first period.
Yes. Yeah, that was just unbelievable. Like, okay, maybe it's not meant to be, but they pull out another one in overtime. Now they're up 2-1 going into Saturday's Game 4. So that's the kind of turnaround we've been waiting for here at DFW Sport, open for something good to happen. And here's the Chief with a draft night edition of football's finest.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We get a lay of the land at in Lambeau right now, where the draft headquarters are residing. And Lambeau Field is like smack dab in the middle of a neighborhood, basically. Like, there's a bunch of houses that surround it, and so it is a pretty cool situation where you can sit like on your porch or whatever and soak in Lambeau right there within just a couple of 100 yards, basically. But now the locals are capitalizing in that neighborhood when it comes to the parking. So you can see there's a bunch of signs, like if you want to use draft parking right now, you can park like right in front of somebody's house or use their driveway. I'm seeing the parking for as little as $80. I'm seeing it as high as $160.
There you go.
To get your draft parking going right now. But shout out to the locals capitalizing on an opportunity.
I think you got to go big. I think you got to dream big and execute. At that point, I'm probably going with at least 3 kegs of beer. Okay, I might end up with extra beer. I'm going 3 kegs of beer, though. We're pouring. It's $10 a cup.
Yes.
Along with your parking.
Yes.
We got wings. You can get those. We got Abby's cookies.
Yes.
What do you have?
I love that.
We're a one-stop shop in this lawless land of Lambeau, one night only, and we ain't stopping until we get arrested or we're out of goods.
Yeah, and I'm seeing, too, like a pee and park situation. So you can pay to park there, and also you can use the facilities at the individual's home.
Yeah.
Because we read about the public bathroom catastrophe that they're in right now. There's just not enough going on. So there might be some crazy scenes of people urinating in parking lots and whatnot, but the locals there in that neighborhood right next to Lambeau Field are like, you can park here, you can pee here, and I would imagine some of them are serving up some cheese curds and some cold beers.
Now, I probably still want to go porta potty on this. I don't want to let any strangers in my actual bathroom.
I'm in agreement on that.
And I'm probably thinking about charging double for going number 2, maybe triple, right?
Yes.
I'm thinking you can get $10 at least for a potty, and maybe, if nature's calling loudly enough, you might be able to get $40 or $50 to sit down in there.
I'm thinking, for me, I'm like the John Madden bus rule. There's no twoing here in my toilet, and if you're only wanting, then, dude, you can just go in the backyard. You can just take a leak in the backyard. I'd rather you do that than set foot in my property.
Yes. Yeah.
And you will obviously get charged $10, $15 to do that. But if you need a secure location to not be seen, to relieve yourself, one only, you can head to my backyard and get that done.
Now, okay, we'll go ahead and dive into some of our favorite sounds from drafts past. Once again, we pick up with Aaron Rodgers when he got drafted in 2004 after waiting a long time. Thought he might be going number 1. He ends up falling all the way into the 20s to the Packers, and he had a chip on his shoulder.
How disappointed are you that you will not be a 49er?
Not as disappointed as the 49ers will be that they didn't draft me.
What a bar. Love that. Love that from Aaron Rodgers. And there's not too much to love about him these days. He's kind of a frustrating dude. But
yeah,
that moment right there, I thought that was a brilliant bar from him.
If you thought that it had taken him many years to become this toxic and emotional, you were wrong. There he was on draft night.
Speaking of toxic and emotional, we head to last year's draft show. I believe this was day 3 when Bobby Belt officially threw in the towel and punted on everyone. Someone lobbed the arrogant grenade at him. Walchuk stepped in while Bobby was trying to go on a rant and just let the people know who just got taken, and then Bob was not having it after that.
It's not like you don't have guys that can carry the football.
Yeah, but you at least need, like, even though the committee thing and just kind of how things are going in the NFL, like, you got to have somebody that's a somebody.
Well,
like most guys have, most teams have.
I don't think you have to have somebody who's a somebody in the running game if your run blocking's fixed. And so if they fix their run blocking, that fixes a lot.
I think that's a very arrogant way to look at things because that's
why
how
is it?
people look at it.
Hold on. I'd love to talk about this. Why is it arrogant to assume that the run blocking?
What? Keelan Robinson from Texas just went to the Jags? Okay, Bobby, go for it.
No, I'm good.
No, I want to hear it.
I'm good.
And that was the last thing he uttered for about the next 3 hours.
He got called arrogant and got cut off.
Yes.
He didn't need a third strike.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. Do not poke the bear. I'm looking forward. That's one of the things.
Iconic draft moment.
I'm most excited about this time around. Will we get another frustrated Bobby Belt that has him just completely taking his microphone and going home in the middle of the proceedings?
I love it. That's some classic deflection there from Wolchuk. And as a middle child, I can really respect that. You know, I wouldn't think that a firstborn would have that kind of skill set, but he stepped right in there.
Yeah, he was trying to soften that blow there. He knew Bobby was about to go off. I love that sound, but I am a touch disappointed we didn't get full fired up ranting Bobby Belt defending his own arrogance.
I think they both had a point. You know?
Yeah, for sure. And the running backs. I mean, that's the thing about the running backs, man. It can really bring the demons out of you.
Yeah.
And that's what that was based on. It was a running back discussion. It can get touchy.
I mean, we just saw Tony Pollard be productive somehow. You know,
yeah.
I think if you're blocking it up, there's something to be said for a lot of jobbers can get this done well enough.
Well, we have 2 more sounds, and I believe these are the 2 greatest sounds in Cowboys draft history. We start with the celebration of CeeDee Lamb, Mr. Sedarian. This comes courtesy of one of our favorites here, formerly at the Fan, Sterling Daniels, dialing it up on draft night. No one knew CeeDee Lamb was going to be there for the taking. Here comes Sterling Daniels with the banger of the year.
Sedarian. Sedarian.
Now added to the Cowboys roster, no imposter. I'm talking about the kid from Foster, young monster. Born in 99, but he's repping that boomer. I just wish he could have been here sooner. Of course, I'm talking about the young boy, Sedarian. He can catch, run and block, up and set, be varying. Quick to breaking knees, watch it reads, librarian. Got a star on his backpack, the team he's carrying. New 88, it feels like a dream. Had the best receiver in the draft, all the 17, scooped him up. Now the offense is finna go ham. Hannibal Lecter couldn't silence his lamb. I can't wait for Brad Sham to say touchdown Lamb for the first time. Or watch Dakota make it rain when he drops dime. You getting played if you think you hold a CD, and all the other haters you can see these. Give it up.
That was good, boy.
That was so dang fire, dude.
Yeah.
Sterling Daniels with the greatest rap in fan history. I feel
easily
comfortable and confident saying that. And hopefully tonight we get an explosion of excitement after the Cowboys go off the clock there at 12. Let's see here. I see from Ian Rappaport among the teams open to moving up. Texans, Broncos, and Jaguars among the teams open to discussing moving back. Panthers, Dolphins, Bucks, Seahawks, and almost everyone late in round 1.
So the Jags want to move up from 5? They want to go farther?
I guess there's a chance that they could be interested. I think that would be Travis Hunter. That would be my guess if they're looking to move up there. We know how much that
Cleveland is looking to move out of pick number 2. A lot of people think it's inevitable at this point that Cleveland's going to be bailing out of number 2, and all signs point to whatever team moving up is going to want Travis Hunter, the two-way super beast out of Colorado. Now we'll go ahead and close it down with the legendary original 88, the moment that will stand the test of time. In Filthy, Drew Pearson meeting the moment.
To announce the Dallas Cowboys selection, please welcome the University of Tulsa wide receiver Drew Pearson.
All right. How about them Cowboys? I want to thank the Eagle fans for allowing me to have a career in the NFL. Thank you. I am honored as an undrafted free agent to be selected to make the Cowboys second-round draft pick. And on behalf of the five-time world champion Dallas Cowboys, Hall of Fame owner Jerry Jones, Gene Jones and the Jones family, Coach Jason Garrett, all the Cowboy players that played before me, that played with me, and played after me, with the second pick and the 60th pick in the second round, the Dallas Cowboys select defensive back from Colorado, Chidobe Awuzie.
Absolute fire. A moment that could never be replicated or exceeded.
No.
I don't think you could even dream of doing something as good as that was. I think it fueled him, you know. After a while, it was just all impromptu. Maybe he had a plan.
Yes.
But once he started going, that competitor came out at him.
Yeah.
And he delivered. A moment that, you know, I think the new generation of Cowboys fans needed. My generation, generations past, we saw Drew Pearson play. We could appreciate his greatness and his Hall of Fame worthiness. But, you know, for that moment there, I think it probably breathed another 2-3 decades of life into that legend.
Agreed, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, that was such a great mic drop moment from him. Unfortunately, it might be the greatest highlight for the Cowboys since.
Wow. That's saying a lot.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Let's do something big tonight. You know, let's go ahead and get this draft coverage underway coming up at 6 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys. Broadus and Wolchuk are in transit right now to the Star. They'll be pulling in, and they'll join you here coming up at the end of this hour. On the other side, we'll get you caught up on everything in the world of sports, get your G-Bag of the day, and then L.A. Live before we head into the draft coverage. That's all coming up next year on The Fan. I want to chat Frankles with you before we get there, though, because you never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We're live at Pluckers in Plano. Our path to the draft coverage continues. There's 36 and a half minutes left in said path. Broadus and Wolchuk will be checking in live from the Star here in just a moment. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. G-Bag of the Day is coming up here at 5:30, LA Live. And then, as I said, Wolchuk and Broadus here back half of this hour. They'll join us and start getting you set here for this draft coverage with our latest rumor, rooskies, and reports. Did I mention the Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts? I believe I did. Okay. Rangers baseball tonight on KRLD. So you're gonna if you're looking for Rangers radio, that's gonna be over on AM 1080. Incredible news station. Great place to check in for traffic and weather and news updates. But when we have conflicts like this, oftentimes you'll find one game or the other over there on 1080. Okay, speaking of reports, salute to David Moore. Hell of a career. Morning News Cowboys beat writer. He was always the guy that asked the first question of the press conferences, and he has announced his retirement. So I guess the Morning News is looking for a new Cowboys reporter. And I'm not sure. Does Todd Archer open the press conferences now? Does that become is it Calvin Watkins? Like, who's been around there the longest?
I think Calvin is now. He got the level up at the Morning News because with David Moore gone, Calvin is now that guy. So I wonder if it's an entity thing or if it's how long you've been on the beat, because Archer's obviously been there for quite a while. That'll be an interesting sort of tug of war there. Who's going to be that guy?
Yeah. So maybe we'll get Brian's thoughts on that here when he joins us coming up in, 20, 30 minutes or so. For the second time today, guys, we have a live Shannon Sharpe update. Earlier, just before the show started, we got the news that he was going to be stepping away, but said he was, 100% consensual.
Yeah, and a funny thing about that, it was a screenshot that was clearly sent to him. It was a text. And people are calling it out like, I think your lawyer sent that to you, and he wanted you to copy that and paste it and make it your own. And he just screenshotted the text that he got from his lawyer, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, I guess that'd be the way to do it, or ChatGPT, something like that. During Shannon Sharpe's time at FS1, the report came earlier today. He was accused of choking a female production assistant in the workplace, reportedly settled with that accuser. A rep for Sharpe has said there was no incident of choking involving Shannon on the FS1 set. On one occasion, he and a few colleagues were involved in some light physical interaction in a playful context, and Fox later chose to resolve the matter privately. For further details, we recommend contacting Fox directly on that. So this is it's going to turn into he said, she said. I guess if you could confirm something like that, that would significantly change the texture of the story. But again, right now it's messy and it's personal, and you don't know what the motives are. Okay, a jersey photo match to 7 games in Kobe's rookie season for the Lakers, including his preseason debut. Sold for $7 million on Sotheby's today. Yeah, the jersey last sold for $115K back in 2012. Obviously, a lot has happened since then. Set a new record for Bryant Sports Collectible, eclipsing 5.8 that was spent on a game-worn signed jersey from his MVP season in 2007-2008. But that's crazy. They could photo match details from this jersey to one that he wore a half dozen or so times in his rookie year.
Man, that is nuts. MJ with a $10 million jersey that's been sold.
Really?
I guess that's the highest
the
ever.
record.
But man, that's a lot of money.
Okay, and then I before we get to the G-Bag of the day, I do want to stop and appreciate what Jamie Benn and Tyler Sagan did for DFW Sport last night.
Yes.
And themselves, really. They don't know when they're going to get another shot at this. But when you're looking at being down 1-0 and you're ancient captain who's sprung to life here, you're getting like playoff Jamie Benn right now, gets the equalizer with 10 minutes to go. Once again, you're trailing in the third period, trying to beat a team as good as Colorado while trailing in the third period. Good luck with that. But they do it again. And then Tyler Seguin getting the game winner there in overtime. I mean, I think the old guys basically just said, this ain't happening, guys. Okay, we've seen what this town has been through. Even on Landeskog night there at Ball Arena, they elevated their play. There's something about this team, dude. I mean, the way they back-to-back conference finals 4 or 5 years or so ago. You know, I obviously it hasn't been enough yet to get the championship, but it's like when all the chips were down last year for the Mavs, and you know they're playing the Timberwolves and the Thunder as higher seeds, and Luka's hurt, and you go back 3 years to that Game 7 against Phoenix where Luka absolutely torches them in the first half. There's moments in sport where the pressure is too big, right? And I feel like the best teams, the best players have a way of overcoming that, you know. And through sports, we're so used to our teams not being able to do that because at any one time, there's only some people in sports that have the ability to elevate themselves. Tiger Woods was on top for 10, 15 years or so and had that aura about him. I think there's something about the stars that have that, you know. And if they could just get like Tanev back, you know, just one more defender, then my confidence, I think, would skyrocket. Ultimately, last year you ran into that buzzsaw in Edmonton, and those difference make superstar type of players. That's a Luka type of guy, you know, 2 of them up there in Edmonton. But they have the Colorado, they have the answer for these 2 stars here with Makar and McKinnon. I mean, this is just a really, 4 in a row now in the playoffs in their barn?
Yes, yeah, and that's a tough place to play. Not only the quality of the opponent and the stakes of these playoff games, but we always talk about the altitude when you're going to play the Broncos, when you're going to play the Nuggets. It's the same thing when you're playing the Avalanche. And to be undermanned and have that type of pressure and having those 2 guys step up like that, it is incredibly special. And the bailout of Mason Marchment, he must have been the happiest guy in the world last night.
Yes.
Goodness gracious.
Wow, that's tough. You overcome bad officiating too. That's,
sure.
You know, that could have easily been the narrative, like, oh, just unlucky, down 2-1, now keeping your fingers crossed Miro comes back, and now maybe you don't need him here for Game 4. Maybe you bought yourself even more time. Tonight, I'm looking forward to this story of Cade Cunningham trying to put the Pistons back on the map, one of the top teams from my youth. They were relevant again there for a brief window of time with Ben and Rashid and Chauncey Billups and Rip Hamilton. That's 20 years or so ago. This has been one of the worst franchises, but I think a DFW kid here, Cade Cunningham, Chief, I think Cade is a bigger version of Dwayne Wade. I think that's what I've decided on, and they're looking for a 2-1 lead on the Knicks tonight. That would be a very significant upset. But to win Game 2, it's already been an upset. This game's going to start in 30 minutes on TNT. At 8:30, the Thunder continue what I think should be a march to the finals for them. They'll visit Memphis and probably go up 3-0. And at 9 o'clock, the Clippers and Nuggets in Los Angeles. And that series is now tied at 1-1 as Kawhi Leonard looking pretty good.
Kawhi, he's an apex predator. When he's healthy, you forget just how incredible he is.
Yeah, I think you got to just hold your breath if you're a Clippers fan that he can keep this up for 6 weeks, because I think with his history and his ability to lock in on both ends of the court and get buckets, there's not too many guys that have ever played the game that are capable of doing what he did there to even up this series. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has a draft night edition of your G-Bag of the Day. Here's Lucius.
That guy. My man was so excited, bro. Hey! And then, like, it was a clip of a skateboarder doing an ollie or something amazing right in front of him. Right? Hey! That guy. Love that dude.
There's nobody like him.
Nobody. Absolutely nobody. Love on the Spectrum right there, bro. Which is a fantastic show, too, by the way. All right, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day so far. This is day 2 for the WWE legend Paul Heyman. He is now turning heel, and he's shooting at the crowds. He's shooting at ESPN execs. He's shooting at Club Shay Shay.
He's gone full Peyton Russell, is what you're telling me?
He went full Peyton Russell. Peyton Russell's a bad guy now. This is nuts.
Heel turn for Peyton.
Come on, bro. What we doing? All right, let's go to Paul Heyman. He was cutting up on Pat Mack's show, and he was doing a little dry snitching on Pat Mack as well.
Do you care about the opinions of people who are irrelevant? You don't care about the opinions of most people who are very relevant in your life. You don't care about the opinions of the people who pay you. Okay. They sit there and they go, hey, Mr. McAfee, don't talk about Shannon Sharpe on the air today. And you go, I talk about anything I want. I'm Pat McAfee. Right. Watch me swing my schlong all over the place. They go, McAfee, don't talk about your podcast on the air. What do? I'm King Schlong. Okay. Watch me, Pat McAfee. Right? Last night when the roast was over and you and I were out back, and you're going,
oh,
wise man. By the way, it's puff, puff, pass, not puff, 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 chase down the gummy, puff, 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 pass, right? And you go, wise man. You know Stephen A. Smith really sucks, right? And I go, I love Stephen A. The man calls me the GOAT. The man, Stephen A. Smith, is on the air saying, if there's one person in the universe that I, Stephen A. Smith, at $70 billion a year want to be, it's the wise man Paul Heyman. And you sit there and you go, these ESPN bastards give me the same money as him, or they can. No, that's not true.
Wow, dude.
Yeah,
that is brutal.
Yeah, bro. Paul Heyman straight turned heel.
It looks like McAfee's doing the show with some goons. You know, I would be like, we're roughing this guy up after the show.
Yeah.
I don't know who this guy thinks he is.
Yeah, McAfee.
You can't come in here and just, say bleep your couch like that.
Yeah, it's rare that you see him get uncomfortable.
Yeah. Have you Googled any photos of Paul Heyman lately and just looked at that guy?
No, I haven't even seen this video clip. Let me get on that.
Yeah, look at that dude, bro.
He's large and in charge.
Uh-huh. If you ran into him in Miami, he'll know where to get that party powder.
See, that's what I was thinking as that clip's going on. Like, he's just on one, not giving a crap. Oh, wow.
Yeah, he'll know where to get it.
He's surviving this.
Meet me by the bathroom, kid. I got you.
What are you doing? So is this guy like Hall of Famer? Like, you just got to take it? Like
he's a legend, man.
When Brad Sham's mad at you about something you said about the Cowboys, basically, you can't say anything back. Right. Yeah, be like, okay, Paul, you're the man.
I like when Brad takes a deep breath after somebody asks him a question.
Yeah, oh no. Brad, I didn't mean that question. Let me try again.
My bad, bro. My bad. Here he is, Paul Heyman, taking shots at a fan in the crowd.
Who's the smart ass? You? The one that's going to get deported?
Oh.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, amigo.
Max are hot.
I may suck, but it's your mother that taught me how.
Wow.
Wow, bro.
No Kanye West there.
He was on one.
my cousin. My cousin.
I'm sorry. That's the most uncomfortable story of my life right there.
Have you heard the song?
No. No, there's a song to it?
Yeah, he harmonized it.
Oh, no.
He harmonized?
He harmonized it, and he says it over and over again. And he's got the little vocal thing on it, that T-Pain. He's got the T-Pain on it. My president, my cousin. Oh, it's nuts. All right, the San Francisco Giants, they have something called the Giants Ball Dude Program.
Okay, yeah.
You guys familiar with this?
No. Yeah, just generally in baseball, the ball dudes.
The ball dudes, like the older guys, are kind of like Broadus' age, respectfully, and they go out there and they're shagging balls, getting foul balls during the game.
Yeah, I think there's ball chicks, too, or ball gals, but there's
Jordan Lewis is the ball god.
Well, this man right here, he's an older gentleman. He's actually an author of physics.
Wow.
Yeah. Smart man out there shagging balls, doing the Giants Ball Dude program today, and he face planted while going for a foul ball. You know, that's kind of uncomfortable to see an older fella out there just fall, because you know you have a certain age when you fall, man. You could really hurt something.
Yeah, your face goes in and your legs go up like you're a scorpion, damn near. You're like, the spine, the face. There's so many areas of concern right now.
Yeah. Listen to the San Francisco Giants broadcasters kind of explain what happened.
They've got that wedge of cheese. Perfect.
Yelich, foul ball. The draft tonight is in green. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Well, that's our ball dude, Paul Robinson.
Paul.
And everything looks to be good. You had us worried there, Paul.
Oh, boy. 2-1. Everything's relatively good.
Well, huge Giants fan, and he's an author. He writes physics books.
Yeah, let's break down the physics of that fall.
Oh. All right, let's check out the technique. I got it. Oh, yeah, boy, and face plant. Okay. He took one off the ankle, and face plant. Okay.
Oh, force, mass, acceleration. That's about all I got.
That's the physics of that.
The physics of a face plant.
Physics of being 75 years old.
Yeah.
Stick to writing.
I haven't even seen the clip. I can't find it, but that play-by-play was just phenomenal.
He
I don't know
ate
what's
it,
worse,
bro.
the fall or trying to get back up.
Yeah.
Because he's really struggling there. You can't try to do something that fast at that age.
No, you got to see the video, bro. Like, really face first.
Yeah,
He
I
said,
love it.
I'm going to break the fall with my nose.
You want to see this, Chief?
I do want to see this.
Yeah, check that out.
Goodness. Oh, it was so
And then look at him try to get
sad.
up. You're like, oh, shaky legs. Up.
Yeah. The crowd over there clapping for him like he just dropped some dishes in school.
He just tipped right over, dude.
Yeah, we're just happy you don't have a head wound here, Paul.
Yeah, good
We're
for
not
you,
clapping
bro.
for you. Trust me. We're clapping hope that you make an exit here. Yeah, I think there should be an age limit on that ball dude program.
Oh, come on now. Just because of one guy failed, you want to take the fun away from everybody else's dreams?
It's hazardous. It's a liability.
We just don't want to be reminded of our mortality while we're watching this game, you know?
Management was like, hey, man, we've lost 4 ball guys this week.
Yeah, 3
I'm
to
up to my ears in debt paying for these guys' medical bills. We got to get rid of this program.
Yeah, those life alerts aren't free.
Life alerts. Hey, this has been sitting in the folder for a second. I've been waiting for Cheech to come back around, which he is here. You've been keeping us up on this story, the Tennessee Nico, the NIL situation.
Yes, sir.
Now, there was a girl that called into a sports radio show. She's about 12 years old, Tennessee fan. She kind of vented about that.
So, Nico El really? Just does he, if he really wants $4 million, to just go hand off the ball. I can do it too, just the way he did. $4 million, give me $4 million, so you just go hand off the ball just the same way he did.
That's good. That is fantastic. I was picturing the daughter of Coach Yost from Remember the Titans there.
Yeah, good. Cool.
Just
good
a
one.
football diehard SEC. It just means more, and she's ticked.
Yeah, I'm not
We'd all
mad
be
at
lucky
that.
to have a daughter like that.
Amen.
Be a blessing.
I like that. Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing, because there's a blessing out here for you. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes and Reverend Ike. If you're not familiar with Reverend Ike, TV televangelist, Reverend Ike, just shining on your television. Before we had HD, just them diamonds was dancing, boy, I tell you what. Easter service fell on 4/20 this past Sunday, and we have a pastor that wants to know who rolled it.
The stone away from the entrance of the tomb. Now, I heard that today was 4/20.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, y'all, but I heard that today was 4/20. All right? And I just want to ask for a question by the means of subject for today. Who's going to roll it? Y'all will catch that on the way home. I'm talking about the stone. Tell your neighbor he's talking about the stone. Y'all got a little too excited about that.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the stone, y'all.
Not the stoner.
Yeah.
I don't know what y'all gonna roll, but I'm talking about the stone.
I saw a couple of pastors just getting wild with the 420 Easter stuff. There was a promo. I just DM'd it to you guys. There was a pastor that was like doing basically like a 30-second commercial trying to get people out to church on 420, and he like steps out of a hot box vehicle. He's coughing. And, hey, so like, get on out here, dude. I just said it to you. He's a Georgia pastor. It's absolutely ridiculous.
No.
In some of these legal states, who knows what you could have the congregation doing on a 420?
Yeah, hey, man.
That used to be a loophole they'd try. Like, oh, no, we're not abusing cannabis for recreation. We're actually, this is a spiritual process.
They were passing the plate and the Dutch.
That's right.
It's a real thing, bro. Moses was talking to that burning bush, or the burning bush was talking to him. Whatever it is, I get what you're saying.
Something to it.
I can see through what you're saying there, right there, brother.
That's what I call a good word.
All right, let's see. I got another pastor right here. He has an admission on Easter Sunday 420.
My kids used to smoke weed. Some of them still do. And they would tell me, hold up. Wait a minute. Y'all acting like your kids ain't smoking weed.
They clapping.
And if we tell them the truth, you passing with them.
Uh-oh.
You chipped in on the nickel bag. Talking about something, well, they gonna do it. I'd rather them do it at the house. No. You just want to get high with them.
Sharing is caring.
That man said you chipped in on a nickel bag. What is that, $2.50, bro? $2.50? Who's getting a nickel bag? Where is the nickel bag at?
I think he needs to update his vernacular.
Where is the nickel? That's how I know he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's amazing.
It's not
right
1972 anymore, Pop.
Nickel bag. And that last clip, they were playing I Got 5 on it. The church band was in the background. I heard that.
I got 4.
Yeah, I got 4. Let's see what else we got. Hold on, it's time. Let me listen down there, see if they're ready. Nope, not yet. All right. I got a question for you, Dawson.
What you got?
Were you trolling the way Wolchuk says Johnson? Right
Johnson.
Here? Johnson. Let's see.
Here's another one, Brian. Will Johnson.
Will Johnson. Now listen to the end of this clip because I feel like you might have been trolling in the moment.
Here's another one, Brian. Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan. Wow. Kelvin Banks and Josh Simmons. So
That's in order?
Yeah, he said largely in order. So maybe I'm hoping really Simmons is number 1.
Hopefully it's in a reverse order.
Yeah.
So you're infatuated with Josh Simmons, but not as much as Kelvin Banks and Will Johnson?
Yeah, you put something on there.
You don't even troll him, bro.
I think I might have been. I don't know. I can't remember. To be honest with you. But if I would like to take credit for it.
Been on fire this week, dude.
I do like to put something on Johnson quite a bit, though. Yeah, and it's a funny name to me.
Yeah, it is.
Are Broadus and Wolchuk ready to join us now?
Let me see. Hold on. No, there's a whole lot of music going on.
Oh, okay. Maybe we. Oh, okay. Say, I got a text from them. They said they are there. Maybe it's an engineering issue.
Yeah, maybe they got all that going on. Clearly, there will not be a LA Live today, but will be sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Because there's a draft tonight. Some kids are going to change their lives. And the Browns are going to ruin some kids' life tonight. That's a fact. They always do. Mm-hmm. I also have another question right here from KMC Masterpiece, or just KC Masterpiece, excuse me, Corey and Kevin. I wonder if they're the Bert and Ernie of broadcasting.
Oh, no. Hold on, Alec. You can answer this in a second. From the 214, Kevin really dismissed Corey visiting very quickly. Corey Majors, how long have we known each other?
Are we on 19 years
Correct.
now? 19, we're going on 19 years. That's how long I have been married to. As long as I've known Kevin is as long as I've been married.
You telling us something there?
Yeah, unintentional. Yeah. Huge reveal.
Yeah, that huge reveal.
That was an interesting conversation, though. Apparently, Majors has never been inside Hagelin's home.
Yeah.
2 decades.
Wow. Yeah, that is pretty jarring.
Wolchuk been in your house.
Wolchuk.
You've been in Wolchuk's house.
That's true. I sat on his poo couch one time.
That was pre-poo.
It was pre-poo.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
be like that, though. Hagee and Corey, the Bert and Ernie of the station. After all these years.
Yeah, that's what I think. So, okay, I got these guys hooked up down here. Let's go ahead and vote and switch it on over.
All righty, here they are now, Broadus and Wolchuk joining us live from the Stars. Our path to the draft coverage continues now with just 7 minutes of path to go, and it's brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at one of the Pluckers locations across North Texas. There will be a fan personality, a fan host at each and every one of them tonight with a draft night party. Gentlemen, how the heck are you?
Wonderful. It's great to be in the building here as everyone else has left the studio. They're getting their minds, their bodies, and their souls ready, but we're ready to get this thing fired up, man.
Yes, and is there any new buzz since we last talked with you guys just over 45 minutes ago, or are we still pretty much on the Tet McMillan train? Things get interesting if he's not there.
I think Tet is the guy. If Tet makes it to 12, I would expect him to be the selection. Now, if he's not, then that opens up, as we talked about earlier. Then I think if they get stuck at 12, you're looking at how is their stack? Is Tyler Booker a high grade, the offensive lineman from Alabama? Is it Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss? Maybe how do they feel about Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas? I think those are probably the top names that I would consider. But I do think they'd love to move back if they can. It just kind of depends on, do they get stuck there at 12 or not if Tet's gone?
Yeah, I think, guys, that we're kind of looking at a situation. I tried to get, like, the Raiders pick, and I started talking about McMillan, and then I stopped getting texts. So we'll see. We're concerned about what's going to happen in front of them with Jacksonville. Jacksonville seems to be a team that we've talked about that's trying to move up in this draft, maybe get to 2 to get to Hunter. We've also talked about them taking Genty at 5. If they back up in this draft, maybe McMillan was the guy that they're looking at. But when I tried to kind of pin down the Raiders with McMillan's name, they stopped texting me on that.
And no taker for Cleveland on that second pick yet. Any other trade rumors involving other teams?
That's really all that's going on in front of you right now.
Yeah.
And so once the commissioner opens this thing up, I think there's probably been some teams that have talked about moving up. But as the closest we're getting to this thing starting, maybe some teams are like, listen, let's just stand in here and make some picks. And maybe we won't see the trades like we thought might happen.
Yeah, because I think right now, if Jacksonville doesn't move up to 2 and they stay at 5, then they're going to talk with, of course,